The United States announced the creation of a mechanical Godzilla and plans to conduct military exercises in our waters as a show of intimidation. Netizens across the nation were furious. As an external member of the Strategic Deception Bureau, I received a mission to fabricate a model and trick them into taking it back. As I looked at the blueprint in my hand, I awakened the Enlightenment system. 10 days later, a 30-meter-long Azure Dragon soared across the sky. In the live broadcast room, the expert was still explaining that it was a model, but as soon as I pressed the remote control, the Azure Dragon roared and broke through the sound barrier, soaring into the sky. Before the US could even launch their Godzilla, my Azure Dragon blasted it to smithereens with a single shot. Chapter 1: Restoring National Confidence. Long Country, Jiangchuan City, inside an abandoned toy factory. A television was broadcasting a report. The foreign host displayed a shadowy image. A thrilling introduction. This is the latest biotech behemoth developed by our eagle country, Godzilla. It's about to enter the testing phase, and the chosen testing ground is the southern waters of Dragon Country. Seeing this, Zulong cursed under his breath and slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it! Instead of being a dignified eagle, you choose to be a dog. Damn those Southern Ocean tests. Do they think my Dragon Nation is their own backyard that they can freely come and go? One day, my Dragon Nation will turn those damned pieces of junk into a pile of scrap metal. Zulong turned off the television and let out a heavy sigh. It had already been a year since he transmigrated to this parallel world called Blue Star, where the technology was decades ahead of Earth's. Here, the Dragon Nation still existed, but in this world, it continued to face relentless pressure from the Eagle. The Eagle is currently the strongest superpower in the parallel world, engaging in unprecedented blockades against the Dragon Nation in terms of economy, military, and technology. Zulong has a passionate heart to serve his country, but he simply lacks the capability. If development continues in an orderly step-by-step manner, the Dragon Nation would need at least several decades to catch up with the Eagle. A fragrant breeze brushed against his face as the toy factory's gates opened, revealing a tall and slender beauty in an office lady uniform that perfectly accentuated her curves. Upon seeing the visitor, a smile crept onto Zulong's face. Sister, did the old master assign us another new task this time? Lu Qinghan responded with a sweet hum before handing Zulong a document. Zulong opened it, took a glance, and his pupils constricted in excitement. This is actually the biotech research data between Eagle and our Dragon Nation, he exclaimed. Senior sister, when did the teacher's authorization allow access to this insider information? Lu Qinghan gently tapped Zulong's head with his hand. What are you thinking about? The earlier data on the American Godzilla was all compiled by the teacher from online sources. As for this later biotech data from our Dragon Nation, it's definitely fake. I reckon the teacher just made it up off the top of his head. Made it up? Zulong responded with an O. Both he and Lu Qinghan were members of the Strategic Deception Bureau of Dragon Nation, where their daily work involved obfuscating military information for domestic and foreign audiences. The teacher Zulong mentioned was none other than Dragon Nation's foremost master of deception, Colonel Zhang Zhangmo. The teacher said the emergence of Eagle Sauce's biotech monster Godzilla has severely shaken national confidence. To restore public morale and reinforce the influence of our Strategic Deception Bureau abroad, we need you to create a tech toy this time as well. It will be compared to their Godzilla, making it easier for the teacher to bluff the other side. Bluff? Senior sister, your way of saying deceive is so elegantly refined. Back then, when he was just a junior college graduate, Zhang Zhangmo claimed he was exceptionally talented and wanted to recruit him into the Strategic Deception Bureau. He actually believed the smooth talk of this master manipulator, Zhang Zhangmo. He joined the Strategic Deception Bureau right after graduation. Only later did he realize he had become a pawn, occasionally crafting simulation toys as required by the Bureau, with little practical application for his skills. Fortunately, Zulong understood it was for the nation's benefit and gradually came to accept it. Lu Qinghan crossed her arms and pondered for a moment. Remember, it must be science fiction, got it? The other side already unleashed Godzilla. Think about it, what could possibly overpower them? Another issue is the equipment problem. If they've got autocannons in their mouths, we should at least get ourselves some lasers. Godzilla was designed to be this huge yet can still move at 60 knots, must be nuclear powered. We've got to keep up with that kind of propulsion. Don't worry, senior sister, these are all easy fixes. It's just a model, after all. Want an aircraft carrier? I could build you one. The teacher said we only have 10 days. No problem. Zulong patted his chest in assurance. Good, you can ask your sister for any materials you need, and I'll do my best to accommodate you. Mum. After Lu Qinghan left, Zulong began reviewing the data documents. These data and such, they're all manageable. The key is to make it realistic and very sci-fi. What should I do? Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums and firecrackers erupted outside the window. Zulong just realized that today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Suddenly, an audacious creature flashed through Zulong's mind. Dragon boat racing during the Dragon Boat Festival, the dragon. The dragon. The dragon is the totem of Huaxia, symbolizing the nation's eternal longevity. No one has ever seen a real dragon, yet it carries an extremely sci-fi appeal. Su Yang immediately decided to use the dragon as the foundational structure for his design. At the same time, an abrupt electronic tone rang out in Su Yang's mind. Host's lofty ambitions detected, triggering the Invincible Comprehension System. Invincible Comprehension System is now loading. Invincible Comprehension System successfully loaded. Su Yang was overjoyed. He had finally acquired a system of his own. The system has granted the host a newcomer bonus package. Enable or not. Su Yang acted without hesitation. Activate. Reward host with 1000 comprehension points and 1 4-dimensional space studio. Peerless perception points, by consuming perception points, can assist the host in comprehending any technology they see or hear, integrating it with future technology to elevate it a century ahead of the world's current level. Fourth Dimension Workshop can manufacture the comprehended technologies. Perception points are obtained as the host achieves certain milestones, with varying rewards upon each accomplishment. Detected Godzilla data and sci-fi materials in the host's possession. Consume 1000 perception points to comprehend the technology? Yes. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, he noticed the surroundings transforming. He found himself in a sci-fi realm, surrounded by all sorts of intricate instruments. Host sci-fi spiritual carrier detected as Dragon Totem. Mechanical Azure Dragon construction initiated. Su Yang's brain also started working rapidly. With the system's enhancement, he had never felt his mind so clear and sharp, more flexible than any modern supercomputer. The data in his hands was being analyzed, reorganized, transformed, and fused within his mind. Analyzing Godzilla's technology. Analyzing Godzilla's power engine system, the primary nuclear fusion engine evolves into a tertiary nuclear fusion reactor. Upgrading anti-stealth radar, deploying plasma shield, installing plasma defense barrier. Deepening data output, enhancing anti-jamming capability. Anti-gravity engine installed, defying gravity, capable of flying freely through the skies. Nanming Lihuo fire laser cannon installed, its high-intensity laser can penetrate 1-meter-thick homogeneous armor from 30 kilometers away. Qin Dynasty heavy cannon installation in progress, capable of firing gravity cannons that can flatten 100-meter-high mountains. Mechanical framework adjusting, Azure Dragon mechanical framework adjustment completed. Under specific conditions, the Azure Dragon can evolve towards its ancestral dragon form. 10 days later, a technological giant dragon measuring 30 meters in length appeared inside the abandoned toy factory. Today was the day for the delivery of the toy model. Lu Qinghan gazed at the colossal dragon before her. Every inch of its body was covered in vivid cyan scales, and the details of its claws were so lifelike that it seemed utterly real. Moreover, standing beside this enormous dragon, even her height of 1.7 meters appeared somewhat diminutive. Lu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with little stars, utterly astonished. Junior brother, your ability to fake perfection is getting more impressive. This toy is definitely going to fool even more people. But if one day our Dragon Kingdom could truly manufacture such a machine, then we could finally hold our heads high with genuine pride. Su Yang brimmed with confidence, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Senior sister, what if maybe this Qinglong technology is actually real? He can even fly. Lu Qinghan laughed. If this thing could fly, pigs might fly. Su Yang glanced at his senior sister's proud figure. Well, senior sister, how about we make a bet? Seeing his mischievous intent, Lu Qinghan snorted, little rascal, with those thieving eyes gleaming, it's clear you're up to no good. Su Yang pretended to be hesitant, clearing his throat twice. Well, it's not really a big deal. If this thing can really fly, will you be my girlfriend, senior sister? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghan's flawless face blushed slightly, her delicate fists clenched tightly. What? You're getting bolder, Su Yang. Now you're even plotting against your own senior sister. Su Yang retorted stubbornly, senior sister, just tell me, will you agree or not? Lu Qinghan snorted, calming her breath. After all, this thing was fake, how could it possibly fly? Agreeing wouldn't hurt. If this thing were real, forget being your girlfriend, I'd even be willing to become your wife. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Ahem, senior sister, I'll take that seriously then. Lu Qinghan's pretty face flushed slightly, unsure why she had agreed to him. She shot him a charming, flirtatious glare. Alright, it's just a toy model. Don't take it so seriously. The teacher is in a hurry to use your big toy, so I won't keep fooling around with you. Lu Qinghan walked aside to make a call, arranging for a vehicle to transport the model. Su Yang watched the graceful figure with a bright, beaming smile. Senior sister Qinghan, you're definitely going to lose this time. Chapter 2, Soaring Azure Dragon. Outside the TV station, director Zhang Zhengmo had been waiting here for a long time before Lu Qinghan finally delivered the items. Qinghan, why are you so late? The director was already somewhat impatient. Lu Qinghan was usually punctual in her work, but this time she was unexpectedly 2 hours late. Pouting slightly, Lu Qinghan pointed at the special operations vehicle 50 meters behind her. This junior brother's model is quite sizable this time, measuring a full 30 meters long and weighing 300 tons. It took me tremendous effort just to transport this thing here. Only I could arrange for this special vehicle. If it were anyone else, they'd probably have to dismantle it before delivering it to you, Professor. The bureau chief was somewhat taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just a model? 30 meters long and 300 tons? Lu Qinghan shrugged. I was just thinking the same thing. But you'll see in a moment, teacher. I just checked it out, and it does look incredibly realistic. The bureau chief's lips twitched, even showing a hint of physical discomfort. Is this just about how realistic it looks? Ah, you have no idea how tough it is being the head of the Strategic Deception Bureau. The Bureau's annual deception budget is limited, and just for one model, we ended up using 300 tons, probably more than half the funds just on materials. Su Yang is truly a spendthrift. The director shook his head. Lu Qinghan objected. Teacher, you can't entirely blame junior brother for this. You didn't specify the dimensions or size either. The bureau chief gave Lu Qinghan a glare. You sure do dote on your junior brother. Fine, just don't let it happen again. Chief, it's time we should start recording the program. A staff member from the military intelligence live room arrived promptly. Alright, I'll be right there, the bureau chief acknowledged. Then, as if remembering something, he turned back to give an additional instruction. Qinghan, you stay here and keep an eye on this big guy. Don't let anyone damage it. After we're done using it this time, we'll display it as decoration at our Strategic Deception Bureau. Something this expensive might as well be put to good use as an ornament, the chief said with exasperation. Understood, Professor, Lu Qinghan replied with a sweet smile blooming on her face. Military Intelligence Live Broadcast, standing tall with delicate oval features, the OL-attired host Li Moli interviewed the bureau chief live. Chief, since Eagle's Godzilla made a high-profile poster announcement, do you think it's real? The general responded with a professional fake smile. We can say the eagle is bad, but we can't say the eagle is incompetent. 50 years ago, the eagle could already land on the moon. Decades later, they probably really do have the technology to create Godzilla. But don't be discouraged. In fact, as early as 10 years ago, our dragon country also began researching and developing biomechanical monsters like Godzilla. We have them too. Once these words were spoken, it undoubtedly got military fans boiling with excitement. Do we have them in Dragon Country too? Director, could you share some updates on Dragon Country's latest developments in mechanical behemoths? Are there any actual photos? Show us some. The director appeared quite mysterious. There are no actual photos, but today I brought a model to demonstrate for everyone. It was built exactly to scale, modeled after my Dragon Country's mechanical beast. Netizens eagerly voiced their opinions, filled with anticipation. Subsequently, Dean gestured for the host to join him outdoors. What came into view was an enormous special-purpose vehicle. Special vehicles covered with black drapes. The general gave Lu Qinghan an OK sign, and under the special vehicle, Lu Qinghan slowly pulled down the curtain. A giant mechanical dragon crouching before everyone's eyes. A massive body, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp twin horns atop its head and glistening blue-green scales, each as large as a human palm. With its proud head bowed low, it resembles nothing less than a slumbering dragon. Even the director was deeply impressed at first glance. Su Yang's craftsmanship and model making has improved tremendously. This piece would actually make a decent display item. Host Jasmine Li was so startled by the colossal beast before her that she clutched her ample bosom, her pretty face filled with terror. Director, is this a dragon? The director gave an affirming hum and waved a hand to reassure Jasmine Li, it's just a model, no need to be nervous. Hearing this, Li Moli let out a long breath of relief. Such a colossal presence before her eyes was truly overwhelming. It feels just like the real thing. Netizens also flooded the screen with bullet comments. Director, this thing is indeed lifelike, absolutely stunning. It looks exactly like the legendary Azure Dragon. Is this really the mechanical behemoth created by our dragon nation? When did our dragon country develop such high-tech? Even if it's just a model, this is still incredibly astonishing. Captain, quickly tell us the name of this technological giant, along with its specific parameters. Countless military enthusiasts are eagerly waiting in the live streaming room. Lu Qinghan entered the live broadcast room at the right moment and handed a document to the commander. The commander skimmed through it and was delighted. He thought to himself, Su Yang, this kid, is truly reliable. He even prepared the manual and the remote control. Now I don't have to make things up myself. Holding the manual, the commander began reading it aloud to the viewers in the live broadcast room. We named this colossal metallic beast after the Azure Dragon of the 4 Celestial Guardians. The Azure Dragon itself utilizes third-level nuclear fusion technology, a century ahead of today's world. Combined with anti-gravity engine technology, the Azure Dragon can hover mid-air at speeds 20 times the speed of sound. The Azure Dragon's mouth is equipped with a Nanming Lihuo laser cannon, capable of penetrating 3-meter-thick homogeneous armor from 30 kilometers away. Wait, the briefing wasn't even finished yet, but the director himself felt something was off. The earlier nuclear fusion technology was understandable. After all, if the Yankees could pull it off, then the Dragon Nation achieving it wouldn't raise too many eyebrows. It was what people expected anyway. At least some military enthusiasts believed it. But anti-gravity engines? Even the Yankees are still fumbling in the dark over that one. And this flight speed is 20 times the speed of sound? That's utterly unbelievable. At 20 times the speed of sound, no advanced materials currently available in the world could withstand it. Also, what on earth is this Nanming Lihuo laser cannon that can penetrate 3 meters of homogeneous armor from 30 kilometers away? Sounds completely fake to me. Su Yang, I told you to create something sci-fi, just a bit better than what the Yanks have, and you gave me this alien-level tech data. Director Zhuo almost had the words totally unreliable written on his forehead. The bullet screen comments all turned red, as everyone's anticipation instantly turned into playful ridicule. Director Zhuo, it's just a model, does the data really have to be this insane? I reckon the Azure Dragon could easily overpower Godzilla. Nice, very nice. I'm simple-minded and I love watching this. As for the other even more outrageous data listed in the Azure Dragon's manual, he couldn't be bothered to read it out. One moment praising Su Yang for being reliable, the next moment, with everyone watching, the bureau chief was so embarrassed he could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment right there. Su Yang, you little rascal, you might just ruin the reputation of our disinformation bureau this time. The bureau chief gritted his teeth, determined to teach this kid a lesson when they got back. Lu Qinghan wore a faint smile, looking rather amused. Junior brother, you've learned some bad tricks, huh? Daring to prank the teacher, you're done for. Inside the shabby toy factory, Su Yang abruptly sneezed. Still half asleep, he glanced around, no one was there. Out of nowhere, he cursed, which is badmouthing me behind my back. He rolled over and went back to his afternoon nap. Live broadcast on site. What's done is done. The director had already boasted to the skies, and now it was time to see how he could justify it. Summoning his courage, the director relied on his silver tongue to counter the netizens. Who said that ridiculously high data must be fake? Our Dragon Kingdom is also a nation with thousands of years of heritage. Though our technological advancements started late, our scientific research capabilities should not be underestimated. It's like a few hundred years ago when we couldn't believe that one day we'd live in a world full of lights, bustling traffic, and airplanes soaring across the sky. If we haven't seen it before, it doesn't matter. Just because others can't make it, does that mean we can't either? A netizen replied under Xia Yua at Daming Lake, believe it or not, I can make the top brass break down with just one sentence. Chief, is that the remote control for the Azure Dragon beast in your hand? Press the button. If the dragon can fly, we'll believe you. In an instant, the comments section was flooded with bullet screen messages. But most of them were just bursts of laughter. The bureau chief's flushed red face had turned completely black. Thinking to himself, what the hell, just press it. The bureau chief was inexplicably compelled to press the button. This time, all the netizens burst into laughter. Quick, look, the bureau chief actually pressed it. No way, if it's really a tech titan, can it be controlled with just a remote? Even the bureau chief is losing his mind. It seems that even being the head of the strategic deception department isn't an easy job. The chief's mentality has gone awry. We should still respect the elderly. After all, Director Zhang has reached retirement age, so let's not be so harsh with our words. Therefore, I suggest, Director Zhang, you should retire early and not get too absorbed in the role. The bureau chief sighed helplessly as he looked at the Azure Dragon, realizing it was ultimately just a toy. Though he had harbored a faint hope that the Azure Dragon might truly come to life, such an impractical fantasy could never become reality. Yet, at this very moment, an unexpected anomaly abruptly occurred. A mechanical voice sounded from within the Azure Dragon. Voice control activated for the Qinglong module. Anti-gravity engine activated. Southern Mingli fire laser cannon activated. The Qin Empire's heavy artillery is activated. Chapter 3, Showdown, the nation's ultimate weapon. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Qinglong slowly ascended into the sky. The netizens who had been mocking the bureau chief fell instantly silent. Someone snapped out of it first, their chat window trembling with excited comments. Holy, am I seeing things? That thing's flying. Isn't that a toy? Something's off, it looks real. There's no crane nearby. It's not suspended by a cable. It's genuinely levitating out of thin air. Could it be, this is truly our Dragon Nation's national treasure, the pinnacle of advanced technology? The bureau chief stood frozen in place, pinching his own cheek in disbelief. This thing is actually flying. Is this still just a toy model? Being there in person, his first impression was far more intense than that of online viewers. Now, the Azure Dragon soared through the air, hovering 10 meters above the ground. Its terrifying shadow loomed overhead, and every glance, every movement of the Azure Dragon was crystal clear to him. Hostly Emily remained frozen in shock. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the Azure Dragon truly taking flight. The overwhelming sense of pressure felt like a mountain hovering directly overhead. She never imagined that one day, such a legendary being would materialize into reality. Lu Qinghan, who had been eating an ice cream to cool off nearby, gaped with her delicate chin forming an O. Swallowing hard, her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Is this an illusion? Little junior brother, did he actually build a real thing? So what you said before about this thing being able to fly, it's actually true. This far exceeded her expectations. But soon, another thought struck her, the bet she'd made with her junior brother, Su Yang. Lu Qinghan suddenly gasped, dropping her ice cream. If this thing really flies, then doesn't that mean I have to honor the bet I made with my junior brother? Oh no, oh no. Lu Qinghan bit her pearly lips tightly, pacing back and forth with her jade-like legs, her lovely face flushed crimson. As the Azure Dragon fully activated, its tail whipped through the air, spewing white flames from its tip. A terrifying dragon's roar erupted. The intense sonic shockwaves sent air surging forward, tearing up the grass in its path. Clear tracks of churned earth marked the ground. Even the little cutie now knew this wasn't a toy. The livestream erupted in excitement. It's real. The Azure Dragon is real. Netizen horse riding Tokyo cherry blossom viewing. After all these years, it dawns on us that our dragon nation has already broken through Eagle's technological blockade. We must strive to be strong. The Eagle has Godzilla, but our dragon nation has the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon is invincible. The nearby bureau chief and Li Moli trembled at the deafening roar. Overwhelmed with emotion, the bureau chief stepped forward. To his astonishment, the Azure Dragon displayed unexpected human-like sensitivity, lowering its height and kneeling before him. The bureau chief's eyes brimmed with excitement. The metallic texture in his hands and the mechanical hum within the dragon's body were so real that, had he not been this close, he might have believed dragons truly existed. Comments flooded the screen. "Boss, you're amazing. Thought it was just a model. Who knew you'd go all out this time, director?" The netizens' comments were music to the bureau chief's ears. Qinglong truly gave the bureau chief a huge surprise. The bureau chief suppressed his excitement, feigning calmness as he opened the manual once more. This time, he read it thoroughly. The complex technical analyses were beyond his comprehension, but the control methods were simple enough to grasp at a glance. A bold thought surged through the bureau chief's mind. If this is truly anti-gravity, does that mean the descriptions of other technological functions could also be real? The thought made his breathing quicken. Curiosity drove him to want to test it out. Viewers in the livestream chat flooded in with comments. "Boss, show us what our Qinglong can do. Boss, I want to see the Great Qin Heavy Cannon. Boss, I want to see supersonic flight." Anti-gravity was real, and the bureau chief was eager to verify whether Qinglong's other technologies were genuine. So he obliged the netizens' requests, going with the flow. "I was going to say it's just a model for educational purposes. But since you've all figured it out, fine, no more pretending. I'll lay it out. The Qinglong is our nation's latest cutting-edge technology, a cornerstone of our military strength. Everyone wants to see the Qinglong take flight. Our War Propaganda Bureau is all about pleasing our fans. Fine, we'll grant your wish." The chat exploded with cheers and excitement. The bureau chief then stepped before the Qinglong, facing its massive head, and proceeded with the authentication process according to the manual. Soon, Qinglong's eyes began to flash blue light, scanning the bureau chief's facial identity information. Facial recognition, verifying. Confirmed operator, Zhang Zhengmo. Verification successful. Simultaneously, the director sensed that Qinglong's gaze toward him had softened. Even the slightest glance or gesture from him elicited a corresponding response from the dragon. "Director, hurry up and start the experiment. If we wait any longer, the flowers will wither," urged the viewers in the livestream chat. The director, brimming with anticipation, responded, "All right, here we go." Standing beside Qinglong with renewed vigor, the bureau chief issued the command. "Qinglong, activate flight mode. Fly to Phoenix Mountain in our city at maximum speed, then return at maximum speed." Qinglong acknowledges flight command target. Supersonic flight initiated. Supersonic loading complete. As the command completed, Qinglong's eyes seemed to brighten, flashing with an unusual radiance. Its tail, resembling a jade-green blade, suddenly pulsed with energy. A 10-meter-long, jade-white flame erupted violently from its rear. Qinglong vanished from its position in an instant. The live chat erupted with a chorus of astonished captions. When the crowd looked up to catch his gaze again, a deafening roar suddenly split the sky. That thunderous roar sent everyone into a frenzy. A sonic boom? It's actually a sonic boom. Holy, did I hear that right? You heard right. I heard it too. Qinglong actually broke the sound barrier. Look, the remote in the director's hand is floating. No way, remote controls are supposed to be anti-gravity. So this is how advanced our Dragon Nation's technology really is? A holographic projection of the Azure Dragon's flight is being beamed from the remote. The director, Li Moli, Lu Qinghan, and the viewers in the livestream were all frozen in place. Meanwhile, a series of data points appeared on the Qinglong's flight hologram, with one speed reading standing out prominently. 5 times the speed of sound. 10 times the speed of sound. Speed still increasing. As the Qinglong raced through the skies, far to the west of Dragon Nation stood an over-the-horizon radar station. It could detect any high-speed object traversing the entire airspace of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, a small red dot rapidly appeared on the large screen, moving at an extraordinary speed. The soldier on duty immediately sounded the alarm, reporting an unidentified object moving at 10 times the speed of sound within Dragon Nation airspace. Wait, the target's speed is still increasing. 12 times the speed of sound, 13 times the speed of sound. It's accelerating further. Commander Luo Cheng frowned. Quickly, lock onto the target. See if we can analyze its origin. Also, relay this to the Satellite Monitoring Center. Check if it's a satellite or meteorite re-entry. The Satellite Monitoring Center responded promptly. Report, no satellite or meteorite falls in that area today. Luo Qinghan frowned, then called the Aerospace R&D department. Old Chow, have you guys been testing any new hypersonic weapons lately? No, why? Luo Qinghan recounted the incident, leaving the other party stunned. What? Are you absolutely certain you didn't misstate that? This thing can reach 15 times the speed of sound? Xiaohe's breathing grew slightly ragged. Luo Qinghan hummed in acknowledgement, watching the speed fluctuations on the large screen. Its speed is still accelerating. It's already at 16 times the speed of sound, 17 times the speed of sound. The final number froze, 20 times the speed of sound. It's reached 20 times the speed of sound? What on earth is this thing? Xiaohe's face darkened. If it's not our aircraft, then it must be Eagle's. It's highly likely an Eagle brand aircraft has entered our airspace. Since it's here, we won't let it leave. This thing holds immense scientific value. Notify the nearest military command to deploy electronic drones for jamming and interception. We must force it to stop. Soon, the military command center nearest Qinglong received the urgent alert, and 8 drones launched immediately. Chapter 4, What? Your test model? Live stream. The Qinglong, reaching 20 times the speed of sound, had military enthusiasts completely buzzing. 20 times the speed of sound? What kind of material is this made of? This must be alien technology. Damn it, an unmanned Qinglong is faster than supersonic missiles. If you strapped a bomb to this thing or used it to target people, wouldn't it wipe the battlefield clean in minutes? At that moment, a netizen emitted a give laugh. But it only drew a wave of condemnation in the comments section. You're seriously suggesting we strap explosives to this thing? Or use it to mow down people? Are you out of your mind? I think strapping you to it and lighting it up would be more fitting. Wait, what's that thing flying fast at the rear? What is it? Looks like a drone. Why does it look so much like our Dragon Nation's Raptor drone? Wait, it really is. And there are 8 Raptor drones. Raptor drones, codenamed Raptor, capable of reaching 5 times the speed of sound, and yet they can't even touch the tail of the Azure Dragon. The drone footage streamed back to Luo Qinghan's control room. Inside the control room, everyone was stunned. That flying creature is actually a dragon? The legendary dragon, could it actually exist? Luo Qinghan was stunned. Reporting, the aerial target exhibits a strong metallic signal. It appears to be a biomimetic aircraft. Luo Qinghan's heart raced with dread as his mind raced. He had already asked Old Xiao and the others this wasn't a Dragon Nation aircraft. Yet this dragon totem was distinctly unique to the Dragon Nation. Could it be that another country had appropriated it? Report, target speed is too high. If electromagnetic jamming isn't deployed immediately, it will exit our interference range. Luo Qinghan knew this was a window of opportunity. His face hardened with a murderous intent as he immediately ordered, release the electromagnetic interference now. We must intercept this mechanical dragon at all costs. Target acquired. Confirmed, mechanical dragon. Electromagnetic interference engaged. Long-range electromagnetic bomb launch. 8 Raptor drones simultaneously released electromagnetic bombs. Many military enthusiasts in the livestream recognize these as electromagnetic bombs. Isn't that the Long Sword electromagnetic bomb? Touted as the most powerful electromagnetic interference munition capable of reaching 10 times the speed of sound, its destructive force is potent enough to cripple an entire city. The advantage of electromagnetic bombs lies in their ability to precisely target technological military objectives without harming personnel. Isn't the Qinglong ours? Why would the Raptors attack our Qinglong? Could the Qinglong be shot down? Many expressed confusion and concern. Why would the Sword electromagnetic bomb be deployed here? Did the Qinglong accidentally enter a military exercise zone and get targeted? But we haven't heard of any exercises in the area recently? Military enthusiasts were perplexed. The bureau chief felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined the military would detect the Qinglong's presence so swiftly. What if an electromagnetic bomb damaged the Qinglong's internal circuitry? That would be a massive loss for the Dragon Nation. Damn it, it's too late to report this now. The bureau chief regretted his decision. If only he'd let the military handle the testing themselves. Damn his own curiosity. In the sky, the colossal dragon soared, but as the electromagnetic bombs detonated behind it, a white flash flickered across the area at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the city's circuit components detonated one after another, and electromagnetic devices malfunctioned en masse. Flames shot skyward. It's over. The electromagnetic bomb detonated. Even though the Azure Dragon can reach Mach 20, electromagnetic waves travel at the speed of light. How could it possibly outrun such intense electromagnetic waves? This is what you call dying before achieving victory, isn't it? I just came out to make a demonstration, and I got hit by my own people. A netizen posted a crying face emoji. Almost everyone felt a pang of regret. But at that very moment, Qinglong's AI voice suddenly echoed from within the anti-gravity remote. The clear sound reached every viewer in the live stream. Detecting electromagnetic bomb threat. Qinglong defense mode activated. Plasma shield deployed. In an instant, the crowd witnessed fiery red currents erupting from the twin horns atop Qinglong's head. These currents coalesced into a luminous barrier that directly deflected the high-intensity electromagnetic energy. Qinglong continued its high-speed flight through the air, as if nothing had happened. It actually blocked it. And that plasma shield, did I hear that correctly? Even the Eagle doesn't have tech like this. This is incredibly thrilling. I'm actually witnessing a miracle unfold before my eyes. Inside the command center, Lu Qinghan's expression darkened to the extreme. Reporting, we've lost track of the mechanical dragon target. It seems to be due to that red light barrier that appeared earlier. Lu Qinghan finally couldn't hold back. Damn it, where the hell did this mechanical dragon come from? Requesting deployment of the space-based remote sensing satellite. Lock onto the mechanical dragon's trajectory and determine its destination. The advantage of the space-based remote sensing satellite was its ability to detect high-speed objects anywhere on the planet. After all, current aircraft only achieved radar stealth, not true optical invisibility. Lu Qinghan suspected it might have completed some mission, acquiring Dragon Nation's classified technology. Such powerful technology couldn't be allowed to leave so easily. Before long, Lu Qinghan's authorization request was approved. The space-based remote sensing satellite has located the target. Its velocity is currently decreasing at an accelerated rate. 5 times the speed of sound, 2 times the speed of sound, 1 times the speed of sound. 100 meters per second. Zero velocity. The mechanical dragon has stopped. The target has landed. Lu Qinghan's face lit up instantly. Where did it land? Locate its position immediately. The soldier quickly typed away at the keyboard. The area was swiftly pinpointed, and the enlarged image revealed the location. Reporting, the target has landed outside the Zhengchuan TV station grounds. The TV station? Why would such high-tech equipment be at the Zhengchuan TV station? Lu Qinghan was puzzled. The soldier seemed to notice something. Suddenly, he zoomed in on the satellite image once more. Colonel Zhang Zhengmo appears to be at the scene. Lu Qinghan's face darkened considerably, his anger making him itch all over. As he suspected, this incident was most likely connected to Zhang Zhengmo. What the hell is that old Zhang up to? Contact him immediately. Over at the bureau chief's end, netizens had long revered him as a deity. If the bureau chief could secure cutting-edge tech like the Blue Dragon, then that electromagnetic bomb earlier was likely his doing too. To demonstrate the formidable power of the new Qinglong technology. It's gotta be you, Director. From now on, I won't trust any military programs, only yours. 9 lies, 1 truth, Bureau Chief, you truly are the master manipulator of our Dragon Nation. Nonsense. What do you mean, master manipulator? He's my godfather, the one who broadened my horizons. The Bureau Chief read the comments, feeling a bit embarrassed. He'd been sweating bullets just moments ago. But now that the Dragon Nation possessed a marvel like the Azure Dragon, their future confrontations with the Eagle Nation gained an extra layer of confidence. A deep sense of pride welled up within him. The Qinglong's 20-fold supersonic speed and the formidable performance of its plasma defense ignited the patriotic fervor and dreams of national strength among the youth. Boss, what other capabilities does the Qinglong have? Show us everything else it can do. Satisfy us military enthusiasts' fantasies about the future technology of our Dragon Nation. Director, please. The live chat was flooded with messages. With the near-miss incident as a cautionary tale, the bureau chief dared not conduct tests himself. He responded with an awkward yet polite smile. Due to its highly advanced technology, I cannot demonstrate it further. Rest assured, everyone. One day, the Qinglong will appear before you once more. For now, cherish these hard-won glimpses. The bureau chief's words left netizens deeply disappointed. But more quickly snapped to attention, frantically taking screenshots of the Qinglong on their screens. At the same time, a call came in from military headquarters. The bureau chief glanced at the caller ID. It was his dedicated line. He knew immediately that something was amiss. He stepped into an empty space nearby before answering. On the other end, Lu Qinghan's voice was low and tinged with accusation. Hello, it's me, Lu Qinghan from the Information Control Command Center. Old Zhang, I demand an explanation. What's going on with that mechanical dragon over there? The bureau chief was both amused and exasperated. The military's response speed was truly something else. Old Luo, if I told you it was a toy model crafted by my apprentice, would you believe me? Chapter 5, Godzilla arrives. Lu Qinghan was so furious he nearly smashed the phone. How am I supposed to believe that? Your apprentice alone built a 20 times supersonic mechanical dragon? One that can withstand my electromagnetic bombs? The bureau chief gave a wry smile. Anyone else would react the same way. But the bureau chief patiently explained. He revealed that he needed a model to boost national morale, so he had his apprentice build a toy prototype. I never imagined he'd actually build something like this. I didn't even know it was real. You need to investigate this thoroughly when you get back. Luo Cheng pondered for a moment, the chilling implications sinking in. Such a terrifying entity appearing in the Dragon Nation, its origins absolutely had to be uncovered. Yes, I understand. Luo Cheng continued, the Azure Dragon holds epoch-spanning ultimate technology. If we can fully unravel the secrets of the Azure Dragon, we can drastically narrow the technological gap between us and the Eagle Nation. Protect the Azure Dragon. Keep everyone away. Our people will be there shortly. Alright, I'll wait here. About 10 minutes later. Within those brief minutes, the military headquarters had dispatched the nearest unit. They had completely surrounded the scene. The captain in charge was Lu Sun, tall and imposing, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes that carried a hint of lethal intent. Dressed in a deep azure military uniform, he exuded an air of formidable authority. Lu Sun and the bureau chief were old acquaintances. Without further ado, Lu Sun exchanged brief pleasantries with the bureau chief before fixing his gaze on the massive green dragon. His brow furrowed. Headquarters sent me on a fire and brimstone mission to execute a level 3 security detail. Turns out I brought 1,000 men. To protect this toy model? Lu Sun couldn't help but feel it was overkill, even a waste of manpower. The bureau chief patted Lu Sun on the shoulder. At first, I thought it was just a toy model too. The implication was now crystal clear. Lu Sun walked over to the dragon, poking its belly with the butt of his pistol. Clang, clang. Lu Sun's eyebrows shot up. Whoa, it's actually solid metal. They really splurged on the budget this time. Lu Sun glanced at Liam Oli streaming nearby, noticing she wasn't watching them. He pulled the bureau chief aside and whispered, Old Zhang, you're pushing it. A hunk of metal? Fooling foreigners is one thing, but pulling this on us? That's not cool. The bureau chief sighed and rubbed his forehead. It seemed that after telling so many lies, no one believed him when he finally spoke the truth. The bureau chief pushed Lu Sun away, unable to suppress a wry smile. You won't believe me anyway. Just hurry up and take it back to headquarters for research. Seeing the bureau chief remain silent, Lu Sun lost patience. Fine, fine. He then scampered off to supervise the hoisting of the Azure Dragon. Inside the livestream, thousands of people stared at the Azure Dragon, wanting to etch its image into their minds. Is this our farewell? Director, we're going to miss you. The bureau chief chuckled inwardly. Are you really going to miss me? You just want to see more of this Qinglong, don't you? Truthfully, he himself wanted to gaze upon it longer. But this thing would serve its greatest purpose if handed over to the military for research sooner rather than later. However, since it had already been exposed, the bureau chief didn't deliberately shut down the livestream. Instead, he let the netizens have another look at the Qinglong. Yet just as Lu Sun finished securing the Azure Dragon onto the special transport vehicle, the Qinglong's massive body suddenly stirred. The metallic scales scraped together, producing a sharp, rhythmic clanging sound. A loud mechanical voice emanated from the dragon's abdomen. Detected hostile intrusion. Qinglong's autonomous AI program initiating. Activating all-around weapon systems. Artificial intelligence fire control system activated. Anti-gravity system activated. Qinglong moved once more, undoubtedly sending countless netizens into a frenzy of excitement. The bureau chief still cares about us after all. Qinglong is moving again. Director, this time I want to see the Great Qin heavy cannon. The Azure Dragon soared into the air as if from thin air. Lu Sun was dumbfounded, feeling like his brain couldn't keep up. He quickly rubbed his eyes, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Magic? A miracle? An illusion? Or a mirage? He excitedly grabbed Zhang Zhengmo's hand. Old Zhang, it really flew. This. How could that be possible? The bureau chief shook off Lu Sun's hand and declared loudly, let go. Let me recall what someone said earlier. Hey, old Zhang, you're pushing it. Bringing fake stuff to fool your own people? That's not cool. Lu Sun's face flushed crimson. Yet gazing at the soaring Azure Dragon suspended mid-air, a colossal steel dragon, no less. Faced with this mysterious, unknown entity, his mind was filled with curiosity and a million questions. Old Zhang, it's all my fault. What I said earlier was pure nonsense. Now, tell me, where on earth did you get this thing? I'll make it up to you later with my 20-year-old daughter's red wine. The bureau chief's lips curved into a faint smile. Lu Sun's treasured old wine had been stored away for ages. He'd asked for it several times, but Lu Sun had stubbornly refused to part with it. Little did he expect that the appearance of the Azure Dragon would finally make him compromise. It felt a bit like one thing conquering another. Facing his old friend's questions, the bureau chief naturally held nothing back. He recounted the entire incident. Anti-gravity technology is already out there, and you tell me this is just a toy? Your apprentice must be an alien, Lu Sun exclaimed in disbelief. Such a colossal machine just taking flight, it was hard to imagine this was human technology. The bureau chief didn't respond to Lu Sun's remark. Instead, he stared at the soaring Azure Dragon, his expression filled with confusion. His expression grew grave. He hadn't even activated the Qinglong. How could the Qinglong have taken flight? Could someone be controlling it? If it were to depart, soaring at 20 times the speed of sound, it could vanish without a trace. Losing it would be an immense loss for the Dragon Nation. We must force him to make an emergency landing immediately. With that thought, the bureau chief hurriedly grabbed the remote control to take command of the Qinglong. But he soon realized that no matter how he pressed the buttons, it had no effect whatsoever. Why isn't it working? Viewers in the livestream chat also noticed, Qinglong seems to have activated itself. The bureau chief seems to have lost control of it. Such a powerful weapon, it can't be targeting its own side, can it? Some voiced their concerns. But more were simply curious. Look! The Qinglong is taking off. Where is it going? With a thunderous roar, the Qinglong instantly accelerated to 20 times the speed of sound. The air shattered with a deafening boom. The surrounding area was littered with the aftermath of the sonic boom. The bureau chief was baffled, and the remote control in his hand floated up again. The image of the blue dragon's flight reappeared. That direction, it's heading toward the Southern Ocean. What is the Qinglong doing there? Everyone was filled with confusion. At that moment, the livestream interrupted with an emergency news bulletin. Dragon Nation News Agency, February 17. Acting on the mandate of Dragon Nation, the Dragon Nation News Agency issues the following statement on February 17, 2060. Despite Dragon Nation's repeated objections, Eagle Nation has persistently violated our Southern Ocean. Despite numerous diplomatic interventions, these violations have not ceased but have escalated. Eagle Nation has resolutely proceeded with testing the Godzilla giant beast within Dragon Nation's Southern Ocean territorial waters. Such actions constitute a grave violation of the Dragon Nation's sovereign integrity. Friends are welcomed with wine, wolves are met with hunting rifles. The Eastern Fleet of our Dragon Nation stands fully prepared for battle. Should the adversary persist in its reckless course, our Dragon Nation shall deliver a crushing blow. Victory is assured. Almost simultaneously, all attention in the livestream channel shifted toward the looming conflict. The Eagle really dares to test the waters in the South China Sea? They've even issued mobilization notices. Is a war in the South China Sea about to break out? I'm in the reserves. If it comes to charging, I'm not afraid to die for my country. If blood must be shed, I'll be a hero again in 18 years. Me too. If war comes, I'll answer the call. Let's slaughter them until the sky turns black. Kill. 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 Those who dare to offend the Dragon Han shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. A group of people quickly realized something. Godzilla is in the Southern Ocean too. The Azure Dragon's direction is also the Southern Ocean. Could it be that the Azure Dragon is heading for Godzilla? In the Southern Ocean, the Eastern Fleet's 100+ vessels had all been mobilized. They advanced in a mighty procession toward the edge of the Southern Ocean, determined to halt Godzilla's advance. In the monitoring room aboard the flagship Donghai. Report: the electromagnetic signals are becoming distorted. It appears the enemy is employing high-frequency electromagnetic jamming. We can't pinpoint Godzilla's location. Engage the space-based remote sensing satellite to pinpoint Godzilla's exact location. Reporting: satellite lock acquired. Displaying imagery. Chapter 6: The gap is too great. Soon, an image of Godzilla appeared on the large screen. Standing 60 to 70 meters tall, Godzilla was even larger than depicted in promotional posters. The monstrous iron skeleton behind it had been transformed into a colossal mechanical cannon, its terrifying barrel nearly half the length of Godzilla's body. At the center of Godzilla's chest glowed a massive sapphire blue ring, apparently its core, a nuclear fusion engine. Its skin was constructed entirely of steel plates, making it a true, unadulterated steel colossus. At that moment, Godzilla was navigating through the water at breakneck speed, easily exceeding 60 knots. Trailing behind it were two surface vessels, flanking Godzilla and seemingly escorting it. Inside the control room, Dong Yunfei's eyes flashed with intensity. Since they've come, they won't be leaving. They've crossed our designated red line. Target Godzilla's main body. All stations, prepare to launch ghost torpedoes. Sink Godzilla. Ghost torpedoes, reputed as the Dragon Nation's most formidable torpedoes, track their targets using surface microwaves and the wake trails of enemy propellers. Thus, even with Godzilla activating electromagnetic interference in the ocean, these ghost torpedoes could still locate their target. At Dong Yunfei's command, the entire Eastern Fleet responded almost simultaneously. Within moments, dozens of torpedoes were launched. Like phantoms, the ghost torpedoes vanished into the ocean, hurtling straight toward Godzilla. Inside a warship trailing behind Godzilla. A roundtable meeting was underway. Colonel Roosevelt, his face stern and bearing a hint of premature graying, remarked coldly, "The Dragon Nation opposes us at every turn. This time, we must teach them a lesson they won't forget, so they understand who truly holds the trump cards." Curry sneered, "That mere Dragon Nation, developed for only a few decades, dares to oppose our Eagle Nation with 2 centuries of history? Utterly delusional. Remember when we blew up their embassy? They didn't dare utter a word. If they dare obstruct our Godzilla tests this time, we won't hesitate to show them what we're made of. At that moment, an Eagle Nation naval officer entered. Reporting, General. The enemy has detected us and launched torpedoes. Colonel Buslin, another officer, grunted in acknowledgement. Activate Godzilla's panoramic exploration microwave radar. Scan for incoming targets. Aye. Moments later, Godzilla's panoramic microwave radar activated. Soon, it had scanned the total number of torpedoes and vessels. Curry sneered coldly, what a grand gesture. To counter our Godzilla, they've deployed over 30 surface vessels. And they unleashed 50 torpedoes in a single salvo. Colonel Roosevelt chuckled. Godzilla was actually born 10 years ago. They delayed its full deployment until today for testing. Because for the past decade, our Eagle Nation has been searching for a composite steel capable of withstanding external explosive attacks entirely. And we actually found it. Roosevelt declared confidently, Godzilla's armor utilizes the strongest grade of gold titanium alloy composite steel. This steel boasts a Mohs hardness 50 times greater than diamond. Even the specialized steel used on aircraft carrier decks can't match its Mohs hardness. To think a mere torpedo could destroy Godzilla is nothing short of a colossal joke. The torpedoes tracked Godzilla all the way, exploding with a deafening roar across the sea surface. Within the Eastern Fleet, Dong Yunfei exclaimed excitedly, good. Well done. Those damn Yanks, go back to wherever the hell you came from. Flames erupted skyward across the sea, engulfing the entire area. Fish flung themselves wildly through the air, and vast quantities of seawater vaporized into mist. The deafening roar remained distinctly audible even from over 10 kilometers away. Did we sink them? Dong Yunfei asked hopefully. Everyone in the command center watched the scene intently. But when the vaporized mist from the explosion dispersed, every face turned grim. Godzilla continued advancing, seemingly unstoppable. How is that possible? Those were ghost torpedoes, each carrying 100 kilograms of high explosives, Dong Yunfei exclaimed in shock. Damn it, why didn't it sink? Dong Yunfei issued the command, scan Godzilla with the space-based remote sensing satellite. Check if it's injured. Aye. After the veteran operator worked the satellite controls, various images appeared. Godzilla's metallic shell showed not a single scratch. The nuclear fusion reactor on its chest glowed even brighter as it continued accelerating forward. Dong Yunfei felt a pang of disappointment. Though he had anticipated this outcome, facing such a technologically advanced colossus in person made him acutely aware of the vast technological gap between their sides. But now was not the time for lamentation. The enemy had already entered the Dragon Nation's territorial waters, crossing the third guidance chain. For the Dragon Nation, this constituted a violation of its sovereignty. If war comes, we will win. Behind me stand 1 billion people. Even if the enemy seems unstoppable, even if we must block them with our own bodies, we absolutely cannot retreat. Dong Yunfei's blood boiled with fervor, his fighting spirit soaring. High explosive ghost torpedoes are useless. That means the Westwind missiles on our ships likely won't penetrate Godzilla's defenses either. High defense? Then use armor-piercing rounds to breach him. Veteran. Remotely analyze Godzilla's metallic exoskeleton, identify vulnerable points, and request shore-based air-to-ground bunker-busting munitions for attack. Roger. Shore-based air-to-ground bunker-busting munitions request approved. Skyblade Core bunker-busting missiles ready for launch. The Heavenly Sword Corps is a specialized rocket force of the Dragon Nation tasked with launching heavy missiles. The Heavenly Sword hangs like a sharp blade over the Dragon Nation's territory. Should any foe dare invade, the Heavenly Sword shall strike, fulfilling its mission to annihilate all adversaries. Inside the Heavenly Sword Corps. 50 bunker-busting missiles ready for launch. Launch. At Commander Zhao Gang's command, the Heavenly Sword Army's rockets ignited, dispersing his 50 bunker-busting missiles soared skyward. Old Zhao, the data Godzilla's transmitting back is staggering. Will the bunker busters really work? Lu Ming voiced his concern within the Heavenly Sword Army Command Center. Zhao Gang hummed in acknowledgement. They are. Our Dragon Nation's DF-15 bunker buster missiles can fly ground to ground, targeting underground shelters dozens of meters deep. The immense kinetic energy from its hypersonic velocity and the high explosive metal jet can penetrate even dozens of meters of solid rock. A mere Godzilla is no match. Our Heavenly Sword Army hasn't made a move in ages. Those eagle-eyed bastards probably think we've vanished into thin air. A great nation's ultimate weapon biding its time, unleashing its full might. When we speak, it will be heard. Inside the Eagle-flagged warship. As 50 bunker-busting missiles approached, Curry's, Roosevelt, and Buslin exchanged knowing smiles. They've even deployed bunker busters. They're using these air-to-ground hypersonic missiles for ground-to-air defense, foolishly hoping to sink Godzilla. Looks like the Dragon Nation has grown fearful of US. They're already at their last resort. They know they can't destroy Godzilla without penetrating its armor. Excitement flashed in Curry's eyes. There's an old saying in the Dragon Nation, it's impolite not to return a favor. They've struck twice, now it's our turn. The three nodded in agreement. Roosevelt then commanded, Godzilla, initiate high-frequency sonic assault. Chapter 7, The Descent of the Azure Dragon. As the command entered Godzilla's body, its nuclear fusion engine suddenly erupted in bursts of light, like a divine miracle. Godzilla tilted his head back, aiming directly at the 50 incoming bunker-busting bombs. A thunderous roar echoed. The air exploded with a deafening roar as Godzilla shattered the air barrier, triggering a sonic boom. Across the sea, countless fish were hurled skyward. Vast swaths of seawater whipped upward like a water tornado, churning and billowing. The rising mist obscured the entire area, momentarily blurring the view of the space-based remote sensing satellites. The terrifying sonic attack, propelled by the air, collided directly with the incoming missiles. Despite their extreme speed, hypersonic missiles were remarkably fragile. Contact with any object of sufficient mass colliding head-on would destroy them. This principle mirrors the destruction of a massive aircraft upon collision with a fragile bird. In the instant of contact, the DF-15 missile twisted violently and detonated mid-air. Above Godzilla's head, flames shot skyward. The immense fireball, like the most dazzling fireworks, illuminated the sea for miles around. Within the Eastern Fleet, Dong Yunfei witnessed this scene through the space-based remote sensing satellite, overcome by a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, in the Sky Sword Command Center, Zhao Gang and Lu Ming wore grim expressions. The technological gap between our Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation is still far too great. Both men possessed an unyielding spirit, a burning desire to catch up. Yet now, they had to confront this gap head-on. No, wait. Look, there's another bunker buster missile that wasn't destroyed by the sonic attack. On the large screen, the final incoming bunker buster missile suddenly appeared, hurtling straight toward Godzilla. This single bomb ignited a glimmer of hope within them. It has to hit. Zhao Gang and Lu Ming both clenched their fists, eyes filled with anticipation. Finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, the DF-15 bunker buster bomb struck Godzilla's shoulder and back with pinpoint accuracy. Zhao Gang, Lu Ming, Dong Yunfei, the Eastern Fleet, and the Sky Sword Army erupted in cheers. We hit it! We hit it! A close-range explosion from a bunker buster can pierce mountains. It'll definitely penetrate Godzilla's armor. As the warhead exploded, engulfing Godzilla, all eyes were fixed on the creature, anticipating its destruction. Yet a minute later, as the flames faded, Godzilla radiated an eerie crimson glow. Even the metal on his shell bore only faint, blurred marks. The bunker buster had failed to penetrate Godzilla's armor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of metal is Godzilla made of? Why didn't the armor-piercing missile work? At the same moment, a video feed suddenly appeared in the command room where Zhao Gang and Lu Ming were stationed. The picture was extremely unstable, but the audio was clear. On screen appeared Colonel Corys of Eagle Country. Hello, General of the Dragon Nation. This is Colonel Corys of the Eagle Nation. Your Dragon Nation has an old saying, do not say we did not warn you. We have already informed you that we intend to test Godzilla in the Southern Ocean. Please abide by international regulations and do not obstruct us. Oh, and by the way, your current technology is useless against us. Do you really think your bunker-busting bombs can hit our Godzilla? That single remaining missile was deliberately allowed to pass through. Its purpose was to demonstrate just how impenetrable Godzilla's armor truly is. We urge your nation to cease futile efforts. Otherwise, we will respond with force. As the feed cut out, the soldier gritted his teeth. Sir, our signal frequency was just hacked. Damn it. Zhao Gang was furious. Those damn eagles, how dare they be so arrogant as to hack into our systems? And they have the nerve to spout such nonsense at us. Reporting, we've detected the source of the intrusion. It originated from Godzilla. The soldier quickly pinpointed the origin. Lu Ming sighed. Godzilla's technology is far too advanced for us. Report, Godzilla has breached the second defense chain and is heading toward the inland sea of our Dragon Nation. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. Are we truly powerless against this Godzilla? Damn it. Zhao Gang's pent-up frustration found no outlet. Within the Eastern Fleet, Dong Yunfei felt the same frustration. Yet at this moment, he made a startling decision. We absolutely cannot let Godzilla enter the inland sea. Even if it means ramming it, we must sink this thing. Not a single member of the Eastern Fleet flinched. To defend their homeland's territory, every one of them was prepared to die. These were the most valiant warriors of our Dragon Nation. The Eastern Fleet advanced in full force toward Godzilla. Before long, they locked eyes with Godzilla. Inside Godzilla's control room, the people of Dragon Nation truly are fearless. We warned them. Since they choose to dwell in these waters, let them sleep eternally beneath the sea. Godzilla released the marine shockwave bomb. In an instant, a massive shockwave bomb erupted from behind Godzilla. As it plunged into the water, a dazzling, colossal flash of white light erupted from the depths. Immediately afterward, a 100-meter-high tsunami surged toward the Eastern Fleet. Despair gripped every soul aboard the Eastern Fleet. They had once believed that ants could kill an elephant, but now it was clear that was impossible. The gap in power was simply too vast to bridge. A profound sense of injustice gripped everyone. To die for one's country is without regret. But to depart in such frustration? No. As brave soldiers, this is the most unacceptable outcome. How utterly despicable. 100-meter-high tsunami at such close range could easily submerge and destroy most vessels. Facing such a tidal wave, even an aircraft carrier would retreat 3 times over. Let alone ordinary surface vessels. Just as despair gripped everyone, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. A figure of Azure emerged before the 100-meter-high tsunami. Its scales fluttered in the wind, and its eyes, gazing down upon the heavens, bore the majesty of a deity. The Eastern Fleet crew, who had already succumbed to despair, were now shaken to their core upon witnessing this figure. Is that a dragon? Every mouth went dry. Is this the guardian deity of my dragon nation? At the very moment everyone was hoping for a miracle, it happened. Dong Yunfei was overcome with emotion. It really is a dragon. It really is a dragon. Report, the dragon overhead shows a strong metallic reaction. It must be a technological colossus. Dong Yunfei snapped back to reality. When did our dragon nation acquire such technological behemoths? Could it be the latest creation from the Academy of Sciences? After pondering, he concluded this was the only plausible explanation. Most likely, it was still in the testing phase. Otherwise, he would have known about it immediately. Facing the 100-meter-high tsunami, Dong Yunfei's competitive spirit surged to its peak for the first time. We absolutely must stop it. The live stream audience marveled in unison. You have to admit, Godzilla is strong. Really strong. A 100-meter-high tsunami like this would be a complete natural disaster if it hit the coast. Coastal cities would be devastated. Lu Qinghan fell silent. While the Qinglong possessed 20 times the speed of sound and anti-gravity capabilities, could it truly block this 100-meter-high tsunami? Old Zhang, can the Qinglong handle this? Zhang Zhengmo also fell silent. I find it hard to predict too. But the sheer scale of this tsunami was too staggering. Deep down, he had no confidence at all. Eagle Command Center. So the Dragon Nation has a technological behemoth too? Colonel Roosevelt frowned. Clearly, in his mind, only the Eagle Nation deserved to possess such a weapon. Curry scoffed, that blue dragon is only 30 meters long. Even if it takes flight, it's nothing more than a flying loach. That 100-meter tsunami will be enough to turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 8, The Great Qin Heavy Cannon. As the 100-meter-high tsunami crashed down, it resembled a colossal mountain collapsing with a thunderous roar. Even the sunlight over this stretch of sea was obscured. The Azure Dragon's eyes seemed to react half a beat too slow, appearing somewhat sluggish. Yet, a mechanical voice echoed from within its body. Detected external tsunami attack. Qinglong adaptive counterattack initiated. Great Qin Heavy Cannon, activate. Great Qin Heavy Cannon. These 4 simple words seemed to contain the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. Upon the Azure Dragon's Azure scales, a movable cannon barrel abruptly activated. It appeared as a deep, recessed cavity embedded within the dragon's body. Within that profound hollow, countless particles, rays of light, and energy were now being absorbed. With a furious roar from the Azure Dragon, the mobile cannon barrel abruptly shifted to its tail. The colossal tail lashed out violently, unleashing immense force as if propelled by a catapult. A deafening roar echoed through the void, as if it could tear space itself apart. Even through the screen, it felt as though the entire world was trembling. Then, the 100-meter-high tidal wave was violently repelled by an invisible force, crashing back toward its point of origin. Colonel Curries and his 2 companions, who had been waiting to watch the spectacle unfold, now felt their scalps tingle. That 100-meter-high tsunami was now bearing down on them. Damn it, can someone tell me what's happening? This 100-meter-high tsunami. How did it suddenly change direction? Quick! Godzilla, block it! Block this tsunami! Curries panicked. If the tsunami crashed down, they would be doomed. But now the tsunami was already crashing down at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, the issue of Godzilla's invasion had also been reported. Within the highest military command, a group of founding heroes debated how to subdue Godzilla. Drive back the eagle. General Su remarked coldly, back then, we had no planes, no rockets, no grain to spare, even our land artillery was deployed aboard ships. Yet we still won. What's won, Godzilla? If the eagles truly have no fear of death, then we'll fight them with nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, a deadly phrase. Once deployed, they would bring utter devastation. It was a last resort. The group's faces darkened. They had been monitoring this situation from the very beginning. Every battle unfolded before their eyes, with dedicated personnel providing real-time updates. Given the current situation, do you still have a way to deal with Godzilla? General Su pressed relentlessly. Though traditionally a conservative, he was now driven to desperation. The coastal region was the nation's most vital economic hub. There could be no room for error. General Chan's voice was solemn. Once nuclear war begins, it means there is no turning back. The situation isn't that dire yet. Let's observe further. The room fell silent. At that moment, footage arrived from the front lines. In the footage, Godzilla had unleashed a 100-meter-high tsunami. Everyone's hearts trembled. Just as they thought Godzilla would destroy the Eastern Fleet, a massive blue dragon-like figure abruptly appeared, unleashing a terrifying, cannon-like force that blasted the 100-meter-high tsunami away. General Chen, which military region developed this weapon? General Yi asked, his voice trembling with excitement. General Chen was also puzzled. I'm not sure either. That's a dragon. Could it be technology from my Dragon Nation? But if it were Dragon Nation's technology, there was no reason for them not to know about it at their level. Investigate immediately. We must find out exactly where this thing came from. Live stream viewers. Great Qin Heavy Cannon has been flooding the chat for ages. How did the Great Qin Heavy Cannon achieve this? How did it repel the tsunami? Could the Great Qin Heavy Cannon be an anti-gravity gravity cannon? Someone uttered this remark, and it sent ripples through the community. Countless people bowed in awe. I thought 20 times the speed of sound and anti-gravity were already mind-blowing enough. Who knew they'd even come up with an anti-gravity gravity cannon? My Dragon Nation is mighty, my Dragon Nation is invincible. Netizens were boiling with excitement. Lu Sun, tears streaming down his aged face, embraced Zhang Zhengmo in emotion. Old Zhang, my Dragon Nation is rising. My Dragon Nation is about to flourish. Zhang Zhengmo could only feel Lu Sun's embrace was far from gentle. My Dragon Nation will surely rise, but these old bones of mine aren't as strong and sturdy as yours, training day in and day out. If you keep pounding my back like that, you'll make me cough up blood. Hearing this, Lu Sun gave a dry chuckle. Ahem, well. Old Zhang, I suppose I got a bit carried away? I'll go easier next time. Zhang Zhengmo sighed in exasperation. No thanks. I'd like to live a few more years. Behind Godzilla. At that moment, both of Eagle's warships had been sunk by the assault. The massive waves crashed down, and even with Godzilla blocking the onslaught, they couldn't stop the surging floodwaters from pouring in. Soldiers from both ships were soaked to the bone, one after another. Many had already fallen into the water. Colonel Roosevelt was furious. They were now being rescued by the supply ship arriving from the rear, being pulled aboard one by one. Damn it, we underestimated this little mudskipper. Damn it, when did the Dragon Nation acquire such terrifying weaponry? Didn't we restrict their military technological development? Who on earth provided this technology to the Dragon Nation? Who is it? Could it be Han Bangzi? No, absolutely impossible. They had severely underestimated the technological behemoth before them. Curries seethed with anger. That tech behemoth just fired what appears to be the legendary gravity cannon. We don't even possess that level of technology. The only possibility is that they developed it independently. Do they actually possess that level of scientific capability? Buslin murmured. Curries' face darkened. No wonder the Dragon Nation has remained so quiet under our pressure all these years, never making a fuss. Perhaps they've been secretly developing the very high tech we're witnessing now. Damn it, they've actually managed to develop it secretly. Too bad they miscalculated one crucial point. We've miniaturized nuclear weapons and equipped them onto Godzilla. Gazing up at the soaring dragon, Curries loathed this condescending, bird's-eye view. Let me see, is your Dragon Nation's Loach stronger, or is my Eagle Nation's Godzilla mightier? Roosevelt and Buslin both narrowed their eyes. Curries, you wouldn't be thinking of. Both men drew sharp breaths. Curries gave a low grunt. That's right. I intend to deploy the miniaturized nuclear bomb. The Dragon Nation kept this a secret. This little loach might be their experimental subject. Destroying it with a nuke means they won't get its vital data perfect revenge for the sinking. The Eagle Nation's supply ship was now packed with people all rescued from the two surface vessels. Across the entire Blue Star, our Eagle Nation reigns supreme. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? We've always been the unrivaled champions, never once defeated. We absolutely cannot let others bully us like this. Buslin hesitated. If we strike first with nukes, won't that provoke a fierce reaction from the Dragon Nation? If they retaliate with nukes, we're in trouble. The Dragon Nation is smart. Our nuclear weapons are miniaturized, and we're in the inland sea region. We haven't affected civilians, nor have we directly targeted their manned warships. Given their nature, they'll only issue strong condemnations. Even if they dared to launch a nuclear strike against us, the process from inputting the command to confirming launch requires multiple interlocking procedures. By the time they actually target us, we'll have already escaped this entire region. The three finally made their decision. Godzilla, activate the mini-nuke. Chapter 9, Nanming Lihuo Laser Cannon. A mechanical voice echoed from within Godzilla. Miniature nuclear bomb activated. Target successfully locked. Verifying micro-nuclear warhead program commander procedures? Within the Eastern Fleet. As Godzilla's booming voice echoed through the fleet, the words nuclear bomb hung like a demonic shadow over everyone's hearts. Dong Yunfei cursed, damn those eagle bastards, no honor in war. They actually used nuclear weapons first. Report this immediately. The Eagle has deployed nuclear weapons. Does it really want to wage a full-scale, mutually assured destruction war against us? At that moment, the live stream's viewership surged from 500,000 to over 1 million concurrent viewers. The Eagle bastards are violating the nuclear weapons treaty. Aren't they afraid of global condemnation? Is the apocalypse upon us in the blink of an eye? Many felt despair. Nuclear weapons hadn't seen actual combat since World War II. Yet their destructive power was all too clear to everyone. Even the briefest mention in textbooks is enough to strike fear into the heart. At this moment, netizens were filled with nothing but righteous indignation. The saying "those who fall behind will be beaten" rings true. If you haven't been struck, it's only because I don't feel like hitting you today. Soon, Godzilla's nuclear weapon authorization was successfully verified. At the same moment, Godzilla opened its massive jaws. 5 barrel-like cannons, their rifling clearly visible, were embedded within. At the very depths of each barrel, miniature nuclear warheads were tightly packed. Micro-nuclear warhead deployment authorized. Nuclear warheads launched. In the livestream chat, we should stay calm. Qinglong has 20 times hypersonic speed, it should be able to evade it. If it's fast enough, the nuclear missile might not hit Qinglong. Something's wrong. Look, the Qinglong seems to have stopped moving. What's going on? On the Eagle-class supply ship, Colonel Roosevelt, Curries, and Buslin stood with hands behind their backs, exchanging knowing smiles. Curries, you truly had foresight. Since we managed to hack into the Dragon Nation's communication system just now, it proves their electromagnetic equipment isn't as resistant to interference as ours. Right now, we're using electromagnetic interference to control this dragon. To us, it's nothing but a living target. As the nuclear bomb successfully struck the Azure Dragon, 5 or 6 mushroom clouds dozens of meters tall enveloped it, completely engulfing the dragon. The intense heat generated by the nuclear blast instantly vaporized vast swaths of seawater. The resulting water vapor blanketed an area hundreds of meters wide, like a thick fog obscuring the sky, leaving visibility reduced to zero. It was utterly terrifying. The fish closest to the blast were incinerated into ash, some leaving not even a trace behind. Livestream chat. It's over. Qinglong is finished. This is our nation's sacred artifact. Gone just like that. Damn it. We must strive to strengthen ourselves, study for the rise of the Dragon Nation. Only technology can change the future. In that moment, countless netizens felt their blood boil. Only now did they truly grasp the enemy's might. Truth, it seemed, resided only within the range of cannon fire. The towering flames in the sky continued to rage. Not far away, Dong Yunfei's heart raced with terror. Had they not retreated swiftly backward, they too would likely have been sunk by the secondary shockwave from the mini-nuclear bomb. Even so, the ships were damaged. Dong Yunfei gazed upward at the sky, now ablaze with fiery light. The emergence of the Azure Dragon had been a miracle, revealing the formidable vitality of the Dragon Nation. Yet now, even miracles faded in the face of overwhelming power. It just wasn't enough. Dong Yunfei clenched his fists. Inside the Jianchuan toy factory, Su Yang stared at the large screen, a faint, contemptuous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Qinglong's technology is a century ahead of its time. 100 years from now, nuclear bombs will be nothing more than powerful explosives with numerous side effects long since discarded. Do you truly believe a few nuclear bombs could destroy future technology? Su Yang's expression suddenly grew colder. Hovering before him was an anti-gravity remote control. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the one held by the bureau chief, though larger in size. It appeared to have more buttons and a more advanced design. This was actually the master controller for the Qinglong. When we designed the Qinglong, we were concerned about accidents during the live broadcast that could harm spectators outside the arena. That's why we specifically installed a master control switch. Given Qinglong's immense power, I even downgraded its AI to the lowest tier and set all modes to their most basic configurations. Any command it receives now triggers a 2-second delay before execution. You think your Eagle Nation could interfere with Qinglong's operations? Don't flatter yourselves, Su Yang snapped. Su Yang's eyes burned as he watched the anti-gravity remote control project the surrounding footage of Qinglong. Qinglong now stood engulfed in a sea of flames, surrounded by countless explosions whose terrifying power continued to intensify. Yet he remained utterly unmoved within the inferno. Friends come with wine, wolves come with shotguns. Now you'll see the Azure Dragon's ultimate form. Su Yang activated the Azure Dragon's Berserk combat mode. On the Eagle Nation supply ship, Colonel Buslin sneered, "What a technological monstrosity from Dragon Nation. I told you so." This little mudskipper was destroyed by a single Godzilla micro-nuke. Before our Eagle Nation's Godzilla, any dragon is trash. Yet the next instant, the Azure Dragon soared skyward, its colossal form commanding attention. Due to the mode change, the Azure Dragon underwent a profound transformation. The azure hue across its body began shifting toward a bronze tone. Its original 30-meter-long body gradually extended, stretching to 50 meters, yet this did not diminish the Azure Dragon's agility in the slightest. Its 5-clawed blue dragon claws also gradually transformed into 10-clawed ones. Netizens like Dong Yunfei, who had been filled with despair moments before, were now all staring in astonishment. What? The nuclear bomb didn't destroy the Azure Dragon? That was a direct nuclear strike from Godzilla. How on earth did it manage that? Even if it wasn't a full-yield nuke, just surviving a nuclear blast alone is enough for our dragon nation to brag about for a decade. 10 claws? It actually has 10 claws? 5-clawed golden dragon, Azure Dragon of the 4 celestial spirits, 10-clawed primordial dragon. This signified the Azure Dragon had ascended to an even mightier tier. The sudden turn of events left Bustlin, Roosevelt, and Curry's utterly incredulous. The nuclear blast's power didn't even melt this colossal beast? It seems to have grown even larger. What the hell is going on? What kind of metal could withstand the 50 million degree heat generated by a nuclear bomb? Damn it, this can't be possible. Absolutely impossible. The three roared hysterically, yet the undeniable reality before them forced them to accept the truth. The next instant, the Azure Dragon, having shifted into its ultimate form, seemed to act without hesitation. A mechanical voice emanated from its maw. Naming fire laser cannon, activate. Locked onto Godzilla. Target acquired. Initiate attack. The command echoed clearly across nearly 10 kilometers of the ocean. Then, everyone witnessed the Azure Dragon roar to the heavens, opening its gaping maw as countless beams of light converged within its terrifying dragon head. With a thunderous roar, the iridescent laser, shifting through colors like a divine sword, erupted forth. Chapter 10, Searching for the Creator of the Azure Dragon. How many secrets does the technological behemoth of the Dragon Nation still hold? They've even equipped this thing with such a powerful laser weapon. Colonel Roosevelt gritted his teeth as the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. At this point, they dared not underestimate the Azure Dragon any longer. Bustlin barked urgently, quick! Have Godzilla activate its defenses. Earlier, when facing the burrowing shells and ghost torpedoes, Bustlin had remained remarkably composed. But now, the technological colossus of the Dragon Nation hung over him like a sword of Damocles. Godzilla's titanium alloy armor should definitely withstand it. Unfortunately, the Nanming Lihuo laser cannon was too swift. In an instant, it struck Godzilla's core dead center. A gaping hole instantly tore through Godzilla's abdomen. Bustlin, Roosevelt, and Curry's felt their scalps tingle. They were utterly stunned. In their minds, even at its weakest, Godzilla might not block the attack, but it would never be taken down in a single strike. A massive hole gaped in Godzilla's abdomen, spewing sparks from the scorched flesh and crackling with electricity. The abdomen housed Godzilla's nuclear fusion engine. Deprived of this vital power source, the colossal creature began to collapse backward. Behind it lay the supply ship of the eagle-winged nation. Damn it! Retreat! Quickly, retreat! But 2 ships had already sunk, and vast supplies and personnel had been transferred to the supply ship. The supply ship was already severely overloaded. This placed a severe strain on its propulsion systems. It was already too late to evacuate. As expected, the massive wave unleashed by Godzilla sent the supply ship reeling, hurling it over 10 meters sideways. The violent motion sent people tumbling overboard like dumplings into the sea. The eagle-eyed guy must be completely bewildered right now, thinking, oh see, you're nothing but water. The live stream erupted with fervor. The once arrogant eagle had been defeated. Back in the days of the 38th parallel, even with inferior weapons and equipment, we still emerged victorious. The same holds true today. If war comes, our Dragon Nation will prevail. In the livestream, Bureau Chief Zhang Zhengmo and Lu Sun witnessed the entire process of the eagle getting beaten. Lu Sun had long since shed his earlier excitement. Shock was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by a sense of optimism. Zhang Zhengmo, seeing his calm demeanor, grew curious and remarked, "Old Lu, this isn't like you. The old you would have dragged me out for drinks by now. We'd have gone out to talk about how we once planned battle formations together, then bragged about a few military exercises. After all, the technology behind the Azure Dragon is truly breathtaking." Lu Sun smiled, took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Anti-gravity, 20 times the speed of sound, the Great Qin's heavy artillery or gravity cannons, the Southern Ming's fire laser cannons impervious to nuclear explosions. What more can I say? 5,000 years of civilization. I'm running out of words. Even the bureau chief chuckled, patting his shoulder. His heart too was filled with fervor. Unbeknownst to anyone, the era of land-based artillery aboard ships had quietly passed. I think a line from the prophecy of the pushing back diagram fits perfectly. Lu Sun looked stunned. What is it? 5 stars rise in the east, bringing fortune to the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Sun froze in place, then shared a knowing smile with the bureau chief. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Dragon Nation high-level meeting. Originally, the group of bigwigs were still cursing the eagle for daring to use nuclear weapons without authorization. They were preparing to retaliate. But the Azure Dragon delivered an unexpected, monumental surprise. Dong Yunfei called at the perfect moment. General Chen, which military region developed this high-tech dragon? What's its designation? Every single member of my Eastern Fleet is prepared to die with honor. If you had this thing, why didn't you bring it out sooner? Our soldiers wouldn't have had to fight so hard. General Chen glanced at the documents in his hand. They contained only limited information about the Azure Dragon, and its origin remained unclear. General Chen sighed regretfully. This colossal dragon isn't a creation of our Dragon Nation's technology. What? It's not our Dragon Nation's technology? Dong Yunfei was stunned. How could that be? Then why would they help us? I find it puzzling too, General Chen mused after a moment. However, given that this dragon protects Dragon Nation and its dragon-like appearance, the other party must be either from our Dragon Nation or have deep ties to us. They hold no ill will toward us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped repel Eagle Nation's Godzilla. Dong Yunfei was utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom what company could possibly create such a groundbreaking technological colossus. I'll immediately transmit the retrieved technological data back to military headquarters. Hopefully we can uncover some concrete details and traces of the dragon. After hanging up, General Chen issued a Dragon Nation General's order. This was an order reserved solely for generals of the rank of Admiral. Locate the creator of the Azure Dragon. After the order was issued, a group of generals convened a solemn meeting. The discussion centered on the Eagle's next move. Now that Godzilla has been sunk, given their nature, they'll likely attack us, General Lu stated in a deep voice, showing no trace of fear. Though his beard was now streaked with gray, he was a veteran who had earned his stripes in battle. General Yi snorted beside him. If they want war, let them have it. There are no cowards in our Dragon Nation. This isn't our first war. If war comes, I'll be the first to charge. This time, we must utterly crush those eagle bastards. The generals debated fiercely, their words sharp and cutting. Yet on whether to fight or to strike first, none offered a clear, actionable plan. All eyes eventually turned to General Zhou. General Zhou was their pillar of strength, neither hawkish nor dovish. General Zhou, what's your decision? They asked. General Zhou pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Our Dragon Nation possesses 5,000 years of history and culture. Throughout those 5,000 years, warfare has scarcely ceased. On average, a battle erupts every single day. Precisely because of this, our people have witnessed too much bloodshed and tears. We do not fear war, nor do we fear sacrifice. But peace is hard won. Not only does war exhaust the people and drain resources, but after 60 years of development without conflict, any outbreak would severely disrupt our economic system. Capital flight and outflows would spell disaster for our people. Moreover, this time we hold the upper hand. We have won. There is no need to prolong the conflict, much less initiate further offensives. It is sufficient to stop at this point. The assembled officials exchanged glances. Though their hearts burned with fervor, General Zhou's words held undeniable truth. Peace was hard won, avoiding conflict was the wisest course. Moreover, I believe they won't retaliate against us, or more accurately, they dare not, General Zhou continued. Generals Yi, Su, and Shen looked at each other in surprise. Why do you say that? General Zhou explained calmly, the emergence of the Azure Dragon has already disrupted the Eagle's strategic landscape. The advent of this epic-defining technology, surpassing even Godzilla, shatters the image of technological backwardness and weakness we've long held in the Eagle's eyes. Who knows if we possess even more formidable technologies? The others suddenly understood. The Eagle is now hesitant to act. Given Eagle's nature, they'll likely keep today's events under wraps. After all, we've just slapped the face of this superpower. Hearing this, the group exchanged knowing smiles, all nodding in agreement. General Lu added, since it's clear they won't dare to fight, we can be more ruthless. One Godzilla won't satisfy our Dragon Nation's appetite. Let Dong Yunfei take the initiative and teach these eagle sauce bastards a lesson. Agreed. Chapter 11, Yunfei's Professional Provocation. Soon, Dong Yunfei received another order from his superiors. This time, they were instructing him to actively pursue the eagle bastards' worship. Initially, Dong Yunfei was thrilled, thinking this was his chance to make a big splash, ideally sinking the enemy vessel outright. But his superiors poured cold water on his enthusiasm. They said he could engage, but must not actually sink the ship, just teach those eagle but people a lasting lesson. Soon, a surreal scene unfolded on the sea. Dozens of Dragon Nation naval vessels pursued a single Eagle sauce supply ship, poised to open fire at the slightest provocation. The Eagle's supply ship now bore visible cracks in its hull, its structure visibly tilted. The crew watched as Dong Yunfei's eastern fleet closed in relentlessly, a sense of humiliation washing over them. Dong Yunfei had made up his mind, he would simply trail behind, refusing to engage, making it look like he was walking a dog. But if these people showed the slightest resistance, or launched a torpedo or something, then he would be acting in self-defense. On the Eagle's supply ship, Roosevelt, Corys, and Buslin gritted their teeth in fury, cursing under their breath. A plant found everywhere. Damn Dragon Nation, they've been chasing us the whole time. They're doing this on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Buslin's hysterical roar fell on deaf ears. Damn it, when I get back, I'll make sure our Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier sails freely through Dragon Nation, rewarding you with 100 bombings. But that was just talk. On the flagship of the Eastern Fleet, Dong Yunfei impatiently scratched his ear and turned to the veteran beside him. Old soldier, do you think I should push it even further? I've been following the eagle all this time. He dares not speak his mind, not even firing a flare. If we pursue them further, we'll reach international waters. Then it'll be harder to deal with these eagle-worshipping bastards. Previous clashes had been purely technological, with no casualties on either side and unspoken understanding between them. That's why Dong Yunfei hadn't immediately attacked the eagle worshippers' personnel. But that didn't mean he didn't want to fight. He wanted to fight but lacked a suitable justification. The veteran's eyes darted around. Sir, one of our men just made an error and launched a torpedo. It accidentally hit our own ship. Dong Yunfei froze for a moment, but his eyes immediately lit up with a sly gleam. He smacked the veteran soldier on the head so hard his face turned red. You bastard, you're a ING genius. Damn it, back in the day, those eagle bastards could pull off a first-year prank with a bag of laundry detergent. Can't we Dragon Nation pull off a fifth-year scam by setting off a torpedo? Moments later, a torpedo detonated 10 meters from the Eastern Fleet. The water spray erupted violently. Inside the Eagle's supply ship, Buslin, Roosevelt, and Curries exchanged puzzled glances. What was that sound? It sounded like an explosion? Could it be reinforcements from our Eagle Nation? About time. I'll make the Dragon Nation pay 1,000-fold for the insult they've inflicted upon us. The three rushed to the supply ship's deck. Yet no reinforcements appeared from any direction, only their lone supply ship remained. On the opposing vessel, Dong Yunfei's face flushed crimson. You damned eagle wings. Coming to our Dragon Nation for experimental tech is one thing. You're the last of your kind, yet you dare attack us with torpedoes? Do you really think our Dragon Nation is so easy to bully? Full-scale attack. Open fire. Buslin, Roosevelt, and Curries exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't ordered anyone to attack the Dragon Nation's ships. Who the hell did this? The sky was filled with artillery fire. The sound was deafening. Buslin, Roosevelt, and Curries cursed again. Dozens of ship-mounted guns across the battlefield locked onto the Eagle-class supply ship, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. Inside the supply ship's control room, Buslin, Roosevelt, and Curries gritted their teeth. Which son of a fired that torpedo? Guard! Grab the bastard who fired that torpedo and toss him overboard. The guard quickly went to apprehend the culprit but soon returned. Reporting, our torpedo tubes are fully loaded. None of our men fired the torpedo. Now it was Buslin, Roosevelt, and Curries' turn to be dumbfounded. The three instantly understood what had happened. Damn the Dragon Nation, they're staging this themselves. But by then, water was already flooding the compartments. General, compartments 1 and 3 are flooding. The enemy is still shelling us relentlessly. Quick! Radio the Dragon Nation warship across the way and order them to cease fire. If this bombardment continued, the entire supply ship would sink. Reporting, General. They've shut off their radio. It seems deliberate. The guard's face darkened. What? Damn it, little cutie, little cutie, little cutie. Dragon Nation, Jiangchuan Toy Factory. Through Qinglong's remote observation, Su Yang clearly witnessed everything. I used to see General Dong on TV, always so stern, radiating a murderous aura. Who knew General Dong had such an undiscovered side? And that camera deliberately shutting off the radio, staging it all himself. Absolutely brilliant. He didn't even deploy heavy weapons, just machine guns. You could say it was perfectly executed. It's just enough to riddle the supply ship with holes without sinking it outright. Well done, Su Yang applauded. Before long, the supply ship was driven out of the Southern Ocean. Su Yang then released control of the Azure Dragon. Instantly, it soared skyward, flying back along its original route. At that very moment, an electronic voice echoed in Su Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully destroyed Godzilla, achieving a common hidden achievement. Dropped hidden technology, Thor. Su Yang glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Su Yang. Insight points, 0. Hidden technique, Thor. System, what does this Thunder God do? Host, when you next create or comprehend new technology, you may incorporate the Thunder God technique into it. Thor, capable of triggering a natural thunderstorm of 10 million kilovolts, striking a designated location. Su Yang had a curse word on the tip of his tongue. Doesn't that mean Thor is essentially a weather weapon? Yes, host, that is entirely correct. But host, your current insight points are 0. Even if there are hidden technologies, there's no technological entity to serve as a carrier for them. With the system, gaining insight points was only a matter of time. Su Yang wasn't worried. Inside Jiangchuan TV station, a sonic boom echoed as the Qinglong returned. Its engines cut out, and it landed steadily on the large special transport vehicle. Qinglong's eyes were closed now, but everything that had just unfolded was utterly breathtaking. Lu Qinghan cheerfully approached the Qinglong, hopped onto the transport vehicle, and planted a smacking kiss on its cheek. He simply couldn't get enough of it. So you're not calling it a fake anymore, the bureau chief teased. Lu Qinghan glared, his face flushing crimson. Anyone who dares call Qinglong fake again will have me on their hands. Having witnessed the Qinglong's mind-bending technology, Lu Qinghan's heart had long been utterly captivated by this technological behemoth. Chapter 12, Collecting Mounts, Not Godzilla. Forget a 3S level mission. If someone claimed escorting the Qinglong was a 5S level task, he wouldn't bat an eye. A faint smile played on the director's lips. Once Dragon Nation fully unraveled the technology within the Azure Dragon, the nation's future would be bright. Lu Qinghan waved goodbye to the bureau chief before leading 1,000 men to escort the Azure Dragon away. After the Azure Dragon departed, viewers in the livestream chat marveled. We've witnessed a miracle unfold. Years from now, this moment will remain unforgettable. From this day forward, our Dragon Nation rises. In the livestream room, the 5-star red flag fluttered proudly. That silent victory, uniquely Dragon Nation's, was etched into everyone's hearts. The bureau chief watched this scene, deeply moved. The Eagle Nation is merely a country with only 2 centuries of development. But my Dragon Nation has flourished for 5,000 years, even boasting the Yu dynasty, a realm that existed 7 millennia ago. Dragon Nation's culture flows deep and long. Though diverse in ethnicity, it possesses remarkable cohesion. When one region faces hardship, all others rally to support it. With a single call to arms, mountains and rivers can be conquered. This is the true source of our nation's strength. Pulling his thoughts back, the director concluded, Dear netizens, our Dragon Nation's future will undoubtedly be even brighter. Today we've showcased our advanced bionic Qinglong technology. Should superior technologies emerge in the future? I will do my utmost to explain it to you all. I hope you'll continue to support this soon-to-retire old man as always. A soon-to-retire old man? A soon-to-retire old man capable of developing cutting-edge tech like the Qinglong? Netizens flooded the comments with both support and disbelief. Bureau Chief, I won't watch the military affairs livestream without you. Boss, you've been too low-key all this time. What retired officer gets access to national-level super tech like you? Trying to fool us? Not a chance. Save your energy for fooling foreigners, sir. The comments section erupted in laughter. The bureau chief's lips curved into a faint smile. His objective had been achieved. Qinglong's emergence had thrust the Strategic Deception Bureau squarely into the public spotlight. Foreign nations would likely pay even closer attention to the Bureau from now on. But that was precisely what the Bureau Chief wanted. As the livestream ended, the Bureau Chief waved to Lu Qinghan. Qinghan, let's go. We're going back to settle the score with that kid. Settle accounts? Li Moli asked, puzzled. Boss, does your apprentice owe you money or something? Li Moli smirked. The Bureau Chief looked awkward. Not exactly. It's just that this kid has been disrespecting his teacher and betraying his roots. Disrespecting his teacher and dishonoring his ancestors? That's serious, he could get years in prison. Li Moli took a deep breath. The chief cleared his throat twice, about to explain, when Lu Qinghan walked over, smiling. Sis Emily, it's not what you think. It's just that my junior brother is too. She was about to say exceptional, but the chief gave Lu Qinghan a timely look. Lu Qinghan understood immediately. If Qinglong was truly forged by Su Yang, that would be utterly unheard of. Such a thing couldn't be carelessly spread around. This was also a form of protection for Su Yang. Lu Qinghan quickly corrected himself, pouting, my junior brother went too far. He actually deceived the master's unmarried daughter and planned to act first and report later. Ha! Bureau Chief, this is getting more and more absurd. Li Moli gave a half smile, half sneer. It's perfect. It'll bring our families even closer together. The Bureau Chief's eyebrow twitched. He didn't have any unmarried daughters anymore, he already had several grandchildren. That girl Qinghan sure knew how to stir things up. But a misunderstanding was just that, no big deal. So Qinghan, are you heading back? The Bureau Chief asked again. Lu Qinghan's slender fingers gently twirled a strand of her hair, a hint of bashfulness flitting across her pretty face. Teacher, I won't be going back. Something came up. Poof. If she really went back, what if that little pervert took advantage of the situation? He'd definitely try to make me his girlfriend. No way. I need to get away from him for a few days. By then, he might just drop the whole thing. Yes, that's the plan. Teacher, I'm off. See you later. Lu Qinghan trotted away. The bureau chief was a bit baffled. Isn't she just going back to check on Su Yang? Why is Qinghan blushing? Internationally. Following the Dragon Nation's declaration of war against rebels, the world's attention was focused on Dragon Nation. China has been held back by the Eagle Nation for decades. How could they possibly be a match for the Eagle Nation? Remember the Incheon landing? We wiped out the Dragon Nation with just a small task force. You even plagiarized our South Korean culture. That alone proves you're doomed to lose against our Eagle Daddy. Dragon Nation netizens countered, when we fought 1 versus 18, it was you South Koreans who fled the fastest. Later, you even made a movie about the Incheon landing to promote South Korea's contributions in that battle. Yet according to global historical records, upon seeing our Dragon Nation troops, you suffered complete psychological collapse and ultimately became deserters on the battlefield. At the end of the day, you South Koreans are just hypocritical. Even after losing, you refuse to acknowledge the established facts. Gaulish Chicken retorted, don't even bring up that 1v18 nonsense. You only won by sheer luck back then. With the polar bear watching over the 18 nations aircraft, you couldn't have stood a chance against us anyway. Besides, in our history books, we never lost, we simply chose not to engage in another futile battle. We withdrew voluntarily, not because we lost the war. Voluntary withdrawal and losing a war are entirely different matters. Times have changed. Our ally, the Eagle, now possesses Godzilla, mini nukes, and even fusion-powered technology. Sir, times have changed. Your rice and rifles just won't cut it anymore. Gaulish Chicken then captioned the post with an image of Godzilla. Hoopu, let me show you what true terror from Godzilla looks like. My Eagle Dad has already shared Godzilla's teaser video on our local network. A user named Hoopu posted a video showing a bomb being fired from Godzilla's back. See area blast bomb, what terrifying power. It actually triggered a 100-meter-high tsunami. If that hit a person, they'd sink straight to the bottom of the sea. What 5,000-year civilization? Absolute power reduces everything to dust. Once you're colonized, you'll forget your so-called insignificant glory. A single voice cannot sway the masses. Knowing he stood alone, this Dragon Nation netizen retreated to the internal network to call for reinforcements. At the same time, the incident sparked a massive uproar on domestic websites. At midnight, countless angry netizens from the Dragon Nation flooded YouTube. A verbal war erupted. Netizen Horse Tramples Western Capital, admires cherry blossoms, commented, is Godzilla that strong? He comes to the southern oceans just to sleep. Too bad my Dragon Nation collects mounts, not Godzilla. The full video of the Azure Dragon was also posted online. Chapter 13, A Great Scholar Defends My Doctrine. In the video, after Qinglong made his entrance, he defeated Godzilla with lightning speed, a complete and utter rout. At the video's conclusion, the Azure Dragon even chased after the eagle-winged creature. This scene truly shocked foreign netizens, but skepticism prevailed. Does the Dragon Nation possess giant biomimetic technology too? How did they pull this off? South Korean netizens refuse to believe it, fake news. Don't let Dragon Country fool you. They can't even beat us. They've wasted decades without even solving basic food security for their people. They're still a developing nation, How could they possibly have the technological capability to create bio-giant monsters? If they can create this biomimetic dragon monster, then even our 4-star group might be able to develop a warp drive. Trust us South Koreans, we never lie. A Gaulish netizen chimed in, I agree with the South Korean netizen. Though the Dragon Nation boasts 5,000 years of cultural history, they've been an agricultural powerhouse throughout that time. They've spent every day chasing basic sustenance, with zero technological advancement in this era. While the Dragon Nation often boasts about its ancient 4 great inventions, gunpowder, papermaking, printing, and the compass to highlight its outstanding contributions to historical technology, I must say, the origins of your Dragon Nation's civilization might very well be rooted in Gaul. After all, gunpowder was invented by Alexander the Great. Papermaking and printing were spoils of war seized from a small nation during Alexander's eastern campaigns. And the compass? That was invented by our very own Columbus for his maritime explorations. We ask netizens from the Dragon Kingdom to stop appropriating our ancient technological achievements. We hope you will acknowledge their true origins. First came the outrageous remarks from the South Koreans, followed by the shocking statements from the Gauls. YouTube users from various countries who are well versed in Dragon Nation's history, technology, and cultural customs have spoken out in solidarity with Dragon Nation. Camel Nation netizen, first, let me address the South Korean netizen's question. Your 4-star group is indeed formidable, but not so formidable that it could crush China. When you stay within your borders, you see the Dragon Kingdom like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. When you venture abroad, you see the Dragon Kingdom like an ant gazing at the sky. To Dragon Nation, none of you are even as big as one of their megacities. You South Koreans always love comparing yourselves to China, but don't you realize Chinese netizens wouldn't even give you a second glance? I genuinely can't fathom why you'd ever think the Dragon Nation couldn't defeat you. The latest data shows the Dragon Nation possesses war genes. Perhaps through countless battles throughout history, these war genes have been etched into their DNA. The most hawkish faction in Dragon Nation has never been the leadership, but its people. They fear no one and no nation, their only fear is insufficient firepower. Consider this, when the Eagle Nation increases its military budget, protests erupt domestically. But the Dragon Nation's people wouldn't think that way. They'd see it as their nation's necessity, something they should support. They'd buy a few extra packs of premium cigarettes to justify paying their taxes for the country. Moreover, they've been advancing technology for decades. If you've truly studied Dragon Nation's history, you'd understand what it means to have pioneers of the 2 bombs, what it means for one man to hold off 5 divisions, what it means to be a truly peerless national treasure. It's precisely because they produce so many selfless pioneers that their technology has advanced at such a rapid pace. The Persian cat netizen also shared their perspective, although the Dragon Nation has been blockaded by the Eagle Nation for decades. But that hasn't broken them. The world used to praise the Westerners as the most intelligent, but in my view, that's not the case. The Westerners boast of being the world's superior race, but in reality, they're more like a bunch of merchants. They only know how to make money at all costs. Yet Dragon Nation's art of war and various moral texts, steeped in historical and cultural heritage, have long emphasized concepts like rigidity leads to breakage and the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The people of the Dragon Nation have long grown accustomed to settling for second place. They possess the capability to claim first, yet deliberately maintain their position as runners-up. This allows nations or individuals harboring hostility toward them to lower their guard, while China can steadily develop and gradually grow stronger within that environment. As for the French claiming the 4 great inventions as their own, that sounds more like a joke. China possesses detailed records of the 4 great inventions, their exact dates of invention, discovery methods, inventors, historical contributions, subsequent developments, even similar burial artifacts in tombs, and their widespread applications. In contrast, your historical records merely document the cultural treasures you plundered from them. This, however, indirectly reflects your profound lack of cultural confidence in your own heritage. Online skepticism kept surfacing, but netizens from other countries quickly countered. Originally, Dragon Nation netizens were eager to showcase their culture online, hoping to impress foreign netizens with the profound depth and charm of their cultural heritage. Only to discover that, at some point, the Dragon Nation had quietly gained the approval of the majority. The emergence of the Azure Dragon emboldened countless individuals to speak up for the Dragon Nation. At this moment, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom finally understood the meaning of the saying, "Once I enter the pass, great scholars will defend my teachings." As the video spread more widely online, many witnessed the humiliating sight of Eagle Chan. Eagle Sauce, Xiayanshan. Mount Xiayanshan is the highest peak in Eagle Nation. 500 meters beneath its surface lies a vast underground chamber. This space served as the Eagle Nation's highest-level command center, where its Supreme Council also convened. At this moment, a group of high-ranking military generals were holding a senior officers' symposium. "The strength Dragon Nation has demonstrated this time is utterly staggering," said Mo Shio solemnly. "Godzilla's crushing defeat is utterly unacceptable. We must reassess the combat capabilities of the Dragon Nation." Michelle added, "But that's not the main point. News of Godzilla's defeat has spread far and wide. Many across the world now claim our decline has begun, that we can't even defeat Dragon Nation, a nation sealed off for decades. This will undoubtedly shake the foundations of our military supremacy. They're not yet qualified to bring down our Eagle Nation," Wisif declared gravely. Wisif snorted coldly. "2 things must be done now. First, activate our sleeper agents to uncover the origins of Dragon Nation's Qinglong technology. If we can obtain Qinglong's data and technical documents, that would be ideal. Second, retrieve Godzilla, repair it, and display it before our people. The rumors will vanish on their own." Unfortunately, by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Inside the Eagle's White Palace, a crowd of reporters swarmed around. A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty asked, "Mr. Trump, there are claims on YouTube that our Godzilla was defeated by the Dragon Nation. Is there any truth to this?" Mr. Trump offered a forced smile, his golden hair fluttering in the breeze, looking somewhat comical. "I suggest you ask that slow-witted old Mr. Deng about that question. Had I been in charge of testing Godzilla, the Dragon Nation would never have had the chance to touch our Godzilla. And conversely, only I can make the Eagle Nation great again. So, Mr. Trump, may I conclude that in our confrontation with the Dragon Nation, it was our Eagle Nation that suffered defeat?" the white journalist pressed. Trump smacked his lips and quipped, "No comment." As more people learned of this incident, the Eagle Nation could no longer suppress it. Chuan Province Research Institute. After 3 days and nights of high-speed, road-blocked transport, had already transported the Azure Dragon back. Now, on the vast grounds of the military headquarters, Qinglong appeared to be in a deep slumber, its eyes lowered. Yet this did nothing to diminish the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from its massive, azure metallic form. Captain Yu Songji of the military headquarters was stunned upon seeing it. "Old Lu, where did you get this thing? It's incredibly lifelike and imposing. Though it doesn't quite fit our greedy wolf fox. The greedy wolf fox is meant for the battlefield. It should embody cunning and guile. The essence is off." Lu Sen chuckled. "This is the secret weapon I brought back after my 3-day trip. Notify old Chu to come over and examine it." Yu Songji chuckled. "Secret weapon? You call this ornament a secret weapon? Are you out of your mind? Ha ha." Chapter 14, Perpetual Nuclear Fusion. Yu Songji could almost picture old Chu's expression when he saw that giant dragon ornament. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. "Old Lu, you know how stubborn old Chu can be. He's a man wholly devoted to research. What if he's busy, and you lure him over with this ornament, disrupting his work? He'll be furious with you." Lu Sin retorted impatiently, "This dragon is real, it's our nation's secret weapon. Hurry up and notify old Chu. Yu Songji shook his head. Forget it. You'll have to call him yourself. I'm not about to get yelled at. Lu Sun was at a loss for words, but then again, who wouldn't think something as otherworldly as the Azure Dragon was fake at first glance? Feeling somewhat helpless, he dialed a number. Old Chu, come to the military arsenal. I've transported the latest technology here from Jiangchuan. I need you to thoroughly analyze and study it. No time. This is an order from above. I hope you can spare some time, old Chu. Alright, I got it. I'll be right over. The voice on the other end sounded impatient. Yu Songji was taken aback. He distinctly sensed a shift in Lu Sun's tone even when addressing old Chu. His words carried an unusual harshness that was uncharacteristic. Yu Songji eyed the Azure Dragon before him with suspicion. Its massive dragon form had retracted, no longer capable of expanding to its former length and size. Now only about 30 meters long, its scales were clearly visible, gleaming brightly. Even with its eyes closed, the overwhelming pressure emanating from its entire azure body was terrifying. Old Lu, this thing, could it be real? Yu Songji asked, as if compelled by some unseen force. Lu Sun replied with a sigh, relax, it's fake. Chinese people don't lie to other Chinese people. Yu Songji fell silent, realizing Lu Sun was utterly exasperated with him. He wisely kept his mouth shut. Before long, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit arrived, his eyes sharp and piercing. At first glance, old Chu felt the mighty dragon before him radiated an awe-inspiring presence, as if poised to take flight at any moment. Yet old Chu merely gave it a second glance, finding nothing particularly remarkable about the Azure Dragon. Lieutenant Lu, what about the technology you mentioned needing to be analyzed? Where is it? Lu Sun pointed to the Azure Dragon before them. Old Chu looked closely. Aside from appearing slightly more lifelike, the Azure Dragon showed no other remarkable qualities. Lieutenant Lu, my time is precious. You summoned me here just to study this thing with zero technological value? This time, I'm in charge of the Dragon Nation's nuclear fusion project. Old man, I've only got a few years left. I hope you won't bring me useless models like this again, wasting my time and energy. In old Chu's view, Jiangchuan hadn't produced any notable talent in decades. What remarkable technology could possibly come from there? Yu Songji cleared his throat twice, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Old Chu, please don't be angry. Captain Lu just wants to contribute to our nation's scientific research, doesn't he? Yu Songji shot Lu Sun a meaningful glance, clearly signaling him to apologize to old Chu immediately. Contribute? Contribute? If you don't waste my time, that's contributing? Old Chu retorted, clearly displeased. Lu Sun felt both amused and exasperated. He never imagined old Chu would come at him with such intensity right off the bat. Yet this situation felt eerily similar to when he first encountered Qinglong. Moreover, old Chu truly deserved respect for his tireless dedication. As one of Sichuan province's most prominent researchers, he possessed extensive expertise across various scientific fields. Qinglong's analysis required his expertise. With this in mind, Lu Sun felt even more hesitant to offend old Chu. Old Chu turned to leave. Lu Sun quickly pulled out the Blue Dragon's manual and handed it to him. Professor Chu, the technology the higher-ups want you to analyze is this mechanical dragon. Here's its manual. After you review it, if you find any issues, you can scold me later. Master Chu snorted, hesitated for a second, then took the manual from Lu Sun's hand. He flipped to the first page, Introduction to the Azure Dragon, one of the four celestial spirits. The densely packed text on the first page detailed the Azure Dragon's origins, a mechanical dragon conceived through fantasy design inspired by the concept of dragon boats. This made old Chu feel somewhat skeptical. He was about to close the manual when Lu Sun gestured for him to continue reading. Not wanting to openly clash with Lu Sun, old Chu steeled himself and pressed on. The opening paragraph of the main text focused precisely on the utilization of nuclear fusion energy and engine development. Soon, old Chu found himself captivated by the manual. Nuclear fusion, in its traditional sense, exists only within hydrogen bombs. Yet to harness fusion energy, one must first detonate an atomic bomb. At its core, it is an ultra-high temperature, ultra-high pressure furnace. But the energy within this furnace is too immense, so a device is needed to contain this heat. Yet fusion temperatures can reach hundreds of millions of degrees. Containing such extreme heat is beyond the capability of any existing material. But we don't need to overcomplicate things. Consider the sun. Nuclear fusion occurs constantly within it, yet it remains suspended in space. How is its extreme heat and pressure contained? There must be a powerful magnetic field, akin to universal gravitation, constraining the fusion's intense heat and pressure. This reveals that sustaining controlled nuclear fusion requires an exceptionally powerful magnetic field. After reading this passage, old Chu's face flushed crimson. He waved the manual excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Using a magnetic field to contain extreme heat and pressure, that's a truly brilliant idea. This manual has opened my eyes. From that moment on, old Chu never underestimated the significance of that manual again. For over 30 years, aside from occasional involvement in minor projects, his primary focus had been research into controlled nuclear fusion. He wasn't alone. Countless researchers across the Dragon Nation worked day and night on this pursuit. Unfortunately, the difficulty was immense. They couldn't even overcome the theoretical hurdles. He never imagined that the solution to the elusive controlled nuclear fusion process would be found in a simple instruction manual. This is truly the method for creating perpetual fusion. Yu Songji chuckled beside him. Professor Chu, why are you so excited? It's just controlled nuclear fusion, isn't it? Old Chu shot Yu Songji a disapproving glance. You youngster has such a narrow perspective. You have no idea how crucial controlled nuclear fusion is. His face flushed with excitement as he explained. The fusion elements required for controlled nuclear fusion can be extracted from our oceans. And after use, they regenerate into water. Compared to the energy released by a 1-to-1 ratio of diesel fuel, nuclear fusion releases 500 times more energy. Given our current ocean resources, if we can truly master controlled nuclear fusion, we'll possess energy reserves exceeding 500 times the volume of the oceans. And this is truly clean energy. It could sustain our development all the way to a future planetary civilization. Yu Songji was stunned. Does that mean possessing controlled nuclear fusion is equivalent to possessing infinite energy? Old Chu nodded. Exactly. But that's merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to controlled nuclear fusion. Once we have sufficient energy, we can harness controlled nuclear fusion to launch the sixth industrial revolution, creating new types of metals, new technologies, and even tools for space exploration. Then we won't need the current vector engines anymore. We could achieve direct thermal to electric conversion, bypassing the outdated internal combustion engine principle that essentially boils water endlessly. Yu Songji was stunned. He never imagined that the fake dragon ornament he thought was merely decorative could spark an industrial revolution in the future. Old Chu continued reading, his expression growing increasingly grave with each passing year. No wonder. I've been wondering how to generate a magnetic field strong enough to confine nuclear fusion. It turns out it relies on anti-gravity. This is astonishing. This manual actually mentions anti-gravity. It even provides the formula for creating anti-gravity and the structural blueprints. Old Chu was visibly shaken. Anti-gravity had been one of Dragon Nation's primary research focuses in recent decades. Seeing the relevant content now sparked his immense interest. As Old Man Chu continued reading deeper into the manual, he seemed to become completely engrossed in it. Chapter 15, Fraud. 10 minutes later, Old Man Chu finally spoke up. Bring me paper and pen. I intend to personally verify the feasibility of anti-gravity and whether the parameters are correct. Lu Sun and Yu Songji promptly fetched them for Old Chu. The weather was scorching hot. The two had considered asking Old Chu to return indoors to continue his research, but feared that such a sudden request might disrupt his train of thought. Instead, they fetched 2 large sunshades and sat nearby keeping watch. Though over 70 and visibly weathered, Old Chu's hand moved with vigorous force across sheet after sheet of A4 paper. Though Lu Sen and Yu Songji couldn't decipher the strange symbols, they felt a deep respect for the elderly man. In his twilight years, Old Chu continued to radiate light and warmth for the Dragon Nation. It was precisely because of admirable elders like him that the Dragon Nation gradually flourished, standing undefeated in its repeated strategic battles against the Eagle Nation. Sheets of paper bearing his writing occasionally scattered onto the floor. Lu Sin and Yu Songji swiftly gathered them up, arranging them neatly for the old man to review. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Old Master Chu finally burst into laughter. This anti-gravity technology, after calculations, there are no issues whatsoever. Perpetual nuclear fusion and anti-gravity. This isn't just an instruction manual. This is pure futuristic technology. I only selected a few sets of data for calculation. And they match my calculations exactly. Not a single discrepancy. My Dragon Nation is poised for great prosperity. At that very moment, a group of leading scientists gathered outside the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. These individuals had been reassigned to study the Azure Dragon only after Luo Qing submitted his proposal. Most had weathered skin and slightly gaunt frames, yet their faces glowed with a ruddy hue, a blend of world weariness and lingering passion. The remaining few younger scientists were being cultivated to carry forward the torch of scientific heritage. It's been ages since I last visited the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. The speaker was an elderly man named Guan Yuanjia, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Though small in stature, he moved with the grace and vigor of a dragon and tiger. It really brings back memories. Old Guan, you spent quite a while at the Sichuan Academy of Sciences back in the day, didn't you? Li Shudong chuckled. He and Guan Yuanjia had known each other for decades, having even studied abroad together. Guan Yuanjia hummed in acknowledgement. That was 20 years ago. Back then, my key projects here in Sichuan involved satellite development and launch, including near-Earth orbit calculations and such. The Dragon Nation #1 satellite, that was the one I spearheaded. Hearing this, Li Shudong was slightly taken aback. It was well known that certain events had occurred back then, when the Eagle Nation had directly shut down Longwa's satellite communications. This left Longhua's missiles effectively blind, losing their guidance, a massive breach in national defense. Fortunately, the launch of Dragon Nation's first satellite later provided a temporary patch for the gap in national defense communications. Back then, this was top-secret information that absolutely could not be disclosed, so even Li Shudong was unaware of it. But decades had passed since then. With hundreds of satellites now orbiting the heavens, such concerns about secrecy no longer held sway. You developed Dragon Nation's first satellite in just 5 years. Under such harsh conditions, you must have endured considerable hardship here in Sichuan province. Guan Yuanzi chuckled. Hardship is nothing. Falling behind means getting beaten, and that can kill people. While Sichuan's conditions back then were far worse than other provinces, at least no one starved to death. Besides, our lives belong to the nation. We've toiled our whole lives hoping to see Dragon Nation grow stronger, haven't we? This old body of mine doesn't ask for a long life. I only hope to see Longhua truly rise and break through the Eagle Nation's blockade before I die. Then I'll have no regrets. Li Shudong nodded, his gaze growing profound. Rest assured, that day will come. Li Shudong shook his head. Enough of such heavy topics. Let's just proceed step by step. We'll focus on our core research duties. By the way, you've seen the video they released, right? Do you think the Qinglong is real? Guan Yuanzi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Nuclear fusion, laser cannons, nuclear bomb resistance, anti-gravity. If such technology truly exists, then the rise of our Dragon Nation is inevitable. I do hope it's real. Li Shudong hummed in acknowledgement. Teacher, do you think it's possible someone set this up deliberately to trick us into revealing our research base's location? After all, this technology far exceeds the average technological level of this era. It's hard not to question its authenticity and purpose. Behind Li Shudong and Guan Yuanzi, a young man named Li Mo spoke up. Li Shudong and Guan Yuanzi both froze. It was indeed possible. 20 years ago, a shell company from the Eagle Nation, seeking to uncover the Dragon Nation's research base location for future infiltration and sabotage, disguised itself as a cutting-edge technology developer. They deliberately attracted the attention of Dragon Nation's high-level officials. Later, this company successfully delivered its product to a research institute, thereby exposing the institute's location. Subsequently, classified information was continuously leaked, causing immense damage to the Dragon Nation. Eventually, the higher-ups were alerted, leading to a massive purge of such shell companies. Sometimes, the enemy is just that impossible to guard against. Yet at that very moment, a deafening roar erupted within the Sichuan Provincial Research Institute. Everyone snapped back to reality. They witnessed a multicolored beam of light shooting out from the research institute, striking a nearby mountain peak. The immense mountain instantly turned to dust, leveled to the ground. What kind of terrifying power is this? That mountain peak must have covered dozens of acres, yet it was obliterated like that? When did Sichuan Provincial Research Institute acquire such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction? Almost simultaneously, Li Shudong, Guan Yuanzi, and their group all voiced these questions. Could it be that the Sichuan Academy's location was exposed, leading to a targeted demolition? Quick, we must investigate immediately. Inside the military weapons arena. Driven by curiosity about the Azure Dragon, Old Master Chu briefly unleashed the Azure Dragon's power. The Azure Dragon soared across the sky. The Nanming Lihuo laser cannon's beam swept through like a whirlwind, its scorching heat parting the clouds in a straight line. It pierced through them, carving a dazzling trail of light. This power is terrifying, Yu Songji's scalp tingled. I recall the big boy's explosive diameter back then was roughly the same, about a kilometer. And its direct destructive force only created a crater about 500 meters wide. But the Nanming Lihuo laser cannon can obliterate an entire mountain peak. That level of energy rivals conventional nuclear bombs. And it doesn't produce the radiation or other issues associated with nuclear weapons. If deployed on the battlefield, it would absolutely be a game changer. Lu Sun had witnessed the Qinglong's explosive attack, but it hadn't seemed nearly this devastating. When he saw the energy gauge on Old Chu's remote control reach maximum capacity, Lu Sun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Old Chu, did you really need to crank the power all the way up for this test? Anyone watching would think we're testing an atomic bomb. Chapter 16, A Century Ahead of the World. The commotion had drawn the attention of the Academy of Sciences military forces. A squad of soldiers guarding the Academy of Sciences, led by platoon leader Zhao Ruilong, rushed inside. Expecting some kind of emergency, Zhao Ruilong was stunned to find a giant dragon floating mid-air before him. Lu Sun frowned. Didn't I notify you? Without my orders, no one is permitted to enter the training grounds? Lu Sun had done this to protect the secret of the Azure Dragon at the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. All of you receive a major disciplinary penalty. Lu Sun's words left the entire platoon under Zhao Ruilong's command feeling numb. Old Chu, however, chuckled. These are soldiers you trained personally. Let them watch, if they must. As you mentioned earlier, Qinglong has already been broadcast to the outside world. Most people out there are already quite familiar with him. Seeing him won't hurt anyone. Zhao Ruilong shot Old Chu a grateful glance. Lu Sun hummed in acknowledgement. All units, the major demerit is rescinded. About face. Lu Sun's approach remained quite conservative. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Who'd have thought that kid who was just a corporal back then would become a captain in only 15 years? A group approached from nearby. Guan Yuanjia, leading the way, spoke softly yet distinctly. Wasn't Lu Sun the only captain present? Lu Sun felt a surge of irritation. Who dared to call him that kid? Even Old Chu hadn't addressed him that way. Just as he was about to explode, he turned and saw Guan Yuanjia. Lu Sun froze for a moment, then beamed with delight. Senior Guan, you've come this time as well. Guan Yuanjia nodded. Guan Yuanjia had risen through the ranks from Sichuan Academy of Sciences back when Lu Sun was just a sentry soldier. Guan Lao was always humble and kind, looking out for him often. His rapid rise over the years might well have been due to the higher-ups showing deference for Master Guan's sake. It could be said that Guan Yuanjia had been a patron to Lu Sun. Professor Chu Buping turned to Guan Yuanjia and Li Shudong with a gentle smile. All three were scientific masters of the same caliber, though each excelled in different fields. Each was a rare treasure of the nation. Who would have thought we three old fossils would get another chance to collaborate on research? Li Shudong exclaimed joyfully. For decades, nothing brought him greater delight than seeing these old friends except for breakthroughs in their scientific pursuits. Haha, indeed. The trio exchanged pleasantries for a moment, while those behind them dared not interrupt. Each of these three was a pillar of the nation, commanding nothing but profound respect from others. What about the Azure Dragon? Has it not been transported yet? Li Shudong inquired, puzzled. Has the efficiency of the Sichuan military command deteriorated this much? Old Chu raised his head and pointed toward the sky. Guan Yuanjia and Li Shudong both turned their gaze upward. 10 meters above their heads. A massive dragon, its scales a menacing blue and as sharp as blades, hovered suspended in midair. Is that really a dragon? Could it be an inflatable model? It was common knowledge that in modern warfare, missiles were typically used to strike high-value enemy targets. This had led to the development of deploying inflatable decoys onto battlefields to lure enemy missiles into attacking them. Though they had seen videos of the Azure Dragon before, the footage was so terrifying it was hard to believe. An inflatable model, however, seemed far more plausible to both of them. Old Chu smiled without explanation, pressed the anti-gravity remote control, and the blue dragon immediately descended. It lay prone before the assembled group. Guan Yuanjia and Li Shudong hurried forward. Guan Yuanjia specialized in weapons systems. Most of Longhua's armaments bore his fingerprints. Li Shudong, meanwhile, specialized in various metallic objects, the development and application of new materials, and plasma field research. Simultaneously, both men tapped the Azure Dragon lightly with their fingers. A series of crisp, metallic clangs echoed. It actually produced the sound of metal. Guan Yuanjia and Li Shudong felt their hearts surge with excitement. How could something this massive actually fly? Just how terrifying must its propulsion system be? Without a word, both men produced their own small instruments to begin their investigations. Li Shudong produced his newly researched high manganese glassy carbon steel crystal, intending to measure the Qinglong's Mo's hardness. If the Qinglong couldn't even match half the hardness of this new material, it would likely prove to be a fraud. The moment it grazed the Qinglong, however, the crystal in his hand shattered instantly. The Qinglong, meanwhile, bore not a single scratch. This is a new composite crystal with a Mohs hardness of 15, yet it shattered from a single impact. On Guan Yuanjia's end, the situation was even more absurd. Using his built-in deep-penetrating shortwave X-ray mini-radar emitter, he attempted to penetrate the Qinglong's body to observe its internal structure. A mechanical voice emanated from within the Qinglong, detecting external radar electromagnetic interference. Plasma shield activated. In an instant, a massive red energy field shield enveloped the entire body of the Qinglong. Immediately afterward, a wisp of smoke rose from the small radar in Guan Yuanjia's hand. It had been directly countered and incinerated by the plasma shield released by the Qinglong. Guan Yuanjia hastily discarded the small radar unit. The radar's magnetic field is severely disrupted. The strength of this plasma shield is unimaginable. The two immediately retreated beyond the plasma shield's range. Prolonged exposure to a space saturated with plasma subjects one to high doses of radiation, which is extremely harmful to the body. Old Chu, could this Qinglong actually be the real deal? Old Chu nodded. Suddenly struck by a thought, both men grew visibly agitated. So that laser weapon that just obliterated an entire mountainside, that was the Qinglong? Old Chu replied slowly, that's correct. That laser was the Qinglong's Southern Brightness Fire laser cannon. I tested it myself. I can state with absolute certainty that the technology possessed by the Azure Dragon is at least 80 years ahead of this era, perhaps even a century. Hearing this, both Guan Yuanjia and Li Shudong felt a profound shock wash over them. 100 years ahead of this world, what kind of concept was that? Chapter 17, where is the open source key? Next, Li Shudong, Guan Yuanjia, and Chu Buping proceeded to test Qinglong on the military weapons field. From nuclear fusion to the Great Qin heavy cannon. Especially when the Great Qin heavy cannon fired, its immense gravitational force cannon violently uprooted a nearby mountain peak, hurling it hundreds of meters away. Such terrifying power sent chills down one's spine. The Qinglong's power is simply too terrifying. Its design, structure, power, and defenses are flawless. Such exquisitely advanced technology exists in this world? It's nothing short of the greatest miracle of the 21st century. Even Li Shadong and Guan Yuanjia couldn't help but express their admiration. No wonder they summoned our entire 3-person team. Begin analysis immediately. Once we extract the technology contained within the Azure Dragon, our Dragon Nation could very well develop into a superpower rivaling the Eagle Nation within decades. Within the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, the research team led by Chu Buping, Li Shadong, and Guan Yuanjia commenced their analysis of the Azure Dragon. As an expert in special materials research, Li Shadong once again produced a new type of crystal, intending to extract metallic powder from the Azure Dragon's shell for study. His mission was to identify the composition and proportions of this metal powder. Once known, replication would be possible. Hey, Oldly, isn't this the high-density cosmic titanium alloy you extracted from lunar soil before? You brought this along? Guan Yuanjia clearly knew some background about Li Shadong. Li Shadong frowned. No choice. To study this material, we must at least know what it is. Cosmic titanium alloy. Based on the Mohs hardness scale, it's already reached 50. Originally meant for emergencies, but unexpectedly, it's actually come in handy. Guan Yuanjia chuckled at this, then had someone retrieve the latest model of the micro-optical computer. He prepared to connect it to the Qinglong mainframe to study its internal structure, weapon systems, and more. I came prepared too. Old Chu chuckled in response. I'll continue my research on nuclear fusion. The anti-gravity verification task is yours. Old Chu then assigned the mission to the group of students who had arrived. However, when Li Shadong began scraping metallic powder from the Azure Dragon using a cosmic titanium alloy rated at 50 on the Mohs scale, a shocking event occurred once more. Unsurprisingly, the cosmic titanium alloy shattered once more. What's going on? Could it be that the Azure Dragon's Mohs hardness exceeds 50, surpassing even cosmic titanium alloy? Not even a speck of powder could be extracted. Li Shadong had spent decades researching new materials and substances. Previously, his cosmic titanium alloy had been virtually unstoppable, yet now even his ultimate solution proved useless. This left Li Shadong thoroughly perplexed. Without being able to scrape off any powder, how could he possibly continue his research? After pondering, Li Shadong had someone bring in an isotope metal detector. The results sent a chill down his spine. The isotope metal detector displayed the elements of the Azure Dragon, encompassing every element in the periodic table and even dozens of components beyond detection. Li Shadong was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Old Chu had begun cross-referencing his work with nuclear fusion research. Master Chu was a seasoned expert in this field, having dedicated decades to nuclear fusion research. His profound expertise meant he grasped many concepts after just a single glance. With the manual at hand, nuclear fusion was practically a piece of cake for him. However, the integration of nuclear fusion with anti-gravity proved challenging. Nuclear fusion provides energy for anti-gravity, but it actually uses thermal energy directly converted into electrical energy. How does it transition between them? The manual doesn't explain that either. Conventional energy utilization typically follows the boiling water model. Even many advanced systems, like nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, still operate within this framework. Energy combustion, boiling water, steam movement, piston-driven work. Thermal energy transforms into kinetic energy, which then drives generators to produce electricity. This process incurs significant energy loss. But if thermal energy were converted directly into electrical energy, that energy utilization rate can directly reach 99%. This terrifying efficiency is simply staggering. How was this formula calculated? What does it represent? Old Chu was momentarily baffled. Had the manual not been written in Chinese characters, he might have mistaken it for alien technology. Old Chu sighed helplessly. Without deciphering this formula, he couldn't figure out how thermal energy was converted into electricity. Noticing Li Shadong facing difficulties and looking his way, Old Chu chuckled cheerfully. Seems we're both getting old. Li Shadong snorted. We'll just have to see if the old man can hack into the Qinglong's mainframe. If we succeed in hacking in, we could control Qinglong to shed part of its metal shell. Your problem would be solved in no time. But at that very moment, flames erupted from the miniature light brain in Guan Yuanjia's hand. Guan Yuanjia's expression turned grave. I tried to access the Qinglong's core, but unexpectedly, its artificial intelligence hacked into my microcomputer instead. It even short-circuited the microcomputer. It seems that without obtaining the open source key, this research project will be extremely difficult to continue. The three realized the gravity of the situation and sought out Lu Sun for clarification. Which company developed this Qinglong? Starlink? Musk's company? Or maybe Alstom? Lu Sun shook his head. None of the above. Qinglong was first discovered during a live broadcast. Lu Qinghan enthusiastically recounted the entire discovery process, including the bureau chief's exact words. What? It was actually created by that kid Zhang Zhongmo's disciple? Are you absolutely sure you didn't mishear? Guan Yuanzhe was stunned, as were Li Shadong and Chu Buping. In their eyes, any company capable of producing such technology must rank among the world's absolute elite, possessing the world's most cutting-edge technology. Yet now someone was telling them this was crafted by a young man in his 20s. This utterly shattered their worldview. Is that even possible? It was simply too shocking to comprehend. All three simultaneously grasped a crucial point, but if this young man is truly connected to Qinglong, perhaps we could obtain Qinglong's open source key from him. After pondering for a moment, Guan Yuanzhe, Li Shadong, and Chu Buping made their decision. Since our research isn't progressing anyway, there's no harm in going to Jiangchuan to take a look. Meanwhile, at Su Yang's end, inside the toy factory, Su Yang was busy welding away with a steady clatter. While Qinglong gained fame outside, he hadn't been idle. He had replicated several crucial machines from the four-dimensional space workshop into the real world and installed them in the basement. While he could enter the fourth dimension anytime to build machines, Dragon Nation's scientists likely couldn't manufacture them even with blueprints. With these machines in place, the Dragon Nation's future development finally had a solid foundation. Chapter 18, How to Prove Oneself. Su Yang scanned the basement, where a pile of machines lay. These past 10 days hadn't been wasted. Anti-gravity simulators, quantum communication systems, light energy-based matter generators. Anyone else seeing this would likely be dumbfounded. After all, any single one of these production machines was beyond the capabilities of this era. This is the empire I built for Longwa, Su Yang muttered contentedly to himself, a smile spreading across his face as he stepped out of the basement. The knock on the toy factory door echoed. Hello, is anyone there? Water meter reading. The voice sounded flat, devoid of any emotion. Su Yang was taken aback. Water meter reader? Has the toy factory ever had a water meter reader before? I don't think so. Strange. But he didn't dwell on it and went to open the door. Good grief. Better not to have opened the door. The moment he did, dozens of burly men and several young guys were blocking the entrance. The bureau chief stood there, looking rather out of place. Feeling their gazes lock onto him, Su Yang scanned the group. He guessed their identities, probably investigators sent from headquarters to look into Qinglong. Su Yang, the bureau chief said in a condescending tone, his eyes clearly implying Su Yang lacked common sense. It's so hot outside. Why don't you let us in? Su Yang chuckled and swung the door wide open. Sir, bringing so many people here, I almost thought you wanted to tear this toy factory apart. The bureau chief shot Su Yang a disapproving look. The group entered the building. The man in black at the front presented his ID badge. Hello, Su Yang. I'm Chen Fan, captain of Team 1, State Security. The director mentioned Qinglong might be your creation. We need your full account so we can report back to headquarters. Chen Fan didn't appear as imposing as the men behind him, but his eyes were like those of a hawk, piercing and commanding. When Su Yang met his gaze, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if facing one of those elite bodyguards from Zongnanhai. Clearly, Chen Fan was no ordinary man. Su Yang took a sip of his tea and uttered a few words. Correct. I created Qinglong. Chen Fan frowned, surprised by Su Yang's straightforward admission. The bureau chief chuckled. Good disciple. Chen Fan is the genuine captain of the State Security Detachment. His background is clean and transparent. You can trust him with Qinglong's secrets. Su Yang froze at the words. What on earth was he talking about? But then it dawned on him. Judging by the looks Chen Fan and the bureau chief were giving him, both clearly believed he had been lying earlier. Su Yang replied earnestly, Qinglong was indeed created by me. I did not lie. Chen Fan fixed his gaze on Su Yang, trying to read something in his eyes. Yet he found the latter's gaze utterly calm. The anger that had been welling up inside him inexplicably subsided. After all, Chen Fan was significantly older, appearing to be around 40, and thus expected to carry himself with more composure. But the young man behind him was anything but composed. Zhou Tong, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, snorted coldly and pulled out a file to read aloud. Su Yang, native of Jiangchuan. Entered kindergarten at age 6. Graduated from Jiangchuan Elementary School at age 12. Engaged in romantic relationships at age 16 despite repeated warnings, resulting in a major disciplinary record. Admitted to Jiangchuan Vocational College at age 18. Later, unable to find employment, he was recruited by the War Propaganda Bureau and became one of its operatives. Closing the file, Zhou Tong's expression darkened. We've thoroughly investigated your past 2 decades, including your relatives and their professions. Neither your collateral relatives nor your main lineage have anyone engaged in scientific research. You're just an ordinary college graduate. How could you possibly create groundbreaking technology like the Qinglong? Su Yang inwardly gasped. They dug through every generation of his ancestors. You'd be wise to just tell us everything you know. We'll reward you with 500 yuan and a small commendation banner. Disciple, just spill it already. I know you're patriotic at heart, otherwise I wouldn't have recruited you into the Strategic Research Bureau in the first place. Keeping the Qinglong secret won't do you any good. Su Yang felt his temples throb. If he didn't clear this up today, he'd likely end up in the detention cell. After a moment's thought, he said, "Follow me. I can prove it." The group followed him, confused but compliant. Su Yang led them to an open area. He then placed his hand over a sunken spot in the ground. The AI voice chimed in. Laboratory authentication successful. Laboratory activated. To the astonished gazes of the group, an entrance 10 meters long and 5 meters wide appeared before them. Looking down from the ground level into the basement, they saw a dazzling array of machinery. Su Yang led the way down. Zhou Tong, more cautious, left half the team outside as a precaution against unforeseen incidents before leading the rest into the basement. Within the underground chamber, the machinery hummed quietly, like sleeping behemoths. Several young people behind Zhou Tong stepped forward to observe. They weren't actually state security agents, but rather a new generation of scientists from Jiangchuan. What kind of metal is this instrument made of? Why doesn't it make a sound when I tap it with my hand? Normally, tapping metal would produce a distinct sound. At the very least, it's clearly audible. But the metal used in these machines here produces almost no sound when struck. This could only mean one thing: the metal's density was too great. The higher the density, the greater the mass, and the quieter the sound produced when struck, almost inaudible. This indicated the metal's density was terrifyingly high. Even sound struggled to carry through it. And the computational formulae on this machine, why have I never seen anything like them before? Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that's just the structural formula for anti-gravity. Once you fully grasp anti-gravity, this stuff becomes simple. Zhou Tong nearly rolled her eyes. Anti-gravity structural formula? I haven't even figured it out with my PhD, and you, a vocational school graduate, claim to have mastered anti-gravity? Keep dreaming. Su Yang smiled without comment. All the machines before them now glowed with light. Characters flickered across their surfaces, mathematical formulas, letter sequences as various programs loaded. Every single machine was like this. The entire basement resembled a bustling microcosm. It was saturated with sci-fi vibes. At the center, a large screen displayed a rotating 3D model of the Azure Dragon. The holographic projection was astonishingly lifelike. Far more lifelike than any holographic projection currently available in Dragon Nation. Disciple, when did you discover this basement existed? The bureau chief was dumbfounded. He had personally negotiated the deal for this toy factory, yet he had never noticed the basement. Moreover, to provide Su Yang with a well-concealed toy manufacturing space, he had even employed his counter-surveillance skills and brought in tools to camouflage the entire factory. He made sure outsiders would hardly notice this place. At that time, he could say he had inspected every nook and cranny. He'd practically dug up the entire place. Now, a lab had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking so sci-fi that the group's immediate reaction was to think they were dreaming. Su Yang flicked his finger lightly, and the holographic Azure Dragon seemed to receive some kind of command, flying directly to his front. This scene genuinely stunned Chen Fan, Zhou Tong, Zhang Zhangmo, and the others. Some instinctively flinched, so vivid was the illusion. Su Yang chuckled, "Don't be afraid. It's just a holographic projection." With a flick of Su Yang's hand, the ethereal dragon sliced through the air like cutting through butter, instantly dividing into 4 distinct sections. The Azure Dragon's structure consists of 4 main components. The dragon head houses its optical brain. Besides the light brain, it also carries an anti-stealth system, plasma shielding, and laser emitters. Chapter 19, How Hard It Is to Serve the Nation. The section of the dragon's body closest to the head houses the nuclear fusion reactor. The next section houses the anti-gravity system. Finally, the tail houses the Great Qin heavy cannon. Su Yang explained as he manipulated the holographic projections between his fingers. The Azure Dragon grew and shrank in his hands, transforming into the Great Qin heavy cannon one moment, then dissecting the key components of the nuclear fusion reactor the next. Yet to the group, it sounded like gibberish. When Su Yang emerged from his own world, he found the group staring at him as if he were some kind of charlatan. They all wanted to see through him, yet were equally stunned by how adeptly he could dissect the Azure Dragon. Could it be? Su Yang was truly the creator of the Azure Dragon? He was just a young man in his 20s. Could he truly have forged the Azure Dragon, a superweapon combining anti-gravity, nuclear fusion, 20 times the speed of sound, plasma defense, gravity cannons, and laser cannons? That seemed utterly implausible. Su Yang felt a headache coming on. These people weren't saying much, just silently watching his performance. Su Yang felt a touch of resignation. He'd never imagined he'd one day need to prove something like this. But to avoid being dissected for research, Su Yang pinned his hopes on the light energy polymer generator behind him. I trust you've witnessed Qinglong's capabilities. Qinglong soared to fame, but whether it was his anti-gravity technology, the Great Qin heavy cannon, or his 20 times supersonic flight, all require one crucial prerequisite. Su Yang paused for a second. Chen Fan analyzed calmly, what condition? Su Yang replied indifferently, a sufficiently hard bio-inspired outer shell. Without a sufficiently rigid shell, the Qinglong would disintegrate from air resistance during high-speed flight. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. Continue. Su Yang's eyes grew even more intense. During its battle with Godzilla, the Azure Dragon also withstood Godzilla's mini-nuclear bomb attack. This clearly demonstrates just how hard the blue dragon's shell is. But that doesn't prove you created the Azure Dragon. Zhou Tong retorted bluntly. A faint smile touched Su Yang's lips. Is that so? The metal in Qinglong's shell integrates every element from the periodic table, plus dozens more new elements I've discovered. I named this armor metal 5 elements vibrant metal. The 5 elements vibrant metal it was forged using this machine behind me. Su Yang stepped inside the photon energy material synthesis device. No one knew what Su Yang intended to do. They simply watched as he operated it in silence. After all, Su Yang couldn't escape. Inside the photon energy material synthesis chamber, Su Yang authenticated his fingerprint. Fingerprint authentication successful. System activated. Lightbrain, manufacture 5 elements vibranium. Command received. Executing command. 5 elements vibranium being manufactured. Everyone present marveled at the terrifying level of modernization within this laboratory. In just 1 minute, Su Yang had fully manufactured the 5 elements vibrant metal. Though only fist-sized, its azure patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to the Azure Dragon. Su Yang handed the 5 elements vibrant metal to Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan examined it. This material does bear a striking resemblance to the color of the Azure Dragon's scales. It's not just like it, is it? Su Yang corrected him. I've even forged the metal of the Azure Dragon's scales right before your eyes. Surely you can't keep doubting me now. Chen Fan, still perplexed, passed the fist-sized piece of 5 elements vibrant gold to Zhou Tong and the others. Truthfully, Chen Fan had initially come only to investigate the Azure Dragon matter, but anticipating the need for technical expertise, he'd summoned Zhou Tong and the others. Zhou Tong was a well-known local researcher. Though still early in his career, he had already achieved considerable academic distinction. Watching Zhou Tong nod and shake his head in turn with several young people nearby, Su Yang couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Zhou Tong finished his examination. Chen Fan and the others hurriedly asked, "What's the verdict? Is it the same metal as the green dragon?" Zhou Tong replied doubtfully, "On the surface, there doesn't seem to be any issue. It does look remarkably similar. We could send it to the Sichuan Academy of Sciences for the senior researchers to compare. Then we'll know for sure. But this Su Yang fellow, since he can control this underground high-tech lab, he must know things we don't. There are still many secrets to uncover." Su Yang couldn't help but glance at Zhou Tong again. This kid was a PhD in science. His first thought wasn't how to study this technology, but rather scheming and maneuvering to extract secrets from him. No wonder Manhwa has so many doctoral students who never graduate. What a clown. Su Yang sighed inwardly. How could it be so difficult to serve the nation with unwavering loyalty? Still, Su Yang wasn't worried these people would harm him. Until they got the secrets of the Azure Dragon, they'd keep him well fed and pampered. After some thought, Chen Fan accepted Zhou Tong's suggestion. "Su Yang, come with us. The rest of you, guard the lab here until we return. Disciple, once you're inside, confess everything honestly. Give a full account, and you'll remain my valued disciple." The bureau chief bellowed twice. The words sounded eerily familiar, like a prison warden telling an inmate, "You'll reform yourself in there." Su Yang was utterly speechless. Yet in his mind's eye, he saw Qinglong soaring through the sky once more, now heading toward the ocean. This was the system's built-in short message feature. During peacetime, it transmitted the Azure Dragon's status to Su Yang every 10 minutes, allowing him to monitor the movements of the machine he had created at any time. The Azure Dragon is heading toward the Southern Ocean? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, yet he had a vague inkling of what was happening. A faint smile touched his lips as he glanced at Zhou Tong. "I'll be out of here soon. You won't be able to control the Azure Dragon." Zhou Tong sneered. "Trying to get out? Just for concealing Dragon Nation secrets and failing to report what you know, you'll get life imprisonment. If you want me out, you'll have to wait until my next life." Su Yang shrugged it off and followed Chen Fan out. After this incident, even the bureau chief felt Su Yang was seriously ill. Meanwhile, after taking flight from Sichuan Academy of Sciences, the Azure Dragon headed straight for the Southern Ocean. Beneath the Southern Ocean's surface, 300-meter-long colossal creatures advanced silently. They halted only at the third conduit chain of the Southern Ocean. These 3 colossal vessels were none other than the Eagle Nation's most advanced Seawolf-class nuclear submarines. Inside the command center of one of these nuclear submarines at that moment. "General, crossing the third guide chain means we've entered the Dragon Nation's territory. Proceed. Our objective this time is to retrieve Mecha Godzilla at all costs." "Aye, sir." Simultaneously, 3 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines established communication links. Stealth cloaking technology activated. All units, stand by. Chapter 20, The Foot Basin in the Rear. 3 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines slowly entered the third guidance chain. They appeared in Dragon Nation's waters. On the Eastern Fleet's surveillance monitors, the 3 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines had entered Longwa's monitoring range the moment they approached its coastal waters. The Eagle Nation still hasn't given up its thieving ambitions. Looks like the last lesson wasn't enough. They actually dare to venture into our Dragon Nation's southern seas, Dong Yunfei fumed. Connect to headquarters immediately and report the situation. Assess whether an attack is feasible. Additionally, maintain close surveillance on the Eagle Nation to uncover their true intentions. Soldiers aboard the Eastern Fleet suddenly detected an anomaly. Reporting, 3 Sea-Wolf-class nuclear submarines from Eagle Nation have vanished. Our radar systems are unable to lock onto their positions. Dong Yunfei rushed forward to assess the situation. Reporting, their signals have been detected again. But due to their extreme speed, we cannot lock onto them. Dong Yunfei flew into a rage. This was clearly the enemy taunting our radar system. Damn those eagles. Activate the space-based satellite remote sensing system. See if we can locate the 3 nuclear submarines. As is well known, the Dragon Nation's several seas boast extensive coastlines. The waters within dozens of miles of these coastlines are mostly shallow, ranging from just over 10 meters to several dozen meters in depth. This meant that when the eagles sailed in these waters, they were hamstrung. Even the most advanced stealth technology would be detected by space-based remote sensing satellites. After all, current stealth technology remains limited to radar evasion, not true optical concealment. Space-based satellite remote sensing is active. Report, the target has not entered the shallow waters of the Southern Ocean. Our Tianji remote sensing satellites cannot lock onto their position. It appears the enemy came prepared, deliberately avoiding the shallow water areas. Inside the Eagle-class Sea-Wolf nuclear submarine, Chief Commander Soros stared at the rapidly flickering radar signal sources on the large screen, his expression growing unconsciously colder. These radar signals were deliberately emitted by his team. Our stealth technology is several tiers above Longwa's. I bet they're sweating bullets right now. I relish seeing how the Dragon Nation can't stand us yet can't touch us, Soros said with a grimace. Still, we should be cautious. While our stealth technology is formidable, the Dragon Nation's sudden appearance of the Azure Dragon last time was akin to futuristic technology. What if they have another trump card like that? We'd be hard-pressed to handle it, Michelle, commander of another submarine, relayed via holographic projection. Steve, commander of the third submarine, scoffed dismissively. Michelle, you're still too timid. Dragon Nation has only developed for decades since the fall of Great Qin, while our Eagle Nation has advanced for 2 centuries. Our technology must far surpass theirs. In my opinion, our previous defeat against Godzilla was entirely due to Curry's and his team's lack of familiarity with Godzilla's capabilities. If I'd been assigned to replace those 3 useless officers from the 7th Fleet, I could have easily defeated the Azure Dragon with Godzilla. Soros added, the Dragon Nation's mechanical dragon has obvious weaknesses, it can only attack from the air. This Azure Dragon likely can't submerge. If we actually encounter it, it likely won't be able to do much to us. Besides, we've notified the Taiwanese this time. Their navy is probably already on its way. With them drawing fire on the surface as cannon fodder, we have nothing to fear. Michelle snorted. I'm not afraid. As one of the highest commanders of Eagle Nation's nuclear submarines, every decision demands rationality. Don't forget the mission of our 3 nuclear submarines. To bring Godzilla back to the Eagle Nation. Once the mission is complete, we can leave. Then let's vote. The question is, if we actually encounter it, do we fight or retreat? All 3 were commanders. Faced with such a critical decision, they needed to deliberate, vote, and then report back to higher command. On Mike's side, the vote was 2-1 in favor of compromising with Soros and Steve. The Eagle Nation's high command responded swiftly. Permission was granted to intervene at an opportune moment. Within the Eastern Fleet, Dong Yunfei pondered deeply. The radar capabilities gap between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation was simply too vast. If we take the conventional route, we'll never be able to counter the Eagle Nation. They suffered a silent defeat last time. This time, they must have some purpose in mind. What could it be? Suddenly, Deputy Commander Lei Xiao beside Dong Yunfei seemed to grasp something. Before he could speak, Dong Yunfei's eyes lit up. Both men blurted out simultaneously, Godzilla. Their target is Godzilla. Poof. No wonder only 3 nuclear submarines came, it was to haul Godzilla away. Lei Xiao chuckled. Looks like they're just bluffing too. Before coming to the Eastern Fleet, I checked with the intelligence department. There's no official announcement yet that Eagle's Godzilla was destroyed in Dragon Nation. When reporters asked me about it, the Ministry of Information didn't give a direct response either. And the Eagle Squad is desperately trying to suppress this incident. Dong Yunfei instantly grasped the intricate web of deceit. The Eagle Nation wasn't here to retrieve Godzilla. They're here to salvage their own dignity. They dared not come openly, after all, the satellites in orbit could detect them. If certain commercial satellites caught them and made a big deal out of it, the Eagle Nation's face would be utterly ruined. Word would spread that they couldn't even suppress the Dragon Nation they'd been trying to contain for decades. How could they possibly maintain their role as the world's police or uphold their military hegemony? This could very well become the spark that ignites the Eagle's decline. These people will never let that happen. The more they try to hide it, the more afraid they are. War is like a spring: when you're weak, it grows strong; when you're strong, it weakens. Since they're already afraid, we should act without restraint. Thinking you can take Godzilla down so easily? Not a chance. Call upon the Eastern Fleet to launch a full-scale offensive, encircling the first island chain, second island chain, and third island chain exits. Aim to capture the Southern Ocean's giant black fish alive, trap him like a turtle in a jar. Having uncovered the Eagle's true intentions, the Eastern Fleet set sail in full force toward the spot where Godzilla had sunk beneath the sea. Meanwhile, in the northern waters of the Dragon Nation, near the Ryukyu Islands, a fleet of Japanese naval vessels also advanced toward Godzilla's location, though they remained outside the third missile chain. Captain Honda, are we truly entering Dragon Nation's waters? The Eagle is clearly using us as cannon fodder. Do you think I'm unaware? That's precisely why I've kept us outside the third chain of command. Eagle wants to drag us Japanese down with them. But we can't just not come. We'll just have to play it by ear and see how things go. Let's just hang back in the outer perimeter. Without Eagle Sauce's orders, we're not going in. Just then, Eagle San's radio picked up Chicken Basin's transmission. Colonel Honda, hurry to the Dragon Nation's inland sea and help us pin down the Dragon Nation. Colonel Honda's eyes darted around as he agreed promptly, Roger that, General Steve. But when we set out from port, halfway through the journey we discovered our engines had failed. You know how it is, our technology is outdated, engines break down all the time. Steve cursed under his breath. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. My remote sensing satellites show you're still outside the third containment chain. You haven't even entered the inland sea yet. I don't care what broke. You have 20 minutes to reach the coordinates I'll give you. Otherwise, I guarantee the Dongting inspection team will wipe out every last one of you high-ranking military officials in the Footbasin Chicken headquarters. Not a single one of you will survive. With that, he hung up. Colonel Honda narrowed his eyes. He was famously cunning. Cross the third guidance chain immediately. Proceed at a low speed of 5 knots toward the Dragon Nation's inland sea. Colonel Honda believed his fleet was moving sufficiently slow. As long as they moved sufficiently slowly, they couldn't possibly collide with the Dragon Nation's forces at the first opportunity. Even after taking these measures, Colonel Honda felt it wasn't enough. Should I stage another act of self-sabotage? No, satellites in orbit would surely detect it. As these thoughts swirled, a piercing whistle split the air. Above the sky overhead, a blue figure had materialized in the void. Chapter 21, Raging Dragon, Surging Tide. Reporting, Colonel. We have an unidentified flying object overhead, announced a South Korean Self-Defense Forces soldier. Unidentified flying object? Could it be a drone from Dragon Nation? Colonel Honda was puzzled. But when the warship's main screen displayed a ferocious creature, Colonel Honda and the group of Taiwanese soldiers were all dumbfounded. That's a dragon from Dragon Nation's myths and legends. Damn it, it's the Azure Dragon that destroyed Godzilla. How did it end up here? Damn it, we need to get out of here. Full retreat. The Azure Dragon's power was already legendary worldwide. It had gone toe-to-toe with Godzilla, proving itself utterly indestructible. Even nuclear bombs couldn't bring it down. South Korean satellites observed that battle back then. The Azure Dragon utterly crushed Godzilla, leaving the latter stranded in the southern oceans. Forget the Azure Dragon. Even facing Godzilla alone, the South Korean Navy's warships stand no chance. High above, Qinglong had locked onto the South Korean fleet long ago. Truth be told, Qinglong had been rushing here specifically for Eagle, but who knew it would run into the football chicken along the way? A mechanical voice echoed within the Azure Dragon. Detected foreign enemy intrusion into Dragon Nation's maritime territory. Great Qin Heavy Cannon, prepare. Great Qin Heavy Cannon charging complete. Great Qin Heavy Cannon firing. As the Qinglong's colossal body roared, the Great Qin Heavy Cannon materialized across its scales. Emerging from the dragon's head, it shifted along its length until reaching the tail. With a violent flick, it unleashed a single, devastating blast. A powerful energy wave crashed into the waters behind the Footbasin Chicken. In an instant, the sea was torn open, forming a whirlpool 1,000 feet wide. Colonel Honda stared at the 1,000-jon vortex, and then saw waves dozens of meters high crashing toward him. His scalp prickled with dread. Most critically, the waves kept surging in relentless succession. The Footbasin Chicken warships had nowhere left to retreat, forcing them to once again head toward the Dragon Nation's inland sea. Even so, the terrifying Qin Dynasty heavy cannons of the Azure Dragon inflicted massive damage on the Japanese warships, causing many to develop cracks and some to capsize outright. This mechanical dragon is far beyond our capabilities. We cannot escape the Dragon Nation's maritime territory. We cannot face such a terrifying entity alone. Only by joining forces with Eagle can we stand a chance. Quickly, head toward Eagle Chan's location. Zhongchuan City. Several luxury SUVs raced along the highway. These vehicles were specially customized fireproof, bulletproof, and gasproof. Only true national elders or those who had made immense contributions to the Dragon Nation were permitted to ride in them. Chu Buping gazed out the window. It's been ages since I last ventured out. Jiangchuan has truly changed a lot. Guan Yuanjia chuckled, it's been decades. Naturally, Jiangchuan has improved. Back in the day, this was a lawless no-man's land where bandits roamed freely. Now it's quite prosperous. Li Shudong took a sip of tea. Thriving and prosperous, this is the true Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation will only grow stronger in the future. Though I wonder if we'll live to see the Dragon Nation truly stand at the pinnacle of the world. Chu Buping countered, perhaps it won't take that long. The Azure Dragon has demonstrated formidable vitality, infusing the Dragon Nation's progress with the freshest, most dynamic blood. The Dragon Nation will surely experience rapid development in the coming years. Rapid development? I'm not so sure, Guan Yuanjia remarked with a hint of complaint. Unless this time, we can truly find the Blue Dragon's source code. Otherwise, trying to decipher Qinglong's technology is just a pipe dream. We will find it, Chu Buping replied. Just then, the distinctive ringtone of his old-school mobile phone sounded. Hello, Lu Sun? What's up? What? Chu Buping abruptly stood up from his seat. Got it. I understand. After hanging up, both Li Shudong and Guan Yuanjia looked puzzled. What could possibly have startled Chu Buping so much? Is something wrong? The Azure Dragon has gone rogue. It took off on its own and vanished into the sky. Quick, check the anti-gravity remote control for the Azure Dragon. Li Shudong reacted immediately. When they left the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, they had brought the anti-gravity remote control with them for technological comparison with the company that manufactured the Qinglong. Yet the moment the remote activated, they witnessed a breathtaking sight. The anti-gravity remote hovered mid-air, its holographic projection showing the Azure Dragon chasing a chicken across the Southern Ocean. Qinglong was truly merciless, holding nothing back. The foot basin chicken's 30 warships. In just a few short minutes, only a handful remained. Colonel Honda, aboard the smallest remaining warship, cursed furiously in Japanese. Dragon Nation, are you trying to provoke a major war with our football chicken nation? You've destroyed over 20 of our warships. Not even those who fell into the water were spared by the Azure Dragon. Beams of southern Nanming Lihuo laser cannons erupted. The terrifying light made the sea boil. Like a pillar of light piercing the heavens, it churned the ocean depths. In an instant, countless figures vaporized within it. The Southern Ocean became a terrifying inferno, resembling a living hell. Unfortunately for them, the Azure Dragon showed no reaction whatsoever, directly forcing Colonel Honda's troops into a panicked retreat. Inside the van, Chu Buping, Guan Yuanzhe, and Li Shudong all narrowed their eyes. Qinglong's attack protocol seems downright insane. The chicken-footed bastards barely entered Dragon Nation's waters before getting their asses kicked. If this level of responsiveness were deployed along our national borders, once the Qinglong enters mass production, no one would dare violate our Dragon Nation's frontiers or maritime territories. As the Qinglong erupted, that stretch of sea resembled a sea of corpses and flames. The Qinglong had gone berserk. A middle-aged man seated opposite Chu Buping, Guan Yuanjia, and Li Shudong remarked. Mr. Chu, Mr. Guan, Mr. Li, should we halt the Azure Dragon's assault? If the chicken-footed nation suffers total annihilation, it could escalate to a national-level confrontation, which would complicate matters for our Dragon Nation's government. Chu Buping nodded. You're right. He immediately pressed the power button on the Qinglong several times, but it showed no response whatsoever. Chu Buping stared at the man with a peculiar expression, then glanced at Guan Yuanjia and Li Shudong. You all saw that, right? It's useless. This is fate. An old man like me can't change it. When the time comes, you'll have to vouch for this old man. Guan Yuanjia and Li Shudong exchanged a knowing smile. A mere foot basin chicken, it won't stir up much of a storm. In this era of chaos and rivalry, the tide washes away the weak. Now, barely a tenth of his former strength remains. And since he chose to come to the inner sea, he'll have to swallow this bitter pill himself. He brought this upon himself. In Jiangchuan County's detention center, Su Yan lay asleep in his cell. Chen Fan knew Su Yang's importance well. He hadn't pressed him these past days, mostly appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, hoping to extract some information. But it was no use. They never imagined Su Yang was telling the truth. Su Yang, today marks the third day. Dragging this out any longer serves no purpose. Just confess now. It's better for you, for me, and for the Dragon Nation. After all, you don't want your teacher and senior sister to be implicated because of you, do you? I've already told you everything, but you refuse to believe me. Chen Fan was about to say more when someone approached from behind and whispered something in his ear. Chen Fan hurriedly exited the detention center. Meanwhile, Su Yang's mind flashed with several images clearly showing the Azure Dragon attacking the footbasin chicken. The Qinglong's attack range targets any military vessel emitting special electromagnetic waves within the third guidance chain. It will be regarded as an invasion. Since you've set foot in Dragon Nation's waters, you must be prepared to face the Azure Dragon's wrath. Chapter 22, The Deep Secrets of the Azure Dragon. And if the foot basin chickens provoke the eagle chick, both nations will be deemed joint invaders by the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon will activate annihilation mode. Su Yang could almost envision the grim fate awaiting the football chick and the eagle sauce. On Chen Fan's end, he summoned State Security Bureau personnel to jointly receive Guan Yuanzi, Zhu Buping, and Li Shuton's arrival. Zhou Tong and several others followed behind Chen Fan to temporarily ensure Su Yang's safety and prevent Qinglong's intelligence from being compromised. He arranged for several research doctors to share quarters with the state security personnel during their stay. But this meant everyone had been sleep-deprived these past days, their eyes heavy and glazed over, looking utterly exhausted. The van pulled up directly beside the detention center. After Guan Yuanzi, Zhu Buping, and Li Shudong stepped out, Chen Fan hurried forward, saluted the three, and reported. Captain Chen Fan of the 1st Brigade of State Security welcomes the arrival of senior comrades Guan, Xu, and Li. Though Guan Yuanzi, Zhu Buping, and Li Shudong held no military ranks, their contributions were immense. Chen Fan, a man of profound integrity, offered this salute as a mark of deep respect. Mr. Guan, Mr. Chu, Mr. Li, our people have reserved a banquet table at the Jintang Grand Hotel. Let's have lunch first. Guan Yuanzi, Zhu Buping, and Li Shudong waved their hands in refusal. Let's postpone the meal for now. First, take me to see that special metal resembling the Qinglong's outer shell material you mentioned in your telegram. All right. The group descended into the detention center's basement. Originally a parking garage, it had been converted into a civil defense facility. Thanks to its unique, heavy steel door, closing it rendered the stored items extremely secure. Upon opening the door, a distinctive piece of blue metal stood prominently on a storage rack. Li Shudong stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it closely. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The rest of his team quickly brought in a metal spectrometer. After a brief scan, they discovered elements spanning the entire periodic table, including dozens of unidentified elements. These results matched the Qinglong data almost perfectly. We can now confirm with certainty that this is the metal casing material of the Azure Dragon. This metal piece is cut so precisely and three-dimensionally. How did you manage that, Chen Fan? Where did you even get this Qinglong metal? Li Shudong was clearly thrilled. He had previously failed to cut even a speck of powder using cosmic titanium alloy. Surely Chen Fan couldn't possess technology surpassing cosmic titanium alloy? Chen Fan was equally stunned. Could it be that Su Yang had actually manufactured a piece of the Qinglong's outer shell metal? Could Su Yang truly be the creator of the Azure Dragon? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Fan explained the entire sequence of events. What? You witnessed Zhang Zhongmo's disciple forging this Qinglong metal? Li Shudong, Guan Yuanzi, and Zhu Buping were deeply stirred, their minds racing with countless thoughts. If someone could forge Qinglong metal, they might indeed be its creator and likely knew its source code. Guan Yuanzi acted decisively. Quickly, take me to meet this young man. He's currently in the detention center, Chen Fan replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. Li Shudong narrowed his eyes, his face flushing crimson with fury. What? Chen Fan, what am I to say to you? The one capable of crafting the metal for the Azure Dragon's shell. And you just put him straight into detention? You didn't harm him, did you? This time, Li Shudong was genuinely furious. If the man stubbornly refused to reveal the secrets of the Azure Dragon, things would become troublesome. Chen Fan, having been scolded, had no choice but to swallow his pride. He deeply regretted heeding Zhou Tong's advice to detain Su Yang. Rest assured, Mr. Li. I followed standard procedures during questioning. No special methods were used. Enough. Lead the way. Li Shutong's anger simmered. The detention center where Su Yang was held had 3 floors. After Chen Fan left, his junior sister Lu Qinghan arrived. Lu Qinghan wore a creamy white, form-fitting Kaizelin t-shirt. Her ample, exceptionally fair breasts were full and firm, seemingly ready to burst forth, their volume astonishing. Her lower half was clad in an impossibly short sapphire blue miniskirt. Even through the iron bars, one could sense a pair of snow-white, slender legs and catch the faint scent of perfume wafting through the air. Lu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Little junior brother, why don't we just confess? What secrets does the Azure Dragon hold? Where did the Azure Dragon come from? Tell me the truth, and I'll grant you that favor you asked for last time. Su Yang chuckled softly. Senior sister, you don't look like you came to see me at all. More like you're using a beauty trap to seduce me. Lu Qinghan's pretty face flushed with indignation. This time, she'd come specifically to check on Su Yang, worried these people might torture him and fearing he'd suffer. She'd even pulled strings to arrange the visit. She'd even put on her best makeup today, only for Su Yang to show zero appreciation. A faint blush spread across Lu Qinghan's cheeks as she huffed indignantly, humph. As if I'd ever resort to seduction to get what I want. Unless there are no men left in this world. With that, she reached through the iron bars and grabbed Su Yang by the collar. Spill it. Tell me everything you know, or my fists won't have eyes. Lu Qinghan refused to believe her junior disciple would betray the Dragon Nation. To her, Su Yang's secrecy must stem from his own reasons. Just then, the gate to the 3-story detention center swung open. These words in this scene were witnessed by Guan Yuanjia, Chen Fan, and the others. The pair's demeanor resembled more of a playful quarrel between lovers. Guan Yuanjia glanced at Lu Qinghan, who in turn spotted him, along with Chu Buping, Li Shudong, and the others. Lu Qinghan froze, her pretty face flushing crimson. She quickly stood up, standing to the side like a well-behaved child. "Qinghan, you're here too?" Chu Buping asked in surprise. Realizing that Lu Qinghan and Su Yang seemed to have a special connection, Chu Buping cleared his throat. Qinghan, maybe we arrived a bit too early." Lu Qinghan blushed. No. Grandpa Guan, Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Li, you're just in time. I was just about to ask my junior brother something. I wanted him to reveal the secret of the Azure Dragon. Lu Qinghan's voice grew even quieter. She felt utterly embarrassed. She'd intended to tease Su Yang, but today she'd dressed so provocatively. Earlier, she'd nearly ended up in a cheek-to-cheek dance with him. It was obvious there was some chemistry between them. And now several respected elders she knew had witnessed it. She truly wished the ground would swallow her whole. Lu Qinghan forced herself to steady her composure. Grandpa Guan, Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Li, you were looking for my junior brother too, right? If you have things to discuss, I'll take my leave." Lu Qinghan scurried away, only clenching her delicate fists once she reached the hallway. Yet the flush of embarrassment had already spread all the way to her ears. Chu Buping, Guan Yuanjia, and Li Shudong exchanged knowing smiles. If certain people knew his granddaughter was blushing, I wonder if they'd be driven mad with worry. Chen Fan stepped forward and opened the iron gate. Li Shudong, Chu Buping, and Guan Yuanjia composed themselves. Chu Buping shook hands with Su Yang. "Hello, young friend. We three are researchers from the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. I am Li Shudong. This is Chu Buping, and the other gentleman is Guan Yuanjia. I deeply apologize for having you detained here on Chen Fan's orders." Chapter 23, Joining the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. Su Yang didn't dwell on the confinement. After all, when old Chen entered the academy years ago, he had lived in isolation for half a year. His own situation hardly qualified as confinement. But the names of these 3 men before him sent shockwaves through him. These 3 were truly renowned figures in Dragon Nation, having made monumental contributions to scientific research. It could be said that their very existence accelerated the nation's modernization process by decades. They had even broken through portions of the Western powers' blockade at one point. They were truly pillars of the nation. Su Yang had only ever seen such figures on television before. Had he not created the Qinglong, he likely would never have crossed paths with these 3 in his lifetime. For a young man like me to create something like the Qinglong, any ordinary person would find it hard to believe. That's perfectly understandable. Noticing Su Yang wasn't upset, Li Shutong's heart settled. "Young friend, did you truly forge this piece of metal?" Li Shudong held up the 5 elements vibrant metal for Su Yang to see. Su Yang acknowledged it without hesitation, nodding. "May I ask how you forged this 5 elements vibrating metal?" Guan Yuanjia and Chu Buping both turned their gaze toward Su Yang. Su Yang understood they were confirming whether he truly possessed the ability to forge the Azure Dragon, while also seeking insight into the development of the 5 elements vibrant metal. Su Yang offered no concealment. Forging the Azure Dragon requires a special instrument, a light energy polymerization substance generator. However, we can't perform the actual operation here right now. We'd need to go to my laboratory. Essentially, with the machine, it's manageable. The process involves gathering all the elements into a container and continuously compressing them. This yields the desired metal. The more elements fused, the stronger the resulting metal becomes in every aspect. That's how the 5 elements vibrant metal gradually evolved. Li Shudong marveled. No wonder he had detected over 100 elements within the Qinglong's metallic shell. "Young friend, could you explain how nuclear fusion directly converts thermal energy into electrical energy?" Chu Buping voiced his lingering question. "It's actually quite simple. As we all know, modern technology uses thermal energy to boil water, converting it into kinetic energy, which is then converted into electrical energy. The Qinglong's nuclear fusion thermal energy is directly converted into electrical energy because a special catalyst is added in the middle. This catalyst enables high-temperature plasma to interact at the atomic level, releasing electrical energy." Chu Buping suddenly understood. No wonder. If that's the case, kinetic energy is still generated, but it shifts from the macroscopic to the microscopic level. This transformation process remains undetected. And with the catalyst present, energy flows endlessly, and the catalyst remains undiminished. At the macroscopic level, people cannot observe the movement between molecules, making it easy to mistakenly believe it directly transforms into electrical energy. Indeed, that is the case. After the 2 finished asking their questions, Guan Yuanjia looked into Su Yang's eyes and inquired, "Young friend, do you possess the source code of the Azure Dragon?" Su Yang nodded. "I do." Guan Yuanjia beamed at the news. "You truly possess it?" "Of course it's real. I created the Azure Dragon myself, so I know its source code inside out." However, the data is too extensive for me to memorize. Only my laboratory holds the complete source code data. Shall we go there now? Guan Yuan's voice brimmed with anticipation. Chen Fan wisely took the lead this time. As for Zhou Tong, seeing the three big shots make way for Su Yang and walk alongside the three research luminaries felt worse than death. This kid was just a vocational student. What gave him the right to win the big shot's favor? Just because he explained a few problems? He must have been bluffing earlier. I'll expose you soon enough. Zhou Tong followed suit. Inside the toy factory, Chen Fan's men were stationed here, and no one had entered the lab in days. When Su Yang brought the three elders to the lab, they were utterly astonished by the dazzling array of instruments. Three-dimensional holographic projection. This is far superior to the flat holographic projections in the Dragon Nation. And this Qinglong structural diagram, it can actually perform 3D cross-sectional analysis directly. Su Yang introduced each device in turn. Masterly, this is the light energy polymerization matter generator I mentioned. Su Yang explained the operation process to Li Shutong. Li Shutong's interest was instantly piqued. He then stepped forward to try it himself. His movements were a bit clumsy, but each step was clear. Before long, a piece of metal identical to the Azure Dragon's 5 elements vibrant gold appeared in his hand. Observing the flickering particle symbols on the holographic projection before him, Li Shutong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I was wondering how you managed to acquire so many natural elements. At first, I thought you must have some special connections. After all, even we old-timers, with all our resources, couldn't possibly supply hundreds of tons of the special substances needed to create the 5 elements vibrant metal for your Azure Dragon. Now I finally understand. All the metal for the Azure Dragon was continuously manufactured by you through your light brain, using the superposition of atomic nuclei and electrons. This meant that any special element Su Yang desired could be continuously evolved into new metals by superimposing electrons and atomic nuclei onto the most common hydrogen atoms. Li Shutong gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Su Yang felt a slight jolt of surprise. Li Shutong had only observed the evolution process of the 5 elements vibrating metal once, yet he had deduced its most crucial details. It seemed that those who became pillars of the Dragon Nation were no ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, regarding Guan Yuanjia, Su Yang had also provided a copy of the Azure Dragon source code. Although Guan Yuanjia had failed to hack into the Azure Dragon's artificial intelligence through the micro-light brain last time, he had managed to replicate its encryption lock. Now, Guan Yuanjia input the Qinglong source code provided by Su Yang. Sure enough, the Azure Dragon's encryption lock cracked open. Guan Yuanjia rejoiced. It's real. This source code is genuine. By this point, Guan Yuanjia, Zhu Buping, and Li Shutong had no doubt whatsoever that Su Yang was the creator of the Qinglong. Su Yang continued his enthusiastic introduction to the other technological instruments within this 4-dimensional space. Each of these devices, if released to the world, would hold immense value. They could easily accelerate the development of a field by at least several decades. With these machines at your disposal, it's no wonder you were able to create the Azure Dragon, young friend. The astonishment these three felt towards Su Yang now defied description. It was beyond mere astonishment. Young friend, aside from the Azure Dragon, did you create all this technology yourself? Su Yang was about to say yes, but then realized that would be too terrifying. After all, he was only in his 20s. To have single-handedly created all this technology would be too mind-boggling. Su Yang then replied, this basement has actually existed for a long time. I just stumbled upon it by accident later on and passed out. I have no idea what happened in between. After that, I looked at these machines and seemed to figure them out on my own. Then, when the Eagle Nation's Godzilla attacked, I built the Azure Dragon. Based on my guess, most of this is probably alien technology, which is why I'm different from ordinary people. The three men weren't surprised by this explanation. On the contrary, it seemed quite plausible. Without some kind of miracle, how could an ordinary teenager become a peerless genius in just a few short years? Whether it was Guan Yuanjia, Zhu Buping, or Li Shutong, all three felt genuine admiration for this place. As they marveled, their gazes grew intense. Young friend, would you be willing to join our Sichuan Academy of Sciences and serve our nation? Su Yang suppressed his inner excitement. It would be my honor. The trio was overjoyed. Chapter 24, Space-Based Weapons. Zhou Tong, who had been planning to use this opportunity to set Chen Fan up, now felt utterly miserable. He had always yearned to join the Sichuan Provincial Academy of Sciences. That was why he had worked so diligently to build his credentials and obtain various degrees. Yet to the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, these were merely the most basic entry requirements. What the Sichuan Academy of Sciences truly valued were an individual's research achievements and contributions to academic development. Su Yang, who had barely spent a few years in school, had somehow gained entry into the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. This left him feeling deeply unsettled. Professor Li, Professor Chu, Professor Guan, Su Yang is merely a young man in his 20s with no significant accomplishments. Is it not a bit rash to admit him to the Sichuan Academy of Sciences? Hearing this, old Li, old Chu, and old Guan all froze in surprise. Turning around, they saw a young man named Zhou Tong, barely a few years older than Su Yang. They couldn't help but wonder, "Who are you?" Zhou Tong, seeing that Mr. Guan had responded to him, immediately brightened. "Mr. Guan, I'm a researcher from Jiangchuan City. My name is Zhou Tong. I won the national championship in the computer information security competition in Jiangchuan City and have achieved some accomplishments in the molecular field as well." Upon hearing this, Guan Yuanzi realized he had only asked Zhou Tong's name, yet the young man had launched into a lengthy introduction. He quickly grasped Zhou Tong's intentions. Young Su Yang has made significant technological contributions. Qinglong is one such example, offering immense potential for the advancement of our Dragon Nation. In the future, perhaps the entire Dragon Nation will see the emergence of the technology he researches. That is undeniable. One more thing: if you wish to join the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, I'll offer some advice. Get your priorities straight. Seeing is believing. Even a 3-year-old understands that principle. In this world, if you excel sufficiently in any one area, the world will embrace you. Don't let your own jealousy cloud your judgment. Guan Yuanzi's seemingly calm words made Zhou Tong grit his teeth. He'd been reduced to a mere clown. Chen Fan, however, was savvy enough to escort Zhou Tong out of the toy factory. Toy factory, underground laboratory. Li Shudong inquired, "Young friend, based on the principle of the light energy matter generator, the more elements fused into the Qinglong's 5 elements vibrating metal, wouldn't its strength, flexibility, and conductivity become even more formidable?" "That is correct. Fusing 100 elements is far from the Azure Dragon's limit," Su Yan replied calmly. Li Shudong sighed. If it keeps relying on the light energy matter aggregation generator to layer new elements, the Azure Dragon might eventually reach a terrifyingly powerful level. Su Yang hummed in acknowledgement. Theoretically, yes. But continuously stacking elements would alter the Azure Dragon's mass. Moreover, our level 3 nuclear fusion output might prove insufficient. Level 3 nuclear fusion? Xu Buping asked in confusion. Su Yang explained, "I categorize nuclear fusion conversion into 4 tiers. Level 1 nuclear fusion is what Eagle Nation does boiling water mode. Thermal energy is converted into kinetic energy, which then does work on a magnetic field to generate electricity. Level 2 fusion is our Qinglong reactor. Using a catalyst, it directly converts thermal energy into electrical energy. But level 2 fusion reactors only reach temperatures of 50 million degrees. Current human technology cannot fully unleash fusion energy unless we achieve level 3 fusion. In a tokamak device, fusion temperatures can reach hundreds of millions of degrees, exceeding the core temperature of the sun. And this ultimate 4th stage fusion achieves temperatures of 1 billion degrees. Once this threshold is crossed, fusion triggers a secondary chain reaction, unleashing energy 10 times greater than that of 3rd stage fusion." Xu Buping was profoundly shaken. Having conducted fusion experiments himself, he had indeed observed that while the initial chain reaction was intense, there remained room for further enhancement. Su Yang's words were not unfounded. And the 4th level nuclear fusion he mentioned afterward was something he had never even heard of. Xu Buping gave Su Yang a thumbs up. "Young man, you're truly remarkable. Your understanding of nuclear fusion far surpasses this old man's." Su Yang felt slightly awkward. It wasn't that he was brilliant, he had merely shared the knowledge about nuclear fusion stored within the system. "Old Chu, you're too modest." Guan Yuanzi and Li Shudong exchanged knowing smiles, and all of them laughed aloud. Young people who are neither arrogant nor timid, yet so talented, are rare these days. Inside the laboratory, the main controller belonging to the Azure Dragon rose into the air. "Is this the Qinglong's remote control?" Li Shudong asked, slightly surprised. Su Yang explained that they had created the master controller back then, fearing the bureau chief might use it to deceive others and cause accidents. The three nodded in understanding. At that moment, the master controller projected a real-time image of the Southern Ocean. The Azure Dragon loomed over the ocean, still pursuing the Footbasin Chicken. The few remaining warships of the Footbasin Chicken were now utterly wrecked. Fortunately, the 3 submarines from the Eagle had arrived in time, saving the few warships. Li Shudong watched the 3 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines, his expression gradually turning cold. The Eagle Nation truly hasn't given up its thieving ambitions. They've even sent nuclear submarines into our waters. Why didn't the Eastern Fleet intervene promptly? Isn't this their designated patrol zone? Xu Buping speculated, most likely, we couldn't detect them. Young friend, what's your take on this? The show is about to begin, Su Yang smiled. The 3 looked at him blankly. Su Yang then explained the annihilation mode. A surge of excitement flashed in their eyes. Yes. 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 Those who dare to flex their muscles in our Dragon Nation deserve a proper lesson, one that will teach them a lasting lesson. Southern Ocean. Inside 3 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines of Eagle Nation. Steve coldly ordered, "Chicken feet, hurry up and keep attacking the Blue Dragon. We'll provide underwater support." On the South Korean warship, the Qinglong's laser burning through the deck was still vivid in their minds. Only because their targets were numerous and evaded swiftly did they avoid total annihilation. General Steve, you didn't miscalculate, did you? You want us to keep attacking Qinglong? We've already lost over 20 warships. You truly wish to see us wiped out? Soros frowned. When I order you to act, you act. We've already requested space-based weapon support. You need to draw their fire. Plus we'll provide electromagnetic cannon support underwater. We've even mobilized the ultimate cloudburst bombs at your Guangguan base. A trinity strike from sea, land, and air. This Azure Dragon will be utterly annihilated today. Mark my words, not even Jesus could save him now. Chapter 25 Eagle Sauce's Scheme. To push the chicken-footed bastards into making a decision, Mihir also spoke up. Colonel Honda, I reckon this Azure Dragon nation has only one such dragon. Otherwise, why would they have endured our blockade for so many years? And we've never seen it before. He might even be an experimental subject. Destroy him, and we'll make the Dragon Nation pay you massive reparations for your damaged warship. Or perhaps you'd prefer us to handpick a new batch of military leaders for our Eagle Nation? Colonel Honda gritted his teeth. One step forward meant facing the Azure Dragon, one step back meant facing Michelle's blatant threat. Ever since the World War, the fate of their military had been controlled by the Eagle Nation. Disobedience would invite severe punishment from the Eagle Nation. Advance or retreat, either path led to certain death. Gritting his teeth, Colonel Honda chose to fight to the end. Damn it! Fire all guns! Bombard the Qinglong! Bring that damn thing down! Simultaneously, the remaining South Korean warships unleashed their surface-to-air missiles, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the Blue Dragon. In an instant, the southern ocean sky blazed crimson. A massive mushroom cloud engulfed an area hundreds of meters wide, completely enveloping the Qinglong. Beneath the waves, inside the 3 nuclear submarines. At Steve's command, missiles from the Guangguan base launched like a volley of arrows, swiftly converging on the Qinglong. These were genuine hypersonic cloudburst bombs. Each weighed over 10 tons. After detonation, a cloudburst bomb could render oxygen unusable within hundreds of meters, suffocating nearby life forms. Its shockwaves, occurring in multiple waves, would completely obliterate structures. It could be said that cloudburst bombs were among the most powerful conventional explosives available, second only to nuclear weapons. The simultaneous launch of dozens of these weapons clearly demonstrated that the Eagle Nation had spared no expense this time. They were determined to prevail in their struggle against the Dragon Nation. From space, Earth appeared vast and boundless beneath their gaze. Hundreds of terrifying, massive rod-like objects now occupied the cosmos. Each gleamed with a purple-gold sheen, stretching over 10 meters in length and as thick as a century-old tree trunk. Beyond their high-explosive cores, their very bodies were forged entirely from black steel. These were Eagle's space-based weapons, tungsten steel rods. As intelligence from the submarine reached the Eagle Nation's central command center, 10 of these tungsten steel rods were urgently mobilized. The miniature light computers within each rod, upon receiving the command, instantly plummeted toward the southern seas of the Dragon Nation. They bore straight toward the Azure Dragon. Once all commands were fully transmitted, 3 nuclear submarines surfaced. From their intake ports, 3 massive circular turrets materialized. The light brains reloaded in an instant. The surrounding light seemed to collapse inward before erupting outward in a flash. A terrifying roar echoed in their ears, making the entire southern ocean tremble as if an ancient beast were bellowing, shaking the very soul. Steve roared with laughter, "You little mudskippers from Dragon Nation, get ready to be remade in the crucible." Inside the toy factory, Chu Buping, Guan Yuanze, and Li Shadong watched the live feed from the Azure Dragon's main control console. The battle unfolded before their eyes as if they were right there. The Eagle has deployed large-scale cloudburst bombs this time. Will the Azure Dragon be unaffected? The Guan Yuanjet and the others had witnessed the Azure Dragon's resilience through recordings even withstanding nuclear blast impacts. Seeing the impending danger firsthand still stirred their anxiety. "It won't," Su Yang replied with certainty. When Guan Yuanjia, Li Shadong, and Chu Buping saw the 9 turrets mounted on the submarine, shock washed over their faces. The Eagle's high-tech innovations never cease to amaze, Guan Yuanzia remarked. Dragon Nation's electromagnetic cannon is still in testing, yet Eagle's is already deployed on submarines. This gives submarines yet another devastating weapon. Without any surprises, the Qinglong was locked onto that specific area. A massive explosion erupted, terrifying in its intensity, as countless flames shot skyward. Even an electromagnetic cannon likely can't penetrate the Qinglong's 5 elements vibrant gold, Chu Buping assessed. Yet, an unexpected twist unfolded. 10 fiery red streaks blazed across the sky, dazzlingly brilliant. The sound of tearing through the air echoed continuously, like the prolonged cry of a thunderous roar. The piercing screech reverberated across the entire sea. As if piercing the heavens themselves, the sky over that stretch of sea seemed to ignite completely. The area engulfed in flames was dozens of times larger than the light emitted by the cloudburst bombs, electromagnetic cannons, and foot-basin chicken missiles combined. What is that? No wonder I said they suffered losses last time. How dare they come back? Turns out they came prepared. A faint smile flickered across Su Yang's lips. Whether it was Guan Yuanzi, Li Shudong, or Chu Buping, all three were utterly shocked. Their expressions turned grave as they simultaneously thought of 4 words. Space-based weapons. Su Yan looked slightly surprised. Old Chu, Old Guan, Old Li, do these space-based weapons actually exist? Could it be that Eagle's Star Wars is real too? Master Chu glanced at the other two before nodding. It is real. Each space-based weapon packs the destructive force of a nuclear bomb. The real threat isn't their explosive payload, but the immense kinetic energy gained from accelerating through space. They can reach speeds of up to 40 times the speed of sound. Just 10 of these terrifying kinetic weapons could completely obliterate a medium-sized city. Space-based weapons are part of the Star Wars program. Back then at the UN General Assembly, we fiercely opposed their deployment of these weapons of mass destruction into space. We feared they might one day turn these weapons against us. Little did we know this day would come so soon. Su Yan could clearly sense the profound sorrow in the 3 elders. The Dragon Nation must grow stronger to avoid being bullied and to prevent its dignity from being trampled. No wonder they had the Footbasin Chicken draw fire first. Then deploying the cloudburst bombs from Guang'an base, even bringing out the electromagnetic cannon. All to draw Qinglong's firepower and attention, then deliver the final, fatal blow with this last space-based weapon. All 3 elders now felt a sense of despair. The combined energy of 10 space-based weapons surpassed that of a mini-nuclear bomb. Can Qinglong withstand that? Hearing this, Su Yang merely smiled. Elder Chu, Elder Li, Elder Guan, among my generation of young people, we all believe in one saying, the outcome remains uncertain, we are all dark horses. Likewise, when the smoke of battle rises and the blue dragon fights, who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. A surge of fervor stirred within the 3 elders, transporting them back to their youth. The world remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses. When the smoke of battle rises, the Azure Dragon fights, and the victor remains unknown. A glimmer of hope flickered anew within their hearts. Chapter 26, Big Trouble Awaits. On the boundless sea. Smoke now billowed everywhere, strange phenomena abounded. The scorching flames boiled the seawater. A green dragon suddenly roared out of the flames. Its colossal form had grown significantly larger. This was the Azure Dragon's fully unleashed state, its massive form stretching from 30 meters to 100, its 5 claws now transformed into 10. The 10-clawed ancestral dragon. Detecting 2 distinct enemy electrical signals. 2 regions have intruders. Annihilation mode activating. Annihilation mode activated successfully. The Azure Dragon's eyes instantly transformed from deep blue to crimson. Blood red signified boundless slaughter and infinite terror. On board the 3 Sea Wolf-class nuclear submarines, Steve roared with laughter. Damn serpent, your doom is upon you. Soros snorted coldly, as the Dragon Nation says in martial arts, nothing can withstand speed. With sufficient kinetic energy, not just a mere Azure Dragon, even an entire planet could be pierced through. Michelle sighed beside him. What kind of madness would lead someone to utter such words? A sense of foreboding rose within him. At that very moment, the vast fiery cloud in the sky descended. 10 colossal pillars, enveloped in towering flames, plunged toward the Azure Dragon. In an instant, the Azure Dragon was obliterated. Ha! Destroy it! What about the Azure Dragon? In the end, it still met its demise under our space-based weapons. Colonel Honda was overjoyed. Is this what American technology looks like? Absolutely insane. A nuclear blast with hundreds of kilotons of yield, and that's all it amounts to? Colonel Honda felt fortunate at that moment that they hadn't truly severed ties with the Eagle Nation. Otherwise, they would face a true catastrophe. Has the Azure Dragon been defeated? In the waters where Godzilla had sunk, the Eastern Fleet, led by Dong Yunfei, kept a fixed gaze on the Qinglong's position. Through Dragon Nation's space-based remote sensing satellites, everything was laid bare. Yet the next instant, his breathing grew ragged. Amidst the endless inferno, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted. Deafening, it seemed to reverberate 30,000 li across the heavens. A dragon's head emerged, reborn from the flames. It slowly raised its head from the boundless flames. The Southern Brightness laser cannon in its jaws and the Great Qin heavy cannons on its body unleashed relentless bursts. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted violently across the entire area. Boom! 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 The explosions thundered like rolling thunder. One after another, the space-based weapons exploded, melted, or were blasted away under the Qinglong's Southern Brightness Fire laser cannon and Great Qin heavy cannon. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Soros gritted his teeth. He never imagined that a nation like Dragon Kingdom, seemingly isolated for decades, could possess such technological prowess. The space-based weapons he had been so confident would destroy the Azure Dragon had all failed. This was a severe blow to him. Colonel Honda was utterly dumbfounded. He watched as the Azure Dragon soared skyward, its hull showing some damage but suffering no truly catastrophic wounds. The Azure Dragon was utterly awe-inspiring. Is this a god from the Dragon Nation? It's charging right at us. Steve panicked. The Azure Dragon's terrifying length nearly matched that of their nuclear submarine. Dive deep into the water. The submarine could still dive below the surface, but the Japanese warships were in for a world of trouble. This time, the Azure Dragon held nothing back, unleashing one heavy Qin artillery shell after another, pounding the American warship relentlessly. In mere moments, the enemy warship was reduced to ashes. Countless people plunged into the sea, struggling desperately to survive. One of Eagle's submarines was slow to submerge and got hit in the stern by Qinglong, but even so, they dared not surface lightly. Terrifying. It's a monstrous beast. Quick! Speed up and get us out of here. Steve yelled, his heart filled with terror, all traces of his earlier confidence and ambition to conquer the world vanished. Michelle gritted her teeth. We can't retreat. We still need to bring Godzilla back. This dragon seems to have a weakness it can't submerge. Go if you must. If this submarine doesn't leave now, it'll sink for real. Soros just wanted to get the hell out of the Southern Sea. Earlier, they had thought the Dragon Nation was easy prey. Now, it felt more like the eerie Silent Hill of the West, chilling to the bone. At that very moment, the Dragon Nation's high command was in session. The room was thick with murderous intent. The Eagle has truly gone too far. They've dared to invade our southern seas again. General Lu's eyes blazed with fury as his fists clenched tightly. We Dragon Nation just want to develop peacefully, but Eagle-chan won't give us that chance. This only proves they fear our rise. If we truly clash head-on with them, that would play right into their hands. Even trash like those Taiwanese bastards dare to enter our territorial waters. Why should we continue to endure? General Chen sneered, if war truly breaks out, it will be a bloodbath. If we don't move, that's one thing, but if we do, it will be with an army of 10,000, leaving mountains of bones. We'll settle all old and new accounts at once and utterly destroy them. The discussion grew heated. Victory reports arrived from the front lines. General, mere minutes ago, the Qinglong entered the southern waters once more. The Azure Dragon is slaughtering all in its path, but a serious problem has emerged. What problem? Spit it out. As my soldier, speak plainly and decisively, General Lu snorted coldly. The soldier's face flushed crimson. Reporting, upon entering the Southern Ocean, the Qinglong discovered 30 military vessels of the Footbasin Chicken Fleet had entered the third guidance chain. The Qinglong then pursued the Footbasin Chicken Fleet relentlessly. The Eagle and the Footbasin Chicken allied to destroy the Qinglong with space-based weapons. But in the end, the Footbasin Chicken Fleet was completely annihilated by the Qinglong. A submarine from Eagle Sauce Nation nearly sank as well. At this moment, the Eagle Nation's submarine is accelerating its escape. These words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. The Azure Dragon's power was simply terrifying. This terrifying combat capability had nearly wiped out 1/10 of the Footbasin Chicken's navy. General Su remarked calmly, the Azure Dragon's engagement against Eagle Sauce and the Footbasin Chicken was truly commendable, but I fear news of this incident will spread rapidly. It will inevitably cause an uproar internationally. The Footbasket Chicken might even seek revenge by forming a full-scale alliance with Eagle Sauce. Meanwhile, our side will face international condemnation for the massive losses in personnel, military strength, and finances caused by the Azure Dragon's destruction of 30 warships. At that point, the Eagle State will likely seize the moral high ground in public opinion, rallying other nations to pressure us. If the situation isn't managed carefully, it could even trigger a larger war. This is indeed a major predicament. Chapter 27, The Ultimate Open Strategy. Warfare isn't something to be taken lightly. If it truly escalates, the Dragon Nation's economy will inevitably suffer a significant setback. Now that the Dragon Nation had secured victory, there was no need to continue fighting. Avoiding conflict is naturally the best outcome. But demanding compensation from the Dragon Nation? That's something the higher-ups simply wouldn't do. Old Zhou, what's your take on this? General Chen turned to General Zhou. General Zhou was known for his strong convictions and clear-headed approach to problem-solving. General Zhou smiled. This matter is actually quite simple. The Eagle has grown accustomed to making unreasonable demands. We can employ the same tactics. If they want to pick a fight with us, it's all based on the certainty that Qinglong is our most advanced high-tech achievement. But our officials have never publicly announced the development of Qinglong. General Zhang's forehead flushed as understanding dawned. So we can declare to the world that our Dragon Nation is also a victim. We've been infiltrated by Qinglong. The others froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! Brilliant! What about the Southern Ocean? Should we continue fighting there? Fight? Of course we fight. But if they truly become enraged and desperate in the end, we'll have no choice but to fight with our backs against the water. Our Dragon Nation doesn't provoke trouble, but we've never shied away from it either. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Yang sighed. I never imagined that space-based weapons would only cause minor damage to the Azure Dragon's outer shell. And this is just one Qinglong. If they mass-produce these in the future, they'll become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Old Chu praised. Still, it's a pity that Qinglong seems limited to aerial flight it can't submerge. We can't pursue Eagle's submarines. I was hoping we could intercept those submarines, board them, and study their latest underwater stealth technology. Then we could use it to upgrade our Dragon Nation's nuclear submarines. Su Yang chuckled lightly. That's easily arranged. The Qinglong was originally designed with a hydrofoil system. After all, it's a dragon. Soaring through the skies and diving into the seas, it should be capable of anything. Upon hearing this, Chu Buping, Li Shadong, and Guan Yuanjia all found it utterly baffling. The Azure Dragon can actually dive into the sea? Su Yang nodded. It can enter the sea, but the power of the Southern Brightness Fire laser cannon and the Great Qin heavy cannon underwater would be reduced by over 90%. But that should still be enough to drive them into our control range. Just then, Li Shutong's phone rang. Hello, this is Li Shadong. Yes, what do you need me to do? Alright, I'm currently in Jiangchuan and can operate remotely. After hanging up, Li Shadong wore an odd expression. The higher-ups say we should keep pursuing the eagle. Given the extensive damage caused by the Qinglong this time, our Dragon Nation is likely to face condemnation from the international community, perhaps even collective retaliation. With the loss of so many warships and personnel, the South Koreans and Americans won't let this go easily. Now, our Dragon Nation has classified the Azure Dragon as an unknown technology. Since this unknown technology has invaded our Dragon Nation's waters, we will dispatch warships to attack the Azure Dragon. Our Dragon Nation is also a victim. Su Yang felt numb upon hearing this. Chu Buping and Guan Yuanjia felt the same way. Soon, all three wore expressions of confusion. The government never said the Qinglong belonged to our Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, on the television beside them, the Dragon Nation's government had convened an emergency press conference. Dozens of foreign journalists below had their cameras ready, waiting for the announcement. As Zhao Rui, the official spokesperson of Dragon Nation, took the stage, applause erupted. Good afternoon, journalists from around the world. I am Zhao Rui. This emergency press conference has been convened primarily due to the recent emergence of a colossal technological behemoth in Dragon Nation. We have named it the Azure Dragon. There are rumors circulating that Qinglong was created by us. But in fact, that is not the case. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. Could this be true? Wasn't the Azure Dragon developed by Dragon Nation? The rumors have spread all over the internet, claiming the Azure Dragon was developed by the Dragon Nation. Zhao Rui continued, we discovered the Blue Dragon 3 months ago. Qinglong's top speed exceeds 20 times the speed of sound, making it impossible for us to track its movements. Occasionally, we could observe it through our space-based satellites. Initially, our team aimed to guide it down to potentially seize its technology for advancing Dragon Nation's development. But as we observed Qinglong, we realized this was a violent and unpredictable dragon. In just the past month alone, the Azure Dragon attacked 3 of our warships and harassed 30 fishing vessels. Over 500 people have been injured. We randomly selected 2 fishermen who witnessed the Azure Dragon firsthand to describe their reactions and the circumstances at the time. Fisherwoman A, this mechanical dragon is truly terrifying. Its body was over 30 meters long and its head was as big as 10 basketballs. When I saw it, it was swimming swiftly through the water. I thought I'd caught a blue whale, but then its head broke the surface. I nearly fainted from fright. After returning, I fell seriously ill from the shock. Fisherman B also recounted, I encountered it on a deep-sea vessel. We were heading to the southern ocean's edge to fish. Who knew it would dive from the sky, spewing laser beams that instantly wrecked our fishing boat, the work of my entire life. Gone in an instant. If it weren't for our escort fleet returning just then, I'd probably have drowned in the sea. Here, I want to thank the party and thank the country. The reporters below exchanged stunned glances. This was truly earth-shattering news. Who could have imagined that Qinglong wasn't Dragon Nation's technology? Quickly contact our Hans Cat TV station. We must relay this news back immediately. Qinglong isn't from Dragon Nation. Not from Dragon Nation? Could it be from Eagle Nation? Zhao Rui then displayed images of the damaged Dragon Nation warship, injured fishermen, and wrecked fishing boats on the large screen. Zhao Rui explained, it probably isn't. Currently, Eagle Nation's submarines are also being attacked by the Azure Dragon in the southern oceans. Countless minds raced with speculation. Dragon Nation netizens witnessing this scene couldn't contain their shock. What? The Azure Dragon isn't from the Dragon Nation? Whoa, could the Azure Dragon be alien technology? I'd say it probably is. After all, even the Eagle doesn't have anti-gravity, gravity cannons, or laser cannons. However, another group of netizens who had watched the livestream in Bureau Chief's channel remained firmly convinced that the Qinglong was Chinese. I watched the Bureau Chief demonstrate the Qinglong flying in the air during the livestream. There's even a livestream video online as proof. But because the Dragon Nation acted so swiftly, they'd already ordered the livestream videos to be quietly deleted. Online, one group insisted the Qinglong belonged to the Dragon Nation, while another claimed it was alien technology. The authorities had confirmed it. Everyone was arguing endlessly over the Qinglong. At the press conference, after Zhao Rui delivered his impassioned speech, his gaze grew increasingly sharp. We have just received the latest report. The Qinglong has once again attacked in our Dragon Nation's waters, injuring dozens more fishermen. A South Korean warship passing through the third guiding chain in the southern waters likely intended to cross the border to rescue our Dragon Nation's fishermen, but unexpectedly came under attack by the Qinglong, nearly suffering total destruction. Our Dragon Nation expresses profound regret over this incident. Simultaneously, we are deeply grateful for the submarine military assistance dispatched by Eagle Nation, which aided our Dragon Nation in downing the Azure Dragon. Finally, given the unpredictability and danger posed by the Azure Dragon, our Dragon Nation mobilized the Eastern Fleet en masse half an hour ago to destroy the Azure Dragon. Additionally, our nation will temporarily lift maritime restrictions for a 24-hour period. Relevant nations may come to participate in support and rescue operations. Chapter 28: The Azure Dragon enters the sea. Participate in the rescue? The question is, would they dare to come? Whether it was Su Yang, Old Chu from Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Li Shadong, or Guan Yuanjia all burst into laughter. The Qinglong is now officially defined as not belonging to us. The Japanese warships were wiped out. What does that have to do with our Dragon Nation? Let the Eagle Nation take their beating and go settle scores with Qinglong. Most crucially, holding the press conference first allowed us to strike preemptively. Without a game changer like the Azure Dragon, you Eagles couldn't possibly pin this on us. If Eagle Nation actually did that, wouldn't it be admitting that their newest weapon, Godzilla, had been crushed by Dragon Nation's Blue Dragon? The Eagle Nation, forever driven by pride, will fiercely defend its military supremacy. They would never admit to such a defeat. Moreover, the emergence of the Azure Dragon has turned the Eagles' assessment of the Dragon Nation's capabilities into a complete mystery. 2 consecutive defeats have left them uncertain, hesitant to confront the Dragon Nation head-on. The best course is to grit their teeth and comply with the Dragon Nation's demands. Such is the nature of warfare between great powers. Direct confrontation is rare, and when it occurs, it remains hidden beneath the surface, unseen by outsiders. It's either open conflict or covert struggle. The Dragon Nation's official stance cleverly uses the slope to dismount the donkey. Truly the most brilliant open strategy of the century, Su Yang marveled inwardly. Old Chu. Didn't you want to see the underwater stealth technology of the Eagle's nuclear submarine? You'll get your chance soon. Old Chu froze, unsure what Su Yang intended to do. Su Yang then commanded the Qinglong, submerge. Drive Eagle's 3 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines into the inland sea. The Qinglong, now in annihilation mode, flashed a brief gleam in its eyes before its 100-meter-long body plunged directly into the water, heading straight for the Eagle's 3 nuclear submarines. The 100-meter-long body of the Qinglong moved through the water as if unopposed. Though not as swift as in the air, its underwater speed still surpassed any other creature. This terrifying presence was practically a dimensional strike against the nuclear submarines. The Azure Dragon can soar through the skies and plunge into the depths. This is the true dragon, Guan Yuanjia exclaimed, overcome with excitement. After entering the sea, the Azure Dragon pursued the 3 submarines relentlessly. Inside the submarine, Soros breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost didn't make it. Thankfully, that mechanical dragon can't dive. Otherwise, it would have been our worst nightmare. Yeah, who knew Dragon Nation possessed such a devastating weapon as the Azure Dragon? Damn it. We absolutely must investigate who is helping the Dragon Nation build such terrifying weapons of mass destruction. Could it be that the Great Bear and the Dragon Nation have joined forces? For the past century, the entire world has revolved around the Eagle Nation. After the Dragon Nation was blockaded, its technological and military capabilities suffered significant setbacks. Rapid advancement was impossible. Dragon Nation's advantage lies in its wealth, and globally, only Big Mao possesses the technological expertise. Big Mao was, after all, the Soviet Union's own offspring. Even after its dissolution, most of the Soviet Union's technology from the last century remained within its grasp. After enduring Eagle's sanctions, Big Mao's economy is essentially ruined. Even with blueprints, implementation is impossible. Considering that the Soviet Union secretly experimented with flying saucers and landed on the moon back in the day, it's hard to imagine whether Russia, having inherited the Soviet Union's legacy, still possesses any extraordinary black technology beyond conventional understanding. It's hard to imagine whether Russia, having inherited the Soviet legacy, still possesses any extraordinary black technology beyond common sense. Russia provides the blueprints, China handles the construction. The trio now found themselves contemplating a chilling possibility. There was no other way to make sense of it. Steve gritted his teeth. The Dragon Nation and Big Mao have likely been engaged in deep cooperation for quite some time. We must report this to headquarters immediately upon returning. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. The entire nuclear submarine Steve was in shook violently. In the already dimly lit submarine, the lights began to flicker. The immense disturbance caused the submarine to sway violently from side to side. Steve and the crew lost their footing, tumbling and crashing to the submarine's interior. Steve touched his forehead, blood streaming down. Damn it, what happened? Guards! Where are the guards? Steve's voice crackled over the communication channel to the submarine's information processing center. A response came quickly. Reporting. Our submarine is under attack by unknown creatures. What? An ambush underwater? Steve was stunned. Opened the submarine's underwater reinforced periscope. See what the hell it is. The soldier complied immediately. What they saw sent a chill down their spine. A massive silhouette streaked rapidly across the periscope's lens, occasionally lashing out at the submarine with its razor-sharp claws and fangs. Reporting, it's the dragon from the sky. It's submerged. Steve was completely panicked. Damn it! Quick, accelerate and get us out of this area. What the hell kind of monster is this? Damn it! But then came several more violent impacts and Steve screamed. We're done for. This time we're going down to feed the fish. No, I can't die. I'm so young and already a major general. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soros and Michelle were still feeling relieved. It was like a tiger had appeared and both men wanted to flee. But one was barefoot while the other wore shoes. In the jungle, the shod one's ankles wouldn't be easily injured, allowing him to run faster. He only needed to outpace the barefoot one to avoid being eaten by the tiger. Steve's submarine had been hit by the blue dragon early on, already suffering from insufficient power. Now it was in even worse shape, making it the blue dragon's primary target. Soros and Michelle sighed. At this moment, the principle of better a friend die than a poor man became crucial. Alas, they stood no chance against artificial intelligence. The Azure Dragon swiftly closed in on Soros and Michelle's submarine, detecting a massive metallic object rapidly approaching. Damn it, that mechanical dragon's caught up. The Azure Dragon was forged from 100 elements of the 5 elements vibrant metal. This alloy could obliterate any existing metal in an instant. Like a diamond-hard blade, it could slice through iron like mud. Qinglong unleashed a ferocious claw strike directly at Soros' submarine. The submarine was instantly ripped open by a massive gash. Reporting, Commander. Emergency situation. Water ingress in compartment 19. If we allow the mechanical dragon to continue its assault, it will inevitably strike weapon Bay 21, adjacent to Bay 19. Chapter 29, The Fisherman Knows His Own Heart. If hit, the explosive force of the entire weapons cache would instantly shatter the nuclear submarine into fragments. Soros gritted his teeth. Launch torpedoes immediately to buy us time. Sir, launching torpedoes at such close range risks damaging our own submarine, causing collateral damage. Soros was furious. He had been to East Asia, Northern Europe, the Middle East, every major region imaginable. He had been unstoppable everywhere he went. Yet now, in these southern waters, he felt utterly stifled. He might even lose his life here. He was utterly unwilling to accept this. Fortunately, at that moment, Michelle fired a cannon shot at the Qinglong. Though it struck the submarine's compartment 19 squarely, worsening the damage. It did manage to draw the Qinglong's attention. You brainless mechanical dragon, come on, chase me. True to form, the Azure Dragon obliged this genius. It charged straight toward Michelle's position. Michelle maintained some distance from the dragon, rapidly advancing while launching torpedoes to buy time. Alas, the Azure Dragon showed no fear. It opened its gaping maw, its razor-sharp teeth gleaming with a metallic sheen, its blood-red eyes like specters from the deep sea. In that instant, the raging sea dragon bit down on the incoming torpedo, causing it to explode. Even the seasoned veterans within the toy factory Old Chu, Old Li, and Old Guan were left speechless. Qinglong's combat tactics are a bit too brutal and unreasonable. Guan Yuanjia murmured, young friend, why not simply destroy these 3 submarines? For the sake of that trivial international friendship? Su Yang smiled. Isn't this fulfilling Old Chu's wish to board the Eagle's nuclear submarine? Li Shadong scratched his head, exchanging puzzled glances with the other 2. None of them understood the situation. Su Yang saw no need to hide anything and laid out his plan. After some discussion, Li Shadong finally exclaimed, I never imagined there could be a grand scheme within a grand scheme. The trio found themselves both amused and exasperated. They couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Eagle's 3 nuclear-powered submarines. In the southern seas, Dong Yunfei received orders and headed straight for the Eagle Nation's submarine. Sir, why are we being sent to rescue the Eagle Nation? Shouldn't we press our advantage? A soldier asked. Dong Yunfei snorted. You think I want to rescue them? It's an order. Besides, the higher-ups said the Qinglong is a menace now. We're going after the Azure Dragon, got it? We're the righteous army, and the Azure Dragon is evil. Got it? The soldier looked utterly bewildered. This reversal was way too sudden. Immediately, Dong Yunfei issued an order, on the front lines, the Azure Dragon has gone berserk. The Footbasin chickens and eagle sauce have sacrificed far too much for our Dragon Nation. We must go and support them. Additionally, mobilize fishermen in the area to assist our Eastern Fleet in joint operations. Aim to capture the Azure Dragon. The soldier was even more astonished now. Sir, are we really going to pursue the Azure Dragon? Is the Azure Dragon truly evil? Dong Yunfei was furious, tilting his head to the side. Damn it, you really have no sense at all. Do I look like a villain to you? The soldier's eyes suddenly lit up as if a light bulb had gone off. Sir, I understand now. At the same moment, countless fishermen from Jiangsu, Guangdong, and Zhejiang provinces received the Eastern Fleet's message. 1,000 sails compete, encircle the Azure Dragon, rescue foreign crew members. Charge! Capture the Azure Dragon. Claim the first page of the Family Chronicle. The fishermen of Longwa form the most organized and patriotic grassroots fishing community in the world. They rarely move, but when they do, it sets off a chain reaction. The grand spectacle of 1,000 sails competing is usually only seen during the Dragon Boat Festival. Yet now, tens of thousands of vessels respond to the official call. This vast, surging sea embodies an iron-willed patriotism. Countless individuals man their own vessels, driven solely by the desire to contribute their share. But upon arrival, they realized, isn't this our Dragon Nation's inland sea? That looks like an Eagle's submarine, judging by the emblem. It's surfacing. Whoa, how did they get into our waters? Ha! And there are South Korean warships too. 1, 2, 3. Everyone was stunned. The Dragon Nation's inland sea, so many foreign warships had sunk here. Terrifying indeed. Among the fishermen, on the largest fishing boat, Yang Jian, his face covered in stubble, looked like someone who spent plenty of time weathered by the elements on the fishing boat. He was the one rallying the corresponding fishermen's vanguard force. So many ships from the football chicken and eagle sauce have actually come. They clearly harbor ill intentions toward our Dragon Nation. Rolling a cigarette from a leaf, he grew angrier the longer he stared at the sunken warships. Damn it, I can't even light my cigarette. Shouts echoed from the sea now and then. It was the Foot Basin chicken crew. Old Young, should we rescue them? Rescue them. Of course we rescue them. We've got orders from above. We have to rescue them anyway. Think of it as international friendship, we should save them. There are too many people to save them all. Those we do rescue, let them stay in the fish hold for now. Don't drain the water, I'm worried the fish will die and spoil. Qinglong, standing beside Yang Jian, chimed in excitedly, don't worry, the fish will stay fresh. Dong Yunfei also hurried to the scene. At this moment, they were only 500 meters away from the Qinglong. At this distance on the sea surface, the Qinglong could be clearly seen through binoculars, pursuing its target. It darted through the ocean like a carp leaping, occasionally firing laser beams into the air. But it never hit the Eagle's submarine. Steve, Soros, and Michelle had originally intended to escape this stretch of ocean, but the Qinglong had forced them back. Damn it, this mechanical dragon seems to be deliberately toying with us. It doesn't want to destroy us outright. But it won't give us any chance to escape either. Just then, the alarm sounded again. Reporting, hundreds of military targets are appearing on our radar. They're closing in on us rapidly. Steve, Soros, and Michelle despaired, this time we're truly finished. The Dragon Nation's forces are here. Michelle fumed, I told you to finish the mission and get out of here. But you insisted on continuing to mess around. Now look what you've done, you've provoked the Dragon Nation, and now they've sent their regular forces to hunt us down. The crews aboard the 3 submarines were nearly overcome with despair. Some had already given up, showing no will to survive, even neglecting to maintain the machinery. Faced with overwhelming superiority, they saw no chance of survival. Yet the next instant, the Eastern Fleet's electronic signals penetrated all 3 nuclear submarines. Under normal circumstances, with the submarines operating normally, the Eastern Fleet's signal would never have been able to penetrate the 3 vessels. Only the severe damage to the submarines had made this possible. Steve gritted his teeth and suddenly roared into the radio microphone, you bastards from Dragon Nation, we Eagle Nation will never surrender, even in death. We'd rather sink to the bottom of the sea than surrender. Chapter 30, Sky High Demands. Dong Yunfei nearly laughed out loud. But he quickly regained his composure. Generals of the Eagle Nation. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. The Azure Dragon has inflicted severe military losses upon us. Our mission is to capture Qinglong alive and eliminate the threat in the southern seas. Steve looked utterly bewildered, as did Michelle and Soros. Dong Yunfei briefly explained that Qinglong wasn't Dragon Nation's technology. He repeated the news report's explanation word for word. This time, Steve, Michelle, and Soros were completely thrown off balance. But more than anything, they were thrilled. The 3 exchanged glances. Who would have thought Qinglong wasn't from Dragon Nation? Wait, this might be a setup by Dragon Nation. We can't trust it. Meanwhile, from Dong Yunfei's side, a soldier's voice soon came through. Reporting, sir. We've pinpointed the Azure Dragon's location. Dong Yunfei barked, launch immediately. Use the ghost torpedo to destroy Qinglong's tail section. That appears to be its weak point. As Dong Yunfei commanded the ghost torpedoes to fire, the electrical signals appeared to be disrupted. The transmission abruptly cut off. Yet the Qinglong continued its pursuit of Steve and his crew. Though the Qinglong only inflicted damage on the 3 submarines through biting and dragging. Submarines and aircraft carriers share similar construction principles. To prevent being sunk by a single hit, both employ multiple sealed compartments. Damage to a single compartment wouldn't cause significant disruption, but multiple compartment failures would spell catastrophic destruction. What do we do? Damn it, damn it. Report, Qinglong has been hit by Dragon Nation's ghost torpedoes and has changed course. They're heading toward Dragon Nation, firing lasers that just destroyed 3 of their warships. Hearing this, Michelle, Steve, and Soros, who had thought death was imminent, were now overjoyed. What? Report, the number of damaged Dragon Nation vessels continues to rise. 10 ships. 15. This time, it was Michelle, Steve, and Soros who were stunned. Damn it, Dragon Nation has lost 30 warships outright. This is unbelievable. Quick, quick. Pull up the satellite imagery. Soros, Michelle, and Steve rushed to view the footage. The images showed the Azure Dragon relentlessly attacking Dragon Nation warships. Flames shot skyward across the sea surface, boiling the water. The high-temperature vapor obscured the sky and sea in that entire stretch of water. A terrifying scene, like a living hell. Good, well done indeed. Looks like Qinglong isn't from the Dragon Nation after all. We can't let my Eagle Nation be the only one to suffer at the hands of this mechanical dragon. Attack! Strike it down mercilessly. Soros roared. We should seize this chance to escape. Or we might not be able to get away later, Michelle warned. Steve nodded in agreement. Turn around. We're retreating. Let this dragon bring destruction to the Dragon Nation. Inside the toy factory, Huan Yuanjia stroked his beard. That kid Dong Yunfei is quite the clever one. He managed to get 3 real, dilapidated ships, the rest are just warship models. Thank goodness the mist raised by the Azure Dragon laser obscured the optical satellite cameras. Otherwise, we almost blew our cover. Li Shudong chuckled, the troops Dong Yunfei trained aren't half bad either. Their expressions, movements, firefighting, rescue all executed flawlessly. They look like they came straight from a theater troupe. That kid's earned himself a major achievement this time. Xu Buping watched the footage and suddenly grew anxious. What about the Eagle-class nuclear submarine? It hasn't escaped, has it? Su Yang remained confident and composed. Rest assured, old Xu. It won't get away. The Qinglong immediately gave chase. The Eagle tried to escape, but the Qinglong swiftly changed course and dove beneath the waves. In an instant, it had locked onto 3 nuclear-powered submarines once more. Great Qin heavy cannon charging. Great Qin heavy cannon charging complete. Nanming Lihuo laser cannon ready. Nanming Lihuo laser cannon charging complete. The Great Qin heavy cannon tore a gaping wound through tens of thousands of tons of seawater. Like a barrier, it split the water apart, revealing the exposed seabed sill passage beneath. The Southern Ming Lihuo laser cannon fired in an instant. A single laser beam struck the soul of the Qinglong, instantly piercing through all 3 nuclear-powered submarines. After the Great Qin heavy cannon vanished, the seawater on both sides swiftly closed back together. Massive volumes of seawater surged into the 3 nuclear submarines. Chaos erupted instantly within. Over a dozen sealed compartments were damaged. Quick! Seal the hatches to keep the water out. Jettison the warheads to prevent accidental detonation and lighten the submarines. Soros, Michelle, and Steve made swift decisions, but alas, they couldn't stop the seawater from flooding in. Reporting, our submarine has sustained severe damage. If we can't reach shore immediately, we'll sink to the bottom for sure. Soros, Michelle, and Steve gritted their teeth. Even now, seeking aid from the Eagle Nation headquarters would be futile. This was the inland sea of the Dragon Nation, where islands were virtually non-existent. They were concentrated near the 3rd chain. Even if they somehow escaped the submarine and surfaced, survival was impossible. In the vast ocean, their only hope for survival lay in seeking aid from the Dragon Nation. Coincidentally, Dong Yunfei sent a radio transmission at that very moment. Friends of the Eagle Nation, are you alright? Do you require assistance? My Dragon Nation can draw the Azure Dragon's firepower for you. You should each flee for your lives. To avoid arousing suspicion from Eagle Nation, Dong Yunfei deliberately framed it as cover fire rather than a direct invitation. An Eagle soldier then relayed an urgent report. General, we have no more than 20 minutes. If we don't find a coastline or island to dock at, our submarine will sink. Soros, Michelle, and Steve exchanged glances before reaching a decision. Soros spoke with difficulty, General of the Dragon Nation, our submarine is damaged. We require assistance. We wish to dock at your coast for a period of time. Would that be acceptable? Dong Yunfei was about to agree immediately, but then thought better of it. Agreeing too readily would reveal his hand. Moreover, Dong Yunfei had adopted the mindset of a seasoned capitalist. As a general commanding troops, what mattered most was frugality, securing every possible advantage for his forces. Generals, that might not be feasible. Our Dragon Nation's ports aren't freely accessible to outsiders. Why not head to the Fuxing Passage 300 li away instead? The 3 had assumed that as generals of the Eagle Nation, they wouldn't be treated with such difficulty. But now it seems certain conditions were required. General of the Dragon Kingdom, we can pay. We wish to temporarily lease your port. Is that acceptable? Our ports are quite expensive, you know. 30 billion for 10 days docking. What? 30 billion? Chapter 31, already lost. Your country is taking advantage of the situation. Steve, Michelle, and Soros nearly exploded with rage. Dong Yunfei countered, think about it, you're docking a nuclear submarine. We must ensure absolute secrecy. So when your submarine docks, we'll certainly provide the highest standard of hospitality. We can't exactly have your nuclear submarine moored at our military port, can we? Besides, 30 billion is actually quite reasonable. Our port typically generates around 500 million in daily profits from export cargo alone. By that calculation, we're actually operating at a loss. Rest assured, our military won't pocket a single penny of this money, it all goes to the port. The three men froze for a moment. But did it really matter? Whether it goes to the military or the port, doesn't it all stay within the Dragon Nation in the end? Report, all compartments have begun taking on water. Estimated 15 minutes until complete flooding. Additionally, the propulsion system has suffered a 30% loss, accelerating the rate of flooding. We currently cannot calculate how much time remains. The Eagle soldiers' report was nothing short of a godsend for Dong Yunfei. Though they knew the demands were outrageously high, the group discussed it, consulted their superiors, and reluctantly agreed. There was no other choice. The construction of these 3 nuclear-powered vessels alone had cost the Eagle Nation tens of billions. Fine. 30 billion. 30 billion it is. But you must promise us a port with absolute confidentiality. Alright, rest assured. I'll handle it. Dong Yunfei chuckled inwardly. Quick, Qinglong is coming again. General of the Dragon Nation, hurry up and hold him off for us. Think about our 30 billion. You get it only if we hold him off. Fail, and you get nothing. Full force attack. Immediately escort the 3 submarines of Eagle Nation to our H-port for repairs. The Eagle Nation's 3 carriers were terrified now, desperately tailing Dong Yunfei's squadron of warships as they fled. Meanwhile, as expected, Dong Yunfei's side engaged the Blue Dragon in battle. 30 billion, a full 30 billion. Steve gritted his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. Michelle hesitated. Dragon Nation agreed far too readily. They actually lent us the port. Soros snorted. What's there to fear? Unless they don't want the money. Michelle felt a headache coming on. The real worry is that they're after our nuclear submarines. Steve fell silent too. Finally, Soros gritted his teeth. We're already here. We'll just have to be vigilant. Without Dragon Nation forces guiding us into port, if we approach their coast voluntarily, we'd probably be sunk by land-based missiles before even reaching the port. But if we stay out at sea, all of us, the hundreds of soldiers aboard this submarine, will die. Once the men are dead, we have nothing left. Inside the toy factory, Zulong maneuvered the Qinglong submarine to sink the final decoy warship target Dong Yunfei had positioned. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, host. Qinglong annihilated the Foot-Basin chicken fleet and severely damaged the Eagle Sausage Seawolf-class nuclear submarine, achieving the fearless Qinglong accomplishment. Reward, 2,000 insight points. Host, Su Yang. Insight points, 2,000. Hidden technique, Thunder God. The Dragon Nation government officially denied that the Azure Dragon belonged to them, and this incident has already spread from within the country to the international stage. Within mere hours, it caused an uproar. On YouTube. Korean netizens, I knew it. Dragon Nation's Qinglong is fake. They couldn't possibly possess technology like that. If it's not Dragon Nation's tech, then it's most likely ours from South Korea. In this world, only our Eagle Daddy and our South Korea are the most powerful. You're all just tiny countries. Only we are a cosmic superpower. Russian netizens retorted indignantly, what the hell are you South Koreans? Eat more kimchi every day. You only exist on maps, daring to draw your borders too big. Which neighboring country could you possibly beat? Even if the Azure Dragon isn't from the Dragon Kingdom, it definitely isn't yours. I'm starting to suspect the Azure Dragon is actually our Great Furry Nation's secret weapon. Netizens from the White Elephant Nation fumed, your Great Fur Nation's culture is identical to the West's. How could you possibly have an Eastern Dragon? If you ask me, the Azure Dragon is most likely ours, White Elephant Nation's. Our White Elephant Nation's Brahma, the supreme god, has a dragon under his feet. I never imagined the day would come when our White Elephant Nation's dragon could punch the pot-bottom chickens, kick the Eagle Sauce Nation, and then KO the Dragon Nation. No need for doubt, believe it, our White Elephant Nation has risen. The internet buzzed with debate. Within Eagle Nation. Following the Dragon Nation's announcement of the emergency release of the Azure Dragon, the Eagle Nation's leadership was thrown into turmoil. Everyone speculated, what does the Dragon Nation intend to do? But when they witnessed the Azure Dragon sinking the entire fleet of the football chicken, it all clicked. The Dragon Nation was playing both the Foot-Basin chicken and the Eagle Nation against each other. Eagle Nation high-level meeting. The Dragon Nation publicly stated that during our previous Godzilla tests, we mistakenly identified Godzilla as the Azure Dragon, which is why we attacked Godzilla. A general expressed his confusion. Five-star General Donald flatly dismissed this theory, absolutely impossible. They're telling the world that the massive losses suffered by the football chicken have nothing to do with them. They think they can just wash their hands of it? It's not that simple. What about our submarine? Has it returned? One inquired. In the holographic projection, a soldier quickly relayed the update. Reporting, General. General Steve, Soros, and General Michelle just relayed that the Qinglong severely damaged 3 of our Seawolf-class nuclear submarines. Fortunately, with the assistance of Dragon Nation's allied forces, our 3 nuclear-powered submarines were spared destruction. Moreover, the 3 generals stated they personally witnessed over 20 warships sunk during the Dragon Nation's rescue operation. A video recording was also transmitted back. All present watched the footage. In the final scene, the Qinglong docked at a Dragon Nation port. At this moment, the Eagle Nation's high command was already confused. General Khrushchev fell silent, glancing at the others. Could it be we truly misunderstood the Dragon Nation? The Qinglong truly isn't from the Dragon Nation. General Nasuz, who had remained silent, tapped the tabletop with his thick fingers. Upon closer inspection, his arm was revealed to be a precision mechanical prosthesis made of metal. In the great power game, interests reign supreme. Whether Qinglong belongs to Dragon Nation or not, the moment 3 nuclear-powered submarines docked at Dragon Nation's port, we had already lost. Chapter 32, Diesel-Electric Silent Technology. Whether it was a covert or overt scheme, it no longer matters. Nasuz's voice was heavy, and those around him fell silent. Our latest technology is on those nuclear submarines. Hurry, send someone to contact Dragon Nation. Bring the submarines back. Even if they're destroyed, we can't let them get our technology. Inside the toy factory, Chen Fan whispered something into Old Guan's ear. Old Guan hummed an acknowledgement, and Chen Fan departed mysteriously. Young friend, we must return to the Sichuan Academy of Sciences immediately. Come with us. As it happens, a high-ranking official wishes to see you. All right. In the narrow alleys of Jianchuan, Zhou Tong darted through the streets, glancing nervously around every so often, as if caught in the act and highly alert. Confirming no one was following, he slipped into a dark corner. Zhou Tong's face darkened. The top brass of Longwa's research community could have kept their precious gems, yet they insisted on recruiting some vocational school kid. Give me that alien technology, and I could create something like the Qinglong myself. Staying in Longwa will only bury my talent. I need to find another path for myself. Zhou Tong then dialed a number. The voice on the other end answered promptly. Hello, Captain Jordan. This is Zhou Tong. I have some extremely important news to share with you. I know who created the Azure Dragon. What? Hurry up and tell me. Which company is it? Fax me their details too. The voice on the other end sounded visibly excited. Suppressing his own excitement, Zhou Tong laid out his conditions. Colonel Jordan, about that Harvard lifetime professorship and Nobel Prize you mentioned last time, can we make that happen? Colonel Jordan snorted. The tenured professorship? No problem. But for the Nobel Prize, you'll have to hand over the Qinglong technology to the Eagle Nation. Zhou Tong gritted his teeth. Where on earth would he find Qinglong's technology? But then an idea struck him. I don't have Qinglong's technology, but I do have part of its source code. That will suffice. These days, the Nobel Prize was practically under the Eagle Nation's complete control. They could even meddle in academic forums. It didn't matter who they pick as the recipient. Alright, I'll send it to you immediately. Zhou Tong pulled out his laptop and began sending the prepared data to Colonel Jordan. But just as he was about to hit the send button, a gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Tong's forehead. Captain Jordan barked from the other end, Zhou Tong, why hasn't the transfer started yet? Don't you want your degree and Nobel Prize anymore? Zhou Tong tried to speak, but Chen Fan's gaze, fixed on him through the gun's barrel, was as sharp as a hawk's, cold and terrifying. If Zhou Tong dared to press the transmission button under his watch, he would fire without hesitation. Several men emerged from behind Chen Fan, hung up the phone, and seized the laptop from Zhou Tong's hands. Zhou Tong was now under their control. Zhou Tong, we now suspect you of serious treason and leaking state secrets. Effective immediately, you are under arrest. Chen Fan felt a surge of anger. Zhou Tong was someone he had personally recruited. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect him to do something like this. Fortunately, they had caught him in time. If the information about Qinglong had leaked out these past few days, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Zhou Tong struggled violently. The thought of spending the rest of his life behind bars sent him into a panic. Chen Fan, hurry up. Release me now so I can relay the Qinglong intel. Then you won't need to be a state security agent anymore. I'll have Colonel Jordan give you and your men a villa worth tens of millions so you can live a carefree life abroad. Chen Fan's gaze grew even colder. You. Is the moon really that much rounder abroad? That's why these overseas returnee PhDs have been so thoroughly corrupted. That bastard deserves to die. Inside the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Su Yang and his group's vehicles came to a halt. Inside the academy, a red carpet had been laid out. At the end of the carpet stood a man in his 60s. Lu Xing and Yu Songji stood respectfully by his side, their military posture more rigid than ever. The old man greeted Su Yang and his group with a warm smile as they stepped out of the vehicle. Mr. Chu, Mr. Li, Mr. Guan, thank you for your hard work. The three replied with smiles, what's there to be tired about? We've come through so many years already. Upon hearing this, the old man smiled. Elder Chu then introduced Chen Fan to General Chen, allowing the two to get acquainted. The three elders also recounted recent events in Jiangchuan, including how Su Yang had orchestrated the Qinglong's deployment, resolved the source code issue, and introduced new technologies. General Chen sighed, I once imagined that the Azure Dragon was manufactured by some domestic company. Or perhaps some alien technology. Who could have imagined that the creator of the Qinglong would be such a vibrant young man? After a round of business flattery and casual conversation, the group sat down at the conference table. General Chen fixed Su Yang with an intense, serious gaze, his eyes burning so brightly they seemed to outshine the stars. Young friend Su Yang, I trust you've seen it too. While Dragon Nation remains largely stable domestically, internationally, it faces constant peril. Whether it's the eagle, the big bear, the Han's cat, the Persian cat, or the big white elephant, all have their eyes fixed on Dragon Nation. You've experienced certain events and possess a unique technological mindset. I hope you can contribute your talents to the development of our Dragon Nation. Develop more advanced weaponry for our nation. General Chen, rest assured. As long as I, Su Yang, am alive, I will give my utmost effort. Su Yang's heart burned with fervor. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined conversing face to face with someone of such high standing. Technology changes lives, and it reshaped social hierarchies. With that assurance, I can rest easy. General Chen produced a document and handed it to Su Yang. For bold characters lay clearly on its surface Project Azure Dragon. Young Su Yang, I hereby formally appoint you as the chief engineer of Qinglong, to spearhead the development of the Qinglong for our Dragon Nation. Su Yang glanced over the document briefly. Essentially, it stated that all operations would follow Chen Fan's directives for mass production of the Qinglong. I shall not fail in this mission. After General Chen departed, Chu Buping received a call from Dong Yunfei. Old Chu, 3 of Eagle's Sea Wolf-class nuclear submarines have temporarily docked at our H-port. Your identity has likely been thoroughly investigated by the Eagle sauce. It'll be quite difficult for you to board the nuclear submarine to inspect their diesel-electric stealth technology. Chu Buping chuckled, who said I'd go personally? Their nuclear submarine was damaged by the Qinglong. Its remaining power won't last long. Without electricity or food, they'll come looking for us. That's when our opportunity will arise. Chapter 33, Dong Yunfei outwits the Eagle. Inside the port, operations had temporarily halted since the facility was leased to the Eagle Squadron. Truthfully, there wasn't much cargo to load anyway. When Steve and his crew first arrived, only a handful of ships were present. They looked quite dilapidated. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Steve couldn't help but curse under his breath. China's got some nerve. With a place like this, they claim a net profit of 500 million a day? 500 million would be enough to completely renovate the entire port. But right now, on Dragon Country's turf, Steve could only vent his frustration verbally. He dared not actually cause any trouble. A tantalizing aroma drifted in from somewhere, whetting the appetites of Steve, Michelle, and Soros. That smells amazing. Must be someone in Dragon Country cooking meat. I miss our Eagle Nation's big turkeys too, such delicious feasts. Damn it all. If it weren't for that dragon, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Inside the submarine, the Eagle Nation's submariners cursed loudly. For days now, their meals had consisted solely of seafood. In the past, with resupply every half month or month, they'd still have various delicacies to enjoy. But the journey from Eagle Nation to the southern inland sea had already taken over 10 days. Now, they'd been lingering at the Dragon Nation port for another 10 days. It was nearly a full month, and their taste buds were numb from blandness. Worst of all, the submarine's freshwater supply had long since run dry. These days, they relied entirely on pure solar energy from the sky, drinking a little purified water. However, drinking too much purified water also made the human body feel fatigued. Compounded by the submarine's confined space and the lingering fear of an uncertain return to Eagle Country, many crew members had developed claustrophobia. Soros was growing impatient. Any word from headquarters yet? How much longer before they can retrieve us? Reporting, General, our radio communication failed yesterday. The remaining solar panels can no longer store power due to seawater corrosion. What about the nuclear reactor? The nuclear reactor was also destroyed by the Qinglong. Soros sat on the hull of the submarine floating on the sea surface, slamming his fist against it. At this rate, whether we can even make it back is anyone's guess. On another submarine, Michelle gestured for Soros to calm down. The Eagle Nation won't abandon us. All we can do is wait. Give the order, during daylight hours, we'll collect seawater for drinking to replenish our freshwater supply. For food, all crew members will go fishing in the sea. We'll make do. It should hold us until reinforcements arrive. 10 days passed in a flash. While the crews on all 3 submarines managed to hold on during the first few days, their spirits gradually sank as time dragged on. Continuing this way, everyone felt increasingly numb. Dark circles appeared under their eyes. There wasn't even a proper place to sleep on the submarine. Crowded into a cramped space, water had seeped in and couldn't be repaired yet. The entire submarine remained submerged, with food and fresh water running low. From the moment they left Eagle Nation until encountering the Blue Dragon, they had endured a month aboard the submarine. Now, they had endured another 10+ days. The prolonged ordeal was a double torment on both body and mind. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Finally, someone snapped. Like a madman, he charged toward the Dragon Nation's residential area. He wanted out. He wanted shore. He wanted freedom. Soldier! I order you to return immediately. Michel barked furiously. But the sailor paid no heed, sprinting wildly before vanishing into the forest. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the air, abruptly cut off. The crew of all 3 submarines felt their scalps tingle. That direction led to a cliff. The soldier was most likely gone. We must find a way to secure fresh food, water, energy, and power and ideally repair the submarine. Otherwise, before reinforcements arrived, they might all go completely mad. But to acquire these things, they would need the assistance of the Dragon Nation. What should they do? At the highest point of the port, Dong Yunfei and his subordinate Lu Feng were observing the Eagle's situation through binoculars. Old Dong, the Eagle's soldiers are nearly losing their minds. This standoff should be nearing its end. Dong Yunfei chuckled darkly. Don't worry. The fact they're still jumping around means they've got strength left. They haven't hit their physical or mental limits yet. Only despair will make them truly see reality. When that moment comes, it won't be too late for us to help them. But these Eagle chicks are still dangerous. Take 500 men down there, fully armed, and seal off the port. Not a single one must escape beyond the port perimeter. Also, have the cooks prepare meals. Position them downwind so the sea breeze carries the aroma and makes those starving devils drool. After the setup, the Dragon Nation side feasted daily on rich meats and fish, starkly contrasting the Eagle saw submariners' diet of fish, distilled water, and condensate. After 10 consecutive days of fishing, the already sparse fish stocks near the port dwindled further, leaving supplies increasingly scarce. Whether it was Steve, Soros, Michel, or the submariners aboard the 3 vessels, they'd all visibly wasted away from hunger. Damn Dragon Nation, they're doing this on purpose, Michel snapped, his usually cool head now consumed by visions of the pork-belly Dragon Nation was feasting on. He was practically drooling. Soros swallowed hard, only to find his mouth dry. He reached for the distilled water, but the bottle was empty. Soldier, bring me another bottle of distilled water. The soldier gritted his teeth. General, it's been overcast for a week straight. We've barely dried any distilled water. Some men have resorted to drinking recycled water. Recycled water? Soros asked, puzzled. The soldier hesitated, seemingly unable to bring himself to say it. Soros immediately understood. A deep despair washed over Soros. He was a colonel, after all. He couldn't possibly die of thirst in the Dragon Kingdom. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Soros gritted his teeth, then sighed. Michel, maybe we should compromise. The 3 had realized from the moment they arrived at Port H that this was most likely a trap set by the Dragon Nation. Back then, they had no idea what they were about to face, and by the time they wanted to leave, it was already too late. So they had no choice but to tough it out. They're likely after the technology on our submarine. It's our only bargaining chip, Michel said, his voice heavy with anguish. After a moment of silence, Soros spoke first. Do you want to live? The 3 exchanged glances, then made their decision. Chapter 34, Project Gonggang. Chuan Province Academy of Sciences. To better conduct research, Su Yang had the laboratory from Jiangchuan Toy Factory relocated here. Xu Buping, Li Shadong, Guan Yuanjia, and their teams worked alongside Su Yang. In just half a month, Su Yang had forged another Azure Dragon. In the 4-dimensional space he originally inhabited, he could have completed this alone in 10 days. But here, it was clearly impossible. Even with the specialized equipment from the 4th dimension, he couldn't replicate it here. He could only rely on traditional methods, which made the process considerably slower. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A tall, slender female researcher came jogging toward him. Su Yang glanced back and saw Qingyao, her face flushed and her expression slightly panicked. Chief Engineer Su, it's bad news. The Qinglong has malfunctioned and can't take flight. Professor Chu wants you to take a look. Su Yang responded with a simple, okay. On the military training ground, the Qinglong lay motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Professor Chu first pressed the remote control Lu Sun had brought back, then activated the master control panel. But the Qinglong remained unresponsive. Li Shadong and Guan Yuanjia were also puzzled. Su Gong, is the Qinglong broken? Guan Yuanjia asked doubtfully. Su Yang remained silent, stepping forward to inspect it. He then discreetly scanned it with a 4-dimensional space scanner. Su Yang explained with relief, Old Chu, Old Li, Old Guan, no need to worry. It's just that the nuclear power source has depleted its energy. Simply replace the nuclear fuel with fresh fuel. Hearing this, Zhu Buping, Li Shadong, and Guan Yuanzi all sucked in sharp breaths. That's nuclear fuel. Could it really be depleted so quickly? So Qinglong really is a gold-devouring beast after all. Su Yang nodded. Under normal circumstances, the nuclear fuel Qinglong possesses should actually sustain it for 10 years without refueling. But recently, the Qinglong engaged in one major battle after another, unleashing massive amounts of Southern Ming fire laser cannons and Great Qin heavy cannons. That's what depleted its fuel reserves. Still, compared to the cost of those missiles, the Qinglong offers far better value for money. All three agreed this point was indisputable. Professor Chu, here's this morning's newspaper. The researcher handed Professor Chu a copy. Set it aside. I'll read it later. Su Yang caught a glimpse of the headline in the corner of his eye, National Research Initiative Project Ganggang. Hold on, let me see that paper. After a quick glance, Su Yang realized it was a call for proposals for the next generation of submersibles and escort vessels. Winners or those whose materials were adopted would receive corresponding rewards. Professional teams would judge the submissions. Su, are you interested in unmanned submersibles? Zhu Buping asked. A little bit, Su Yang replied instinctively. Guan Yuanzi explained, this Ganggang project is actually funded by the Southern Theater Command. Our nation's territory is vast, yet marine technology has long been a weakness for our country. Take the Eagle-class Sea Wolf nuclear submarine that Qinglong defeated earlier. It's merely a slightly more advanced variant among the Eagle's standard nuclear submarines. They possess numerous other formidable weapons. Even so, we desperately need their marine diesel-electric stealth technology. This speaks volumes about how far behind we are in marine technology. Guan Yuanzi continued, for several years now, we've maintained mutual assistance and cooperation in marine technology with the Second Mao Nation. After 3 years of collaboration, our marine technology has finally shown some progress. But just days ago, second-rate nation unilaterally tore up the contract. They're no longer assisting us in developing marine technology. Second Mao originally split off from Mao Bear, essentially its direct offspring after Mao Bear's dissolution, inheriting vast amounts of Mao Bear technology. Even today, this technology remains among the world's most advanced. These past years, Second Mao has put our researchers through hell constant secrecy requirements, forcing our people to do all sorts of menial tasks for them, including handling their daily living needs. Our researchers endured this humiliation, holding their breath, all for the hope of one day accessing core technologies to advance our own marine science. We watched as Mao filled the gap in our marine technology. Who could have imagined the partnership would abruptly end? Most of our previous efforts and sacrifices have gone down the drain. Old Chu sighed, what belongs to others is never as valuable as what belongs to us. If we had mastered the core technology ourselves, we wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Su Yang's expression grew complex. The Ganggang project, it seemed, had been conceived precisely under such circumstances. Though aware that Longgua's military technology had faced severe restrictions and struggled over the years, he hadn't imagined the hardship would be this profound. After a moment, Su Yang's expression turned serious. Rest assured, old Guan. We'll soon possess our own high-tech unmanned underwater weaponry. Su Yang's gaze was unwavering. Old Chu patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Su, don't put too much pressure on yourself. For now, we have the Qinglong. While its underwater capabilities aren't particularly formidable, it's still capable of safeguarding our maritime territories. Once we achieve mass production, the skies will be filled with our dragons. Then, the Eagle's ultimate weapon won't pose much of a threat to us. Su Yang shook his head. You've seen Qinglong's weaknesses yourselves. Its speed drops significantly underwater, and its primary weapon systems laser cannons and gravity cannons. Underwater, it consumes massive amounts of energy without fully unleashing its power. The Azure Dragon can handle 3 Sea Wolf-class nuclear submarines, but what if Eagle Lady sends a dozen? Or 20? Qinglong's true battlefield is the skies. Underwater, it's always stretched thin. In the deep sea, its weapon systems are essentially rendered useless. To truly safeguard our nation's maritime borders, we need a genuine underwater dominator. Li Shadong sighed. The logic is sound. But developing technology with such absolute dominance? Even pooling all of Dragon Nation's scientific resources, it would be incredibly difficult to achieve. Yes, Su Gong, it's too difficult. Unless we had Eagle's technology backing us, but that's impossible. We should focus our efforts on developing and advancing the Qinglong project. Su Yang smiled. Without Eagle's technology, I can still create our own underwater weapon. The three of them were left speechless, both amused and exasperated. Su Yang had clearly made up his mind to build that underwater weapon, though they didn't press him on it. Chapter 35, the Xuanwu Ganggang Large-Scale Underwater Assault Platform. We believe Su Gong has the capability, Guan Yuanzi and Uncle Li chimed in, their voices tinged with professional politeness. Creating the Qinglong was already a monumental feat to suggest Su Yang could craft another terrifying weapon? They found it hard to believe. After all, some people only achieve one great thing in their entire lives. But considering Su Yang's youth, his dreams, his ambitions, and his ideas were all positive things, so they refrained from discouraging him. Old Chu Shotli Shudong and Guan Yuanjia a sharp glance. The two old men clearly wanted to see Su Yang take a tumble. Chu Buping cleared his throat. Well, Mr. Su, our Sichuan Provincial Research Institute is merely one of over 30 provincial-level research institutes nationwide. The Gonggang project falls under the Eastern Theater Command's Research Institute. It might not be appropriate for us to be directly involved in the research. The others tried to dissuade Su Yang in various ways. Su Yang considered it. You're right. Here's what we'll do, I'll find someone else to present the research products at the competition. For now, I'll leave Qinglong manufacturing matters to you, Old Chu, Old Li, and Old Guan. The Gonggang project is mine to handle. With that, Su Yang headed toward his research laboratory. Congratulations, host. You have successfully intervened in the Gonggang project. Embark on the main questline and dominate the seas. During this period, the host's comprehension doubles and skill consumption points are halved. Watching Su Yang's departing figure, the three elders fell deep in thought. Old Chu narrowed his eyes. Hey, what do you think? Is this kid trying to be a hands-off boss, finding an excuse to leave and then exploit us three old bones? We tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. Li Shutong's heart skipped a beat. Ouch, my back hurts. He might just do it. Guan Yuan just smiled. The two men's words carried hidden meanings, clearly expressing their distrust of Su Yang. Yet he too added, the Gonggang plan. This project has been publicly announced for 30 consecutive years. While initiated by private enterprises, it's effectively state-controlled. Countless domestic and international companies flood in to participate every year. Not only is the competition fierce, but crucially, research institutes from other provinces participate every year. This time, numerous foreign teams have joined as well. It's like gods battling. XCMG's expertise lies in the skies. The oceans are far too vast a domain. For XCMG to emerge victorious from this competition remains a formidable challenge. Young people, perhaps they're just bursting with energy for now. Let him be. After arriving at the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Su Yang was assigned his own dedicated laboratory, a space specially commissioned by General Chen for him. Though hastily arranged, it wasn't particularly luxurious. Still, small but fully equipped. It contained all the essential scientific instruments and equipment, providing Su Yang with a convenient space for his research. The moment he stepped inside, Su Yang locked the door. After scanning the surroundings, he immersed himself in the four-dimensional workspace. Gazing at the newspaper detailing the Gonggang plan in his hands, Su Yang fell deep in thought. The Dragon Nation has the Azure Dragon for air supremacy, but maritime dominance must also be secured. We need to control the seas. With such vast oceanic expanse, a single machine alone would struggle to command such expansive waters. Our nation possesses over 9 segments of coastline. It is indeed a headache. Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. System, how did the future manage such vast seas? Host, in the future, humanity launched the Celestial Court Project. Drawing inspiration from Eastern deities, they created Mecha capable of controlling the oceans. Su Yang's breathing quickened. Do I have permission to download the future Heavenly Court Project? Permission granted. However, it will consume 500 insight points. Host, please confirm whether to download. A sapphire blue button appeared before Su Yang. Moments later, he pressed it. A file began transferring rapidly. Progress bar 15%, 50%, 100%. Su Yang opened the file package. What met his eyes was a colossal machine that appeared to be a full 80 meters tall and 30 meters long. The entire Gundam was painted in a blend of black, gold, and deep blue. It seemed deliberately crafted to blend with the ocean's hues. Gonggang armor. Oceanic fluid dynamics principle. Absolute zero attack. Deep-sea brainwave interference technology. Quantum intrusion technology. Over a dozen cutting-edge technologies, none of which humanity can currently produce. Although the Gonggang mech possesses numerous functions, it remains within the realm of individual combat. Integrating future technologies is feasible, but it requires significant innovation. Host, your concept is sound, but your current insight points stand at only 1,500. 1,500 points are insufficient to decipher the Gonggang mech's manufacturing methodology. This was indeed a headache. Just then, a knock sounded at Su Yang's door. Chief Engineer Su, are you there? It's time to eat. A sweet voice pulled Su Yang back from the four-dimensional space into reality. Su Yang exited the fourth dimension and opened the door, only to find Xinyao standing there. Xinyao held 2 boxes of delicious meals in her hands. Several hours had slipped by unnoticed. Su Yang was about to say he wasn't hungry, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud rumble. Xinyao smiled slightly. Chief Engineer Su, man is iron, food is steel. Skip a meal and you'll feel weak. Let's eat first before getting back to work. Old Master Chu has already developed stomach problems from hunger, you know. Su Yang replied awkwardly, alright, I understand. Seeing Su Yang turn to leave, Xinyao quickly called out to him. Wait a moment. These two sets of documents and recordings are what old Chu asked me to give you. Oh, okay. Su Yang's mind was completely occupied with how to develop a major technological breakthrough capable of defending the maritime region, leaving him somewhat indifferent to Qinyao's enthusiasm. But Qinyao didn't seem to mind. Having been at the Sichuan Academy of Sciences for half a month, she appeared to possess this lively, charming, and enthusiastic personality naturally. Su Yang checked the materials from old Chu while eating. One was an internal video on the stealth technology of Eagle brand nuclear submarines. Another contained technological data used by participants in the Qinglong project over the years. Host detected. Possesses extensive era-specific technological data. Shall I input this to exchange for insight points? Is this another way to obtain insight points? Yes. The system can recycle any creative product documentation. Recycle. Insight points were precisely what Su Yang lacked most right now. Every second of hesitation felt like a waste of them. These documents chronicled decades of R&D achievements from major corporations and specialized team manufacturing records. While each entry yielded only a few contribution points, some barely reaching double digits, the sheer volume made up for it. Before long, Su Yang had accumulated a full 500 insight points. What astonished Su Yang most was the Eagle submarine stealth technology, which directly yielded 200 insight points. Upon completing the entries, Su Yang's contribution points reached 3,000, a figure that felt somewhat affluent to him. And now, Su Yang had a flash of technological inspiration. The oceans are boundless. Blue Star is already over 10 times larger than Earth, with even more expansive seas. To dominate their respective maritime territories, one must control the creatures within the oceans. Only then can one truly be called the master of the seas. Dongong, the deity who controls all water sources under heaven. We must also design his unique traits. Su Yang re-entered the four-dimensional space workshop. By now, he possessed a clear conceptual framework. System, consume 1000 insight points to begin comprehending future Qinglong Mecha technology. Analyzing future Qinglong Mecha technology. Analysis successful. Ready for application. Consuming 1000 insight points to deepen the integration of future technology. Deepening oceanic brainwave technology, recording species-specific brainwave patterns. Nightmare system creation successful. Capable of influencing marine life's brainwaves, uniting them into a formidable combat force to fight for me. Constructing the Great Tang Absolute Zero Cannon. Absolute Zero construction successful. Capable of freezing and shattering most metallic machinery, rendering it mechanically inoperable. Transformative metal construction in progress. Incorporating the Great Tang mechanical architecture's 100 transformation diagram, enabling arbitrary transformation of its own form. Constructing the Great Tang Light Path Greatsword. Construction of the Great Tang Buzhou Mountain nuclear fission explosion complete. Capable of coordinating with Xuanwu Gongdong to unleash a nuclear blast. Advanced biological fission and recombination technology activated. Capable of splitting and reassembling into multiple individual targets. Thor fusion successful. Capable of unleashing thunderstorms. Advanced oceanic stealth technology successfully developed. High-speed submerged navigation technology. Advanced air purification technology for anti-toxic, anti-radiation, anti-explosion, and self-circulating air systems. Consuming another 1000 insight points to upgrade level 3 nuclear propulsion technology to level 4 nuclear propulsion technology. After several hours, Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally completed all the blueprints for the Qinglong project. I'll name it the Xuanwu Gonggang Large Underwater Submersible Platform. Chapter 36, Don't Believe Rumors, Don't Spread Rumors. Su Yang immediately sought out Chu Buping, Li Shadong, and Guan Yuanjia. Mr. Chu, Mr. Li, Mr. Guan, I've completed the blueprints for the underwater weapon. But building it alone in such a short time is extremely difficult. I need your help. The trio was utterly astonished. What? You've already completed the blueprints so quickly? They were skeptical. Su Yang handed them the blueprints. What met their eyes was a colossal turtle dragging a towering mecha. It looked somewhat fantastical. Su Gong, I wonder if I should speak my mind. Li Shadong asked with a smile. Go ahead, Mr. Li. Your design inspiration bears a striking resemblance to those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles kids love. Su Yang's lips twitched. The combination of Xuanwu and Gonggang was being compared to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? The three elders quickly immersed themselves in their research. This is Eagle Sauce's new diesel electric silent technology. They only recorded a video without even revealing the details of the silent technology, and yet you, Su, have managed to draw out the entire design structure? Su, how did you manage that? Guan Yuanzhe was utterly stunned. Su Yang scratched his nose. Just watched the video. Kept watching, and it just came out. All three sniffed sharply. They found it utterly unbelievable. If anyone else had done this, they'd be called a fraud. Su Yang had no physical reference at all, yet he drew the structural diagram directly. That was beyond belief. This couldn't be described as mere genius.
Replacing diesel with nuclear power makes silent operation much easier, Su Yang explained.
After studying it for a while, Zhu Buping finally spoke up. Su engineer, this nuclear fusion blueprint seems even more complex.
Has it been upgraded again? Su Yang didn't deny it.
Yep, it's now upgraded to level 4 nuclear fusion.
Whoa! Level 4 nuclear fusion, that's a device capable of true direct energy transmission.
Energy loss is nearly negligible, and it can trigger secondary chain reactions, yielding 10 times the energy of level 3 fusion.
This meant the Qinglong would no longer lose combat capability so easily. Old Chu was both amused and exasperated.
I've studied nuclear fusion for decades and haven't even managed to develop level 1 fusion.
And you've managed to develop level 4 fusion in just a few days, Su Gong? Man, I almost started questioning my life. Su Yang cleared his throat. His prowess stemmed from the system, but the three before him, Zhu Buping and the others, possessed genuine expertise. It was no exaggeration to call them the guardians of Dragon Nation's technological advancement over the past few decades.
Professor Chu, you're being too modest. We're all contributing to the nation's rejuvenation. The order of achievements is for outsiders to debate. Our sole mission is to dedicate ourselves to scientific research.
Old Chu nodded.
They had successfully developed a new diesel-electric underwater stealth technology that surpassed even the Eagles, powered by a level 3 nuclear fusion reactor. None of the three harbored doubts about the authenticity of the Xuanwu Gonggang large-scale underwater attack platform. They then urgently assembled the entire research team. After signing confidentiality agreements, everyone was assigned to their respective positions.
Ordinary components were manufactured by Zhu Buping, Guan Yuanjia, and Li Shadong. The critical, precision-engineered core components were crafted by Su Yang.
This arrangement was temporarily implemented for security purposes. From that day onward, the Sichuan Academy of Sciences became a hive of activity. Large quantities of metal were transported in, decomposed by light-energy polymerization substances, then. Official press conference of Dragon Nation.
Dragon Nation holds press conferences on several days each month.
The purpose was to enhance the international community's understanding of the Dragon Nation. The nation would also address questions regarding the international situation and inquiries from foreign journalists, thereby fostering dialogue and exchange. However, since Dragon Nation classified the Azure Dragon as extraterrestrial technology, the news had already caused an uproar. The recent battle against the Azure Dragon in the southern seas resulted in heavy losses for Dragon Nation, which were widely publicized online.
Countless journalists rushed to confirm the situation.
After scanning the journalists surrounding him, Dragon Nation's spokesperson Zhao Rui stated solemnly, "We have confirmed that the Azure Dragon is indeed extraterrestrial technology." During this operation against the Azure Dragon, Eagle Nation lost 3 submarines, while Chicken Nation lost over 30 warships.
Our Dragon Nation also lost over 20 surface vessels. Over 300 people were killed, and 500 fishermen were injured.
A Hans Cat reporter interjected, "Foreign websites claim this is a case of the thief crying thief, suggesting Qinglong is a Dragon Nation proxy.
What is your country's response?" Zhao Rui responded solemnly, "On this matter, I can state unequivocally.
These individuals are engaging in malicious defamation. Over 20 of our warships were destroyed or damaged, and we suffered casualties.
How could this possibly be a case of the thief crying thief? We hope our international friends will neither believe nor spread rumors." Next question.
May I ask, Your Excellency, regarding the reports that Second Mao Nation unilaterally terminated its marine technology development agreement with your country, is this widely speculated to be related to Dragon Nation's unwillingness to share Qinglong technology?
Zhao Rui glanced at the pop-up window on his computer desktop before responding.
Regarding the Qinglong technology matter, the higher-ups have already provided an answer. Qinglong was not manufactured by Dragon Nation.
However, we regret the Second Mao Nation's breach of contract. Next question.
This time, a reporter from White Elephant stood up to ask.
Regarding claims on YouTube that you seized 3 nuclear-powered submarines from Eagle Sauce, is this accurate?
Zhao Rui immediately shared a photo of Dong Yunfei with 3 Eagle Nation naval captains. In the image, all 4 men wore broad smiles, hardly the look of people under detention.
As you mentioned, this is merely online speculation.
Netizens tend to jump to conclusions, and this is a deliberate attempt to undermine the friendly relations between our Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation.
Next question. The White Elephant reporter was stumped, but Zhao Rui's response left him with no grounds for objection.
Hundreds of miles away in Dragon Nation's waters, a group of high-ranking officials in Chicken Basin Nation were discussing countermeasures. Dragon Nation has destroyed far too many of our warships this time. Our military strength has been constrained since the Second World War. The loss of such a large number of warships now is an immeasurable blow to our nation, Okamoto Surf said solemnly. We inflicted heavy losses on Dragon Nation back then.
Could they still be holding a grudge? Damn it! Are we just supposed to swallow our anger and do nothing? Jikin K's eyes flashed with cold fury. I have a proposal.
From the back row of the conference room, Hattori Hanzo suddenly spoke up. As the Dragon Nation would say, reciprocity is the way of the world.
If they dare to strike, they must bear the full force of our wrath. If overt action won't work, we can resort to covert means. We could do this. Inside the port. The nuclear submarine carrying Steve, Soros, and Michelle had been repaired with the Dragon Nation's assistance. Yet the trio wore gloomy expressions, unable to muster any joy. Once we get back, we'll probably face a court-martial. We took photos with the Dragon Nation officers and even had them help repair our submarine. Needless to say, the secrets had already been compromised. As the 3 submarines departed the Dragon Nation port, Dong Yunfei addressed the group, "Come back often." Michelle, Steve, and Soros looked utterly grim. A few expletives escaped their lips. It seemed to be some kind of peculiar plant. The technology of the Hai Lang-class nuclear submarines has mostly been replicated. Back then, the Dragon Nation dismantled our drones in exactly the same way. In the end, they even acquired the core technologies and scientific advancements. Once the group had departed Longwa's territory, Eagle Nation's forces arrived outside the third guidance chain. In truth, they had arrived 10 days prior but had refrained from entering the third conduit chain's perimeter out of fear of the Azure Dragon. Though only 3 large tugboats arrived now, the commanding officers aboard held exceptionally high ranks. Admiral Huracan, one of Eagle Nation's 4-star admirals. Admiral Huracan addressed Michelle and his 2 companions directly. "Michelle, Steve, Soros, I now suspect you of leaking state secrets. You are under arrest. Your submarine's captain position will be temporarily filled by the next in command." The 3 men smiled bitterly, though this outcome had been anticipated. Within the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. After a month of relentless effort, they finally completed the construction of the Xuanwu Gonggang large-scale underwater attack platform. Chapter 37, Shape-Shifting Metal. A colossal structure stood atop a base shaped like a black tortoise. Rising from its shell was a massive, towering Mecha Gonggang. The Xuanwu shell measured 30 meters in height, 50 meters in length, and 60 meters in width. The Gundam Mecha Gonggang behind it stood 80 meters tall, 30 meters long, and 40 meters wide. The 2 components were assembled using an overlapping, interlocking method, creating an appearance reminiscent of an immense, towering giant. Chu Buping was thrilled. "Without the machinery you provided, Su Gong, we could never have built such a massive mecha within a month." Guan Yuanza also felt a slow-building sense of accomplishment. Without anti-gravity and nuclear fusion support, something this massive would likely be nothing more than a display piece. Li Shadong and the others had reviewed the construction blueprints for the Xuanwu Gonggang, which contained some truly mind-boggling technologies. "Su Gong, that brainwave control over marine life you mentioned last time, is that really feasible?" Even with the Gundam mecha before them, the trio remained skeptical. Su Yang replied earnestly, "It is possible. We'll see about that." All 3 nodded in agreement. "This thing is huge. Transporting it must be a nightmare." "I've already thought of that." Su Yang activated the Gundam mecha via his computer. Xuanwu Gonggang, transformed to initial form. A mechanical voice echoed from within the Xuanwu Gonggang, confirming command. Command confirmed. In an instant, the colossal 100-meter frame of the Xuanwu Gonggang began to collapse inward. Block-shaped metal sections continuously overlapped, ultimately transforming into a cube measuring 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters tall. This spectacle left the 3 elders utterly stunned. "Su Gong, what is this? This Xuanwu Gonggang can transform?" Su Yang waved his hand, and the cube before him was effortlessly loaded onto the specialized cargo vehicle. With the Xuanwu Heavy Industries project, I initially envisioned something massive to safeguard the Dragon Nation's maritime territories. But that would make transportation inconvenient, so I redesigned it as shape-shifting metal. Chu Buping, Guan Yuanze, and Li Shadong exchanged glances. "Su Gong, we 3 old men are truly impressed. This world truly belongs to the young." "Old Chu, suddenly I'm craving some fish. Shall we go fishing?" Guan Yuanzhe beamed. Li Shadong agreed, "Me too. After all these years in research, there's still so much I haven't done. With my health holding up, it seems I still have time to fulfill the dreams I didn't achieve in my youth." At this, Su Yang immediately grew anxious. "Old Chu, old Guan, old Li, you mustn't. You still have so much light and warmth to give. If you just sit back and do nothing, what am I supposed to do? I haven't even dated anyone, you know? I can't spend my whole life stuck here doing research." The thought of being left alone here to pursue research was unbearable. Li Shadong cleared his throat. "No worries. I'll introduce my granddaughter to you. Su Yang." Before long, the special vehicle transported the massive metal cube away. Xinyao was selected by Su Yang to accompany the Xuanwu Gonggang unit to the competition. Guan Yuanze murmured, "Historically, the Gonggang project has mostly been dominated by intense scientific rivalries among the major military regions. Our Sichuan province has the weakest marine research capabilities. So we often didn't participate. This time, I'm afraid some people won't be able to sit still." A faint smile played on all 3 faces. Inside the special vehicle, Xinyao's cherry-red lips pouted. Glancing back at the massive, pitch-black contraption, she felt a wave of numbness wash over her. "The more I look at it, the more it resembles Su Ling, the female special forces soldier driving beside her, asked in confusion, Yao Yao, what are you muttering about?
Su Ling and Qin Yao were close friends, having been classmates before. After graduation, Su Ling had enlisted at the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, a detail old Chu had shared with Su Yang. Su Yang had deliberately arranged for the two of them to participate in the Qinglong project together this time.
Qin Yao gasped, pointing at the black, shapeless block behind them. She spoke in a mysterious tone, Hey, Linger, did you notice? This thing kinda looks like an oversized coffin. Qin Yao's remark only made it seem more so.
Su Ling glanced at it, let her mind wander for a moment, then pursed her lips and chuckled softly.
It does look a bit like one, actually.
Although Qin Yao participated in the research and development of the scientific mission, for confidentiality reasons, she and most of the researchers only manufactured components within their respective experiments. As for what these components were ultimately used for, she had no idea.
Do you think I offended Su Gong? He wants me to carry this huge coffin to the competition site and make a fool of myself. I do bring him lunch every day, after all, and ask if he's hungry.
Su Gong is such a jerk.
Su Ling chuckled, Don't say that. If Su Gong hears you, watch out, he might get revenge by marrying you off as his concubine. Hearing this, Qin Yao flushed bright red. What are you thinking about? Linger, it seems like men are all you have in your head.
She reached out to tickle Su Ling, her fingers already at Su Ling's armpit.
Su Ling quickly pleaded, Stop it. I'm ticklish. Ouch. I'm driving right now. Ouch, that hurts. Please let me go.
10 days later,
Northern Ocean.
The boundless sea was filled with all manner of unmanned and manned submersibles.
These were all contestants from Dragon Nation and around the world.
Some competed as individuals, others as corporate representatives. At the center of the ocean, a massive luxury yacht anchored.
The organizers, along with professional cameras, search equipment, and sonar devices, were all stationed aboard it.
As the event commenced, host Zhou Dan delivered an impassioned introduction.
The 15th Qinglong project is now underway.
I'm sure everyone here shares my anticipation.
I have some exciting news to share with everyone here.
Due to the large number of participants this year, we have increased the prize money for the winners. For any underwater vehicle that successfully completes the challenge and secures a top 3 finish in the competition, will receive significantly increased prize money compared to previous editions. The champion's prize rises from 1 billion to 3 billion yuan, the runner-ups from 500 million to 1.5 billion yuan, and third place from 100 million to 300 million yuan.
The crowd erupted in excitement. That's a whopping 4.6 billion yuan.
Winning the championship not only secures the grand prize but might also earn support from the Qinglong project.
Research funding would flow endlessly thereafter. This is something many companies are scrambling to get their hands on. Chapter 38, Transportation Capacity. The public program was unprecedentedly popular. The venue was so noisy it drowned out host Zhou Dan's voice.
After amplifying the microphone, Zhou Dan continued. The ocean holds abundant oil and natural gas resources. With sufficiently powerful submersibles, we can explore and utilize these deep-sea resources. Therefore, this competition will test the depth, speed, agility, and transport capabilities of submersibles during underwater operations. The team that collects the most valuable resources from the seabed and brings them back to the surface first will be declared the winner. Though the host deliberately raised his voice, the spectators' attention remained elsewhere, each busy speculating on the outcome of the competition. I heard there are 50 teams participating this time, both domestic and international.
The competition is fiercer than ever before. Qinglong Corporation is participating this time too. Qinglong Corporation? Isn't that the company that helped develop the 20 series submersibles back in the day? This must be the government stepping in. Sending a team like that into the competition, isn't that like a dimension-lowering attack? Some people are quite optimistic about Qinglong Corporation.
I'm not so sure, countered others.
Remember Thor Corporation, last year's champion?
That company has won back-to-back championships now, introducing new technologies every year.
Last time, they developed the marine biotech giant manta ray. It's said to be the precursor to our Dragon Nation's Ghost Torpedo.
Moreover, another heavyweight contender this time is the foreign company Alstom. Overseas, they've won multiple awards with their marine submersible Shark, remaining undefeated to date and securing substantial research funding. Unfortunately, being a foreign company, they participate in our domestic Qinglong program but never share their core secrets. This time, they're likely targeting our research funding as well. If foreign teams were to snatch the prize money, it would make our Dragon Nation a laughingstock.
Fear not. Guangdong province of our Dragon Nation is also competing, led by the esteemed research team of senior Zhang Xiaogong.
Zhang Xiaogong went abroad for studies at the age of 20 and became a renowned authority in marine biological science and technology overseas. He returned nearly 40 years ago and has been working at the Research Institute ever since. Now he's leading his team back into the competition, likely aiming to add another magnificent chapter to his life's work. Host Zhou Dan continued.
For this competition, we are honored to have invited 3 distinguished experts from our Zhejiang province, top physicist Qin Xiao, leading microelectronics scientist Rong Shoucheng, and premier biologist Du Yiming. They will provide commentary, analysis, and evaluation for our research projects. Our contestants are already eager to begin. Now, I declare the Gonggang project competition officially open. At Zhou Dan's command, the 50 submersible teams lined up at the port began launching into the water one after another. The audience had long grown accustomed to this straightforward, no-frills launch method for the Gonggang project. Conversely, since they could only watch via live broadcast projections on large screens, they were more curious about this year's submersible designs. Each submersible was equipped with the organizer's 360-degree underwater cameras. Combined with tracking from underwater robots, those present could clearly observe every submersible's underwater activities. Look over there. That sub with the black and white basketball logo, it looks like Kunping Corporation's manned submersible. You can even see people in black and white light suits operating it inside. It kinda looks like a copy of our Dragon Nation 20 submersible. It resembles a submarine, but with 2 large wings cutting through the water. You can tell it's fast, must have incredible maneuverability. They say it incorporates seabird diving mechanics, those wings extend and retract freely, otherwise it couldn't reach deep waters. Combining avian anatomy with submersible technology, Kunping Corporation truly thinks outside the box. What about Thor Corporation? Quick, check out their technology. Thor Corporation has won the championship 2 years running. It's safe to say all eyes are on them. Their buzz even surpasses Kunping Corporation's manned submersible. What about Thor Corporation? Is their submersible manned or unmanned? Physicist Qin Zhao's voice echoed from the giant screen. As expected, Thor Corporation has unveiled their tech giant Manta Ray. They won back-to-back championships with this tech giant Manta Ray. Every time it appears, legends are born on the field. I wonder what cutting-edge tech it brings this time. Alstom's Shark has always sported its signature sharkskin exterior. Rumor has it the hull is forged from extraterrestrial meteorite, making it incredibly tough and capable of diving to 10,000 meters. This is their first time participating in our Gonggang project. Look at that, impressive. A sharp downward dive. They clearly have immense confidence in their technology. The Zulong submersible, built by the Zhang Zhaogong team from Guangdong province. The Bat, built by Hans Cat. Both have entered the water. Contestant number 50, what are they doing? Where's their submersible? The commentator highlighted several distinctive vehicles, but when it came to introducing Qinyao's team, they searched in vain, no submersible in sight. Qinyao felt annoyed, sticking out her tongue at the drone camera. She placed her hands on her hips, and her ample curves instantly drew the attention of most viewers. Qinyao pointed angrily at the large cube behind her. Commentator, are you blind? That's our submersible right there. Qinyao's voice and image were transmitted live via the drone, prompting laughter from Qin Xiao, Rong Shoucheng, and Du Yiming. Contestant number 50 is quite the character, huh? Bringing a cube to the competition? It does look kinda dark and dingy, kinda like that thing our ancestors lived in for generations. Zulong felt a bit embarrassed. Yao, this is really embarrassing. Spectators gathered around the port perimeter joined in the jeering. Hey, lady, bringing a coffin hoping for a promotion or fortune? No, this is like the myth of Jingwei filling the sea, dropping a big cube to fill the ocean. Young lady, the Gonggang project is serious business, but I have to say, your cube submersible is downright hilarious. This infuriated Qinyao to no end. Her fists clenched so tightly she almost lashed out. She blamed every bit of this humiliation on Su Yang. Damn you, Su Yang. You've really made me look like a fool. Once we get back, I'm adding laxatives to your meals. The audience on stage cheered and jeered. Hey, beauty, hurry up and take your big coffin down into the water. Seeing Qinyao seething with fury, Zulong chuckled. Come on, calm down. If you don't get in the water soon, you'll be eliminated. Seeing this, Qinyao sighed in resignation. She pulled out the manual and glanced through it before realizing. This Xuanwu Gonggang large underwater attack platform, what a ridiculously long and clunky name. No way, I have to go inside to operate it? There's not even a door. How do we open it? Qinyao couldn't hide her disgust. Contestant 50, is your tech even functional? If you don't get in the water soon, even if we don't disqualify you, you won't catch up to the other competitors. At the critical moment, Qinyao regained her composure. Following the manual's instructions, she located the switch and pressed her hand against it. Fingerprint authentication successful. Xuanwu Gonggang large underwater assault platform activated. On the special vehicle, the 10-meter-long, 3-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide Xuanwu Gonggang began to levitate. At the front end of its cube-shaped body, a large section of metal caved inward. The next second, 2 actual pilot compartments materialized. Chapter 39, Astonishing the Crowd. Those who had been mocking Qinyao and Zulong stared in disbelief. What the hell is that cube? It's actually flying? Does it even have an engine? Holy crap, this can't be real. Am I seeing things? Could it be anti-gravity? How could that be? Isn't anti-gravity exclusive to the Azure Dragon? How could this big cube possess it? Some people were speechless, yet the evidence was right before their eyes, making it hard for the crowd not to believe it was anti-gravity. Xin Xiao, Rong Shouchun, and Du Yiming exclaimed in utter disbelief. Drone, hurry up. Zoom in closer. Zoom in. Is this thing really floating? Even more astonishingly, the drone managed to position itself beneath the suspended colossal cube. From the drone's perspective, the massive cube was undeniably suspended in midair. Xin Xiao, Rong Shouchun, and Du Yiming were all prominent figures in Zhejiang province. Yet now, witnessing this almost surreal scene, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The last time they had witnessed anything like this was in that online video footage of the Azure Dragon. But witnessing anti-gravity firsthand was truly breathtaking. Foreign viewers watching the livestream on YouTube were also stunned. Whoa, more anti-gravity? How many anti-gravity weapons does the Dragon Nation have? I thought the Qinglong was already beyond belief. Did they just drop another game changer? Xin Yao and Su Ling both gaped in astonishment, their cherry red lips parted wide. They'd only come to complete their mission. But they never expected a trump card to be played. Just then, Su Yan called. Xin Yao, Su Ling, you should have entered the Xuanwu Gonggang facility by now. Got it, we're in. Xin Yao and Su Ling immediately followed Su Yang's instructions. Follow my commands now. Activate the second form mode of the Xuanwu Gonggang. It's all voice activated. Huh, voice activated? Then you can also give commands to the Xuanwu Gonggang, Su. Su Yang explained, you've already passed the initial authentication. Currently, it only responds to your voice. Xin Yao obediently murmured, oh, her mood lifting instantly. After all, she'd thought it was junk just moments ago, and now this junk had turned into a treasure. Anyone would be thrilled. Xuanwu Gonggang, activate second form. Command received. Xuanwu Gonggang second form activated. Transforming metal initiating deformation. From the outside, the 10-meter tall, 3-meter long, 3-meter wide cube of Xuanwu Gonggang rapidly expanded upward. Like vines possessed of terrifying growth power. In the blink of an eye, it soared into the clouds. A colossal hybrid of bronze-hued Xuanwu and Azure Gonggang armor materialized before countless eyes. Standing over 100 meters tall and 50 meters long. It occupied a significant portion of the entire port area. Now, everyone whether on the internal network, external network, or present at the scene rose to their feet. Holy crap, what am I seeing? What kind of black tech is this? It grew to over 100 meters tall in an instant. This is terrifying. Transformable metal from sci-fi worlds has appeared in reality. Is this even technology humanity possesses today? The moment the Xuanwu Gonggang appeared shattered the preconceived notions of everyone present. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Xin Yao gripped two crystal spheres, the very devices that powered the Xuanwu Mecha. Any thought she had was instantly sensed by the Xuanwu Gonggang. But now, staring down at the 100-meter drop below, Xin Yao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Su Gong, I'm afraid of heights. What should I do? Her fear of heights caused the entire Xuanwu Gonggang to wobble. It swayed from side to side, startling the many people present. After all, not everyone was using manned submersibles, some were operating remotely from the harbor shore. Damn it, this thing won't crash down, will it? 100-meter tall mech crashing down? We'd be left with nothing but scattered pieces. His scalp prickled with dread. Su Yan watched with a headache. He couldn't fathom what had possessed him to let Xin Yao pilot the Xuanwu Gonggang mech. He'd chosen her because she was a researcher, someone who picked up technical stuff quickly. Now it seemed like he'd been a bit reckless. Fortunately, Su Yang was patient. Just give voice commands. First, enter the ocean. Being submerged in water should help alleviate any fear of heights. Okay, Xuanwu Gonggang, advance 50 meters and submerge. Xin Yao's voice trembled as she spoke. The next second, the 100-meter tall Xuanwu Gonggang mech took several strides across the void. Thanks to its anti-gravity system, it moved through the air like a terrifying deity. It really is anti-gravity. Anti-gravity plus shape-shifting metal. It's almost certain now. I thought someone was pranking us with a 3D holographic projection earlier. Turns out it's the real deal. This is way too powerful. This is morphing metal, a type even the Azure Dragon doesn't possess. While it hasn't reached the legendary ability to shrink to nanoscale, transforming a 100-meter tall colossus into a 10-meter tall cube is nothing short of an epic creation. Unbelievable. Is this colossal mecha meant to go underwater? Is it even meant to be a submersible? These were the thoughts echoing in countless minds. Upon reaching the open sea, Xuanwu Gonggang swiftly deactivated its anti-gravity field, plunging its entire structure into the water. Its colossal frame instantly churned up 30-meter-high waves. Fortunately, it was positioned slightly farther from the harbor. Otherwise, those 30-meter waves would have been sufficient to completely submerge the entire port. This giant mecha actually entered the water. Du Yiming asked, barring any mishaps, this colossal mecha will be the biggest dark horse of the Gonggang project? But as we all know, the larger an object is underwater, the greater the resistance it faces when moving. Personally, I feel it has greater potential on land. It might struggle underwater. Its advantages will likely be difficult to fully leverage. The boundless ocean is littered with underwater obstacles. Things like fishing nets, electromagnetic interference, even simple weapon attacks, and reefs. All these were designed to simulate the submersible's handling capabilities and resilience when encountering hazardous situations underwater. Sugon, there are many obstacles ahead. What should we do? Just plow through them, Su Yang replied. Our Xuanwu Gonggang won't shatter, will it? Xin Yao voiced her existential doubt. Her adorably clueless expression and voice nearly made Su Yang roll his eyes. You think the Xuanwu Gonggang is a toy? Xin Yao gasped. At first I thought it was a coffin? What? Hee, Su Gong, you didn't hear anything. Su Yang felt a headache coming on. Su Ling, press the switch next to you to perform auxiliary authentication on the Xuanwu Gonggang. You'll control its forward movement. Xin Yao, you'll monitor all data for later adjustments. Got it. Under Su Yang's guidance, the two worked in tandem. Soon, they guided the Xuanwu Gonggang downward. In the commentary, Du Yiming expressed some regret. With so many underwater obstacles, the mech's mobility will be even more restricted. Chapter 40, Yan Xingshu. If it sinks, that would be such a pity. That was everyone's thought. It would be like dying before achieving victory, sinking straight to the bottom of the sea. But soon, the massive projection screen displayed the colossal form of the Xuanwu Gonggang, transmitted back by the unmanned camera computer of the underwater detection submersible. The unnamed mecha has reached the designated waters and commenced descent. Can those barrier nets and weapons stop him? That was the question on everyone's mind. But I reckon even if it reaches the designated area, the nameless mech probably won't be able to catch up to the other competitors. The other competitors have already submerged several minutes ahead of schedule. Yeah, it probably won't catch up. The underwater resistance is just too great. Wait, something that big with all those simulated moving joints? Maybe it's taking on water. What a waste of cutting-edge tech. Whoever's controlling it must be drowning it in water, utterly squandering such potential. Some sighed in regret. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Su Gong, we're in last place now. Looks like we're going to lose this race. Good thing I was smart, I registered under a shell company name. Otherwise, if anyone found out the Sichuan Academy of Sciences Gonggang project came in last, I'd have completely disgraced our academy. Xin Yao said smugly. Su Yang activated the holographic display, connecting it to the Xuanwu Gonggang. Young man, don't panic. We're still at least 3,000 meters from the seafloor. Even a national-level submersible would take at least half an hour to reach us. We still have time to catch up. Follow my lead. Activate the water jet propulsion system now and descend straight down. Roger that. Though it was their first time piloting the Xuanwu Gonggang, its controls proved relatively straightforward. With Su Yang's guidance, one handling the controls while the other monitored the data, they quickly got the hang of it. Water jet cutting system activated. The Xuanwu Gonggang's body shifted again, countless square blocks extending outward, transforming it into something resembling a massive rotating needle. It plunged straight downward. On the ground, the crowd erupted in cheers before the giant screen. Holy, that nameless mech transformed again! This is unbelievable. The previous mecha had heavy resistance, but now it's transformed into a massive spinning needle. It's the divine needle of the sea. And the tip looks so sharp. Is this some kind of underwater flying staff? Du Yiming, Qin Xiao, and Rong Shoucheng were all stunned. This thing can keep changing form underwater? Is this some kind of crazy trick? Is this the twisted power of shape-shifting metal? All three were utterly stunned. Look! The spinning needles on the unnamed mech are accelerating downward. In this state, it can effortlessly pierce through the water current. Its speed is 5 times, no, at least 10 times faster than any other submersible. That's faster than any submersible currently in existence. 300 meters below the surface, the area was densely packed with obstacles, mostly deliberately placed boulders, artificial rock formations, coral reefs, and unidentified threats lurking in the darkness. At this moment, a fleet of manned and unmanned submersibles from major research institutions communicated via a local network. Our Kunping company's Kunping unmanned submersible can breeze through these obstacles. Victory is ours for the taking. This prize money is ours for the taking, declared a man in black and white suspenders at Kunping company, brimming with confidence. The obstacles here were nothing more than floating rocks, artificial hills, coral formations, fishing nets, and of course, some basic weapon attack systems. Lin Yuan, isn't Kunping company being a bit too cocky? We at Thunder God Corporation have won the championship 2 years running. Your Kunpeng team has been defeated by us every time. How dare you brag? Inside Thor Corporation's tech giant Manta Ray, a woman expressed her disdain over the radio. Yan Xingshu, don't get too cocky. This time, our Thunder God Corporation has brought entirely new technology. The outcome remains uncertain until the very last moment. Yan Xingshu snorted, her tone as cold as ever. This left Lin Yuan of Kunpeng company feeling somewhat annoyed. You Dragon Nation folks just love squabbling amongst yourselves. We're still thousands of meters from our underwater destination. And you're already starting to bicker. Sure, your Thunder Company has won 2 consecutive championships, but that's only because Alstom didn't participate in the first 2 Qinglong projects. Otherwise, you'd be left far behind us. Bender, piloting Alstom's shark submersible, abruptly accelerated, surging ahead of Thor's giant manta ray and Qinglong into deeper waters. See you later, folks. Damn it, Qinglong, accelerate. Thunder God Giant Manta, accelerate. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yuan and Yan Qingxue abruptly accelerated their submersibles, closing the gap. Thinking you can catch my shark? That's a pipe dream. A savage grin spread across Bender's lips as he abruptly pressed a switch inside the submersible. In an instant, several 3-meter-long harpoons shot abruptly from the shark's stern. The moment they were fired, the immense water pressure imparted a terrifying force upon the harpoons, as if enchanted, propelling them forward with blinding speed. Damn gall. Playing dirty like that. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath. Weapons aren't just yours, we have them too. In truth, throughout the successive generations of the Qinglong project, it had been an unspoken assumption that submersibles came equipped with weapons, and the authorities never patched this loophole. This not only provided room for future upgrades to armed submersibles, it also allowed for handling unexpected incidents at sea. Thus, their existence was tacitly permitted. On Lin Yuan's side, Qinglong's 10-meter wingspan spread wide. As he pressed the red switch, 5 massive crossbows suddenly materialized along the wingspan. Upon closer inspection, these crossbows turned out to be ancient Chinese 8-ox repeating crossbows. Underwater, immense water pressure renders many weapons inoperable. Some cannot even open their weapon hatches. At this moment, the 8-ox repeating crossbow became one of the most devastating weapons available. Combined with the immense water pressure, once fired, they inflicted terrifying destruction. 5 8-ox repeating crossbows fired simultaneously. Their immense force created cavities in the water current, locking onto the Alstom shark with terrifying precision. In an instant, it tore off one of Alstom's tails. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan shielded himself with the Qinglong's massive wing, somehow deflecting Alstom's harpoon. Gaulish roosters, your technology is nothing special. Damned Dragon Nation bastards. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The next second, Alstom's shark fired 2 black spherical projectiles. Lin Yuan watched in horror. Damn it, Gaulish bastards, you have no honor in battle. They're using torpedoes. Lin Yuan scrambled to evade, but at such close range, there was no way to dodge. While the clam and the snipe fight, Yufeng profits. Hopefully their submersible gets destroyed in this fight. Miss, with these 2 formidable opponents out of the picture, the Qinglong project is ours for the taking. Inside the Thunder God Giant Manta, a middle-aged man behind Yan Qingxue spoke excitedly. Yet Yan Qingxue frowned. Activate the Thunder God Giant Manta's defensive shields immediately. Charge forward and rescue the Qinglong. Miss, isn't the Qinglong our competitor? Yan Qingxue gave a cold snort, her eyes flashing with a new intensity. Uncle Song, remember this, Dragon Nation may tear itself apart in infighting at any moment, but when the critical hour comes, we must unite against external threats. Besides, I, Yan Qingxue, would never stoop to exploiting others' misfortune. Chapter 41, Full Firepower. You're absolutely right, Mississippi. I know what to do now. Uncle Song swiftly tapped the virtual controls of the Thunder God Giant Manta. Within moments, the machine was encased in a thick layer of armor. Accelerate. At Yan Qingxue's command, the Thunder God Giant Manta broke through the water at breakneck speed, the immense water pressure causing the surrounding sea grass and coral to pulsate in rhythm. Just as Lin Yuan felt there was no escape, the Thunder God Giant Manta instantly materialized before him. 2 torpedoes detonated with a thunderous explosion upon striking the Thunder God Manta. The underwater roar engulfed the entire area. Those on shore, watching the entire sequence unfold through the underwater camera drone, couldn't help but curse under their breath. Damn Gaulish bastards, so treacherous. A private event, yet they bring their own torpedoes? Those Gauls have no shame. Organizers, I suggest disqualifying the Gaulish team. If they're bringing torpedoes this time, what's next? Are they going to build their own nuclear bomb and attach it? While everyone knew weapons were permitted in unwritten rule, this was the first time anyone had ever brought a torpedo. Looks like Thor Company won't be taking the championship this time. Hopefully no one got hurt. In the spectator stands, seated in a certain section, several elderly individuals were watching this grand event unfold. Dozens of plainclothes bodyguards surrounded them, clearly indicating their high-profile status. Watching the torpedo detonate on the silver screen, the violent explosion sent water vapor and churning spray soaring, creating a dense mist within the ocean that obscured the underwater camera's view. Old Lin, I told you my precious granddaughter is quite something, didn't I? If my precious granddaughter hadn't stepped in to shield your fine grandson, he'd probably be meeting his great-grandmother by now, Yan Shanha remarked, leaning on his cane. Old man Lin Jin's face darkened. You still underestimate our Qinglong. Though the Qinglong may not match your Thunder God Giant Manta in power, it's certainly not far behind. You'd do better to focus your attention on your granddaughter. A hint of confidence flickered in Yan Shanha's eyes as he smiled. Is that so? As the underwater dust gradually dispersed, everyone witnessed a shocking sight. The Thunder God giant manta was completely unscathed. How is that possible?
Lin Jin's eyes flickered, clearly unsettled.
Yan Shanhai explained, the Thunder God giant manta race shielded steel armor utilizes the latest high-strength thunder metal developed in Zhongbei province. It can withstand a direct 500-ton TNT explosion at close range. A torpedo detonating underwater couldn't possibly exceed 500 tons of TNT. Alstom's submersible must have undergone inspections too. Weapons of such massive destructive power couldn't possibly be brought into the competition.
Lin Jin was incredulous.
I never imagined you could even obtain something like thunder metal.
Seems the higher-ups granted sufficient authorization.
Yan Shanha chuckled lightly. It's not as complicated as you think. Our two families have both served Dragon Nation's scientific research in the past. We should know what can be done and what cannot. Without special authorization from above, we wouldn't have access to technology like thunder metal either.
In exchange, we handed over our latest technological developments to secure the thunder metal.
Viewed this way, acquiring vibranium makes perfect sense.
Lin Jin marveled, it seems the gap between our two families is only widening.
Yan Shanha chuckled, we're both getting old. I don't have any grand ambitions left.
For the rest of my life, I just want to focus on developing the undersea resources properly. With the Dragon Nation as our backing, the Yin family can thrive for at least another century.
Lin Jin couldn't help but admire Yan Shanha's long-term vision. But when it came to technology, the Lin family's pace of innovation simply couldn't keep up with the Yan's. A flush suddenly spread across Lin Jin's face. Old Yan. We're old acquaintances, aren't we?
But old man, I can't shake the feeling your eyes are up to something.
Yan Shanha looked suspicious. Lin Jin cleared his throat twice.
You see, your granddaughter is all grown up now, and so is my grandson.
Our families are well matched. Hold on, my granddaughter doesn't like the Lin surname. Lin Jin? XXXX you monkey. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Jin's face. Looks like our Kuanpun will have a hard time winning.
But your Thunder God giant manta won't have an easy time winning the competition either.
Yan Shanha chuckled lightly. You mean that mecha made of shape-shifting metal, right? Transforming metal? It truly astonished me. But the Thunder God giant manta? Our company has spent 30 years developing it. How could it possibly be limited to just this level of capability?
Hearing this, Lin Jin's gaze sharpened. Yan Shanha, this old friend from the past, was becoming increasingly hard to read. He chuckled, however, and pressed on.
Yan Shanha probably wouldn't reveal anything anyway. You're always like this, playing it mysterious. Underwater, even torpedoes were being deflected.
Bender Mu was astonished.
I never imagined civilian research capabilities in the Dragon Nation could reach such heights. Truly astonishing. But haven't you noticed? I've already surpassed you all.
Heh, this victory belongs to us Gaulish Alstom.
Bending New roared with laughter, steering the shark submarine into a downward dive. Cunning Gollans, feinting east while striking west.
Lin Yuan and Yan Qingxue immediately revved their engines to full throttle, chasing after Bendinyu.
Yet at that very moment, a sudden cracking sound echoed behind them.
Both the Kuanping, where Lin Yuan was, and the Thunder God giant manta, where Yan Qingxue was, sensed it.
What happened?
The two immediately summoned the 360-degree footage captured by their submersibles. The technology of this era could already clearly capture everything in the lightless depths beneath the waves.
What is that thing? A giant underwater rod?
As the footage streamed back, both men felt a chill run down their spines. This colossal steel pillar was rotating, its massive diameter spanning a full 10 meters. When fully extended, its length was so immense that even looking up, one could scarcely gauge its full height. Obstacles like artificial hills, coral reefs, and fishing nets were effortlessly pulverized upon contact with this colossal structure.
The underwater arrows, guns, and ammunition that had been set up to attack it felt more like tickling when they struck the Xuanwu Gonggang. Even more terrifying was the sheer speed of the Xuanwu Gonggang. In the blink of an eye, it had already surged forward in pursuit. Yan Qingxue and Lin Yuan snapped to attention. I've never heard of any company having a submersible this long. Damn it, we can't let him get ahead. Activate the backup hidden energy source and accelerate forward. Lin Yuan, equally driven, immediately switched energy modes. Harnessing the tidal power of the ocean floor, he boosted his energy output to achieve greater speed. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Xinyao snorted, our Sichuan Academy of Sciences is number 1. Su Gong, may I proceed at full speed? Of course. Chapter 42, Latecomer Overtakes. Xuanwu Gonggang, activate 100% underwater top speed. Command received and authorized. Xuanwu Gonggang accelerating. Xinyao's sweet, lowly-like voice chimed in. Inside the port. A crowd gasped in astonishment. The Thunder God giant manta's speed is insane. No wonder it's the high-tech champion for 2 years running. I bet the Thunder God giant manta has another surprise up its sleeve this time. The Thunder God giant manta probably hasn't even shown its full potential yet. The Kuanping isn't half bad either. It can actually generate power from underwater currents and tides.
Ocean currents and tides are everywhere, meaning the Qinglong has an endless power source whenever it dives.
That's practically on par with nuclear fusion.
The technology on the Qinglong is truly advanced.
I feel the Qinglong could compete for the top speed title too. The unnamed mecha with shape-shifting metal will likely lose.
Even if it changes form, its sheer size is too great. Without engines, relying solely on gravitational potential energy to descend, it's impossible for it to catch up to the Qinglong.
Yet just as everyone had written off Xuanwu Gongdong, the morphing metal at its tail abruptly transformed into a colossal propeller. The radius is a whopping 50 meters. Holy, what the hell is that? That unnamed mech just transformed into a propeller. Referee, I'm reporting this, someone's cheating. This was truly mind-blowing. Good heavens, can this shape-shifting metal transform into anything? It's accelerating. The underwater camera shows 10 meters per second and it's still accelerating. 30 meters per second. 40 meters per second. 100 meters per second.
Rong Xiuqiang, Du Yiming, and Qin Xiao stared in disbelief.
It's actually reached 100 meters per second. It's important to note that resistance in water is 800 times greater than in air.
And the greater the water depth, the more exponentially this resistance increases.
For ordinary submersibles, 20 meters per second was already the absolute limit. Yet this unnamed mecha could travel at 100 meters per second underwater. That's terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe such a miracle could happen. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Xuanwu Gongdong unleashed its full power.
Propelled by its level 3 nuclear fusion engine, a terrifying thrust rippled through the water.
500 meters below the surface, the Xuanwu Gongdong plunged downward with unstoppable momentum.
In mere moments, it swept past the Qinglong like a whirlwind, leaving it in its wake.
That speed is insane, even the Qinglong's tidal power couldn't keep up. This unnamed mecha is seriously insane. Look! It's already overtaken the thunder god giant Manta. Latecomer overtakes the front runner. Latecomer overtakes the front runner. On shore, the crowd erupted in excitement. This unnamed mecha must be the biggest dark horse of this year's Gongdong project. Too bad the Alstom shark was just 100 meters from touching the seabed, while the nameless mech is still 1,000 meters above it. If it hadn't wasted that bit of time on shore, it might have caught up. Now it'll likely settle for second place. If it could have claimed the top speed, that would have been perfect. Some sighed. Little did they know, this was far from the limit of the Xuanwu Gongdong. Thinking you can beat a Sichuan Academy of Sciences?
It's not that easy, Qingyao smiled confidently.
With Su Yang's hands-on guidance by her side, she was gradually learning to harness the power of the Xuanwu Gongdong. The shape-shifting metal of the Xuanwu Gongdong was a fantastical material, anything imaginable it could achieve.
As she activated the secondary restructuring of the Xuanwu Gongdong's shape-shifting metal, amidst the gasps of regret from the spectators on shore, the Xuanwu Gongdong coalesced into an underwater engine. Flames erupted from its core, and in an instant, its speed surged even higher.
What? What kind of black tech is this? This mech can ignite and reverse course underwater at depths of thousands of meters?
Underwater ignition wasn't particularly unusual. After all, most submarines launched missiles from beneath the waves. It was merely a fundamental capability. But underwater missile launches typically occur at depths of only 20 to 30 meters, targeting surfaces like the ocean, land, or sky. By comparison, igniting engines and reversing direction at depths of several thousand meters represents a far more advanced technological feat.
Look! The unnamed mech is accelerating.
As the tail's light flared and vanished before the stunned gazes of all present, a terrifying splash erupted. Its speed has reached 500 meters per second.
Unbelievable.
Inside the shark, Bender laughed triumphantly, certain of victory.
Dragon Nation's technology is nothing special after all. Looks like we at Alstom still come out on top. Yet in the very instant he spoke,
a terrifying, colossal figure shot past him, overtaking the shark even before it reached 30 meters below the sea surface.
The nameless mech speed reigns supreme.
Even Yan Shanhai in the spectator seats was stunned. Alstom's victory through trickery wasn't a true test of skill, but this nameless mech had surged ahead to claim first place. At a depth of several thousand meters underwater. Reaching 500 meters per second, this was far more difficult than producing a sonic boom in air. Damn it, how is this possible? Those damned Dragon Nation bastards, Bender gritted his teeth. This time, I must take first place. Only then can I successfully infiltrate the Dragon Nation's research team. Bender fixed his gaze on the Xuanwu Gongdong mech. Dragon Nation, dare to compete with me for first place? Wait until I send you to your watery grave. Eastern Theater Command, Dragon Nation. Several veteran researchers were watching the live footage of the Gongdong project competition. The capabilities of this shape-shifting metal are beyond belief. We must immediately investigate where this suit of armor originated. If we could acquire this technology, all of Dragon Nation's military engineering could reach a new height. Another veteran researcher expressed his own admiration. 100-meter-tall shape-shifting metal, forged into a mech, could shrink its volume by dozens of times. If applied to tanks or aircraft, combined with anti-gravity to counteract its weight, it could even be issued to individual soldiers. Imagine a single soldier carrying all manner of weapons and artillery, one man becoming an entire brigade.
How terrifying that would be. The group reached a unanimous conclusion in their minds. I'll give that kid Sunning a call. Let's put him in charge of this. But as soon as the call connected, the sound of loud music blared from the other end. This annoyed the old man somewhat. Sunning, are you trying to get yourself fired? Is it your vacation time already? You're getting worse by the day.
Sunning answered with a sheepish grin, old man, whatever you need, just give the orders.
Right, I'm in the eastern sector now. Got it. I'll be right over.
After hanging up, a woman's voice came from beside him, handsome, what's the deal?
I already agreed to spend the night with you. How can you just bail now? Sunning tossed a wad of cash at the woman. This should be enough for you to find 10 men. With that, he walked away without looking back.
Outside, Sunning dialed the number of his superior in Rongqing.
This is Sunning. I'm investigating on orders. I need all their files. Before long, Sunning tracked down the shell company behind Xuanwu Gonggang.
When Sunning arrived with his men, the front company's boss assumed Sunning was there to cause trouble and immediately ordered his men to deal with him.
Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Sunning wasn't about to back down.
He beat up everyone in the shell company, from top to bottom.
The CEO, swollen like a pig's head, was numb all over. Tears streamed down his face. Spare my life, sir. I'm telling the truth.
2 women came to my office, gave me 50 grand, and said they wanted to use my company's name for a competition. I saw it was a big square and didn't think much of it, so I just let them use our company name for the competition. And the name she wrote down was really called Invincible Female Demon Queen.
Still lying? Who in their right mind would name themselves that?
It wasn't until the beaten company employee staggered downstairs and hurriedly handed Sunning the documents that she finally believed it. Sunning cursed under his breath, damn it, her name really is Invincible Female Demon King. Sunning dialed the Southern Theater Command's senior researchers with a grim expression.
Hey, old man, we cracked the case.
At the competition site, the Xuanwu Gonggang that had successfully reached the ocean floor gradually transformed into its second form, a fusion of Xuanwu and Gonggang. This form was optimized for harvesting undersea resources.
Xinyao was thrilled. The Xuanwu Gonggang had truly satisfied her craving for sci-fi.
Su Gong, you're truly a genius. You've even managed to create shape-shifting metal.
Su Ling, standing nearby, couldn't help but suppress a giggle. Yao, that's not what you said earlier, you know.
Just a moment ago, someone was complaining that Su Gong made her look bad and threatened to slip laxatives into his food.
Su Yang's holographic projection turned dark at the remark.
Xinyao quickly waved her hands and covered Su Ling's cherry-red lips. Su Gong, no, don't listen to Linger's nonsense.
How could I possibly dare to poison you? Not even if you gave me 10,000 guts.
Su Yang didn't believe a word of it, and Xinyao's face flushed crimson.
If you didn't have that thought, why are you blushing like a bubble dragon? Su Yang didn't press the issue with Xinyao. The Xuanwu Gonggang is equipped with the Great Tang transformative diagram technology.
Combined with shape-shifting metal, it can theoretically transform into any object.
But that's still just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Xuanwu Gongdang's cutting-edge technology. It's getting late. Let's start harvesting the undersea resources. Chapter 43, Fluoroantimonic Acid Projectiles. Got it, Xu Yang. After witnessing the Xuanwu Gonggang's prowess, Xinyao had become his devoted little fan, her tone growing noticeably more obedient.
Just as Xinyao was about to control Xuanwu Gonggang, her eyes lit up.
Su Gong, where should we go to find resources?
In the Gonggang project competition, the higher the 3 judges' scores were split evenly, the greater the chance of victory for whoever acquired better and more seabed resources within 2 hours and successfully transported them back to the surface. The higher the score, the greater the chance of victory. Some established companies, having participated in the Gonggang project multiple times, possess deep knowledge of the seabed resources.
They might have been slower to descend into the ocean initially.
But as soon as they reached the seabed, they immediately dispersed to search for resources, as they were well versed in the distribution of marine resources. In contrast, Su Yang's team was participating for the first time and didn't even have a proper underwater resource map.
Xinyao timidly ventured, Su Gong, you didn't forget to configure the map, did you?
Su Yang felt awkward, he really had forgotten. But without a map, they'd just have to make do.
No worries.
Even without a map, first place is still ours.
Ha? How can we win first place without a map?
Su Yang cleared his throat. We'll find some suckers and snatch one from them. If we can't snatch a map, we'll just raid someone else's mineral deposits. Su Yang's words sent both girls into a frenzy. What should we call ourselves?
Deep sea pirates? Heh, someone's gonna be unlucky. Under Su Yang's direction, Xinyao and Su Ling began guiding the Xuanwu Gonggang to search for targets.
Activate quantum search radar.
Scan for nearby submersible positions.
Before long, the advanced quantum technology scanned every vessel within hundreds of kilometers. Xin Yao and her team focused solely on the underwater portion of the ocean. Sugong, there's a submersible closest to us only 500 meters away.
Follow it. Outside, murmurs filled the air. Why has that unnamed mech stopped moving? Could it be malfunctioning? Earlier it reached 500 meters per second underwater. At that terrifying speed, if it crashes into the seabed, even the deformable metal might sustain damage. If it really crashed and lost its competitive edge, that would be a shame. But soon, everyone witnessed the Xuanwu Gonggang begin to move. The nameless mech is advancing. I wonder what this unnamed mech will choose to bring back. I guess minerals. They have the highest density in the ocean. Seabed minerals require extraction. If they can bring it back, they'll definitely win the championship. Mining seabed minerals isn't that simple, someone countered. The competition requires harvesting seabed resources, but those resources are incredibly diverse: natural gas, oil, methane hydrates, mineral deposits, coral, shipwrecks, and ancient artifacts settled over millennia. Ores make up the largest proportion, but since they lie thousands of meters below sea level, extraction is extremely difficult. Often, even if you encounter them, you can't actually mine them out. Unless you know the exact location beforehand and bring drilling equipment. But even then, 2 hours wouldn't yield much ore. It would be wiser to spend those 2 hours gathering other resources instead. The odds of success are higher that way. Just as the group was engaged in heated discussion, Xin Yao and Su Ling's Xuanwu Gonggang submersible had quietly approached the nearest submersible. What a coincidence, it's third brother's submersible, Xin Yao murmured with a hint of mischief. Inside the submersible from the White Elephant Kingdom, a brown-skinned man named Alta, adorned with a nose ring and multiple ear studs, was busily massaging the colorful giant lizard beneath his feet with his jade-like feet. Keep your eyes peeled. Search relentlessly. We must find metal or deposits. If not ore, then at least locate a methane hydrate lake. This time, we'll show the international community that White Elephant Nation is the undisputed master of marine technology. And if we happen to encounter that nameless mech again, we'll beat the crap out of it. After that, Tata Corporation will surely cement its image as invincible in the hearts of the Dragon Nation people. Suddenly, the white elephant began to shake violently. Damn it, we seem to have struck a reef. Only after stabilizing the footage did they realize they had collided with Xuanwu Gonggang, the very same colossal mecha from earlier. Xuanwu Gonggang's massive palm scraped against the hull. It was his fist that had forced the white elephant to halt moments ago. The white elephant's operators gasped. Reporting, it's that unnamed mecha. Talk about running into the wrong guy at the wrong time. Alta's excited voice echoed through the undersea network. You chose the path to hell when heaven was open. You clowns from the Dragon Nation, prepare to witness the might of the Tata Group. Buinua Aguda quickly launched the antimony fluoride shells at the nameless mech. As Buinua and Aguda pounded away at their keyboards, the white elephant's ammunition bay opened. 2 crimson black bombs instantly launched from within the white elephant, completely enveloping the Xuanwu Gonggang. Hit! Alta exclaimed triumphantly. Outside, the nameless mech and Asan had encountered each other, both submersibles drawing intense attention. Some condemn Asan for resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. But competing for natural resources on the ocean floor was nothing new. But this was the first time anyone had used fluorotantalate bombs right off the bat. Fluoroantimonic acid shells? Those things are far nastier than torpedoes. Fluoroantimonic acid is 2,000 billion times more acidic than pure sulfuric acid. Even ordinary metals corrode slowly upon contact with sulfuric acid. But if antimony fluoride touches metal, it instantly softens into a pile of sludge. Also known as the dirty bomb, once deployed, it leaves nothing but barren wasteland in its wake. For 3 years, not a single living thing will survive in that area. The Convention on the Law of the Sea explicitly prohibits the use of fluoroantimonic acid bombs due to their devastating environmental impact. The commentary undoubtedly heightened the tension among countless listeners. Look at the footage the robots are sending back. The underwater mountains, sand, animals, seaweed all completely corroded away. The unnamed mecha is likely gone. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Xin Yao was flustered. The large screen displayed a warning from the Xuanwu Gonggang. Warning, warning. Detecting the strongest acidic substance, fluoroantimonic acid, corroding the deformable metal. Deformable metal initiating inward collapse. Sugong, what do we do? The deformable metal is collapsing inward. Aren't we going to be crushed into mincemeat? I told you to read the manual more carefully. You just blew it off, didn't you? Su Yang said earnestly. Activate the Xuanwu Gonggang adaptive anti-corrosion system. A layer of white, transparent material surfaced on the deformed metal's exterior. Like a protective membrane, it directly blocked the hydrofluoric acid from penetrating. Inside the white elephant, Alta Xuanwu Gonggang showed no reaction, seemingly corroded away. He then burst into laughter. The world's most advanced specialty metal? Before our fluoroantimonic acid shells, it'll corrode into a pile of sludge within 3 seconds. So what if it's shape-shifting metal? It still got corroded.
Dragon Nation, remember this for your next life. We, the White Elephant Nation, are the true Asian superpower. Your Dragon Nation is only fit to polish our shoes.
Alta was in high spirits. Let's go find our next victim.
Today, we're going to take down every submersible from every nation in the White Elephant Kingdom.
Yet at that moment, Qinglong's voice abruptly echoed through the undersea network. Just a fluorotantalic acid?
Dream on if you think it can corrode the Xuanwu Gonggong.
Who's speaking?
Alta nearly thought her white elephant had been hacked. You idiot, it's obviously the mech right in front of you.
Chapter 44, Energy Amethyst.
Xinyao and Su Ling coordinated their movements, bursting out of the water where the fluoroantimonic acid had exploded.
Upon closer inspection, the Xuanwu Gonggong showed not a single scratch on its entire body. On shore, the crowd erupted in chaos. Even the world's strongest acid couldn't corrode the shape-shifting metal? How is that possible?
This is the dirty bomb dubbed the submarine killer. Many in Dragon Nation gasped in astonishment, but excitement dominated their reactions.
How is this possible? That fluoroantimonic acid bomb didn't corrode you either. Underwater, Alta voiced his soul-searching question.
But he quickly snapped out of it and issued the command.
Fire the underwater cannons. If one shot can't sink this nameless mech, then fire more.
Su Ling's melodious voice echoed across the local network, you won't get another chance.
In an instant, the colossal form of Xuanwu Gonggong closed in.
Under Su Ling's control, it extended a 20-meter-wide palm, lifting the entire white elephant vessel.
As if it were carrying a little chick. A fiber optic cable pierced directly into the white elephant's hull. Data loading. The white elephant shook violently. The cannons couldn't fire at all. Reporting, our database has been compromised. Damn it, our neural computers are compromised too. Damn it, they've opened our resource vault.
The ore we collected earlier has been released under the control of the unnamed Mecha.
But it's just ore.
Some of it's rare, but in the hands of the Xuanwu Gonggong, it looks like a speck of dust. Su Ling looked at it with disdain, shaking her head in disgust. After all that trouble, all we got was a pile of data and a few scraps of ore.
Damn it, this is useless. Not a single drop of profit. The next second, Su Ling tossed the white elephant ship aside like trash. Inside the white elephant, Alta reeled in disorientation, grinding his teeth until his face flushed crimson. Damned Dragon Nation. Damned Mecha. I'll be back. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggong. AI, initiate data analysis. Su Gong, the map seems to be only a quarter complete. It's not enough. Su Yang snorted. Forget it. Looks like we won't get the full map. This is definitely intentional on the official side. What should we do? Su Yang replied seriously, we'll have to borrow some undersea resources from other submersibles. Borrow? Xinyao and Su Ling giggled, surprised to see this devious side of Su Yang. Su Yang, however, didn't seem to care. Are you guys undersea citizens? The two paused, then shook their heads.
No, we're land citizens. Su Yang's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of teaching a receptive student.
Well, that settles it. None of the submersibles participating in the Gonggong project are ocean citizens. What's wrong with me taking some public ocean resources? Right?
Xinyao was the first to agree.
Ah, yes.
Su Gong, the quantum radar is ready. Su Ling stood nearby, smirking.
Under Su Yang's command, the Xuanwu Gonggong then commenced its underwater plundering operation. Every submersible they encountered was systematically targeted, stripped of resources, and looted. Damn, Xuanwu Gonggong is way too ruthless. This is nothing short of a maritime rampage.
Han's Catfish Cat, Kangaroo Nation's Kangaroo, that stubborn South Korean vessel, all looted.
It's so tragic.
Seems like they only target other countries' submarines. You just don't get it, this is called robbery with principles.
Another region of the ocean floor.
Beneath a massive crater resembling a meteor impact basin,
a dormant volcano unexpectedly existed.
Within the dormant volcano, a purple crystal or towering 100 meters high stood at its center.
5-meter-long swordfish continuously thrust their long tentacles into the purple crystals.
I never imagined this area would hold energy purple crystals, Yan Xingshua murmured from within the thunder god giant manta, positioned behind a small hill several dozen meters tall at the crater's base.
Beside the thunder god giant manta lay the Kunpeng.
Yan Qingshu had originally been searching for metal deposits, but unexpectedly, Lin Yuan's destination was the same. They had agreed not to fight over it, whatever was found first belonged to whoever discovered it.
Yet by sheer coincidence, they uncovered the secret of the extinct volcano's sinkhole. Energy amethyst. It's said to be one of the rarest ores in this world. Any forging material or metal artifact infused with even a trace of energy amethyst will see its properties multiply exponentially.
Legend has it that it exists only deep within the Earth's core.
Even combining all current advanced technologies cannot synthesize it.
Yet here lies a deposit as large as a small mountain.
Lin Yuan's expression grew grave.
Energy amethyst is a national-level mineral resource.
These mechanical swordfish clearly weren't manufactured in Dragon Nation. Their long, sharp spines drain vast quantities of energy crystals every second. This is a blatant plunder of our nation's precious resources. Yan Xinxue pondered for a moment, glancing at the swordfish displayed on the large screen. There are roughly 100 mechanical swordfish in total. The Thunder God Manta and Kuanping are merely commercial-grade submersibles. They haven't been developed to weapons-grade specifications. They can't handle this many swordfish. We're deep inside this sinkhole. Something seems to be blocking electrical signals, preventing us from transmitting any information back to the surface. Let's get out first and report back. Lin Yuan hummed in agreement. For now, that's our only option. The two started the engines. Propellers slowly began to turn as the Thunder God Giant Manta and Kuanping ascended gradually. Suddenly, one of the mechanical swordfish seemed to sense something. It whipped its tail and shot toward the pair in an instant. Fortunately, they had concealed themselves behind a massive boulder and remained undetected. The mechanical swordfish circled the Thunder God Giant Manta and Kuanping for a long while before finally departing. Yan Qingshu and Lin Yuan both breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Song wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Over 100 swordfish if we'd collided head-on. We might have been buried beneath the sea today. Thunder God Giant Manta, continue ascending slowly and navigate out of the sinkhole. But at that moment, a boulder weighing hundreds of kilograms plummeted from above, striking the Thunder God Giant Manta and Kuanping. It was a metal ore deposit shed from the dormant volcano. The metal ore scraped violently against the water, sending up a torrent of bubbles. Song Bo, Yan Qinxue, and Lin Yuan witnessed this scene and immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. The next instant, all the mechanical swordfish charged toward this direction. Their terrifying roars echoed through the sonar receivers. We're done for. We've been spotted. Get out of here. Song Bo shouted. Lin Yuan and Yan Qingxue immediately maneuvered their submersibles upward. But how could their manned submersibles possibly match the speed of the unmanned ones? Moreover, the mechanical swordfish were built to replicate the anatomy of real swordfish. Swordfish are already the fastest aquatic creatures in the water. After transforming into a mechanical swordfish, its speed became terrifying. A single flick of its tail propels it to the very front of the Thunder God Giant Manta and the Kuanping. The mechanical swordfish radiated a pale blue glow across its entire body. Its 3-meter-long horn at the front was terrifyingly formidable, forged from incredibly hard metal. Otherwise, it could never pierce the energy amethyst to absorb its essence. Propelled by the swordfish's own charging momentum, that 3-meter horn instantly transformed into a lethal weapon on the battlefield. In an instant, it pierced through the Kuanping's outer hull. Had Lin Yuan not reacted swiftly enough to block part of the force with the Kuanping's pair of retractable wings. Otherwise the Kuanping would have been impaled clean through. Even so, the Kuanping's defensive hull couldn't withstand the terrifying force and was pierced through. Damn it, what a hellish weapon. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Mechanical Swordfish. Yan Qingshua's situation was no less dire. Though protected by the lightning metal hull, it couldn't withstand the relentless assault of so many swordfish. Before long, Yan Qingshua's side was forced into a steady retreat. We can't keep dragging this out. Lin Yuan, deploy the final measure. Otherwise, we'll all die here today. Yan Qingsue clenched her pearl-white lips. Lin Yuan's Kuanping vessel belonged to Kuanping Corporation, a company with formidable technological prowess. Naturally, it was equipped with special measures for handling unexpected underwater emergencies. Lin Yuan's voice cracked with fury. Kuanping, switch to kill mode. This was originally intended to deal with the giant squid lurking in the depths. Now, taste the might of Dragon Nation's technology. Upon receiving the command, the Kuanping's massive wings abruptly transformed, contracting inward into a near-spherical form. Hundreds upon hundreds of serrated blades extended from the surface of the sphere. Damn swordfish, shatter them all. The Kuanping's spherical form darted in and out among the swordfish, ascending effortlessly as if traversing level ground. Those terrifying blades were razor-sharp, clearly forged from some special metal. 3 swordfish were struck directly by the blades. The exposed wiring in their abdomens was laid bare. The Kuanping savagery was laid bare. Inside the Thunder God Manta Ray. Uncle Son, activate Abyssal Blast Mode. Uncle Son's fingers danced across the keyboard. Moments later, hundreds of palm-sized mechanical centipedes were released from the underside of the Thunder God Giant Manta submersible. These centipedes moved with astonishing speed through the water, and their diminutive size made them undetectable to the mechanical swordfish. Under Uncle Song's control, every mechanical centipede burrowed into the mechanical swordfish's head. Each centipede contained explosives. Boom! A massive explosion rippled through the seawater. Countless droplets of water vaporized. Within moments, 10 mechanical swordfish were obliterated. Damn it, we're in the deep sea. The explosive power of the mechanical centipedes is severely limited here. In shallow waters, a single mechanical centipede's blast could obliterate an orca. But here, it barely takes down these mechanical swordfish. Song Bo's expression darkened. Lin Yuan piloted the Kuanping-class submarine, weaving through the swordfish like a curveball. Initially, it worked while many swordfish were severely wounded by its sharp blades.
But as time passed, he noticed a problem. The more he killed, the more swordfish seemed to appear. His razor-sharp blades, constantly slicing through the fish, were suffering severe wear. Even more terrifying, the swordfish seemed to have gained extraordinary intelligence in a short time. Some even chose to hide in the shadows and ambush him. The same situation unfolded aboard the Thunder God Manta Ray, where Yan Qingxue was stationed.
Something's wrong.
Very wrong, Lin Yuan's pupils dilated. Yan Qingxue, someone must be manipulating these swordfish from behind the scenes.
Whoever's behind this is determined to see us die at the bottom of the sea. The energy purple crystal is too significant. A crystal this size would be monumental for future technological advancement.
To the mastermind, only death ensures the secret stays buried. Yan Qingxue had considered this too, but her thoughts went deeper than Lin Yuan's. Remotely controlling this many mechanical swordfish requires terrifying computational power. Such conditions clearly don't exist in the depths of the ocean.
If I were the mastermind, to conserve computational resources, I'd definitely use one mechanical swordfish to control all the others. I see.
You mean if we locate the mechanical swordfish carrying the central neural network controlling the others and eliminate it, these swordfish will cease attacking us?
Exactly. Lin Yuan glanced at the mech's status. Current damage exceeded 20%. I'll be the bait.
You find the one with the central control neural network.
With that, Lin Yuan once again piloted the Qinglong into the swarm of mechanical swordfish. You mechanical scum, come on. I refuse to believe in superstition. If you think you can kill me, you're not even close.
When your grandfather was born, you mechanical bugs were still embryos in steel furnaces. Lin Yuan's hysterical, frenzied voice seemed to enrage the mechanical swordfish. The next second, the mechanical swordfish's attacks grew even more ferocious. Each 3-meter-long horn accelerated like a bullet, relentlessly slamming into the Qinglong.
With every breath, the Qinglong endured dozens of strikes. Such relentless assaults added numerous fresh gashes to the Qinglong's hull.
Damage level 25%. Damage level 28%.
The damage was escalating at an almost geometric rate. Lin Yuan's scalp tingled. Damn it, I should have kept my cool.
At this point, Lin Yuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward. Yan Qingxue gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes fixed on the large screen.
The Thor giant manta's radar continued scanning the swordfish, yet it couldn't detect anything.
To the Thunder Manta's AI control system, it appeared as if nothing existed before them. The only explanation was that the mechanical swordfish's technology far surpassed theirs.
I can't find it. I can't locate their most crucial swordfish. What do we do? What do we do?
Yan Qingxue was under immense pressure, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her bright eyes were now bloodshot.
Song Bo gritted his teeth.
Miss, sometimes we don't need to rely solely on radar to see the world.
Radar can be deceived too. Calm down. Let's find another way.
Yan Qingxue reminded herself that Uncle Song was right.
Calm down. Stay calm.
Yan Qingxue took a deep breath, then fixed her gaze firmly on the large screen. I must trust my own eyes. I will see the world with my own eyes and feel it with my heart. What radar can't do at such close range, perhaps my eyes can. The Thunder God Giant Manta contained technology that converted invisible light into analytical images. Thus, even from inside the vessel, the undersea world remained crystal clear. Uncle Song maneuvered the Thunder God Giant Manta to evade sporadic swordfish attacks, while Yan Qingxue meticulously scanned the surroundings with her naked eyes.
Faster, faster. These mechanical swordfish seem to attack in a well-organized manner.
As swordfish equipped with a central control neural network, they would never launch attacks alongside other mechanical swordfish.
Otherwise, if damaged, the entire mechanical swordfish operational system would collapse. If I were controlling the mechanical swordfish, I'd definitely shield them behind me.
And assign other mechanical swordfish to guard them. Yan Qingxue scanned the large screen, and suddenly, her vision brightened.
Found it. Lin Yuan, hang in there. Uncle Song, target the 30-second sailfish from the left rear. I've marked it. Release the mechanical centipede. Chapter 46, The Mechanical King Squid. Roger that.
Uncle Song swiftly deployed the mechanical centipedes toward that direction. A seasoned veteran, he released 10 units at once, 9 as decoys, with the remaining 1 stealthily closing in. As it turned out, the enemy lacked precision when capturing small mechanical beasts like the mechanical centipede. They easily mistook it for a sea creature, confusing their senses and preventing them from launching an attack. The operator behind the scenes clearly grasped this advantage and attempted to retreat with the swordfish carrying the central control neural network. However, the mechanical centipede was faster, burrowing into the mechanical swordfish's body in an instant. In an instant, the mechanical centipede tore through the swordfish's body with reckless abandon before detonating. After the central control neural network operated swordfish exploded, the entire swordfish formation seemed to lose its driving force, halting in place without a single movement. Cold sweat poured down Lin Yuan's back as he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
There's always some bastard trying to screw me over. Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll slaughter you for sure. Yan Qingxue, however, urged, let's get out of this trouble spot quickly. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. If they lingered here any longer, who knew what might happen? Just as the Thunder God Giant Manta and the Qinglong accelerated upward, a series of applause echoed through the two submersibles. Qinglong Corporation, Thunder God Corporation, truly the foremost marine technology giants in Dragon Nation. With such immense technological potential backing you, I'm almost tempted not to kill you. Lin Yuan and Yan Qingshue's hearts skipped a beat. Who are you? What are you lurking around in the shadows for? If you've got the guts, come out and face me, old man. Lin Yuan barked. Song Bo was drenched in sweat, trying desperately to pinpoint the intruder's exact location, only to find the system stubbornly refusing to cooperate. Conversely, the intruder had infiltrated their local network. Their technological prowess was undoubtedly superior. A voice from the shadows carried a cold, mocking laugh. Stop searching. We're right before your eyes. The Thunder God Giant Manta and Qinglong felt the water surge violently as shimmering illusions flickered before their eyes. Suddenly, a colossal mechanical giant squid materialized within their vision. Lin Yuan, Yan Qingxue, and Song Bo were all shaken to their cores. This colossal mechanical giant squid measured a full 50 meters long and 30 meters wide, each tentacle glowing with an eerie light. Even more terrifying was that, with its arrival, the previously out-of-control mechanical swordfish that had momentarily halted now swirled around the mechanical giant squid. Like starving wolves poised to strike at any moment. Ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Thunder God Manta Ray. You suddenly blocked our path, surely it wasn't just to show off your technology? Song Bo scrutinized the colossal mechanical beast before him. The man chuckled. Of course not. All three of you are talents from Longwa Research Corporation. I have no desire to cause trouble for you. How about we make a deal? Inside the mechanical king Physalis squid, Murakami Jiro swirled the champagne in his hand, observing the trio with keen interest. What kind of deal do you want? Murakami Jiro spoke calmly, I can spare your lives. But you must hand over all the research data from both Qinglong and Thunder God companies. Of course, I also know you have connections with high-level researchers in the Dragon Nation. And you must provide me with Dragon Nation's research materials. If you agree, we can take you back to our headquarters and implant brain-computer interface chips into your brains. That way, you won't dare betray us, Murakami Jiro chuckled. And likewise, by pledging your loyalty to us, you'll receive everything you desire. Lin Yuan immediately cursed, damn it, the way you talk, you want us to betray Longwa, don't you? You're dreaming. After cursing, Lin Yuan pulled out a cigarette. Lighting up thousands of meters below the sea surface was quite the bold move. Across from him, Murakami Jisaburo showed no sign of urgency over their refusal. No need to rush into cursing me. Rejecting me means death. I'll give you 30 seconds to think it over. Die or live, it's entirely up to you. Lin Yuan took one last drag, flicked the cigarette butt away, and sent a message to Yan Qingxue. Yan Qingxue, I, Lin Yuan, have never owed anyone a favor in my life, especially not a woman. You shielded me from the Alstom Shark's torpedo earlier. This time, I'll help you fend them off. You go. Yan Qingshue's expression was complex as she replied, if we go together. Lin Yuan sent another message. They're determined to make us their puppets. Those mechanical swordfish will all awaken soon. That person was probably stalling for time earlier to regain control over the mechanical swordfish. If we don't leave now, it'll truly be too late. Lin Yuan seemed remarkably nonchalant. Song Bo also saw their chat history. Miss, you should go. The energy crystal mountain within this undersea sinkhole is our nation's most precious treasure. It must be delivered to the outside world. Yan Qingxue gritted her teeth. Uncle Song, do you also think I'm someone who fears death and clings to life? I won't leave no matter what. Uncle Song's expression was grave, yet his gaze remained resolute. Miss, you've always been too righteous since childhood. It will only lead to trouble in the future. I've watched you grow up. This time, I won't let you be so reckless. Uncle Song waved his hand, and a mechanical arm extended from within the Thunder God Giant Manta. It swiftly restrained Yan Qingxue, simultaneously sealing her mouth with adhesive tape. With that, control of the entire Thunder Giant Manta was now solely in Song Bo's hands. Uncle Song rapidly tapped the keyboard, then activated the Thunder Giant Manta's safety capsule. This capsule served as an escape pod in case the Thunder God Giant Manta faced a catastrophic emergency. Yan Qingxue struggled violently, stammering incoherently in an attempt to stop Song Bo. Yet Song Bo merely pressed a confirmation button. The Thunder God Giant Manta ejected Yan Qingxue along with the escape pod. Across the way, Murakami Jiro, who had been embracing a seductive mermaid beauty, instantly kicked the woman away upon seeing the escape pod launch. You Chinese bastards, since you're asking for death, I'll personally see you off. Deep-sea swordfish, chase down that escape pod and kill whoever's inside. Simultaneously, 100 mechanical swordfish charged toward the escape pod at breakneck speed. Yet almost instantly, the Thunder God Manta and the Qinglong blocked the path of the swarm. Scum, die. Lin Yuan revved the Kuanping to full throttle. Its cracked blades whirled violently, plowing through the swarm of swordfish to draw more attacks upon itself. Song Bo's side followed suit, unleashing all 100 mechanical centipedes. Explosions erupted continuously. Yet they could only block a fraction of the mechanical swordfish. All they could do now was pray Yan Qingxue survived. Yan Qingxue struggled inside the escape pod. Soon, using her body's flexibility, she broke free from her restraints. She wanted to return, but the entire sea area erupted in earth-shattering explosions. Terrifying flashes of light flickered incessantly. Yan Qingxue hesitated for a second, her heart aching terribly, but ultimately chose to leave. I must return to shore and report what happened here. I must not disappoint Uncle Song and the others. Yan Qingxue now piloted the escape pod, fleeing swiftly. Though the escape pod was fully equipped, its capabilities were undoubtedly inferior to those of the Thunder God giant manta. The mechanical swordfish behind them quickly caught up. With a sharp rip, the escape pod's outer shell was pierced and seawater poured in. Yan Qingxue crashed heavily to the floor, her forehead covered in blood. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Xinyao hummed a tune, I'm the master of the ocean, I'm the master of the ocean. Everyone brags about how awesome their submersibles are, but none of them can actually fight. After shifting tactics this time, the Xuanwu Gonggang had reaped substantial rewards. Suddenly, Su Ling detected an anomaly. Su Gong, intense energy fluctuations detected ahead. Something's wrong. The quantum radar also detected a submersible. Behind it, dozens of unidentified metallic objects are pursuing it. Su Yang froze in shock. An unmanned submersible being pursued in the deep sea? Could there be competitors underwater? Xinyao grew excited, eager for action. More work coming our way? Linger, can you identify which nation's submersible it is? Can we hijack it? Su Yang's voice was solemn. Activate the maritime over the horizon function. Zoom in on the image. Roger. The Xuanwu Gonggang AI voice responded, maritime over the horizon function activated. Capturing video feed. Capture successful. On the large screen, a massive spherical pod was rapidly approaching the Xuanwu Gonggang. It's the escape pod from the Thunder God giant manta. The ones pursuing it are a pack of mechanical sharks. Su Ling's tone grew heavier, tinged with disbelief. Mechanical sharks hunting down participants of the Gonggang project could only mean one thing: these sharks represented unknown technology from beyond the Dragon Nation. The thought of foreign technology invading sent a surge of bloodlust coursing through Su Yang's veins. How could he tolerate others snoring in his own bed? Foreign submersibles were forbidden from entering Dragon Nation's waters. Xinyao, Su Ling, show these foreign submarines what we're made of. I, Commander Su. Inside the Thunder God giant manta, Yan Qingxue staggered to her feet. The escape pod was surrounded by mechanical swordfish, 50 of them. A hint of coldness flickered in Yan Qingxue's eyes. Is this the end? 50 mechanical swordfish launched their assault almost simultaneously. A single strike would be enough to end Yan Qingxue completely. Yet at the critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths like a bolt from the blue. The colossal mecha beast, Xuanwu Gonggang, descended. Its massive hand plunged into the mud, forming a terrifying shield that instantly blocked all the swordfish's attacks. Yan Qingxue jolted awake. Chapter 47, Not an Inch Less. What is this? A giant beneath the sea? Yan Qingxue's heart trembled. Inside Xuanwu Gonggang, Xinyao controlled the mech, unleashing a single punch that sent a swarm of mechanical swordfish flying. The forceful blow even shattered the sharp horns of the mechanical swordfish. Where did such powerful mechs come from? Yan Qingxue quickly realized this was her chance to survive. She swiftly used the radio to access the local network and send a voice message. Hello, friends inside the mechs. I'm Yan Qingxue, pilot of the Thunder God giant manta. The Thunder God giant manta has suffered severe damage, and now the escape pod has been destroyed by the mechanical swordfish. Please help me return to the surface. Thunder God Corporation will offer generous compensation. Xinyao was taken aback. Are these mechanical swordfish that formidable? They couldn't even defeat that single Thunder giant manta. Su Ling noticed bubbles beginning to form in Yan Qingxue's cockpit. Yao, the Thunder God Corporation escape pod is taking on water. Stop messing around with those mechanical swordfish and rescue her first. Got it. Xuanwu Gonggang, transform mechanical arms and pull the escape pod into the main body. Yan Qingxue was still wondering if this colossal mecha was foreign technology, incapable of understanding the language of the Dragon Nation. Just as she was about to repeat the distress call in another language, Xuanwu Gonggang's massive mechanical arm descended, effortlessly lifting her escape pod. As she ascended rapidly, she gradually made out the true form of Xuanwu Gonggang. It's actually a 100-meter-tall mecha. Is this the submersible the Gonggang project entered into the competition? But in her memory, there seemed to be no such terrifying submersible. Yan Qingxue's escape pod was sucked into the interior of the Xuanwu Gonggang's body. Stepping out of the pod, she found herself in a completely new environment. The interior space was vast, yet it seemed to be a sealed environment. The metallic walls before her suddenly shifted and warped, revealing a broad pathway leading deeper into the structure. Am I seeing things? Metal actually deforming? Curiosity drove Yan Qingxue to investigate who was piloting this unnamed mecha. As she approached the central control room, Su Yang's holographic projection abruptly materialized beside Yan Qingxue. Owner of the Thunder God Giant Manta, welcome to the Xuanwu Gonggang underwater large-scale attack platform. Xin Yao and Su Ling rose from their floating seats. Pretty lady, welcome. Welcome. Don't worry, we're not bad people. You don't need to look at us like that. Su Ling smiled wryly. Don't mind her, Yao Yao's always been blunt like that. Yan Qingxue's guard remained up, but she still expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me. It was nothing. So it was these nasty things down there that wrecked your Thunder God Giant Manta, right? Watch me get revenge for you. Xin Yao was thrilled. Yan Qingxue was taken aback. Meeting for the first time, she hadn't expected such warmth from the other party. The mechanical swordfish had already launched a fierce assault on the legs of the Xuanwu Gonggang. Yan Qingxue assumed Xuanwu Gonggang's defenses would crumble soon. But unexpectedly, they couldn't even pierce the metal shell. Instead, the mechanical swordfish's own horns were all smashed off. This lady is going to smash every last one of you into mincemeat. Xin Yao shouted loudly. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across her face as if she'd hit upon a new idea. Linger, let's have a contest. Su Ling was a bit confused. Compete at what? You control the left hand of the Xuanwu Gonggang and I'll handle the right. Let's play whack-a-mole and see who destroys more mechanical swordfish. Su Ling glanced back at Su Yang's expression, noticing his holographic projection seemed preoccupied with something else, too busy to pay them any mind. She felt a surge of excitement too. All right. Then let's wager a plate of pork knuckle rice. With that, they sprang into action. Each controlled an arm of the Xuanwu Gonggang, using their fists like hammers to pound the mechanical swordfish below. With each blow, the mechanical swordfish would scatter parts everywhere, shattered to pieces. Yan Qingxue was horrified. When she had piloted the Thunder God Giant Manta, they wouldn't have been able to destroy these mechanical swordfish without the mechanical centipede exploding. Yet now, these mechanical swordfish crumbled like paper before the so-called Xuanwu Gonggang mecha crushed effortlessly. Transformable metal, formidable hardness, coupled with terrifying flexibility of the chassis. Other technological displays here, holographic projections, artificial intelligence, and more were all highly advanced. Calling this suit of armor future technology would be no exaggeration. Before long, the mechanical swordfish were crushed one by one, forever reduced to debris on the ocean floor. Yao Yao, looks like you lost. Linger, you cheated. You snatched half my swordfish just now. If anyone else heard this, they'd probably get goosebumps. The two of them had treated the mechanical swordfish like wild monsters to farm. This gave Yan Qingxue hope for saving Lin Yuan and Uncle Song. Yan Qingxue bowed respectfully. My friends. Two of my companions are still trapped in the undersea sinkhole ahead. One is the Kuanping from Kuanping Corporation. One is the butler of Thor's company. Can you help me save them? I'll pay any price to save them. Su Yang froze in surprise. There are still people underwater? Seeing Yan Qingxue hesitate to speak, Su Yang finally revealed his identity. You may report any situation without hesitation. The Xuanwu Gonggang underwater assault platform is one of the most powerful weapons developed by the Academy of Sciences. We have the capability to handle any danger you encounter. Xin Yao and Su Ling then produced their own ID cards, each bearing a distinctive seal though only half visible and embedded with chips. Yan Qingxue scanned them skeptically with her smartwatch, only to discover with astonishment that not only did Xin Yao and Su Ling's credentials pass verification, but both were rated at the 3S level. Yet she lacked the authority to access their actual details or specific circumstances. The realization that such formidable technology belonged to her homeland instantly provided Yan Qingxue with an outlet for the grievances she had endured underwater. Her eyes reddened as she recounted the discovery of the energy purple crystal. Energy amethyst? Su Yang marveled inwardly. No wonder these people are so desperate. In the future world, energy purple crystals could only be obtained from beyond the heavens. Who would have thought they could be found beneath the sea? The true potential of energy crystals far exceeded what this era could ever unlock. Sugon, these people are despicable. How dare they bully our Dragon Nation's people and plunder our resources with impunity? Let's wipe them out completely. Su Yang's gaze grew icy. We must rescue our people and exact vengeance. Not a single bit of the undersea resources shall be lost. Chapter 48, Pursue them to the ends of the earth. The Xuanwu Gonggang sped toward its destination. Sugon, we've been traveling for quite some time now, and it seems like there's no signal in this entire area. It appears to be jammed. Su Yang pondered for a moment. Activate the quantum radar. Scan the surrounding environment. Yes. Quantum radar scanning in progress. Quantum radar scan complete. Xin Yao reported the situation. Su engineer, anomaly detected. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered on our location, vast quantities of metallic minerals are concealed beneath the seabed. Su Yan understood. That explains it. Metal reflects signals. It's normal for our signal to disappear when we entered this area. Should I transmit the seabed imagery to headquarters via the quantum light brain? No need. They'll send personnel to investigate once they detect the anomaly. As the Xuanwu Gonggang accelerated forward, Su Yang and his crew gradually caught sight of the colossal submarine caldera of an extinct volcano. The immense crater loomed in the pitch black, abyssal ocean like a colossal black hole. Without converting invisible light into visible light, any submersible that strayed into that area would likely become trapped and unable to escape. Extinct volcano diameter, 5 kilometers. Depth, 1,000 meters. A volcano of such immense scale must have been a supervolcano in the past. Su Yang felt fortunate that this volcano had fallen dormant. Otherwise, it would pose a tremendous threat to the Dragon Nation. As they gradually approached the dormant volcano, reaching its edge, they could already discern some basic features below. Something faintly stirred within their field of vision. It kept darting back and forth. Closer and closer, until they were just 100 meters away. The group could now clearly see hundreds of mechanical swordfish swarming around the colossal mechanical giant squid, launching frenzied attacks against the Qinglong and the thunder god giant manta. Yan Qingshua's voice trembled with emotion. Su Gong, it's the thunder god manta and the Qinglong. Song Bo and Lin Yuan are still alive. At that moment, the Qinglong and thunder god giant manta ray, piloted by Lin Yuan and Song Bo, were absolutely rampaging. The Qinglong's sharp serrated blades whirled all over its body, slicing through one mechanical swordfish after another. Yet most of those serrated blades were now shattered, and the Qinglong's massive mechanical body was covered in cracks. It looked precariously unstable. The thunder god giant manta piloted by Song Bo was in the same state. Its lightning metal hull had been pierced and was peeling away. The thunder manta's own defenses were insufficient against the mechanical swordfish, leaving it riddled like a honeycomb. Uncle Song's mechanical centipede had exhausted its power. Now, he chose to detonate his own backup energy source. The detonation instantly obliterated several mechanical swordfish, its destructive force far surpassing that of the mechanical centipede. But the quantity of hidden backup energy was limited. After detonating once or twice, Song Bo lost his weapons against the enemy. Seawater began flooding into the Qinglong's hull. If the central control chamber were breached, he would have no hope of survival. Murakami Jiro sneered coldly, cunning Dragon Nation people. If it weren't for acquiring your technology, I'd have no reason to continue this stalemate with you. Now that you've lost even your most basic combat capabilities, you can only submit to my mercy. Lin Yuan and Song Bo's hearts suddenly froze. Suddenly, it all clicked. So Murakami Jiro had deliberately used those mechanical swordfish to deplete their explosives and firepower. Realizing the situation, Lin Yuan frantically activated the Qinglong's acceleration system, intending to crash into the nearby undersea mountain to destroy the vessel. Yet the main screen displayed, warning, over 80% structural damage. Currently incapacitated. Song Bo also attempted to activate the thunder god giant manta. The result was the same. Now they didn't even possess the ability to self-destruct. Rest assured, your bodies won't be wasted, no matter how desperately you try to die. With our current technology, as long as you're not completely dead within 3 hours, we can extract valuable information resources by implanting brain-computer interfaces. Lin Yuan slammed his fist onto the central control screen. You bandits deserve to die. Murakami Jiro's lips curled into a faint smile. Dragon Nation occupies vast territories yet has never truly developed. In the days to come, we will build the mightiest army and conquer the Dragon Nation. Too bad you won't be around to see it. With a wave of Murakami Jisaburo's hand, the colossal mechanical giant squid lunged forward. Its 8 tentacles swirled through the ocean, instantly closing in on the Qinglong and the thunder god giant manta. For tentacles bound the Qinglong and the thunder god giant manta. King Blister Squid, initiate information brain intrusion. Retrieve all data from Qinglong and thunder giant manta. 2 additional tentacles plunged directly into the optical brain interfaces of both the Qinglong and the thunder god manta. In an instant, the Qinglong and thunder giant manta's light brains fell under the control of the giant blister squid. Song Bo and Lin Yuan attempted to destroy the data by short-circuiting the light brains. Murakami Jiro's cold voice echoed, "Giant blenny squid, release neurotoxin mist." The tentacles abruptly invaded the air purification systems of both submersibles. The release of the neurotoxin fog quickly paralyzed the 2 men still inputting data onto the central control screen, causing their bodies to collapse stiffly. Damn it, I can't move. The manufacturing process for the lightning metal hasn't been destroyed yet. This is Dragon Nation's supreme metal, along with the mechanical centipede blueprints. Damn it, these could become weapons against the Dragon Nation someday. Song Bo struggled to rise, but his body held no strength. The 2 tentacles descended upon Lin Yuan and Song Bo's heads. They were brutally thrust into place, immediately beginning to extract information. Information retrieval, 10%. Information retrieval at 20%. Information retrieval at 50%. Soon, the information retrieval was complete. Murakami Jiro laughed loudly. Information retrieval complete. Alright, you can all go die now. Murakami Jiro's vicious voice echoed out. All the tentacles of the giant squid he inhabited tensed simultaneously. It was to be done in the most brutally simple and cruel manner, tearing the two submersibles to shreds. Songbo and Lin Yuan felt their hearts turn to ashes. Without a doubt, they were going to die. But at that very moment, Su Yang's voice suddenly crackled over the radio network. Those who violate the Dragon Nation's territory without permission shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Chapter 49, 8 Nations Submersibles. No sooner had Su Yang finished speaking. Xin Yao executed a series of commands. An artificial intelligence voice echoed within the Xuanwu Gonggang. Great Tang Light Path Giant Sword activated. Diverting level 4 nuclear fusion energy. Great Tang Light Path Giant Sword condensing. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a massive, orderly fissure split open behind Xuanwu Gonggang. A colossal sword blade emerged from within. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, even unremarkably dark. Yet the moment Xuanwu Gonggang grasped the immense blade, terrifying nuclear fusion energy surged ceaselessly into the massive blade. In an instant, a blue beam of light, 200 meters long and 10 meters wide, extended from the tip of the black blade. Its intense radiance shone like the most brilliant star on the ocean floor, illuminating everything within hundreds of meters. Yan Qinshue was utterly thrilled. This was a colossal light energy sword forged from the fusion of high-energy lasers and high-energy metals. Such technology was beyond belief something she had only ever seen in movies. She had never imagined such power could one day be materialized. At this moment, Xuanwu Gonggang resembled nothing less than a true warrior. Xuanwu Gonggang unleashed tremendous kinetic energy, churning up countless waves beneath the sea. Just as the mechanical king blister squid was about to destroy the Qinglong and the thunder god Manta, Xuanwu Gonggang flashed forward, swiftly closing the distance. Slash! Xuanwu Gonggang roared, bringing the prepared Great Tang Light Path giant sword down with a mighty chop aimed at the giant king Physalis squid's 8 arms. At the point of contact, the mechanical giant squid's tentacles were severed cleanly, billowing black smoke rising from the severed limbs. Inside the mechanical king bladder squid, the loss of 8 tentacles caused the entire body to shake violently, its center of gravity thrown off balance. Murakami Jiro forcibly steadied himself, his voice tinged with frustration. Damn it! It still has a backup plan. He glared intently at the towering figure of Xuanwu Gonggang, over 100 meters tall, wielding the Great Tang Light Path Greatsword. When did the Dragon Nation gain the capability to build such colossal mecha, let alone wield such terrifying power? Though not the most advanced technology within the football chicken nation, the mechanical king blister squid employed unique temporary measures and even incorporated energy-infused amethysts, elevating its defenses to a terrifying level. Ordinary weapons, even explosions, couldn't scratch the mechanical king Physalis squid. Yet before this colossal mecha, they proved utterly helpless. Under Su Yang's guidance, Xin Yao and Su Ling piloted the Xuanwu Gonggang to rescue the Qinglong and the thunder god giant Manta. Each of these massive mechs measured only about 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 to 6 meters tall, a size easily accommodated by the Xuanwu Gonggang's compatibility. Following Su Yang's instructions, Su Ling and Yan Qinshue rescued Lin Yuan and Songbo from their respective submersibles. The Xuanwu Gonggang was equipped with basic medical facilities, functioning much like an emergency room aboard an ocean submersible. It could provide bandaging and treatment for the injured. 2 needles materialized from the metal in the void, as if the shape-shifting alloy could do anything. At that moment, Songbo and Lin Yuan were unconscious. Seeing the needles about to pierce their bodies, Yan Qinshue grew anxious. Are they going to be okay? Su Ling pressed a button on the metal wall beside her. A simple quantum computer, formed from the transformed metal, appeared before her eyes. It displayed their vital signs and various data readings. They're fine. No need to worry. They're only suffering from neurotoxin exposure. Xuanwu Gonggang, initiate the nanomedicine protocol. Activate nano repair. Before long, the clear liquid inside the 2 syringes gradually changed color, turning emerald green before being injected into the 2 individuals' bodies. Their bodies began to repair themselves bit by bit. Even their wounds started healing visibly before her eyes. This undoubtedly shattered Yan Qingshuan's understanding once more. Seeing her astonishment, Su Ling smiled gently. Xuanwu Gonggang possesses many advanced technologies. At first, Yao Yao and I were also amazed by the various technologies Xuanwu Gonggang demonstrated. You'll get used to it. Outside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Murakami Jiro had been thoroughly enraged. The matter of the energy amethysts absolutely must not be leaked. If they could fully harness these energy crystals, then their country would undoubtedly develop a formidable military force in the future. Given enough time, they could even dominate the world. For this goal, Murakami Jiro had gone mad. Regardless of where you come from or what your purpose is, none of you will leave here alive today. Mechanical swordfish, destroy the giant mech. Xin Yao snorted coldly, using the same tactic twice? Still utterly ineffective. With a flick of her thoughts, Xinyao commanded Xuanwu Gongdong, wielding the Great Tang Light Sword, to sweep across the battlefield, truly demonstrating what it meant to sweep the 9 provinces with a single sword. The 200-meter-long, 10-meter-wide Great Tang Light Path Giant Sword unleashed its high-temperature laser. The moment it touched the mechanical swordfish, the machine was instantly melted clean in two. With a single strike, the surrounding mechanical swordfish shattered like dumplings boiling in water. Another strike followed, and the mechanical swordfish were nearly wiped out entirely. Had Murakami Jiro not dodged swiftly, he too would have fallen beneath the blade. Bring it on, use whatever tricks you have left. Otherwise, this lady will feed you to the fish. Ha ha ha, young lady, you talk a big game. Careful, you might end up without a boyfriend. The sudden voice sent a chill down the spine. Just as Qinyao was about to curse, the display showed a metal submersible with intense fluctuations. The sound of metal slicing through water echoed. Qinyao instantly sensed danger. The massive body of Xuanwu Gongdong dodged directly through the water. The figure brushed past Xuanwu Gongdong, and only then did Qinyao recognize it. This unmanned submersible was the shark, previously owned by Bend. Alstom Corporation, Qinyao snapped angrily. I never imagined you'd be in cahoots with those bastards. Bendine, you merely smiled. There's one thing you might have misunderstood. I'm not the only one working with the Taiwanese. We all are. With that, Ben Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. Xinyao sensed trouble brewing, just as the alarm on the Xuanwu Gongdong sounded. Quantum radar detects over 20 high-level submersibles approaching. Xinyao scanned her surroundings. Through the sensors of the Xuanwu Gongdong, she indeed spotted various high-level submersibles. These submersibles originated from regions and nations across the globe. Among them were 8 foreign submersibles participating in this competition. Xinyao's heart pounded violently. When had they all joined forces? They were surrounded. Chapter 50, Our reinforcements have arrived. A full 20 submersibles, representing 8 nations. They had all arrived here without a sound. Even more astonishingly, the number of these mechanical submersibles kept growing. Led by the shark, its wake filled with mechanical sharks, a sight reminiscent of the footbasket chicken's mechanical swordfish. Hans Cat's fish cat submersibles appeared too, dozens of them at once. Behind the white elephant, a multitude of their nation's technological submersibles swarmed. Even the South Korean nation had joined the fray, deploying their own kamikaze submersibles. Inside the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Li Shadong, Guan Yuanjia, and Chu Buping all wore solemn expressions. From the very beginning, they had been monitoring the competition's progress through Su Yang's link to the Xuanwu Gongdong cyberbrain. Li Shuton's voice was low and solemn. This was supposed to be a technological competition. I never imagined it would involve so many nations. Do they really think we're pushovers? Guan Yuanjia's gaze grew intense. The fact that they can appear so brazenly in that stretch of sea means they've made thorough preparations. It seems Xuanwu Gongdong is in grave danger this time. Su Yang remained remarkably composed. Mr. Li, Mr. Guan, Mr. Chu. The full designation for the Xuanwu Gongdong is the Xuanwu Gongdong Large Underwater Assault Platform. From the very beginning of its design, my vision was to create it as a force capable of safeguarding our Dragon Nation's maritime territories. Whether in terms of power, speed, or information transmission, it stands at the pinnacle of the world in every aspect. If it were defeated merely because of overwhelming numbers, it wouldn't deserve the name Xuanwu Gongdong Large Underwater Attack Platform. It would be called the Turtle Platform instead. Hearing this, all three froze. Could it be the Xuanwu Gongdong possesses some undisclosed trump card? Su Yang hummed in acknowledgement before transmitting his voice to Qinyao. Qinyao, Su Ling, from this moment onward, I will take control of the Xuanwu Gongdong. Qinyao looked surprised. Su Gong, didn't you say that after I was certified, the Xuanwu Gongdong would only obey me? That was just to train you too. Otherwise, if I did everything myself, what would you two be doing? That makes sense, Qinyao mused inwardly. In truth, Su Yang also intended to cultivate the two of them. After all, having the Xuanwu Gongdong under the Academy of Sciences control would undoubtedly be better, and it would also secure more funding in the future. Su Yang connected to the Xuanwu Gongdong via his smart optical brain. Xuanwu Gongdong hyperlink established. Remote control activated. Remote control successful. In the ocean. With all of us here, you're not seriously thinking of calling for backup, are you? Bender remarked with a sarcastic tone. Well, my apologies. On the way here, my little sharks already sent those submersibles and such straight to hell. What a pity. Bender then flipped a switch, and the entire sea began to stir. The other submersibles sensed it too. The detectors displayed a dense cluster of black dots. 10 seconds later, swarms of mechanical sharks appeared before their eyes. These sharks were clad in terrifying, monstrous shells, each boasting a gaping maw a full meter wide. When opened, the mouths formed near perfect circles. At this sight, whether it was Su Yang, Yan Xingshu, Qinyao, or Su Ling, they all knew that Ben Dimi's words must be true. Of the 50 competing teams, at least 20 plus were now gone. Most crucially, these 20 teams seemed to be nothing but a bunch of renegades. Bendy Mu suddenly turned to Murakami Jiro beside him.
Mr. Murakami Jiro, with so many mechanical sharks, the Allied forces have quite the appetite. We should get 2/3 of the energy purple crystal mountain.
That's not unreasonable, is it? 2/3 of the energy amethyst? That was an unimaginably vast fortune.
This was an unexpected battlefield extortion. Murakami Jiro gritted his teeth, wanting to refuse, but with his reinforcements yet to arrive, he had no choice but to concede. To get the energy crystals, you'll have to deal with this problem right in front of you first.
Agreed.
Bender accepted without hesitation. All submersibles, follow my command. Charge together and tear this mech to shreds.
Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Xinyao was frantic. Su Gong, let's get out of here. At the Xuanwu Gonggang's top speed, these people won't catch up. Su Yang felt both amused and exasperated, but his eyes suddenly flashed with an unprecedented intensity. Run? Why run? They have reinforcements, and so do we. But there are no other submersibles here besides us and the ones across the way, right? Xinyao frowned.
He had scanned the area with quantum radar. There were no other underwater vehicles nearby. Nearly all submersibles within a 10-kilometer radius had converged here.
Su Yang didn't answer.
Inside the Sichuan Research Institute, he issued a command to the Xuanwu Gonggang.
Xuanwu Gonggang, activate the nightmare system. Command received. Nightmare system activated.
The instant the nightmare system activated, within the Maritime Affairs Bureau far beyond the southern theater of operations of the Dragon Nation,
radars designed to detect large aquatic life registered terrifying phenomena.
On the large screen, red dots began to appear one after another.
Each red dot represented a detected giant whale.
The duty officer panicked.
Reporting, all giant whales in our sector are exhibiting abnormal movements. They appear to be moving en masse toward the same direction. 100, 200, 300. The count is still rising.
Beneath the sea, almost simultaneously, everyone present heard a peculiar sound.
The same was true on the other side.
Report, a sudden, rhythmic, strange signal from the ocean floor.
It's coming from the giant mecha ahead.
Bender sneered,
that mech is merely larger in size.
They're just bluffing.
Continue the assault.
Hans Katzfishcat, along with the smaller fishcats behind him, Alstom's shark, and Shark's offspring, joined by submersibles from other nations, converged almost simultaneously on Su Yang's Xuanwu Gonggang.
Su Yang showed no mercy. The Great Tang light sword in Xuanwu Gonggang's hands immediately activated its spinning mode.
Any that touched the mechanical beast were instantly melted away. Fishcat, initiate self-destruct.
I refuse to believe an ant can't bite an elephant to death. Alas, these attacks struck the Xuanwu Gonggang like a drop in the ocean, failing to make even the slightest ripple. As Su Yang's electrical signals spread farther and farther, more and more colossal creatures in the ocean sensed it.
One by one, killer whales, humpback whales, blue whales, all manner of colossal and terrifying cetaceans heard the electrical signals and plunged downward with frenzied urgency, racing relentlessly toward Su Yang's location.
Su Gong, what exactly is this nightmare system? If we keep draining energy like this, we might not even have enough left.
Xinyao had barely finished speaking when hundreds upon hundreds of whales surged toward them from every direction. They emitted sounds akin to furious roars. Leading the charge was a colossal blue whale, its body stretching 50 meters long. Its massive tail fin alone could easily hold several banquet tables, a truly terrifying sight. To the stunned gazes of the group, it swallowed one of Hans Katz's submersibles whole in a single gulp. Su Yang's calm voice rang out, our reinforcements have arrived.
Chapter 51, Fateful Collision. What? These whales are our reinforcements? Xinyao, Su Ling, and Yin Qinxue were utterly stunned.
They had imagined countless ways reinforcements might arrive, but never dreamed they would be these aquatic creatures. Within the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Guan Yuanjia, Chu Buping, and Li Shudong were horrified. Chu Buping gripped Su Yang's hand. Su, how did you pull this off?
This is nothing short of astonishing.
Even the usually composed Li Shudong murmured, a miracle.
This must be a miracle. Guan Yuanjia suppressed his excitement, glanced at his two old friends beside him, and took a deep breath. Su, what exactly is going on here? That hit the nail on the head.
At this point, Su Yang naturally had no reason to hold back. Our Dragon Nation's maritime territories are vast beyond measure. I've long pondered what technology could safeguard our waters. Later, I realized that monitoring and surveilling these waters is relatively straightforward. But truly safeguarding these waters is incredibly difficult. The only entities capable of safeguarding these waters are the creatures dwelling within the ocean itself. The ocean teems with endless life, various fish, venomous creatures, and colossal beings like whales and giant squids. If we could harness them wisely,
they could become essential weapons for safeguarding our territory. Guan Yuanjia exclaimed, using marine life to protect the ocean.
Su Gong is truly a man of great talent. No wonder they could design something like the Azure Dragon.
So how do you control these creatures, Su Gong? Guan Yuanjia was particularly curious about this aspect.
Su Yang pointed to his head.
Every living creature emits brainwaves. And the brainwaves of each species are distinct. Conversely, brainwaves are identical among members of the same species. At that point, I simply need to send them a false brainwave signal and they'll move in the direction we specify. I see. Couldn't this be applied to humans? If we could manipulate human brainwaves on the battlefield, wouldn't the enemy collapse without a fight? Chu Buping suddenly wondered aloud. Su Yang shook his head. No, it won't work. First, humans are too unique, our brainwaves are far too complex. Whales, on the other hand, aren't very intelligent, their IQ is equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Their brain signals haven't fully developed yet. That's why interference is much simpler. But once humans reach adulthood, their brainwaves solidify, requiring immense interference power. Moreover, on the battlefield, once genuine interference begins, it might fail to distinguish friend from foe due to similar species traits, potentially causing friendly fire. But when applied to animals, this poses no major issues. Old Chu hummed in agreement, giving Su Yang a thumbs up. In truth, Su Yang hadn't fully disclosed the Nightmare system's capabilities for disrupting brainwaves. The Nightmare could even manipulate living creatures to perform targeted explosions, self-destructions, and precisely accomplish specific detailed objectives. In the deep sea, numerous whales bit into the mechanical sharks, causing them to explode. Toothless whales simply swallowed them whole. The mechanical sharks instantly lost power upon contact with the acid in the whale's stomachs, a corrosive liquid potent enough to melt steel. They had no chance to resist. Damn it, where did all these whales come from? Why did they all come here? With the whales joining the fray, the deep-sea visibility was completely compromised. Su Yang commanded the Xuanwu Gongdong, wielding the Great Tang Lightpath Greatsword, to slaughter them indiscriminately. In an instant, the mechanical sharks were decimated by more than half. Boss, why aren't these whales attacking that massive mech? Are they blind? Hans Katz's leader, Nice, wore a grim expression. Most likely that strange sound earlier attracted these whales. All members, target the unnamed mech exclusively. Concentrate firepower, avoid spreading it too thin. Unfortunately, with so many whales here, they simply couldn't handle them all. Damn it, Murakami Jiro, you plan to just stand by and watch forever? Bender roared in fury. Murakami Jiro's face twisted in anguish. Alstom and our friends aboard the 8 Nations submersible. You saw it too, I'm now a giant squid with severed tentacles. I'm essentially alone now. How can I possibly help you? In truth, Murakami Jisaburo was thinking, fight it out. The fiercer the battle, the better. The best outcome would be mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits. Bender's expression instantly turned icy. Murakami Jiro, since you refuse to intervene. Fine, then. We'll pass on the energy purple crystal. If you want it, go fight that nameless mech yourself. Losing a large number of Shark-class replicas meant real money down the drain. If it all ended up benefiting someone else in the end, Ben Mu knew he wasn't that foolish. Better to abandon it early. Upon hearing this, Murakami Jisaburo understood the other party was forcing him to concede. Glancing at the large screen, where a tiny black dot was silently heading toward the volcanic caldera, Murakami Jiro's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Gentlemen, no hard feelings. It's just a little effort, right? As for the energy amethysts, my country wants 50% of the haul. No problem with that, right? You put in the effort, you get 50%. I have no objection, Bender Mu spoke first. Nice followed suit with his approval. Behind them stood Hans Cat and Gull Rooster, representatives of 2 highly advanced military powers. After they voiced their opinions, the Kangaroo Nation and the White Elephant Nation provisionally agreed. Very well. Murakami Jiro sneered coldly, then pressed a switch on the giant blister squid. At the volcanic crater below, one mechanical giant blister squid after another took flight. Even in the eyes of Nyes and Bender, fear was palpable. When did Footbasin Chicken manufacture so many mechanical giant blister squids? Su Yang and his companions were also horrified upon seeing hundreds of giant blister squids within the caldera. The dense swarm of black dots, each bearing 2 blood-red pupils and 8 tentacles, possessed enormous yet remarkably agile bodies. In the vast ocean, both whales and giant squids reigned supreme as rulers of the deep. They stood at the apex of the food chain. Occasionally, they preyed upon one another. Now, the 2 most formidable species had collided head-on. Hundreds of mechanical giant squids charged into the whale pod, instantly sending blood flying everywhere. Some mechanical giant squids were torn apart. The terrifying force turned the entire stretch of ocean crimson. Chapter 52, The Ace Up Their Sleeve. At the Gangdong Project port site, all submersibles vanished without a trace, their electrical signals completely severed. This sent panic rippling through the organizers. The man in charge was Wang Songrun, the primary organizer of this Gangdong project. With all the submersibles vanished, if something major went wrong, he would face accountability, his career would be over. Anything yet? Wang Songrun demanded impatiently as the first round of searches concluded. Nothing. It seems all signals ceased simultaneously. A chill ran down Wang Songrun's spine. What on earth had happened down there? At that moment, an elderly man was ushered in. Though in his 60s, he walked with remarkable vigor, his entire presence radiating an imposing, commanding aura. Master Lu, you finally arrived. You're an expert in marine biomimicry and electronic science. Could you help us determine if our signal receivers are malfunctioning? Lu Bai hummed in acknowledgement. Hold on a moment. Lu Bai stepped forward to inspect the device, examining every nook and cranny of the signal receiver. He then had someone bring over a metal underwater camera robot. After studying it for a moment, Lu Bai shook his head. Nothing's wrong with it. Then why has the electrical signal completely vanished? After a moment's thought, Lu Bai replied, perhaps something beneath the ocean caused all these devices to vanish simultaneously. Wang Songren's heart skipped a beat. Old Master Lu, are you referring to the giant squid? Lu Bai replied calmly, it might not necessarily be the giant squid. It could be various types of whales. If our submersible encounters them, it'll likely spell trouble. Wang Songren swallowed hard, reluctant to accept this. We've surveyed this entire area before, there's no evidence of such creatures here. The offshore area you selected for this port covers nearly 1/3 of the landmass. How could you possibly have surveyed it completely? Moreover, whales being apex predators are constantly on the move. You might finish scanning one area only to encounter them in the next. If any of these submersibles happens to face a pod of whales, every single one of them is in danger. Wang Songren was speechless. That was indeed a possibility. This won't do. We need to deploy more camera drones for search operations. Just then, a young man came rushing toward them, shouting, Director Wang, it's bad. It's bad. The water around the port area has started to smell fishy and foul. There's a faint reddish tint, and it's even attracted a massive school of sharks, over 1,000 of them. There are blood clots floating on the surface, no telling what animal they're from, but they're abnormally huge. Hearing this, Wang Songren felt a chill run through him. The young man showed Wang Songren the images, who then confirmed the details with Lu Bai. Lu Bui is an expert in marine affairs. He immediately identified the origin of these chunks of flesh. These are whale carcass fragments. Lu Bai gazed out at the expansive ocean ahead. Beyond the harbor, sharks were gathering in ever greater numbers. The scene was terrifying, sending a chill down one's spine. Something we don't know about must be happening beneath the sea. Director Wang, report this to your superiors. This matter may have already exceeded the scope of what you and I can handle. Wang Songren's face turned ashen. He had finally managed to take charge of the new phase of the Qinglong project, confident he could execute it flawlessly and secure a solid performance evaluation. Instead, this incident might land him in a military court facing accountability. Sighing helplessly, Wang Songren gritted his teeth and dialed the Southern Theater Command. Hello, this is Wang Songren. Connect me to Captain Wu Xiang at Eastern Theater Command. Upon receiving the news, Wu Xiang rushed to the scene. Wang Songren proceeded to explain the entire situation. Wu Xiang erupted in fury. Wang Songren, what kind of job are you doing? It's been 10 minutes already, and you're just noticing this now? Hasn't this area been explored before? Wang Songren found himself at a loss for words. After venting his anger, Wu Xiang regained his composure. I'll make preparations immediately. Within 10 minutes at most, submarines from the Eastern Theater Command will launch and proceed without delay to the designated area. Deep in the ocean, whales and giant squids clashed violently, staining the entire area crimson. Zulong, aren't we being a bit cruel? If this continues, we might wipe out every whale in these waters. Hundreds of whales had arrived earlier, and over 100 had already perished. On the opposing side, the giant squids had also suffered heavy casualties. Of the original 100 giant squids, only about 20 remained. You're right. We do need to preserve the marine ecosystem. Though Blue Star's whales were far larger than Earth's, with thick, tough skin and fearsome appearances, their opponents were, after all, mechanical entities. Flesh suffers, machinery ascends. That flesh could overcome technology. This pod of whales had already proven remarkably formidable. Su Yang released the whales from the influence of the brainwave control. In an instant, all the whales surfaced toward the upper waters to breathe. Bender, Murakami Jiro, and the others, who had been struggling to cope, suddenly found the pressure lifted. Nais even shouted defiantly, you guys in the Dragon Nation nets. Those whales have all escaped. Without their help, you're dead meat. Xinyao gasped, Sugong, why did you release those whales? If the whales escape, we're finished. Better to die with friends than alone. Didn't you just tell me to let these whales go? Su Yang wondered. Xinyao panicked, I was just saying that. We're done for. This time, we're truly finished. Inside the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Old Shu sighed, Sugong, this battle has indeed claimed many whale lives. But sometimes war is just like that. Cruel and bloody. If you let them go, Xinyao and Su Ling would have no chance of survival. Li Shudong and Guan Yuenjia agreed with this assessment. Su Yang smiled confidently. You're all overthinking it. Even without those whales, the mechanical kings, acid squid, and underwater vehicles we're facing now would never stand a chance against Xuanwu Gonggang. All three men were startled. Could it be? Xuanwu Gonggang has a trump card?
Yes. Seeming to sense Xuanwu Gonggang's momentary pause, Murakami Jiro, Nise, Bender, and the other submersibles launched a coordinated attack almost simultaneously. The assault was ferocious. Shugong, their maneuvers are too agile. Our giant blades can't keep up with their speed. What should we do? The original strategy of using whale-like vessels like the fishcat and kangaroo to counter these giant squids was designed to circumvent the Xuanwu Gonggang's weaknesses. But now, avoidance was impossible. The tactic had to change.
Xuanwu Gonggang, activate split mode. Chapter 53, The Terror of Division. Xuanwu Gonggang's voice echoed within the colossal machine.
Xuanwu Gonggang split mode can generate up to 6 additional units equipped with artificial intelligence light brains.
Please select personnel to take their stations. 6 seats materialized within Xuanwu Gonggang, each equipped with transparent blue light energy buttons.
It looked incredibly sci-fi.
Wow, Su Gong, how many more secrets does the Xuanwu Gonggang hold that we don't know about?
Su Yang frowned darkly.
It's all in the manual. Xin Yao felt awkward.
Alright, once we finish dealing with these intruders, I'll definitely take the time to study it thoroughly.
Su Yang ignored her completely. Su Ling glanced at the group. Su Gong, we have 6 control stations here. But it seems like we only have 3 people available. Su Yang murmured, in the split mode of the Xuanwu Gonggang, the remote control settings only allow me to operate 1 unit.
With you, Xin Yao, and Yin Qinshue, the 3 of you can control 3 units.
That makes 4.
If we don't utilize the other 2, the whole point of splitting them becomes meaningless.
That's a bit of a problem.
At that moment, Song Bo and Lin Yuan staggered to their feet nearby. Blood stained their lips and clothing, their faces looking pale and haggard. While nanomedicine could repair their injuries, it consumed their own nutrients for recovery. The immense physical toll left their faces drained of color.
We wanted to take down this bunch of bastards too. Su Yang glanced at them, and instantly, their spirits soared. Summoning every ounce of energy, they seemed desperate for Su Yang to let them participate in controlling the Xuanwu Gonggang.
All right. Don't push yourselves too hard, Su Yang cautioned.
Song Bo and Lin Yuan's faces flushed red.
Not forcing ourselves at all. Both worked in tech companies and naturally had a keen interest in technology. Having witnessed the might of the Xuanwu Gonggang, they couldn't possibly pass up this chance to get hands-on experience. Soon, all 5 were at their respective control stations.
Split mode ready. Split. All personnel, remain in position. As the AI voice echoed, the Xuanwu Gonggang began to contract.
It had divided the space into 6 distinct zones, and the shape-shifting metal walls gradually merged and separated. From the outside, the original Xuanwu Gonggang vanished, replaced by 5 massive spheres. Like a gigantic opaque bubble.
Murakami, that massive mech has split apart. Should we continue our assault? Murakami Jiro grunted. It's just a trick to intimidate us. Their fragmentation actually allows us to take them down one by one. Inside the Han's catfish cat, Nei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Who would have thought the Dragon Nation possessed the shape-shifting metal we've been researching all this time? Everyone, the technological sophistication of this material far surpasses what exists in our own nations. Let's all bring our A game.
At the very least, securing fragments of the shape-shifting metal would more than compensate for our losses this time.
Nai's words served as a reminder to the submersible operators present.
This was shape-shifting metal, after all. Energy amethyst is indeed crucial, but the significance of shape-shifting metal is even more terrifying.
Once developed, it would absolutely revolutionize a nation's technological landscape. Realizing this, all the submersibles became incredibly active. The fishcat led the charge, with the remaining 20-plus fishcats linking up behind it.
Though lacking the shape-shifting metal of the Xuanwu Gonggang that allowed for arbitrary transformation, the entire fusion resembled a giant flying saucer composed of submersibles. The periphery of these discs was encircled by razor-sharp serrations, crafted from materials even more formidable than those used in Lin Yuan's Kuanping sawtooth blades. If the Kuanping serrations were spherical blades, then this massive blade disc formed by dozens of fishcat vessels was a 10-meter-long broadsword.
One could easily imagine the sheer destructive power unleashed. Meanwhile, Murakami Jisaburo commanded the mechanical giant cuttlefish to spew forth a black substance, resembling the ink emitted by a real giant cuttlefish. As dozens of giant squids expelled their ink, the entire area plunged into darkness. My giant squid ink can jam signals. It's like an underwater graphite bomb.
I'll share my vision with you. They can't see us. Now that their radar is blinded, let's send them on their way.
Yet within the sphere split off from Xuanwu Gonggang, a different scene unfolded. Su Gong, what form should we transform into to be more formidable?
Yen Qingshu asked. Su Yang had already briefly explained the controls to Yen Qingshu, Lin Yuan, and Song Bo.
After splitting, controlling the Xuanwu Gonggang remained straightforward, voice commands combined with the crystal sphere transmitting electrical signals, followed by direct execution of orders.
The Great Tang 100 Transformations Atlas has everything. But those are all powerful weapons.
We can only mimic their appearance, not their weapon release capabilities. Just pick one that feels comfortable to use. Xinyao exclaimed excitedly, Yen sister, why overthink it? Watch me. Xinyao's mental signals transmitted through the crystal ball into the body of the split Xuanwu Gonggang entity. In an instant, the split Xuanwu Gonggang form transformed. Yan Xingshua froze in surprise. Lin Yuan noticed something amiss too, while Uncle Song stared at Xinyao with puzzlement. Su Ling giggled, Yao Yao, are you planning to take on these mechanical beasts with a rice cooker? Indeed, the Xuanwu Gonggang clone Xinyao controlled had transformed into a rice cooker. Su Yang's face darkened. Xinyao was playing around too much, acting recklessly. Just as he was about to order Xinyao to change forms, she charged straight ahead. The others were left both amused and exasperated. Inspired by Xinyao's example, the remaining members Yin Qingshu, Song Bo, and Lin Yuan let their imaginations run wild. Song Bo chose the Tang Dynasty warrior from the Tang Dynasty Transformative Atlas, a warrior mech paired with a fiery steed, laser tang swords, armor, and everything else you'd expect. Yen Xingshua selected the giant sandworm. Clearly, Yen Xingshu had immersed herself in sci-fi material. Lin Yuan replicated the form of the Kuanping, but as a dual-form variant. One moment it transformed into a water-dwelling Kuanping, the next into a water-dwelling yin-yang fish. What surprised Su Yan was Su Ling. She manipulated the split form of the black tortoise Gonggang into a colossal coffin. For a moment, Su Yang felt that Su Ling, such a pure young lady, had been led astray by Qinyao. When it came time for Su Yang to choose his own form, he pondered briefly before opting to become a miniature version of the Xuanwu Gonggang. After all, this initial form remained his most cherished creation. Chapter 54, The Terror of Household Appliances. In the southern theater of the ocean, the submarine had already launched long ago. It sped toward the deep ocean area where the port was located. Stay alert at all times. The oceanic zone is our weakest point in surveillance. If we encounter any foreign intruders, we must engage them without hesitation. Did everyone hear that? Captain Wu Xiang bellowed throughout the submarine. Acknowledged. Good. Everyone to your stations. Hold your positions. Rotate shifts every 4 hours for rest. Aye. Meanwhile, personnel from the Maritime Bureau were gradually arriving. Their submarines, though decommissioned, remained fully functional. Inside the vessel, Deputy Director Chi was descending with a group of retired submariners toward the target area. Before long, they spotted the whale carcasses, some suspended in mid-water, others lying on the ocean floor. Looks like we're getting close to our target. Shut down all electrical signals. Reduce speed to minimum. Proceed slowly. One of the retired submariners suddenly spotted a submersible darting overhead. That looks like one of our Dragon Nation's underwater high-speed camera robots. The submariner's words served as a reminder to Qi Tianchen. Weren't those high-speed underwater camera robots transferred from our Maritime Bureau not long ago? They said they were for underwater filming under the Gonggang project. Now they're showing up here? So our suspicions were correct, something truly is wrong beneath the sea. Within a minute, the Maritime Bureau's submersible, a high-speed underwater camera robot, and the Southern Theater Command submarine all converged above the sinkhole, following the trail of mechanical debris and bloodstained tracks. Yet what they witnessed was utterly staggering. Within the sinkhole, an unidentified mech towering 20 to 30 meters high was now charging rapidly into a horde of mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts included the giant blister squid, shark, fishcat, along with mechanical sharks, kangaroo, kamikaze, and others, all colossal bionic creatures born of black technology. The nameless mech rampaged through the mechanical beasts, its miniature Great Tang Light Path greatsword sweeping through the surrounding machines. Its terrifying speed and power claimed a mechanical beast every second. Su Yang paid special attention to the giant blister squid and the mechanical swordfish belonging to the footbasin chicken. You puny footbasin chickens think you can turn the tables? Absolute zero cannon. Beneath Xuanwu Gonggang's feet, the black tortoise opened its massive maw, from which a cannon barrel extended. Xuanwu Gonggang, Absolute Zero Cannon activated. Absolute Zero Cannon fully charged. In an instant, a white beam shot forth from the cannon barrel. Though seemingly lacking in destructive force, its speed was astonishing. In a flash, everything it touched transformed into ice sculptures. The mechanical swordfish and giant squid blocking the path ahead were both pierced clean through. Damn it! What kind of black tech is this? Murakami Jiro froze in shock. The nameless mecha they had assumed would be easy prey was now unleashing technologies they had never seen before, let alone heard of. This was terrifying. Damn it, damn it. This scene was captured by the 3 Dragon Nation teams above the sinkhole. Inside the submarine of the Southern Theater Command, Wu Xiang watched the battle unfolding in the pit. That mech was undoubtedly a formidable underwater weapon. Qi Tianchen was horrified. Every single one of these mechanical behemoths would rank among the top technological achievements in Longhua. Meanwhile, in the footage transmitted by the high-speed underwater camera robot, countless people cheered within the port. We've got footage. A massive underwater melee is unfolding. Unbelievable. The ground is littered with mechanical debris. Looks like most of the other submersibles are probably doomed. Thankfully, the Xuanwu is still holding its own against these vile mechanical beasts. Where did these mechanical beasts even come from? It's those fishcat vessels, the kangaroo vessels from Kangaroo Nation, and the kamikaze vessels from South Korea. They truly had no good intentions, teaming up with those unknown submersibles to attack Xuanwu. Suddenly, all three parties froze in shock. From the depths of the pit, a bizarre box-shaped object burst forth, swallowing an entire mechanical beast in a single gulp. Holy, am I seeing things? A giant rice cooker just swallowed the fishcat. No way. You didn't see wrong. I saw it too. That really was a rice cooker. Holy, if anyone ever asks me again whether mech beasts or rice cookers are stronger, my answer will be rice cookers. Wu Xiang, Qi Tianchen, and the crew of their submarine all stared at the battle raging in the undersea sinkhole with utterly bewildered expressions. Who would have thought there's a rice cooker wreaking havoc in the ocean? Inside the harbor, countless people shouted in awe. From now on, forget about USOs lurking beneath the waves, this is the real deal. Within the Xuanwu signal transmission, Qin Yao saw praise, Su Gon, Linger, look at me. Quick, praise me. Who says household appliances are useless? My high-tech rice cooker devours mech monsters one by one. Level 4 nuclear fusion powers its high-temperature energy, it can even incinerate steel into ash. Qin Yao's boast left Su Yang momentarily speechless. Such an application of cutting-edge technology was truly unmatched. Su Yang had sensed someone approaching long ago through the Xuanwu. The sight of Qin Yao's rice cooker wreaking havoc had likely been witnessed by others. The thought that Dragon Nation's formidable technological arsenal would now include a rice cooker comparable to a Dozone-level martial artist. Su Yang felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Wu Xiang's team detected electrical signals, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Sir, we've detected a strong submersible signal within a 10-mile radius. Number, 10 vessels. Based on the electrical signal analysis, all 10 are large deep-sea submersibles. Wu Xiang pondered, most likely reinforcements from Han's Cat, Footbase and Chicken, and Kangaroo Nation have arrived. Then what about those unidentified mechs and the strange submersibles underwater? Are they from our Dragon Nation? Wu Xiang considered whether to assist in intercepting the foreign reinforcements. An encrypted message was transmitted via a dedicated high-frequency radio signal. He saw it had been sent 10 minutes earlier. High-frequency radio could transmit deep into the ocean over long distances, but there was a delay. Though not entirely obsolete, it was occasionally used for temporary emergency communications. Message content: assist the unnamed mech, intercept incoming submersibles. Signed General Sun. With that order in hand, Wu Xiang hesitated no longer. Only 5 submarines have arrived this time. The enemy has 10 submersibles. It's too late now to request nuclear submarines from the Southern Theater Command's naval base. Suddenly, Wu Xiang locked onto the submersible where Qi Tianchen was stationed. Ever since he was assigned to the Maritime Bureau, this guy's been living it up. It's time for him to contribute. Chapter 55, The Rebel. With orders from above, Wu Xiang easily mobilized Qi Tianchen and his submersible. Qi Tianchen followed Wu Xiang all the way to intercept the enemy. Qi Tianchen felt as if he'd swallowed a dead fish. Old Wu, this isn't fair. This submarine of mine is conventional. All weapons have been removed, just some electronic jammers and harpoons left. You want me to intercept another country's submarine? This is ridiculous. Wu Xiang snorted. This is a military order. If you refuse to comply, I can sink you right now. Back in the day when Qi Tianchen and Wu Xiang served together in the military, they had been rivals for the same woman. This made Qi Tianchen suspect Wu Xiang was settling a personal grudge. Yet he could do nothing about it. Seeing Qi Tianchen remain silent, Wu Xiang offered reassurance. Don't worry. I've already contacted Southern Theater Command Headquarters. You're just there to make up the numbers. But if it really comes to a fight, I wouldn't want your meager combat skills to destroy a submarine either. Just block a torpedo or two. Qi Tianchen took the first part in stride, but the latter half sent him flying into a rage. Asking him to block torpedoes? Wasn't that pure suicide? Yet he recognized the gravity of the situation. This time, the foreign submersibles likely meant trouble, and their numbers were overwhelming. Within the Southern Theater Command, 3 veteran researchers witnessed the footage of the Xuanwu battling numerous mechanical beasts underwater. Shape-shifting metal, I never imagined it could split apart. I suddenly have this illusion that our Southern Heavenly Gate project lacks a bit of imagination. Not sci-fi enough. Judging by this unnamed mech alone. Once we acquire its technology, the Southern Heavenly Gate project, if we invest a decade or two into its construction, could produce every weapon envisioned in the plan. Indeed. Another voice chimed in. There's not much we can do. General Sun should have everything arranged over there. As long as we can intercept those foreign submersibles. The rest will depend solely on the nameless mech itself. The oldest man with the longest beard chuckled. What if this nameless mech isn't from our Dragon Nation? The first speaker waved his hand dismissively. So what if it isn't? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, it's already helped us destroy so many foreign submersibles. Either way, we're the ones who benefit. Hearing this, the other two burst into laughter. In the southern theater, 5 nuclear submarines led by Wu Xiang swiftly reached their designated positions. They successfully contained the 5-nation submarine force led by the US. These nuclear submarines had been temporarily redeployed. Though outnumbered, neither side dared to fire lightly, both parties exercising restraint. Since both sides were now submerged, radio communication was freely available. Wu Xiang decided to speak directly over the radio. The wicked footbasin chickens, the bullying kangaroo nation, the loudmouthed Korean sticks, the mighty white elephants. You have 5 minutes to get the hell out of our territorial waters. Otherwise, we will unleash devastating retaliation. Wu Xiang's words hit Qi Tianchen the hardest. The Southern Theater Command had already dispatched a fleet of submarines for targeted patrols and undersea exercises. If they had to wait for the submersibles to arrive now, it would be too late, especially after Wu Xiang's provocation. He genuinely feared the enemy might be provoked into launching a full-scale assault without warning. Meanwhile, on the Japanese side, a group was discussing their next move. Kishiro on the shore. What do we do now? That undersea sinkhole is an entire mountain of energy amethyst. To just abandon it like this, it's unbearable. The Australian naval commander was furious. The South Korean naval commander, however, dismissed the concern. In my opinion, with our fleet of submarines, why should we fear their 7 submarines? Our sheer numbers alone crush them. The White Elephant Nation was even more vocal. I'm all for taking on the Eastern Dragon. But talk is cheap. In the end, they were all just loudmouths, afraid to provoke the Eastern Dragon Nation. Kishiro gritted his teeth. I'm frustrated too, but now is simply not the time. But we can't retreat either. They're tying us down, and we're tying them down. When they retreat, we advance. When they advance, we retreat. We just need to employ flanking maneuvers. As he spoke, a sinister grin suddenly spread across Kishibe Kujiro's lips. We still have a hidden pawn within the Dragon Nation. It's time for him to make his move. If all else fails, we'll simply send them all to rest at the bottom of the sea. Meanwhile, in another part of the ocean, a slumbering black serpent abruptly raised its head. Upon closer inspection, its body stretched over 50 meters in length, a terrifying sight that dwarfed any prehistoric crocodile or titanic python. Its deep, piercing eyes scanned the distance, brimming with cunning and wisdom. What was even more awe-inspiring was that this was actually a man-made steel colossus. Inside the mechanical serpent, Zhang Zhaogong by Shumei's beard appeared somewhat aged. Behind him stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed maiden. Zhang Zhaogong seemed lost in thought. Li Qing, if you leave now, you can still preserve your reputation. You would remain the most outstanding young genius in the Dragon Nation. Li Qing shook his head. Master, I was never a Dragon Nation citizen to begin with. If it weren't for you back then, I would have died on the battlefield. From that moment on, I resolved to follow you. Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by you unwaveringly. Zhang Zhaogong took a deep breath. In that case, let us go together and see what the Dragon Nation's advanced technology has to offer. Under the sea. Xinyao's nuclear fusion super high-temperature rice cooker devoured one technological behemoth after another with effortless precision, as if slicing through melons and vegetables. Xinyao's rampage across the battlefield resembled that of a madman. Yet her power was overwhelming, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Su Ling's massive underwater coffin did the same, swallowing one technological behemoth after another. The moment the mechanical beasts entered the coffin, they were met with a sea of Gatling guns lining its interior. The most absurd part? These Gatling guns used energy bullets. As long as the energy supply didn't run dry, they possessed virtually unlimited ammunition. Within moments, the mechanical beasts were riddled like honeycombs, reduced to piles of scrap metal. Song Bo commanded his shape-shifting metal to transform into a Tang Dynasty warrior, charging relentlessly. With each swing of his 10-meter-long Tang sword, he cleaved down, taking out one mechanical beast after another. Lin Yuan was equally terrifying, as if all the pent-up frustration from Murakami Jairu's earlier actions erupted in this very moment. Die, you bastards. Lin Yuan's transformed metal took the form of a Kunpeng. Empowered by the special metal, the Kunpeng's wings became truly indestructible. Possessing extreme speed and power, it occasionally transformed into two yin-yang fish, carrying the diametrically opposed energies of absolute zero and nuclear fusion heat. Wherever it passed, mechanical beasts shattered with a thunderous crash. Yan Qingshua's sandworm devoured the shattered fragments, its body swelling to colossal proportions. It felt as though it was nearly half the size of the Xuanwu Gonggang. It radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 56, Too Numerous to Record. Before long, the 8-nation mechanical beast force comprising the Footbasin Chicken, Kangaroo Nation, South Korean Nation, and others was largely wiped out by Su Yang and his 5 companions. Su Yang even used a scaled-down version of the Great Tang Light Path Giant's sword to slice open the hull of the shark, where Ben Mu was stationed. Just as Ben Mu was about to scream, his brain was crushed into white mist by the surging deep-sea high-pressure water, which immediately floated out.
Under the crushing pressure of the water, his body rapidly shriveled like a desiccated corpse, skin stretched taut over skeletal remains, plummeting straight down.
This scene utterly stunned Murakami Jiro. The commanders inside the giant beasts comprising the 8-nation submersible fleet were all terrified. A deep sense of dread took root in their hearts. Su Yang issued an ultimatum across the local network. Surrender or die. These submersibles held immense scientific value. If they could be absorbed and utilized, it would be a tremendous boon for the Dragon Nation. Murakami Jiro gritted his teeth. The balance of power had shifted. Where was his will to fight now?
Nearly 1,000 mechanical beasts had been rendered useless by just 6 split entities of this Xuanwu Ganggang before him.
Run! That was Murakami Jisaburo's sole thought.
While others shouted to make a final desperate stand, Murakami Jisaburo commanded the last 2 tentacles of the giant squid to wrap around the Kangaroo Nation's Kangaroo submarine and the South Korean Kamikaze submarine.
You're all going to die anyway. At least burn brightly in your final moments. Hold them off for me.
I'll tell the Emperor's divine toilet about your heroic deeds. The commanders of the Kangaroo and Kamikaze turned pale with shock.
Murakami Jiro, what are you doing?
Unfortunately, before they could finish speaking, Murakami Jisaburo had already rigged both nations' submersibles with high explosives.
He then hurled them toward Su Yang and his crew. The black smoke from the explosion instantly blocked the line of sight in the invisible light spectrum. But Murakami Jisaburo never imagined that Su Yang's Xuanwu Ganggang had been using quantum communication the entire time. While it occasionally used electronic communication that was solely for exchanging data with other submersibles equipped with electronic systems, the split-off Xuanwu Ganggang also possessed quantum communication capabilities. Quantum communication far surpassed electronic communication.
Interfering with visible light only disabled electronic communication, but had no effect whatsoever on quantum communication.
Lin Yuan charged forward first. Damn Japanese bastards, you had your fun earlier, didn't you?
This time, old man, I'll make you taste the terror of being dominated by high technology.
The Kunping under Lin Yuan's control shifted between the yin-yang fish and the great peng bird forms, switching back and forth. Its speed was blindingly fast. Lin Yuan, you youngster. Respect your elders. Don't kill him yet, let me vent my rage too.
Uncle Song rode a mechanical warhorse through the water, his long sword already poised and itching for action.
Murakami Jiro had never felt such humiliation.
You'll pay for this.
We, the Japanese, will make you pay dearly. Ha! My revered ancestors have been dealing with you lot for millennia. And his descendants? Needless to say.
Today, I shall behead you to establish the might of my dragon nation.
The Kunping controlled by Lin Yuan and the Tang dynasty warrior commanded by Song Bo immediately blocked Murakami Jisaburo's escape route. The Kunping moved first, its giant bird form darting through the water with astonishing speed. Its razor-sharp side like wings brushed past the giant squid that was Murakami Jiro. In an instant, it severed one of the giant squid's tentacles and sliced away 1/10 of its airtight compartment.
This strike punishes you for trespassing into the waters of my dragon nation.
As vast quantities of seawater surged in, Murakami Nijiro was overcome with terror.
Song Bo raised his tang sword, guiding his fiery steed in a plunging descent. With a swift swing, he severed another 1/10 of the giant squid's airtight chamber, allowing seawater to surge in once more. This strike punishes you for illegally plundering my dragon nation's precious undersea resources.
Lin Yuan once more commanded the Kunping, vanishing in a flash.
This strike is for your bullying of the weak, your destruction of my dragon nation's research submersible.
Song Bo, this strike punishes you for aiding and abetting the enemy.
For constantly siding with the eagle to target my dragon nation.
Stop cutting. Stop cutting. I surrender. I surrender. Isn't my surrender enough? Whatever you want, whatever you need to know, I'll give you everything I have. Murakami Jiro knelt in repentance. With each stroke from Lin Yuan and Song Bo, vast quantities of seawater poured in. Each flood of water into the airlock chamber shattered another layer of Murakami Jisaburo's psychological defenses. Finally, Murakami Jisaburo's resolve shattered completely. Faced with Murakami Jisaburo's pleas for mercy, flashes of the past flooded Lin Yuan and Song Bo's minds. Both chose to ignore it.
They had no right to forgive these men on behalf of their ancestors.
This final blow, in honor of our fallen ancestors. 10 heinous crimes, too numerous to list. With the final blow, Song Bo and Lin Yuan activated their respective submersibles.
Meanwhile, on Su Yang's side, the submersibles of the other 8 nations had long been sunk by Su Yang. Yet suddenly, a frantic voice echoed through the undersea chasm, "Friend, spare them." Perhaps due to the extreme speed, the underwater currents violently surged. Su Yang's mecha began to wobble. Then, everyone witnessed the emergence of a 50-meter-long serpent, its waist at least 5 meters in diameter. Despite its immense size, it moved with unprecedented agility. The instant it appeared, it charged straight toward Murakami Jisaburo's giant squid. As Lin Yuan and Song Bo delivered their final strike, the serpent coiled its massive body into a protective coil, shielding Murakami Jiro's giant squid within its folds.
But the sheer power of that strike was terrifying. Upon contact with the mechanical serpent, it severed it cleanly. It split into two parts. Inside the mechanical kunpun, Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Your voice sounds familiar. But that's beside the point. Sorry, but I treat everyone in the village equally. Song Bo's expression brimmed with excitement. Fair enough. Rough around the edges, but you've got a point. Inside the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Wan Yuanjia chuckled. Being young has its perks. Finally got some revenge. Chu Buping exclaimed passionately, if I were 20 years younger, I'd go conquer the ocean depths no matter what. Su Yang shook his head at that moment. Something doesn't feel right. The other three looked puzzled. Su, what's wrong? Su Yang didn't rush to answer. The severed mechanical serpent seemed shrouded in a thin mist, impenetrable even to quantum radar. After 2 consecutive attempts, Su Yang sensed something was amiss. Lin Yuan, Song Bo, get out of your area immediately. Chapter 57, Science Knows No Borders. Lin Yuan looked puzzled. Su Gong, it's just a mechanical snake. It's already dead. Yet the moment the words left his lips, the massive serpent's wounds began to heal before their eyes. Is this also shape-shifting metal? Su Yang's face paled with shock. His ability to create shape-shifting metal stemmed entirely from future technology. Could it be that the owner of this mechanical serpent also possessed a system? The thought barely formed. Lin Yuan was violently flung backward by the restored mechanical serpent. Its terrifying power and astonishing speed created a massive air pocket in the ocean floor the instant it erupted. This was thousands of meters below the surface, yet it still possessed such terrifying destructive power. If this had happened on land, Su Yang had no doubt that such a strike could sink a destroyer. As Lin Yuan was hurled backward, the intense vibrations within the deformed metal kunpung made his very insides tremble. The force nearly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yuan's forehead. Damn it, this mechanical serpent is brutally powerful. I nearly got shaken to death. Seeing Lin Yuan's kunpung overwhelmed, Song Bo piloted the Tang warrior into a charge. Yet the same fate befell him, swept aside by the mechanical serpent's sweeping attack. Just as Su Yang prepared to join the fray, the serpent coiled itself once more. Only then did everyone clearly see. That Murakami Jiro's giant blister squid had not been destroyed. The mechanical giant snake had actually shielded the giant blister squid perfectly, blocking the previous attack from Lin Yuan and Song Bo. From within the mechanical serpent, Zhang Zhaogong spoke up, everyone, I have no intention of being your enemy. But this man I intend to take him with me today. The him Zhang Zhaogong referred to was, of course, Murakami Jiro. Murakami Jisaburo roared with laughter. Academician Zhang, you arrived just in time. Destroy them. Kill them all. Kill them. I will have His Majesty the Emperor grant you everything you desire. Murakami Nijiro was nearly mad, screaming hysterically. Zhang Zhaogong remained silent, ignoring him completely, quietly awaiting Su Yang and the others' response. Before Su Yang could speak, Yan Qinshua inside the giant sandworm spoke with a complex expression, her words coming with difficulty. Lord Zhang, you are a dragon nation man. Why are you aiding those bastards in their evil deeds? Yan Qinshua recognized Zhang Zhaogong's voice. He had shared a life and death bond with her grandfather and was also a business partner of Thunder God Corporation. That's why she had always called him Lord Zhang since childhood. Lord Zhang? Which Lord Zhang? Su Yang, Lord Song, Lin Yuan, Su Ling, and Qin Yao all froze in surprise. The person inside that mechanical serpent is Lord Zhang? Is it Zhang Zhaogong from Guang province controlling this mechanical giant serpent? Through the deep-sea high-speed underwater camera robots, many overheard the exchange. It's actually Duke Zhang Zhao. So he's been a mole for the Foot Basin chicken? No wonder that old bastard hasn't shown up on camera since he went underwater. Damn it, I never liked that old bastard. So he's disrespectful in his old age, full of malice, and never spouting anything good. What Longhua never lacked were righteous youths, and now they were tearing Zhang Zhaogong to shreds with their insults. If I recall correctly, Zhang Zhaogong was among the first batch sent abroad for studies back then, when the nation's finances were stretched thin. And they spent a fortune training him and his peers. Yet only a handful returned to serve the motherland. How ironic. Deep beneath the sea, Zhang Zhaogong offered his own response. I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. I love this land, but I love science even more. Scholarship is supreme, and science knows no borders. Overseas can provide me with a better research environment. It allows me to pursue research more effectively. Yan Qinshua fell silent. The domestic research environment was indeed unfavorable, rife with scheming and betrayal, certainly not ideal for Zhang Zhaogong. But that was no reason for Zhang Zhaogong to align himself against the Dragon Nation. ING science knows no borders. Su Yang blurted out angrily. Nothing but a bunch of ingrate bastards the country spent billions nurturing back in the day. You keep saying you're a Dragon Nation citizen. You profess to love this land. Yet you took the nation's money, excelled in your studies, and now build weapons for another country that threatens our Dragon Nation. How dare you still claim science knows no borders?
Su Yang sneered, big matters, small matters, affairs of the world, families and households, the nation.
Without a nation, where would the home be?
Hiding in a corner, forsaking righteousness for profit, indulging in pleasure, then cloaking yourself in the banner of science knows no borders. What face do you have to call yourself a Dragon Nation citizen? Inside the massive rice cooker, Qinglong watched Su Yang's holographic projection and gave him a thumbs up.
Su Gong, I suddenly think you look so handsome when you're cursing someone. Su Yang, still seething with anger, naturally didn't hear her words.
Inside the mechanical serpent, Zhang Xiaogong's face burned crimson. A man in his 70s, he had been berated by a young upstart, each word stabbing deep into his wounds. The fire raging within him threatened to consume him. Beside him, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed mixed-race Li Qing spoke coldly, Master, they're no match for the Mo Long.
Let me pilot the Mo Long.
I'll tear their filthy mouths to shreds.
Old fool, feeling guilty now? Feeling your own hypocrisy? Lin Yuan delivered the final blow. Song Bo sighed with regret.
He had met Zhang Xiaogong before, and in the past, through Yan Shanhe, they had even shared pleasant conversations.
Old Zhang, you've taken the wrong path.
Turn back while there's still time. Inside the Mo Long, Zhang Xiaogong suddenly smiled a dark, sinister grin.
Decades ago, how many of them had returned?
They had long since turned dark. There was a time when the grass was always greener on the other side.
Most chose to remain abroad.
Even if they sensed their mistake, they would choose to go down that path to the bitter end.
Zhang Xiaogong's already gaunt face twisted into an even more hideous grimace. Turn back? Do I even have a path to turn back on? Ha ha.
He suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Yang.
Young man, you're right. To hell with science knows no borders. I simply couldn't resist the temptation. But what difference does it make? People like us are everywhere. Zhang is just one among many.
Besides, Zhang has lived a life that reached new heights.
Not a wasted life. That old bastard, even at death's door, shows no remorse.
Lin Yuan was furious.
Su Yang's holographic projection waved dismissively. You can never wake someone pretending to sleep.
Zhang Xiaogong slowly raised his head, his eyes growing increasingly profound. Since we cannot come to an agreement, today we shall settle this once and for all.
I will take the man with me.
Zhang Xiaogong personally took control of the ink dragon. Though called a dragon, it was merely a colossal serpent. The coiled body of the ink dragon rose directly from the ocean floor, as if gazing back at the moon. Its upright upper half appeared immense, a 50-meter-long form that moved with remarkable agility and blinding speed. As it surged through the currents, its scales scraped against the seawater, producing a piercing echo when picked up by sonar.
It was utterly intimidating. Yah! You old bastard, come and die. Come into the pot. Take this high-temperature rice cooker.
Qinglong commanded. The rice cooker formed from shape-shifting metal.
Its lid bounced up and down, eager to strike.
The next instant, it charged straight ahead.
Chapter 58, The Undying Ink Dragon. But Su Yang remotely pulled it back with a command. Hey, Su, what's going on? My giant rice cooker won't listen to me.
Inside the massive metal rice cooker formed from the shape-shifting metal, Qinglong remained clueless about what had happened. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Yan Qinxue, Song Bo, and Su Ling witnessed their machines reacting in succession.
The mechanical sandworm, the giant rice cooker, the Kuanping, the Tang Dynasty warrior, the miniature Xuanwu Gonggang, and the colossal coffin all began to fuse anew at that very moment. The warped metal shifted like stacked blocks, transforming in an instant before coalescing once more into the form of Gonggang standing atop the black tortoise. The merged Xuanwu Gonggang form now radiated an even more formidable presence than the 50-meter-long ink dragon. Su Gong, I'm not done playing yet. Why did you revoke the permissions? Wait, Su Gong, didn't you say your permissions only allowed you to control one fragment of Xuanwu Gonggang? Seeing Su Yang's silence, Qinglong realized she'd been tricked again.
Su Ling tugged at Qinglong's sleeve.
Didn't you see? Su Gong is angry.
Though Su Yang's expression remained largely unchanged, everyone sensed a faint aura of killing intent.
Su Yang had fully taken control of Xuanwu Gonggang. No one understood its inner workings better than him. He was the most skilled and powerful operator of the Xuanwu Gonggang. On shore, at the port, Du Yiming, Qin Xiao, and the other two were also marveling at the moment. Their earlier conversation had been relayed back to the surface.
Su Yang's impassioned speech had truly stirred the blood of countless Dragon Nation citizens. Nearly everyone had confirmed, based on Su Yang's passionate and stirring words, that the Xuanwu Gonggang was indeed a creation of the Dragon Nation. The battle between the nameless Mecha and the Ink Dragon stirred the hearts of countless people. The nameless Mecha absolutely must take down the Ink Dragon. As for that ingrate Zhang Xiaogong, letting him live is a waste of air. They actually call it the Black Dragon? What a disgrace. Might as well rename it Stinkbug. Many cursed without resorting to profanity. Beneath the sea, Su Yang's Xuanwu Gonggang clashed with Zhang Xiaogong's Black Dragon. Su Yang wielded the Xuanwu Gonggang with far greater skill than Qinglong and the others. Once combat mode activated, the colossal Tang Dynasty Lightsword launched from its back, fueled by its level 4 nuclear fusion energy.
A terrifying surge of energy erupted, causing the blade of the Great Tang Light Path Giant's sword to grow as if in the wind, instantly expanding to 200 meters. Slashing down with terrifying force, it momentarily cleaved the ocean currents in two. The ink dragon controlled by Zhang Zhaogong attempted to evade. Yet in the next instant, the Xuanwu Gonggang in his hands erupted with blinding speed. Before Zhang Zhaogong's ink dragon could react, Su Yang struck it. In an instant, sparks flew through the water, lightning crackled, and terrifying light erupted. The scorching energy poured forth from the Great Tang Light Path Giant sword. The ink dragon was cleaved clean in two. Wow, Su Gong really is formidable, Qinglong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Yuan and Song Bo were equally astonished. Earlier, both Kuanpeng and the Tang warrior had unleashed their most powerful strikes to damage the ink dragon. Yet the complete form of Xuanwu Gonggang had only used a basic attack, and the ink dragon was already overwhelmed. In truth, after Xuanwu Gonggang split into 6, each fragment retained all the functions of the original body. However, its energy reserves and attack systems were also divided into 6 parts. For Xuanwu Gonggang, the sum of 6 parts meant that neither the firepower system nor any other capability could simply be equated to 6 times the original. It manifested as exponential growth, with all metrics increasing at an explosive rate. Has the ink dragon been destroyed? No, its mechanical tail seems to have twitched, Song Bo suddenly interjected. It can't be healing its wounds like before, can it? Lin Yuan frowned. But as it turned out, Lin Yuan's words proved accurate. In a mere 10 seconds, the severed ink dragon had fully regenerated. Su Yang felt a slight surprise, but some thoughts also began to form in his mind. On the shore, the crowd had been elated to see the ink dragon severed once more. Yet witnessing its revival now, a wave of unease swept through them. Do you remember the stature of Duke Zheng Zhao in the scientific community? East City Tower, West Yufeng, North Mubai, South Jiaogong. Chenglu, Yufeng, Mubai, and Jiaogong represent the most outstanding figures in 4 distinct fields internationally. Zhang Zhaogong is the foremost expert in marine technology in Dragon Nation. The technology he developed won't be so easily defeated. It seems this nameless mecha has finally met its match. Indeed. That young man's voice just now sounded more like a student. He's most likely working alongside those 2 young ladies to control this nameless mecha. They picked the wrong pilot. They've probably only just gotten their hands on the nameless mech and haven't had much practice. This spells trouble. If this nameless mecha loses, it will be a massive blow to our Dragon Nation. The crowd stared intently at Xuanwu Gonggang, only to see it relentlessly continuing its assault. Every time the Black Dragon regenerated, the Xuanwu Gonggang severed it once more. The operator of the nameless mecha is still too young. If they keep attacking like this, their energy will likely be depleted. Once its energy is depleted, it will be a complete defeat. Someone voiced their concern. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Su Yang's maneuvers left Xinyao, Su Ling, and Yan Qinshui utterly baffled. Su Gong, your attacks aren't working. This thing is probably made of shape-shifting metal too. Think of its weaknesses and target them directly. Xinyao waved her little fists. Su Ling tapped her on the head beside her. Whatever she whispered in her ear made Xinyao face flush instantly. Don't go spreading rumors. Su Ling chuckled, if you keep distracting Su Gong, I might just spread rumors. Inside the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Su Yang stared at the holographic projection on his remote light brain. On the large screen, with each slash of his blade, the Mo dragon's bodily structure was being captured by the probe evolved from the Great Tang Light Path Giant Sword. Previously, from the outside, Su Yang couldn't penetrate the ink dragon with his quantum radar to capture its internal structure. His feigned attacks were actually reconnaissance missions to map the creature's anatomy. Yet the images transmitted back revealed a sight that left him utterly stunned. Chapter 59, Devouring the Core. Inside the severed Black Dragon, contrary to Su Yang's expectations of intricate machinery. Instead, the dragon's interior was filled with fragmented mechanical beast components. At the forefront of these parts sat a massive, pitch-black sphere. It constantly emitted a black glow, its true color barely discernible without the aid of special metals. The black sphere relentlessly devoured surrounding metal to repair the wounds on the Black Dragon's body. Even more terrifying was its ability to block quantum radar signals while supplying the ink dragon with vast amounts of energy. This revelation truly caught Su Yang's attention. The ability to create a core of this caliber proved that Zheng Zhaogong was a true genius. Alas, Zheng Zhaogong was not of our kind, his heart was bound to be different. Such a man, unable to be utilized by me and standing on the opposing side, could only be sent to his final resting place. On another note, Su Yang discerned a crucial insight from this core. While the black core was the Mo dragon's most vital component, it was also its Achilles heel. Without the core, the ink dragon would collapse without a fight. Zheng Zhaogong regarded Su Yang coldly. Young man, I admit the shape-shifting metal of the Dragon Nation is formidable. Alas, my ink dragon surpasses it. You cannot defeat the ink dragon. The realms and heights we inhabit are fundamentally different. If the Dragon Nation could truly surpass me so easily, I wouldn't be known as the Southern Duke of Zhao. This was the confidence of Zheng Zhaogong, Dragon Nation's foremost marine technology scholar. Su Yang's Xuanwu Gonggang stood with hands clasped behind its back. Suddenly, a smile spread across the massive, 100-meter-tall mechanical face, a mirror image of the smile on Su Yang's face within the machine. Is that so? Xuanwu Gonggang, activate the Absolute Zero Cannon. At Su Yang's command, the Xuanwu Gonggang size began to charge. Absolute Zero Cannon activation successful. Absolute Zero Cannon ready. Release. Just as the eyes of the Xuanwu Gonggang blazed with an overwhelming brilliance, two beams of light, each 3 meters in diameter, abruptly shot toward the black dragon where Zhang Xiaogong stood. This energy far surpassed anything unleashed by the previous miniature Xuanwu Gonggang. The earlier miniature Xuanwu Gonggang had barely managed to unleash the Absolute Zero Cannon at all. This time, when Xuanwu Gonggang unleashed the Absolute Zero Cannon in its complete form, it truly unleashed its full firepower. The beam of the Absolute Zero Cannon appeared exceptionally frigid. Even from a great distance, Qingyao, Su Ling, and the others felt a bone-chilling cold. Wherever the beam passed, seawater froze into icicles at a visible speed, an utterly terrifying sight. Zhang Xiaogong instinctively sensed a grave danger. He tried to maneuver the ink dragon to evade it, but there was no way to dodge. The Absolute Zero Cannon's freezing beam. It's a form of light. There's no way to evade a light-based attack. A machine capable of that doesn't exist, even in the future. As expected, in an instant, the ink dragon Zhang Xiaogong was riding was struck by the Absolute Zero Cannon. Su Yang's strike had hit the dragon's core. The Absolute Zero Cannon's freezing rays instantly began spreading throughout the entire body of the ink dragon. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon froze solid into an ice sculpture. Its core was frozen solid as well. Success! Su Ling and Qingyao rejoiced. Meanwhile, inside the Long, Zhang Xiaogong watched as warning lights flashed red across the control panel. Energy systems damaged due to extreme cold. Due to extreme cold, water pressure within the Long is rising. Weapon systems damaged. The Long has lost combat capability. The Long's central control system is about to lose functionality. Zhang Xiaogong stared in disbelief. This is actually a controllable Absolute Zero beam? Zhang Xiaogong could never have imagined that the Dragon Nation possessed such an Absolute Zero weapon, a feat even the cosmos itself could not achieve. A sudden realization dawned on Zhang Xiaogong. You always had the power to destroy the Black Dragon. Su Yang responded calmly, the core of the Black Dragon did indeed pique my curiosity. I was just playing along with you for a while. The Dragon Nation of today bears no resemblance to the Dragon Nation of the 70s and 80s. Have you heard the saying, 5 stars rise in the east, benefiting the Dragon Nation? The waves of the Yangtze push forward, each generation surpassing the last? You always assume Longhua's technology is inferior. Yet in the end, you never imagined that what would defeat you would always be the people or things you underestimated. Su Yang's words left Zhang Xiaogong speechless, as if in a dream. In the past, he truly believed the Dragon Nation could never break through the blockade. Until the Azure Dragon, the nameless mecha before him, and Absolute Zero emerged one after another. Absolute Zero's cryogenic beam instantly stripped the Black Dragon of all combat capability. As time ticked by, the entire vessel grew unbearably frigid. In mere moments, the Long would likely disintegrate. Disintegration in the deep sea meant certain death. Zhang Xiaogong's heart suddenly grew calm. After the stillness, he felt no fluctuation regarding life or death. Can you tell me which military district manufactured this nameless mecha? Su Yang offered no concealment. Would you believe me if I said it was crafted by a post-ots youth from Dragon Nation? Zhang Xiaogong frowned. That's utterly impossible. I have no reason to deceive a man facing death, Su Yang stated bluntly. Zhang Xiaogong felt a pang of desolation. Truth or denial mattered little now. He had believed the grass was greener abroad, that his achievements could crush the Dragon Nation, and that the Dragon Nation would beg him to return and rebuild it. Now, regardless of who created it, Dragon Nation had surged ahead of him. For someone like him, who had once gone all in down a single path, this was undoubtedly the greatest blow. The homeland he once scorned had long since transformed beyond recognition. Perhaps, had he been steadfast back then, he too could have left a profound mark on the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Qing gently shook Zhang Xiaogong's shoulder. Teacher, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Li Qing gestured toward the small ink dragon beneath him. This was the backup. Though small, the ink dragon could envelop both of them and carry them to safety from these depths. Zhang Xiaogong remained silent. Li Qing assumed his master was worried about Murakami inside the King Sour Squid. Master, we needn't concern ourselves with Murakami anymore. If he dies, he dies. We'll take the devouring core technology with us and give it to the footbasin chickens. They won't blame us. Zhang Xiaogong gave a self-deprecating chuckle, as if a single smile could erase all grievances. I can't go on. You must leave. Li Qing frowned. Master, you? Zhang Xiaogong revealed a mechanical metal chip embedded at the back of his head. Upon closer inspection, a square component the size of a fingernail was visible on its surface. Li Qing gasped. Teacher, that's a brain-computer interface chip. When did the footbasket chickens take control of you? And the explosives on it, it's Cl-20. Cl-20, scientifically known as hexanitrohexamethylene tetrazole, belongs to the class of nitrogen-based anionic salt explosives. Its explosive power is 20 times that of regular TNT for an equal mass. That tiny mechanical metal chip at the back of Zheng Xiaogong's head alone was enough to completely obliterate him.
Zheng Xiaogong explained, this is the price of siding with the Japanese.
As the Mo-Long vessel lost all functionality, the brain-computer interface chip at the back of Zheng Xiaogong's head began to flicker. That tiny speck of Cl-20 grew scorching hot at that very moment. Li Qing clenched his fists. Li Qing, let's go. I have one final mission. From this moment on, you are free. Staying with me, you'll never truly grow up. It's time to venture out on your own.
Li Qing was stubborn.
Master, I won't leave. You're the only family I have left in this world. Even if it means death, I'll stay by your side. Chapter 60, Feathers plucked from geese, hides left on beasts.
Zheng Xiaogong shook his head.
Very well. As you wish.
Zheng Xiaogong suddenly walked toward the devouring core at the center of the ink dragon. Though frozen solid, the core still radiated terrifying energy. Zheng Xiaogong placed his hand in the air over a specific point on the devouring core, where something resembling an eye flickered.
After scanning Duke Sheng's fingerprints, the devouring core began to glow red.
Inside the Xuanwu Gonggong, having bypassed the core, they could now use quantum radar to detect the Mo-Long status.
Su Yang, witnessing the devouring core's revival firsthand, was utterly stunned.
That technology could still function and even revive in this era of absolute sub-zero temperatures was beyond comprehension.
Something's wrong. The quantum radar is operational, confirming the core was indeed destroyed or perhaps not completely destroyed. Then what is that fiery red light? Su Yang felt a faint unease.
In that brief instant, the crimson glow suddenly triggered countless metallic fragments of mechanical beasts scattered across the ocean floor. Simultaneously, countless fragments raced toward the devouring core. Within roughly 5 seconds, the entire black dragon was enveloped by countless mechanical beast fragments.
At that moment, the artificial intelligence of the Xuanwu Gonggong activated.
Detected massive metal absorption within the Mo-Long's core, triggering a metallic magnetic storm.
Explosion radius, 30 kilometers. We must evacuate immediately. Must evacuate immediately. Su Yang's scalp tingled. Magnetic storm, range, 30 kilometers. Metal magnetic storm, 5 seconds until expansion. Countdown, 5, 4. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggong, nearly everyone felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Su Gong, hurry up and leave. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Su Yang's scalp tingled.
He never imagined the devouring core would unleash such a devastating final blow and explosion. Earlier, the mechanical beasts within the ink dragon had only been scattered fragments, barely enough to form a few units. Yet the energy they converted was sufficient to repair the damage inflicted by the Xuanwu Gonggong's great Tanglight sword multiple times over. But here, fragments from over 1,000 mechanical beasts were being converted by the devouring core.
Once detonated, the terror would be unimaginable. Su Yang piloted the Xuanwu Gonggong, switching it into the giant sword form from the Great Tang 100 Transformations diagram.
In this sword form, the blade effortlessly cleaved through the currents. It proved far more potent than the water-adapted metallic form Qinglong and the others had previously altered, enabling a much swifter ascent. Unlike conventional sword forms, the sword body transformed from the Black Tortoise Gonggong featured an additional flame projector at its tail. In an instant, Su Yang manipulated the underwater sword form of Xuanwu Gonggong to vanish beneath the sea, swiftly escaping the area. 3, 2, 1. Within the undersea sinkhole, the devouring core belonging to the ink dragon consumed and transformed all the mechanical beast fragments at that very moment. The core itself turned fiery red, accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar. Infinite energy erupted from within. Even thousands of meters below the ocean surface, a 1,000-meter-wide cavity was blasted open, and all seawater within that area instantly vaporized. Virtually every living creature and grain of sand within that space was flattened into a level expanse. On the shore, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Where's the nameless Mecha? Where is it? It probably didn't survive that terrifying explosion. The moment the ink dragon devoured the core energy and detonated, the underwater high-definition cameras were completely destroyed. They hadn't even gotten a clear look at whether the purple nameless Mecha had managed to escape. What a pity. Zheng Xiaogong, this man is a disgrace to the descendants of Yin and Huang. He even tried to drag the nameless Mecha down with him in the end. Within the Southern Theater Command, the three elders stared intently at the large screen.
Is the nameless mech finished? All three felt a sense of regret.
What a pity. None of us anticipated that old bastard Zheng Xiaogong would resort to such a reckless act.
If only we'd known, we shouldn't have let the higher-ups bring him back. Ah, it's all led to this tragic disaster.
Old Lu, there's an urgent telegram for you. A guard in a Zhongshan suit approached from behind the trio and respectfully handed over a document.
Lu Dongyuan initially didn't want to look, but considering it was urgent, he glanced at it. The next moment, Lu Dongyuan leapt to his feet in agitation. What's wrong? The other two asked as Lu Dongyuan showed them the document. The two men were overjoyed. This unnamed mecha, it actually originated from our Dragon Nation. The telegram was from Sun Ing. The unnamed mecha originates from the Sichuan Academy of Sciences. Sun Ing had also attached a file on Su Ling and Qingyao. He had gone to tremendous lengths to access this document without his high-level clearance. He likely wouldn't have been able to uncover their information at all. Inside the Sichuan Provincial Academy of Sciences, Su Yang also stared intently at the large screen. The explosion's terrifying energy had severed the quantum radar's signal. Su Yang frantically manipulated his light brain, attempting to reconnect with Xuanwu Gonggang. Fortunately, after 10 seconds, Su Yang finally re-established the connection with Xuanwu Gonggang. This brought relief to Su Yang, Old Shu, Old Guan, and Old Li. Qingyao, are you all okay? Su Yang asked as he worked to restore the blurred image feed from Xuanwu Gonggang. It seemed the explosion had briefly caused interference in the transmission. Soon, the transmission returned to normal. Su Gong, we're all fine, just sustained some minor injuries. The water tremors from the blast had caused the Xuanwu Gonggang's hull to shake. Fortunately, none of the crew members had serious injuries, and the control room appeared only slightly disheveled, with no major issues. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The terrifying energy of the explosion had been absorbed by thousands of meters of seawater, leaving the surface calm and still. Had this detonation occurred on land, it would have been equivalent to dozens of hydrogen bombs. Glad everyone's okay. Inside the Xuanwu Gonggang, Qingyao spoke up. Su Gong, just now, we detected anomalous electromagnetic waves. They appear to be encrypted and are covering the entire area we're in. Su Yang's eyes turned completely cold. Most likely those bastards. They want to see us wiped out. Since they dared expose their position, we needn't hold back either. Pluck every feather, strip every hide. Come to our Dragon Nation to wreak havoc? Once you arrive, you'll stay here forever. Activate quantum radar. Locate their submarines and shore-based network operating systems. Maximize energy output. Execute max-level quantum intrusion. In the distant ocean, both the Dragon Nation submarine led by Wu Xiang and the submarine commanded by the Footbasin Chicken detected the violent energy fluctuations beneath the sea. The energy amethyst. What we cannot have, neither shall the Dragon Nation possess. Our plan succeeded. Let's get out of here. Inside Wu Xiang's submarine, report, Footbasin Chicken's forces have withdrawn. They've likely achieved some objective. Should we pursue them? The veteran asked. Wu Xiang shook his head. Our equipment is significantly outdated. Pursuing them could force a confrontation, and fighting them now wouldn't be in our favor. We won't make unnecessary sacrifices for now. Just wait. Before long, these wolf cubs won't dare set foot in our Dragon Nation's waters again. Wu Xiang was confident that the higher-ups could master cutting-edge technologies like the Xuanwu Gonggang. But shortly after the Japanese and other nations' submarines departed, their navigation systems, power controls, and electrical components began failing one after another. Reporting to the captain, radar shows intense interference from all directions. Our submarine circuits are shorting out. Damn it, compartment 1 is on fire. Reporting, control room 2 is also on fire. The same situation unfolded inside Han's Cat submarine. Reporting to the general, our radar is down. It appears we've suffered a devastating energy attack. Reporting, circuitry in ammunition bay 9 is damaged, rendering missile launch impossible. Optical components in the propulsion system are also 20% damaged. This figure is still rising rapidly. Almost all submersibles except those of Dragon Nation experienced simultaneous circuit component failures. Damn it! What the hell is happening? Is this Dragon Nation's secret weapon? Kishibashi Kujiro stared intently at the large screen. The screen now appeared dull and faded, half of it distorted into static. Major, our communication systems are also destroyed. Our submarine is sinking. We can no longer contact the outside world. Chapter 61, Quantum Mechanics. Deep within a central control room in the distant nation of Japan. It was actually a company, Sanrei Heavy Industries. On the surface, it was an automobile manufacturer, but in reality, it was a military-industrial enterprise established by the military to circumvent treaties, directly owned by the Japanese state. Ueda, a high-ranking official in the Footbasin Chicken regime, suddenly received a report. General, we've lost contact with our submarine. Could it be due to the explosion? The soldier replied, unlikely. 10 minutes ago, our submarine reported encountering a submarine from Dragon Nation. They hadn't entered the explosion's epicenter. Ueda's heart pounded. Quickly, scan that area with high-frequency radar. Check if any other nation's submarines are still there. High-frequency radar could rapidly scan oceanic targets, effective at mid-depths. It was faster and more accurate than sonar, but also easier to detect. But with several submarines missing, Ueda Nobuo had no time for hesitation. Ueda speculated that either Hans Katz group had defected, or they had been sunk by the main force of the Dragon Nation's military. Either way, they would suffer heavy losses. Reporting, no traces found. Only Dragon Nation submarines detected. But judging by their position, course, and speed, they seem to have departed quite some time ago. If the Dragon Nation forces had engaged in combat with them, it certainly wouldn't have been resolved in just 10 minutes. Ueda and Nobu desperately wanted to understand what had transpired. But at that moment, a scarlet exclamation mark flashed across the main screen. Warning, warning. Unknown energy intrusion detected. Warning, warning. Primary circuit component short-circuited and damaged. Secondary circuit components ignited. Internal circuit components ignited. The optical brain has been compromised. Self-destruct sequence initiated at company headquarters. Hidden data automatically transmitted remotely. In just 5 seconds, sparks flew everywhere in the central control room of this company. Damn it! What's happening? Put out the fire. Put it out. Go stop the self-destruct sequence. Inside the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, Li Shudong and the other two looked puzzled. Sugon, quantum intrusion, is there anything special about it? Several minutes passed, yet they detected no discernible impact. Su Yang stretched lazily, his eyes gradually brightening. It should be done. There should be news by now. Li Shudong, Guan Yuanjia, and Chu Buping froze in surprise. Su Yang pulled out his phone, where an urgent news alert had appeared. He passed the phone to the three of them. Li Shudong, Guan Yuanjia, and Chu Buping stared in shock. The expansive screen displayed, just 1 minute ago, a massive explosion rocked Sanling Heavy Industries in Jiaobengji. The entire 8,000-acre base is engulfed in raging flames. Xiugong? This? Li Shudong swallowed hard, a bold suspicion forming in his mind. Could this be? Su Yang nodded. This is quantum intrusion. Quantum invasion is based on quantum mechanics. Some say quantum mechanics is theology. Whoever masters quantum mechanics can perform godlike feats. That's precisely how it works. Quantum intrusion determines the target's electromagnetic frequency and waveform, then leverages the high-frequency vibrations between particles to mimic the target's particle movements and issue commands. And due to the nature of quantum entanglement, distance becomes irrelevant. As soon as a particle here issues a command, the corresponding particle there will immediately execute the action. When you mimic particle motion to issue a self-destruct command, provided your energy is sufficient, you can effortlessly destroy the opponent's electronic devices. All three sucked in sharp breaths. So you're saying quantum intrusion enables remote attacks? Yes. But it's not invincible either, Su Yang added a limitation. Only highly intelligent technologies, such as those equipped with optical brains, can be short-circuited by quantum intrusion or triggered to activate self-destruct protocols. Ordinary circuit components require a targeted medium to be destroyed. Take just now as an example. Using the signals I captured from several nuclear submarines as the base medium, I infiltrated their submarine optical brains and central control optical brains. From there, I short-circuited various circuit components across their systems, then extended the attack to their base optical brains. If they had weapon systems or self-destruct protocols set for security reasons, quantum intrusion could easily trigger those mechanisms. All three were stunned. After a long silence, Guan Yuanzi suddenly blurted out, "Sugong, you're not an alien, are you?" Su Yang laughed bitterly. "I'm human. And Chinese. Genuine as they come." They all laughed. First, the Azure Dragon soared through skies and plunged into seas, kicking the eagle and crushing Godzilla. Then came the Black Tortoise and Gongang, sweeping across 8 nations, dominating underwater battles, commanding all waters, unleashing long-range blasts, and stabilizing mountains and rivers with mechanical might. Whether it was the Azure Dragon or any single technology from the Black Tortoise and Gongang, each represented a revolutionary advancement. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have believed such technology could exist in this world. Old Chu's phone rang. The screen displayed Lu Dongyuan. Old Chu waved his phone, showing the others who was calling. "That old bastard Lu Dongyuan is calling. He's surprisingly quick, tracked us down in no time." Needless to say, it was all about the Xuanwu Gongang. Old Chu grinned mischievously. "Back when we returned to the country, I was assigned to Sichuan province, while Lu Dongyuan got stuck in the Southern Theater Command. That really got under his skin. He was always fighting us over military funding. If not for that, our nuclear project might have been finished 2 years earlier. Now that our Sichuan Academy has Xuanwu Gongdong, they've been doing underwater research for decades without making a splash. This old man's going to show off a bit." Guan Yuanzi and Li Shudong exchanged knowing smiles. Chu Buping finally had his revenge. "Hey, old Lu, what brings you to call your old brother out of the blue?" Old Chu's voice carried a thick, coarse edge, brimming with swagger. Lu Dongyuan's eyelids twitched. "Old Chu, we're peers. Calling me old brother right off the bat, that's not quite right, is it?" Both men were seasoned veterans of the underworld, they understood each other's intentions. Chu Buping replied sternly, "What's wrong with that? I'll be your elder brother. When the time comes, I'll go before you. While I'm here, if any trouble arises, this elder brother will protect you." Under normal circumstances, Lu Dongyuan's fiery temper wouldn't have tolerated this for a second. He'd have exchanged a few choice words with Chu Buping. But today, Lu Dongyuan swallowed his words. Fine. You're my big brother. Tell me about the nameless mecha. I want 100 billion. Whatever you want to know or have, your big brother can get it for you. That's not too much to ask, is it? What 100 billion? Lu Dongyuan was still completely baffled. Su Yang stood by, amused. This was the first time he'd seen old Chu act so mischievously. Your Southern Theater Command has intercepted our Sichuan Academy of Sciences research funding not just once or twice, but repeatedly. I want 100 billion. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Don't believe me? Come see for yourself. Our Sichuan Academy of Sciences academicians are eating kimchi now. Lu Dong was furious. Old Chu, you know we're all working for the nation. Our Southern Theater Command is strapped for funds too. This unnamed mecha's performance was astonishing. Can you bear to watch our nation's marine technology get outpaced by other regions? Old Chu retorted irritably, as if only you lot could build the Xuanwu Gonggang. When it comes to patriotism, old man, I'm no less devoted than you. I shed blood for this country in my youth. Don't try to intimidate me with that nonsense. I don't know what your Southern Theater Command is so cocky about. My Sichuan province doesn't even have a coastline, so we can't test the newly developed Xuanwu Gonggang. Yes, the very mecha you're talking about. Tell me, isn't that embarrassing? 100 billion. Deal or no deal? If not, Sichuan Academy of Sciences will just continue developing the Xuanwu Gonggang on our own. Chapter 62, Nano Gold-Eating Bugs. Across the table, the two elderly men beside Lu Dongyuan were laughing in exasperation. Forget it. Just give it to him. Give it to him. After raiding Sichuan's military budget multiple times, that resentful Chu Buping holds too much grudge against our Southern Theater Command. Didn't you hear he's already eating kimchi? If we don't pay up, they'll keep developing it themselves and slow down our progress. Of course, this was just the two elders joking around. In the end, the Southern Theater Command chose to compromise. 100 billion and you just blew it all like that? Guan Yuanzi couldn't help but marvel. Chu Buping straightened his expression. This isn't squandering. Debt repayment is only fair. This money should have gone to Sichuan province. But Sichuan's development is so underdeveloped I fought tooth and nail to secure this funding. What a mood. Li Shudong and Guan Yuanzi gave Chu Buping a thumbs up, though it was unclear whether it was genuine praise or a subtle dig. Meanwhile, Su Yang's mind echoed with the system's voice, congratulations, host. By defeating the 8 nations submersibles and crippling the Footbasin Chicken military-industrial complex, you have earned the title of Fearless Warrior. Your reward is advanced devouring technology capable of manufacturing nanogold devouring insects. An advanced version of devouring technology? Could there possibly be a low-tier version? Yes, host. The metal devouring cores you observed earlier belong to the low-tier devouring technology. Besides advanced technology absorption, does the high-tier devouring technology possess other functions? Host, you have yet to develop the relevant mechanical technology. The system lacks authorization to disclose further details. On the sea surface, the Xuanwu Gonggang gradually surfaced. The crowd had been lamenting the loss of the Xuanwu Gonggang. Some even contemplated praising the young heroes like Su Yang for defending the Dragon Nation's borders. Yet unexpectedly, the Xuanwu Gonggang suddenly emerged, completely intact. That's the nameless mecha. He escaped from the depths of the sea. Someone shouted out, though no one knew who. All eyes instantly turned to look. It really is the nameless mecha. This is unbelievable. After such a horrific explosion, they actually survived. Truly, heaven favors our Dragon Nation. At the port selected for the Gonggang project, countless people rose to their feet, cheering and rejoicing. Through the light sensing system of the Xuanwu Gonggang, Qinglong naturally witnessed the sea of people. Suddenly, her delicate, slender fingers grasped Su Ling's hand. Linger, maybe we should pilot the Xuanwu Gonggang and get out of here. Su Ling looked puzzled. Why run? Qinglong leaned close to Su Ling's ear and whispered mischievously, let me tell you a secret, I'm socially anxious. All those people shouting together? It scares me. Su Ling was utterly baffled. What on earth was Qinglong up to now? Qinglong's voice wasn't exactly quiet. Uncle Song, Lin Yuan, and Yin Qinxue all heard her clearly. If anyone here has social anxiety, I'd believe it. But you? No way. You've been chattering nonstop from the start, like a sparrow in the woods. Lin Yuan spoke bluntly, exposing Qinglong's pretense. Qinglong's face darkened. She was a fairy, yet this guy compared her to a sparrow? Uncle might tolerate it, but a beauty couldn't. Qinglong clenched her fists. Little Lin, are you looking for trouble? I should have never saved you lot in the first place. Correct your statement. Who is little Lin? Is there anyone else here? Lin Yuan still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. There's only one person named Lin Yuan here. As expected, Qinglong gave Lin Yuan a thorough scolding. Before long, fear crept into Lin Yuan's eyes whenever he looked at Qinglong. Su Ling watched Lin Yuan with schadenfreude. He'd been beaten so badly his eyes were black and blue, his face bruised and swollen, a truly comical sight. Hey, Lin Yuan, why did you have to mess with Yao Yao? She's from Sichuan province, you know. Ever heard of the Shu Mountains? Lin Yuan rubbed his swollen cheek. If he'd known Qin Yao was from Sichuan, he'd never have dared to provoke her. Those punches earlier had nearly left him traumatized. That woman hits hard, Lin Yuan cursed silently. In truth, Qin Yao wasn't socially anxious at all. She had stationed a group of soldiers outside the 100-meter-high venue where Xuanwu Gonggang was located, completely surrounding the perimeter. Last time she heard Su Gong had been summoned for questioning. This time, as the operator of the Xuanwu Gonggang, she wouldn't be taken in for questioning too, would she? This was still Southern Theater Command territory, not Sichuan province. If she really ended up in the station, having her ancestors investigated back to the 18th generation would be the least of her worries. She might even get locked up for a few days. The thought of suffering made her want to find an excuse to slip away. This really is a thankless job, she grumbled under her breath. But the people had already arrived, there was no escaping now. Xuanwu Gonggang had already used its anti-gravity system to reach the shore, quickly drawing cheers from the crowd. Some even broke through the barriers, desperate to take photos with Xuanwu Gonggang. They were no different from mad cows breaking free from their pens, utterly frenzied. Fortunately, the soldiers Qin Yao had spotted earlier rushed in just in time to restore order. The commotion finally subsided. The officer in charge bore sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an imposing presence. His standard-issue reddish-brown skin was accented by a dark scar on his face, likely from a bullet wound, and paired with his camouflage uniform, he radiated a fierce, battle-ready aura. Xiaozhan stepped before the Xuanwu Gonggang, saluting the occupants inside. Greetings, friends inside the mechs. My name is Xiaozhan. 3 minutes ago, I received orders to represent the entire Southern Theater Command. Soldiers, I invite you to visit our Southern Theater Command. Xiaozhan had been specifically instructed upon arrival to extend the invitation with utmost courtesy. The slightest misstep would land him in hot water. Su Ling pursed her lips and chuckled. The Southern Theater Command's response speed is truly unmatched. Su Ling commanded the Xuanwu Gonggang to disengage its second form, reverting to its original first form, a cube measuring 3 meters wide, 3 meters deep, and 10 meters tall. Su Ling, Qin Yao, Yan Qinshua, Lin Yuan, and Song Bo emerged from within. On the plaza, Lin Jin and Yan Shanhe wept tears of joy upon seeing their grandchildren return. All the submersibles had been destroyed earlier, they'd even seen debris from the Kuanping and Thunder God giant Manta. This had left the two elders utterly distraught. Now, to find their loved ones alive was the greatest blessing imaginable. Among them, Su Ling was the most tactful. Su Ling noticed Xiaozhan's arm patch 2 bars and 1 star, indicating a rank that was no small matter. Thank you for the invitation from the Southern Theater Command. It's our pleasure. Since Yan Qingshu and Lin Yuan had both participated in piloting the Xuanwu Gonggang, the entire group had been invited. Xiaozhan waved his hand, and the soldiers on both sides parted to form a path. The group followed Xiaozhan away from the area. At the maritime border of the Dragon Nation, a serpentine floating object stood 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. In the sunlight, the serpentine object appeared somewhat translucent, vaguely revealing a slender figure within blonde hair and blue eyes. It was none other than Li Qing, though her gaze was currently vacant. In her left hand, she held a fragment of shattered metal. Teacher, we're home. Go back, go back. In her mind, that piece of metal seemed to nod in agreement, filling Li Qing with joy. But when the blinding sunlight streamed into the miniature black dragon's body, Li Qing suddenly felt a sharp glare. As she shielded her eyes with her hand, a flood of memories surged through her mind, Zhang Xiaogong saving her years ago, teaching her lessons, and the final moment when he thrust her into the miniature ink dragon's body. A terrifying explosion, an old man, a black dragon, violent tremors, and the endless fiery glow beneath the sea. In that instant, it seemed as though all these images flooded her mind. Li Qing curled up in fear. Don't come near me! Don't come near me! Ah! Li Qing went mad. The sea breeze stirred, and the scales on the ink dragon's back shimmered brilliantly. They pulsed rhythmically like breath, echoing the wind as they carried Li Qing steadily away from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 63, The Amazing Qin Yao. Xiaozhan escorted Qin Yao and the others, along with Xuanwu Gonggang, toward the Southern Theater Command. They traversed towering mountains, crossed deep gorges, and finally entered a dense, ancient forest. To prevent their location from being revealed, Xiaozhan deliberately blindfolded Qin Yao and the others during part of the journey. From the military vehicle, Qin Yao muttered a complaint. Hey, they're not really going to lock us up for days, are they? The thought of confinement made her shudder. Slumping her fragrant shoulders, she leaned listlessly against Su Ling. So what if they lock us up? Big deal. After days of relentless travel, everyone was exhausted. Lin Yuan was now sprawled across the military vehicle's seat, with Uncle Song right beside him. Despite his earlier command of the Kuanping looking polished and his aura of righteousness, not to mention his status as a young master, he now appeared rather shabby, a blade of grass between his teeth, lying back and twitching a leg. Why don't you go in for me? Lock up my share too, Qin Yao blurted out, her mind wandering. Dream on. Lin Yuan spat out the grass blade, about to retort, when he saw Qingyao suddenly roll up her sleeves. Her little fists gleamed as she spun them twice, clearly ready to throw punches at the slightest provocation. Lin Yuan, whose bruises had only just begun to fade over the past few days, knew better than to provoke this terror again. Ahem, I meant I had a dream earlier. Shut up, shut up. When the time comes, whatever share you get will be pinned on me. Hee hee, little Lin, you're such a good guy. Qingyao beamed. Recognizing when to back down was wise, and she began to admire little Lin. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly. If they really got locked up, she'd be the first one he'd slander and block. Yan Xinshui and Su Ling both gently pressed their fingers to their temples. Their bickering hadn't ceased the entire journey. A sudden, blinding light pierced through the window, searing through her eye mask. Yan Xinshui inquired, Uncle Song, it should be 3 days now, right? Yes, Mississippi. By my calculations, it's exactly 3 days. Last time we came to the Southern Theater Command, the journey also took about 3 days. We should be arriving soon. It should be about right. You've been to the Southern Theater Command before? Qingyao perked up at the mention. So? Did the people inside look like fierce demons? The kind that looks like they'd eat you alive the moment they open their mouths. Qingyao deliberately made a fierce expression. Yan Xinshui couldn't help but chuckle. Thunder God Corporation used to be under the Southern Theater Command. It was only later that it spun off. So they still have some business dealings with the military on a regular basis. But the people inside. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. Soldiers, after all, are very serious about their duties. They're probably similar to those in your Sichuan province. But Yao Yao, aren't you from the Sichuan Academy of Sciences? Why are you so afraid of going to the Southern Theater Command? Qingyao leaned weakly against Su Ling. Hey, our Su Gong is such a big bluff artist, always forgetting things. Like when the Gonggong project competition was halfway through, he claimed he forgot to load the undersea map. We joined the Gonggong project as civilians without official registration. What if Su Gong forgets about Linger and me? What if the Southern Theater Command is full of hard-nosed interrogators? What if I freeze up and can't speak when they question us about the secrets of the Xuanwu Gonggong? We'd be screwed. They might even subject us to the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Yan Xingshua's beautiful, delicate face showed her cherry red lips gaping wide. What on earth was she talking about? Qinyao's imagination was running wild. Yan Xingshue chuckled. It probably won't come to that. There aren't that many what-ifs. Let's hope so. Just then, the latch on the military vehicle's door suddenly turned, and the door swung open. Xia Zhan's voice echoed, Gentlemen, we've arrived at the Southern Theater Command Research and Command Center. You may remove your blindfolds now. We apologize for the discomfort of the journey. The military vehicle you were riding in was specially designed. Besides having air conditioning, it's also fireproof, bulletproof, and gasproof. This was all for your safety. What safety? Qingyao snorted inwardly. They were standing in such perfect formation, with several squads surrounding them the moment they arrived. This was clearly to prevent any escape. Qingyao silently cursed their hypocrisy. Realizing escape was impossible today, she resolved to accept her fate and pin all blame squarely on Su Gong. Qingyao appeared calm as she stepped out of the vehicle first, walking up to Xie Feng. She held her hands out in front of her, adopting a defiant posture that seemed to say, do with me as you will. Come on then. Where are the handcuffs? Bring them out. Xia Zhan's head tilted in confusion. Miss Qingyao? Do you require handcuffs? Qingyao rolled her eyes. Aren't you supposed to arrest and interrogate me? Hurry up then. Ask whatever you want now. Later, I won't be answering. Also, go easy on me, okay? I'm all skin and bones, I can't stand pain. And don't even think about taking advantage of me. This lady here has trained too. One punch could knock several of you out cold. Xia Zhan's mouth twitched. Realizing Qingyao might have misunderstood something, he hurriedly explained, Ms. Qingyao, it's like this. Your identities were verified 3 days ago. Everything checks out perfectly. The Sichuan Academy of Sciences has also coordinated with us. Ms. Qingyao, you can rest assured. Here, we guarantee your safety 100%. Xia Zhan's words were delivered with utmost seriousness. Qingyao felt a bit bewildered. Not getting detained? All that worry for nothing. Why didn't Su Gong explain this clearly? And I actually asked them for handcuffs. What was I going to do with handcuffs? All sorts of strange thoughts suddenly popped into my head. Qinyao's face flushed bright red. It's all because I binge-watched too many dramas. She'd imagined all sorts of strange things. Now she'd embarrassed herself from the Sichuan Academy of Sciences all the way to the Southern Theater Command. No, I need to stay calm. Embarrassment be damned. Surrounded by a group of soldiers, their tanned, ruggedly masculine faces seemed to Qingyao to be wearing slightly mocking smiles. Qingyao gritted her teeth. These guys must be laughing their heads off inside. Can't dwell on it. As long as I act like nothing happened, then they'll. I just need to act like nothing happened and no one will laugh at me. Qinglong feigned composure with a forced O. She then tried to quickly escape the scene to find her teammates. Little did she know that Su Ling and Yin Qinshui had already linked arms and walked ahead. Lin Yuan glanced back, catching Qinglong's pleading gaze. But Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly landed on the military dog nearby. He actually went over to flirt with the dog. Fine then, all of you pretend you don't know me. At that moment, one of the surrounding soldiers finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The others joined in the laughter. But they quickly composed themselves. Qinglong felt her world crumble inside. So the clown was actually herself. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Qinglong's pretty face flushed crimson. She'd embarrassed herself to no end. Hurrying to catch up, she quickened her pace to match Su Ling and the others. After being transported back, the Xuanwu Gonggang was placed under the open-air hangar at the airport. The three elders stationed at the Southern Theater Command Research Center, Lu Dongyuan, Wang Qingqian, and Xiufu Bing, all came to observe it up close. Chapter 64, One Man Against 5 Divisions. Lu Dongyuan ran his fingers over the massive three-dimensional cube. This colossal cubic mass transcended all existing technology. It was simply too incredible. Had he not witnessed Xuanwu Gonggang's remarkable performance live, he would have found it hard to believe such terrifying technology truly existed in the world. Recording data. Form, dimensions: length 10 meters, width 3 meters, height 3 meters. Weight, 10,000 tons. A density of 1,000 tons per cubic meter is truly astonishing. Lu Dongyuan found it hard to believe. After all, by normal calculations, a 90 cubic meter object weighing 10,000 tons meant each cubic meter had a mass exceeding 1,000 tons. That would be significantly heavier than 99% of substances of the same volume on Blue Star. Moreover, even if the volume requirement were met, it would be impossible to manufacture or embed precision electronic components within it. Yet this single large block had achieved precisely that. This massive thing, it's really not easy to get started on researching it, Lu Dongyuan mused after a moment. Wang Qingqian continued examining the testing equipment in his hands. We can't even collect more data. It seems to have some kind of protective mechanism. That sly old fox Chu Buping must be holding back. He hasn't shared some of the secrets of Xuanwu Gonggang with us, Lu Dongyuan said angrily, his beard bristling and eyes narrowing. He's probably waiting for you to come begging him for answers, Xiufu Bing chuckled. It seemed Lu Dongyuan and Chu Buping's mutual dislike had become a source of amusement in his life. Lu Dongyuan inwardly resisted the idea. Chasing after Chu Buping to beg for answers? That Chu Buping was putting on far too much airs. There was definitely some personal grudge involved. He'd have to file a formal complaint against him later. Lu Dongyuan stubbornly held his ground, thinking he could stir things up a bit more instead of calling Chu Buping. Before long, half a day had passed. Their eyes were bloodshot. Hey, old Lu, how about you make the sacrifice? Xiufu Bing nudged Lu Dongyuan with his elbow. Beside them, Wang Qingqian cleared his throat. Honestly, that Chu Buping is a real piece of work. I'll report him too later. Deducting 2,000 yuan from his pension will make him happy. But Wang Qingqian quickly handed his phone to Lu Dongyuan. Use mine to call him. He won't be so venomous then. Lu Dongyuan eyed the pair suspiciously, shook his head, and reluctantly took the phone. He dialed Chu Buping's number. Hey, old Chu, it's Lu Dongyuan. You forgot to send us those Xuanwu Gonggang blueprints. Without the blueprints, we can't conduct any research. Surprisingly, Chu Buping didn't give Lu Dongyuan a hard time this time. A few days ago, I had the chief designer of the Xuanwu Gonggang escorted over to guide you. The blueprint data is with him. They haven't arrived yet? Just then, an infantryman jogged in and saluted the three men. Reporting, the Sichuan Academy of Sciences has escorted a batch of important documents here. Got it. Just arrived, Lu Dongyuan replied. The two exchanged a few words, while the sound of hammering and forging continued from Chu Buping's workshop. Old Lu, you're such a blabbermouth sometimes. Su Yang Chief Engineer Su is a genius in this field. Don't go giving him the cold shoulder. Chu Buping scolded Lu Dongyuan. The accusation of giving someone a hard time had Lu Dongyuan seething inside. Do I look like the type to do that? Yes, you do. No exaggeration, he can single-handedly hold off 5 divisions. Chu Buping tried to say more. But Lu Dongyuan hung up on him. Lu Dongyuan exhaled a long, heavy breath, his mind filled with resentment toward Chu Buping. He rolled up his sleeves. When I get a chance, I'll drag that old bastard out for a good trash talk session. Best to settle who gets to the grave first. Wang Qingqian and Xiufu Bing couldn't help but chuckle. Let's go meet this man who claims to hold off 5 divisions single-handedly, Lu Dongyuan remarked unexpectedly. At the military camp parking lot, Su Yang's convoy had just pulled up beside the black asphalt road in white lines. Lu Sun waved to Su Yang. Su Gong, you'll stay here for 2 months. I'll come back for you in 2 months. 2 months? Isn't that a bit too short? Su Yang thought to himself. 2 months probably wouldn't accomplish much. The Sichuan Academy of Sciences could rapidly produce Qinglong units only because they had transported vast quantities of laboratory equipment directly to the academy. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. With sufficiently advanced industrial machinery came sufficient processing capabilities. The Southern Theater Command clearly lacked the conditions to build Xuanwu Gonggong machines, necessitating the fabrication of additional machinery. This significantly extended the research timeline here. Lu Xun bluntly repeated Chu Buping's exact words, as old Chu said, "You're in high demand now. You can't stay elsewhere too long, or else we fear you might not return to Sichuan Academy of Sciences." Ahem, it's not that serious, really. Su Yang felt awkward, so they were guarding against him after all. Soon, Lu Dongyuan, Chu Fubing, and Guang Qingqian arrived to greet Su Yang. All three wore plain blue robes reminiscent of Zhongshan suits, yet their attire seemed unusually plain. Their eyes sparkled with vitality, though their weathered faces bore the marks of time. They glowed with health and vigor. The moment they laid eyes on Su Yang and Lu Xun, they were certain Su Yang was the chief designer of the Black Tortoise Gonggong that Chu Buping had spoken of. What surprised them was how young Su Yang appeared. Xu Fu Bing glanced at the military vehicle. Aside from Lu Xun in uniform beside it, the vehicle was empty. Clearly, the creator of the Xuanwu Gonggong was indeed this young man before them. Lu Dongyuan, Chu Fubing, and Guang Qingqian extended their hands in friendship, exchanging handshakes and greetings. After Lu Xun departed, Lu Dongyuan, Chu Fubing, and Guang Qingqian eagerly brought Su Yang to see the Xuanwu Gonggong. Su Gong, the performance of the Xuanwu Gonggong in this competition was truly astonishing. Even taken on its own, this shape-shifting metal is an absolutely terrifying force. How did your Sichuan Academy of Sciences design it? Lu Dongyuan inquired. After all, Su Yang looked barely in his 20s, far too young. At one point, Lu Dongyuan even suspected he was being pranked. Since calling him out directly felt awkward, he opted to ask a question instead, wanting to see how Su Yang would respond. There was also a hint of testing in his tone. Su Yang keenly sensed Lu Dongyuan's thoughts and proceeded to explain with ease. Shape-shifting metal actually has another name. It's called liquid metal. It was initially discovered through the extension and exploration of the 5 elements vibrating metal from the Azure Dragon. Qinglong? All three were taken aback. Was the Azure Dragon also manufactured by the Sichuan Academy of Sciences? Su Yang nodded. The 5 elements vibrating metal used in the Azure Dragon initially exhibited stretching properties as well. This allowed the Azure Dragon to transform from a 5-clawed Azure Dragon into a 10-clawed primordial dragon. It was precisely based on this that I made certain modifications to the 5 elements vibrant metal. I discovered that under a point source nuclear fusion model, these metals gradually ionize into a liquid state under extreme high temperatures. But to achieve this ionized liquid metal state requires 2 conditions to be met simultaneously. One is 4th-level nuclear fusion. The other is a metallic mineral capable of fusing thousands of elements. Quaternary nuclear fusion and a metal mineral fusing thousands of elements? How is that possible? Nuclear fusion hasn't even been developed yet, and we've only discovered over 100 elements so far. Su Yang's words clearly made Guang Qingqian find it hard to believe. Su Yang understood this reaction well. After all, research institutions across the provinces kept their findings under wraps for security reasons. Even when breakthroughs were made, they remained undisclosed unless absolutely necessary, when higher authorities would authorize the release of scientific achievements. Thus, most breakthroughs remained unknown to each other until much later, often long after they had occurred. Chapter 65, The Frightening Silent Technology. This isn't really a difficult problem, Su Yang said casually. Had anyone else said this 4th-level nuclear fusion and over 1,000 elements, they would have been dismissed as mad. Su Yang offered no further explanation. Actions speak louder than words. Senior Lu, let's step inside the Xuanwu Gonggong together. You'll understand once you see it. The three nodded. Old Lu summoned the driver of the special vehicle, and soon, the Xuanwu Gonggong was positioned on the aircraft runway. For the Xuanwu Gonggong to fully deploy, only an airport runway offered sufficient space. Before long, the Xuanwu Gonggong came to rest at its designated position. Su Yang then connected to the Xuanwu Gonggong using his palm print. As the original creator of the Xuanwu Gonggong, Su Yang retained its memory of him as its developer. Any weapon he had crafted, he could effortlessly control. Xuanwu Gonggong, activate. Xuanwu Gonggong authentication in progress. Authentication successful. Please board. The massive metallic cube collapsed inward, revealing a portal. Lu Dongyuan, Chu Fubing, and Guang Qingqian felt a sense of wonder. Please, go ahead. Su Yang gestured for the three to enter first. As they stepped inside, all the lights within the Xuanwu Gonggong grew dim. Contrary to their initial expectations of dazzling technological displays. Instead, the first sight that met their eyes was one of immense emptiness. When Su Yang switched to the second form, the Xuanwu Gonggong suddenly rose 100 meters. It transformed into the form of a giant and a black tortoise. The trio marveled, the walls here are smooth, like a metal control room. Yet the transition from the first form to the second was completely silent. Its stability is remarkably robust. Huang Qingqian surveyed the scene outside Xuanwugongang.
Unbeknownst to them, their relative height had already climbed over 100 meters. Had it not been for observing the outside through Xuanwugongang's metal deforming glass, they would have scarcely noticed.
Su Yang nodded. Xuanwugongang was born for transformation.
Most of the machinery here except for the optical brains that cannot change even has its circuits integrated within Xuanwugongang's shape-shifting metal.
So that means the Xuanwugongang shape-shifting metal itself is part of the circuitry material? Exactly. Su Yang's finger lightly touched the wall of the Xuanwugongang. Xuanwugongang, separate a small cube of your shape-shifting metal for me. Command received.
The intelligent light brain processed the command.
A protrusion the size of a fingernail appeared on the internal metal wall of the Xuanwugongang before Su Yang.
The protrusion seemed to grow, steadily extending outward until it finally detached completely from the main body of the Xuanwugongang, hovering before the group.
Su Yang picked up the cube separated from the Xuanwugongang. As if sensing his intent, the cube instantly unfolded into a perfectly flat surface.
Despite being no larger than a fingernail when compacted, it spread out to cover an area of 3 square meters.
Its thickness was as thin as a sheet of paper. Scattered across this sheet were countless flickering dots. Su Gong, what are these flickering dots? Electronic components, Su Yang replied flatly.
But to the other 3, it felt like an earth-shattering revelation. The fact that the metal itself was shapeshifting was already mind-boggling enough.
That was truly beyond belief. After regaining their composure, the 3 realized, so, the entire Xuanwugongang is composed of these small units of shape-shifting metal.
Yeah, that's basically it. If the 3 had previously harbored doubts about whether the Azure Dragon Su Yang mentioned was manufactured by the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, they now believed it without reservation. Based on its current technological display, the Black Tortoise Gongang was absolutely no less advanced than the Azure Dragon.
What about the overall soundproofing system? Why can't we hear a single sound from outside?
Su Yang smiled, walked to one of the seats, and with a wave of his hand, a light-sensitive electric panel appeared.
Several chairs then sprouted from the deformable metal floor. As Su Yang summoned the Eagle-class Seawolf nuclear submarine, the 3 others watched in astonishment. Is this the Eagle's Seawolf-class nuclear submarine?
Xu Fubing was the first to react.
Su Gong, are you saying we're using Eagle's nuclear submarine stealth technology? Pretty much. We just modified their technology a bit. Su Yang tapped on the image of the Eagle's Seawolf-class nuclear submarine. The next second, the entire image was dissected by the intelligent light brain.
Finally, the section detailing the stealth technology was displayed. The Eagle Seawolf-class nuclear submarine employs diesel-electric stealth technology as its foundation. Combined with submerged absorptive insulation, it achieves exceptionally high stealth performance.
Lu Dongyuan shook his head. I doubt the Xuanwugongang employs absorptive foam.
As far as I know, while absorptive foam is a common underwater silencing material used by most nations, it fundamentally cannot provide complete isolation.
There are other means of detection now, such as the omnisonic sonar.
Yes.
Su Yang remained non-committal. Su Yang continued stretching the fingernail-sized fragment he'd separated from the Xuanwugongang until it reached its limit.
The deformed metal, now the size of a fingernail, stretched from 3 square meters to 30 square meters, its circuit components stretched infinitely. At this point, the holes on its surface became clearly visible.
Xuanwugongang utilizes these honeycomb-like holes to continuously dissipate the generated noise. The power of the deformed metal had surpassed the imagination of Lu Dongyuan and the other 2. Can it truly absorb noise just by relying on these holes? Su Yang chuckled wryly.
An elevator-like device began to materialize beneath their feet.
Let's go see the core of the Xuanwugongang together. Driven by intense curiosity, the trio followed suit. The morphing metal transformed into an elevator, reaching the core of the Xuanwugongang in mere moments. Given its current posture, the core was located within its abdomen. Soon, the trio beheld the core unique to Xuanwugongang. It was a massive engine, resembling a heart. A terrifying roar accompanied the engine's deafening roar, each pulse shaking the very air. Calculating distance and obstacles, this sound easily exceeds 300 decibels. If not for the soundproofing metal shielding us, we'd likely be deafened to death. Su Yang hummed in acknowledgement. The noise generated by the Xuanwugongang is immense.
These honeycomb structures allow vibrations and sound to propagate within them, ultimately dissipating all energy.
Once the energy dissipates, there's no possibility of it propagating outward. Thus, it cannot be detected.
This soundproofing effect is downright insane. For Lu Dongyuan, Xu Fubing, and Huang Qingqian, the fact that the Xuanwugongang possessed such advanced soundproofing technology alone was mind-boggling. Suddenly, Xu Fubing sensed something amiss. Doesn't it feel like our bodies have become lighter since we arrived here? As if we might float away. Chapter 66, you call this a long cooldown? Upon hearing this, Huang Qingqian tentatively took a couple of steps forward.
It really is. Su Gong, what on earth is going on? Huang Qingqian grew flustered, even feeling his balance waver. Su Yang pointed at the massive red engine before them.
This core we're looking at integrates an anti-gravity system and fourth-level nuclear fusion reaction technology.
Nuclear fusion technology requires a device called a tokamak. Since magnetic fields are used to confine the energy, these fields must be sufficiently powerful.
And everything possesses gravitational pull.
That means when a magnetic field is sufficiently powerful, surrounding elements will be drawn to it.
Especially us, with our metallic elements in a free state.
Lu Dongyuan suddenly understood, though it still felt somewhat unbelievable. Su Gong, are you saying it was the trace metal elements in our bodies that were drawn in?
Now that I think about it, I did feel a bit lightheaded when we came down earlier.
And now I'm even feeling a bit tight in the chest.
Because blood contains a large amount of iron, when the magnetic field is affected, the iron elements all gather toward the side closer to the Xuanwu Gonggang engine.
This created a temporary blood deficiency in the opposite half of their bodies.
The three shared a laugh, clearly all experiencing that tightness in their chests.
Getting old. Can't keep coming to places like this too often. Su Yang pondered for a moment.
There's a place the three elders might find interesting.
Another surprise?
Lu Dongyuan asked in surprise.
I want to show you the weapon systems and combat readiness systems of the Xuanwu Gonggang.
Whoa!
This undoubtedly piqued the trio's interest immensely.
They had witnessed the Xuanwu Gonggang splitting apart and fighting independently, a sight that had left them utterly stunned. After all, the ability to split apart and reassemble required an extremely high level of control over the body from the light brain. It was highly susceptible to interference. Then there were the Great Tang Lightpath Giant Sword and the Absolute Zero Cannon. They had longed to get up close and personal with these weapons. Su Yang and his companions soon boarded a lateral elevator formed from morphing metal, arriving at a specific area within the chest cavity of the Xuanwu Gonggang. Here, numerous virtual models were displayed. Among them were 6 forms previously used by Su Yang and his team, now perfectly preserved as light brain data. Upon seeing the 6 ethereal light projections, Lu Dongyuan examined their bases. At this moment, they also understood part of the reason why Xuanwu Gonggang could control 6 mechs simultaneously. 6 mechs, each functioning as a primary unit. If 1 light brain is assigned per mech, then 6 mechs equate to 6 light brains.
Then, if we connect those 6 light brain units in series, the problem becomes manageable. Guan Qingqian stepped forward and examined them with a magnifying glass. The structure of these light brains is far more complex than we imagined.
This level of craftsmanship far surpasses the current technological capabilities of our dragon nation. Even if we had the blueprints, it would be incredibly difficult to replicate. The group clearly hadn't anticipated the Sichuan Academy of Science's new technology being this advanced.
Su Yang pointed at the ethereal models before them.
The Great Tang transformative diagrams, theoretically, they can transform these into any macroscopic object.
Any macroscopic object?
Yes, but only up to 6. Any more than that is impossible. The light brain simply wouldn't have enough capacity.
That's still astonishing enough. I doubt even the Eagle Nation possesses such technology yet.
Guan Qingqian was delighted after all. Who wouldn't be proud of their nation's technological prowess? Su Yang pulled up the structural diagrams for the Black Tortoise Gonggang's Absolute Zero Cannon and the Great Tang Lightpath Greatsword. He enlarged them for the three to examine. The Absolute Zero Cannon harnesses extreme cold temperatures, while the Great Tang Lightpath Giant Sword inflicts damage through shapeshifting metal combined with the super high temperature thermal flow of nuclear fusion.
You should have seen this with old Lu.
Su Yang said no more on this, instead dragging another weapon they hadn't seen before out of the virtual shadows with his finger. The silhouette resembled a sphere, but upon magnification, it revealed the form of a turtle.
This is Xuanwu Gonggang? The black tortoise beneath Gonggang's feet? This is a weapon too? Lu Dongyuan was clearly baffled. They had initially assumed the Xuanwu beneath Gonggang's feet served as a decorative frame, enhancing the overall Xuanwu Gonggang entity with additional deformable metal.
This would ensure sufficient malleable metal for the other split entities to maintain their forms during fragmentation.
Su Yang lightly tapped the Xuanwu's phantom form, instantly revealing its internal structure. Xuanwu Gonggang possesses 3 primary weapons. The Absolute Zero Cannon is one.
The other 2 are the Thunder God and the Great Tang nuclear fission explosion. The ocean is most abundant in 3 types of heavy hydrogen suitable for fission: deuterium, tritium, and hydrogen. The structure of the Xuanwu Gonggang filters out this heavy hydrogen from the ocean, stores it, and absorbs it within the Xuanwu. Finally, it coordinates with Gonggang for long-range release. At this point, the 3 men carefully examined the structure of the Xuanwu Gonggang.
All 3 were masters among masters, and they quickly grasped the underlying principles.
Su Gong, Xuanwu Gonggang harnesses the energy of level 4 nuclear fusion to directly initiate reactions, eliminating the need for raw materials like uranium-235.
Using heavy hydrogen nuclear fission as a weapon? That's a nuclear bomb, plain and simple.
Most crucially, after the heavy hydrogen fission explosion, it regenerates into water, posing no harm to oceans, air, or land.
Lu Dongyuan was utterly thrilled.
At this moment, he was at a loss for words. Imagine dropping one of these bombs on the battlefield.
The enemy would vaporize instantly. There'd be no fighting left, it would be over. But this is a consumable after all. Using one would likely require rebuilding an entire Xuanwu. Still, this kind of weapon is similar to our DF-61 missile. Equipping several of these would give us the capability to deter foreign enemies completely. Everyone assumed nuclear fission was a consumable resource, but they were mistaken. Su Yang compared and analyzed the different elemental spectra used in the Qinglong's 5 elements vibrant metal and the shapeshifting metal material. The elemental spectrum on the left belongs to the Azure Dragon, while the one on the right is from the shapeshifting metal. Qinglong is merely a composite of 100 or so elements, yet it can withstand a nuclear explosion. What about the shapeshifting metal, composed of over 1,000 elements? Guan Qingqian's pupils dilated and his breathing quickened at Su Yang's revelation. Could it be, this nuclear fission explosion isn't a one-time event? Su Yang responded calmly, yes, it's sustainable. It's just that the cooling time is rather poor. Sustainable, but with a long cooling period. This brief statement struck everyone like thunder. Sustainable? That's absurd. Doesn't that mean nuclear explosions could be used indefinitely given enough time? That's absurd. Lu Dongyuan, Guan Qingqian, and Xu Fubing all felt their hearts pound. They had thought the Great Tang's Lightpath Giant Sword, shapeshifting metal, and quantum invasion were already mind-blowing enough. Who knew they just dropped a bombshell? Guan Qingqian swallowed hard. Su Gong, how long does it take for the reactor to cool down after a nuclear fission explosion? Su Yang blurted out, 15 seconds, I guess. Chapter 67, only a 10-kilometer radius? What? 15 seconds? Xu Fubing, Guan Qingqian, and Lu Dongyuan were all stunned. They doubted their own ears. Su Gong, did you just say 15 seconds? Is that the cooldown time? Su Yang looked harmless, even a bit slow-witted. He too felt this time frame was a fatal flaw. Indeed, 15 seconds is far too long. After all, the battlefield changes in the blink of an eye. A single second could mean destroying an enemy vessel. 15 seconds if the enemy launches a saturation strike, it could deal devastating damage to us too. I'll think about how to improve it later. Su Yan looked troubled. After all, he had no better ideas for now. He could only turn to future tech to see if they had any solutions. Xu Fubing, Guan Qingqian, and Lu Dongyuan hurriedly waved their hands in correction, their faces breaking into smiles. No, Su Gong, you've misunderstood. What we three mean is that 15 seconds is far too short. The battlefield may change in the blink of an eye, but 15 seconds per nuclear strike. Anyone would have to think twice. We're simply amazed at how far ahead Xuanwu Gongdong's technology is. Su Yang appeared somewhat nonchalant. This left the three men Xu Fubing, Guan Qingqian, and Lu Dongyuan somewhat speechless. The super-advanced technology they marveled at seemed almost trivial to Su Yang. Another thought began to form in the trio's minds: how could Sichuan Academy of Sciences have developed such formidable high-tech capabilities in just a few decades? What experiences had they endured? Or where had they acquired such technology? A cascade of questions followed. Admiration, anticipation, and a hint of disappointment, especially for Lu Dongyuan. The thought that he had diverted funding from Sichuan Academy of Sciences over the years, while they had flourished so remarkably, struck him as utterly unbelievable. To say the Sichuan Academy of Sciences had divine assistance would be no exaggeration. Su Gong, you mentioned earlier that the Xuanwu Gonggang possesses three major weapons: the Absolute Zero Cannon, the nuclear fission explosion, and another called the Thunder God. What kind of weapon is this Thunder God? Su Yang replied simply with 4 words: weather weapon. Thunderstorm. Naming it Thunder God just makes it sound cooler. Weather weapon. Thunderstorms. Those terrifying words etched themselves into everyone's minds once more. All three swallowed hard, drawing in sharp breaths. They've actually developed a weather weapon? Yes. Su Yang gave an affirmative reply. Su Yang also displayed the structural diagram of the Thunder God. The Thunder God is essentially a massive lightning rod, transformed from the Xuanwu Gonggang. The formation of lightning occurs when a massive collision of ions carrying the same charge takes place between the sky and the ground. The core of the Thunder God can generate and release vast quantities of ions with identical charges into the cloud layers based on the local environment. This way, even under clear skies, it can draw forth countless bolts of lightning. Provided the generated charge is sufficiently massive, the resulting thunderstorm will be exceptionally powerful. Guan Qingqian, Xu Fubing, and Lu Dongyuan were all seasoned experts with solid scientific backgrounds. Su Yang only needed to explain once for them to grasp it completely. Su Gong, what's the range of this weather weapon? After a moment's thought, Su Yang accessed the computer for a quick calculation. If we disregard other weapon systems and run it at full power, the range would be roughly 10 kilometers. A bit small, but it should suffice. A thunderstorm covers 10 kilometers, and you call that a small range, Su? Xu Fubing nearly dislocated his jaw. Su Yang scratched his head. It is a bit small. The original design targeted a minimum coverage of 100 kilometers. But there was no choice. Time was too short. With the Ganggang project competition just a month away, it was the perfect chance to show those foreign bumpkins what our technology could do. So we had to scale it down. Only then did the three of them process the revelation. Su Gong, are you saying this Xuanwu Ganggang was built in just 1 month? Did I hear that right? Yep, built in a month. What's the big deal? Su Yang looked almost harmless. Lu Dongyuan felt dizzy. Old Guang, do you have any nitroglycerin on you? Quick, give me some. My heart can't take this. Really built in just 1 month? Guang Qingqian chimed in from the side. It really was built in just 1 month. We even did some internal testing at the base. If it weren't for the lack of ocean data requiring calculations, we might have finished even sooner. Guang Qingqian tried to find a speck of sand or a trace of lie in Su Yang's eyes, but Su Yang's sincere words struck like a finishing move, perfectly dispelling his lingering disbelief. Su Yan looked at the three of them, now visibly shaken, and realized belatedly. Did my earlier words just depress them? Best to stay silent now and just observe my surroundings. Looks like I need to keep a lower profile from now on. At least I should spare the elders some face. But since things had come to this, Su Yan also considered making amends to the three elders. After all, he couldn't just pretend everything was fine and leave the big shots with an insurmountable shadow hanging over them. He planned to head to the combat readiness room where the combat readiness system was located to prepare something for the three elders as an apology. Ahem, Elder Chu, Elder Lu, Elder Guang. Let's head to the final sector of the Xuanwu Ganggang, the combat readiness system. All three adjusted their attire, trying to appear as normal as possible, as if to say, let's not make fools of ourselves in front of the youngster. This final combat readiness system resided within the brain of the Xuanwu Ganggang. It was also one of the most critical areas within Xuanwu Ganggang. Upon arrival, their eyes fell upon 6 suspended technological light rains, resembling 6 glowing orbs. Compared to the previous central command room, this site was even more extravagant. Xuanwu Ganggang's data processing centers are all located here. The entire brain controls all the organism's data, processes it, and then connects it to the central control room. This humanoid design is truly fascinating. But this space isn't just for data processing, it also houses several machines. Su Yang explained one by one. This machine is called the Photon Energy Aggregate Matter Generator. It's the machine that produces Xuanwu Ganggang's shape-shifting metal. In case an opponent with advanced technology destroys the metal, this machine can promptly replenish it. Hearing this, the three were taken aback and immediately stepped forward to examine it. Su Yang explained its principles. He then moved on to introduce the other machines. This one is the Xuanwu Ganggang Light Brain Synthesizer. It manufactures advanced optical brains. This one is the Xuanwu Ganggang Energy Extractor. To prevent energy depletion, it's deployed in the ocean. With it, raw materials can be extracted autonomously. This one is a quantum intrusion system generator. Should communications be disrupted, this machine ensures uninterrupted communication. Chapter 68, On-Site Manufacturing of Robot Dogs. Guang Changqian, Lu Dongyuan, and Chu Fubing were thrilled. This isn't just a combat readiness system. Su Gong, you've essentially replicated all of Xuanwu Ganggang's industrial machinery. On a real battlefield, Xuanwu Ganggang would be an invincible entity unto itself, potentially requiring no rear support at all. Guang Qingqian marveled, I truly underestimated Xuanwu Ganggang. Actually, Xuanwu Ganggang's technology isn't as advanced as you elders imagine, Su Yang said awkwardly, scratching his head. It was as if he were recounting something utterly insignificant. Indeed, while Xuanwu Ganggang's technology was quite advanced by future standards, it was far from invincible. So Su Yang's statement wasn't entirely inaccurate. But to Guang Qingqian, Xu Fubing, and Lu Dongyuan, it sounded like something entirely different. Their aged faces flushed with embarrassment. Su Yang's reaction seemed far too matter-of-fact. They felt more like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden. Lu Dongyuan, Guang Qingqian, and Xu Fubing found it hard to imagine any technology surpassing Xuanwu Ganggang's. Of course, warp drive technology was a whole different level of sci-fi. Su Yang scanned the combat readiness room. Beyond the pre-prepared machinery, the room appeared somewhat disorganized. A pile of metal elements lay scattered about, arranged haphazardly. Su Yang picked up several metal pieces, along with some unknown metals, and placed them into the metal processing instruments. Lu Dongyuan, Guang Qingqian, and Xu Fubing all looked puzzled. Su Engineer, what are you preparing to do? Su Yang smiled. Well, I arrived at the Southern Theater Command rather abruptly. I didn't bring any gifts for you all, so I thought I'd make a few small trinkets to present to Senior Lu, Senior Guang, and Senior Chu. The three men beamed at his words, their impressions of Su Yang improving considerably. Su Gong, you're joking. We three old bones don't need any gifts. We appreciate the thought. If you encounter any difficulties in the Southern Theater Command going forward, feel free to speak with any of us three. We still carry some weight in the Southern Theater Command. Su Yang was quite surprised. The three clearly misunderstood that Su Yang was trying to win them over. While operating the machinery in his hands, allowing sparks to fly continuously, Su Yang explained to the three why he was creating these small contraptions. Senior Su, Senior Lu, Senior Chu, you've misunderstood. Upon arrival, I scanned the surrounding environment and security systems of the Southern Theater Command with my optical brain. I discovered some vulnerabilities. Su Yang spoke eloquently. For instance, the Southern Theater Command is built atop a mountain, with the ocean below and a cliff adjacent to it. Cliff areas typically lack security measures, with only half the surveillance coverage. But these areas that seem difficult to infiltrate covertly are often the easiest points of breach. If someone finds an opportunity to commit illicit acts, it could threaten the safety of personnel within the Southern Theater Command base. Lu Dongyuan hadn't expected that on his very first day at the Southern Theater Command, Su Yang had already thoroughly mapped out the surrounding terrain. This information couldn't possibly have come from Chu Buping or the others, since even Chu Buping had rarely visited the Southern Theater Command. So what do you suggest, Su? Su Yang continuously fused other elements into the three metal spheres, ultimately forging a new alloy before transferring it to another machine. These three small machines I'm building are designed to safeguard the base's security. The three men were stunned. Su, are you saying you're building security machines to protect our Southern Theater Command? Su Yang nodded non-committally. Yes. However, time is limited at present. I can only produce smaller machines to protect key personnel within the base. Protecting the entire Southern Theater Command base? That's difficult to achieve in such a short time frame. The three of them found it hard to believe. Su Yang was actually proposing to develop cutting-edge technology right before their eyes. After all, the birth of any advanced technology inevitably involves various blueprint designs, overcoming technical challenges. Additionally, it requires material preparation, mastery of machinery, and most crucially, a solid foundation in theoretical knowledge. Over the next period, the three watched Su Yang operate the machinery. Yet his movements appeared remarkably proficient. What's this machine called again? The photon energy material aggregator, right? Ha! Why isn't Su using the shape-shifting metal? Isn't there some ready-made stuff? Shoo! Su Yang actually synthesized a new metal? Did my old eyes deceive me? Lu Dongyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Had they not witnessed Su Yang's operation firsthand, they would never have believed anyone could synthesize a new metal so effortlessly. The three watched in silence. On Su Yang's end, within the combat readiness system, the optical brain continuously calculated data. Su Yang applied the data and the calculated technological applications. Low-grade metal forging successful. Please specify the machine structure type. Su Yang pondered. He had seen military dogs during his visit to the Southern Theater Command, but dogs were living creatures after all, flesh and blood beings that could easily meet their end when facing formidable opponents. If machines could replace them, that problem would be solved. Excellent. Proceed with the military dog model design. Please select the military dog breed. Available models: Doberman, German Shepherd, Chinese Native Dog, 5 Black Dog, Border Collie, Mixed Corgi. Su Yang glanced at the three elders behind him. Older folks usually prefer local breeds, right? Let's go with the 5 Black Dog. The 5 Black Dog was entirely black, appearing dark and sleek, yet remarkably agile and highly attuned to human emotions. The three elders were Chinese nationals. They likely wouldn't favor foreign breeds. Command received. Nuclear reactor melting residual metal. Initiating shaping process. While shaping the dog, Su Yang also began equipping the robotic dog with technology and weapons. Don't set the lethality too high within the base. But don't reduce its output too much either. Defense capabilities are essential. Speed is also crucial. Soon, Su Yang's fingers danced across the controls. A string of data appeared on the light brain: light energy aggregation, defense shield loading. Capable of briefly forming an ionized protective barrier to block incoming bullets, assassination attempts, etc. Response time, within 1/1000th of a second. Electronic laser eye technology records indicate it can fire a laser beam from the dog's eye area, incinerating opponents. Supersonic mode loading. Speed capable of exceeding the speed of sound. Ancient Dragon Nation dogfighting manual loading. Summons allies to gather farm dogs for dogfights, surrounding and attacking targets. All directional scan loading. Can scan opponents' weak points, controlled by the intelligent optical brain. Chapter 69, Casually Crafting Black Technology. An hour later, Su Yang finally completed the 3 mechanical black dogs. All 3 black dogs were roughly the same size, 50 centimeters tall and 60 centimeters long, with entirely black bodies that made them easily recognizable. Even their tongues were black. With their lifelike appearance enhanced by simulation technology, they could easily be mistaken for genuine black dogs. Lu Dongyuan yawned. An hour had passed and all 3 were feeling a bit sleepy. Fortunately, within the Xuanwu Gonggong, Su Yang had provided them with some technological materials, which piqued their interest. For the rest of the time, they spent a while studying the technological materials. Su Gong, have you finished already? Asked Shu Fubing, sounding a bit surprised. Su Yang gave a nod. I suppose it's done. You guys can verify it, and then it'll be ready for use. It still needs verification? The three exchanged puzzled glances, clearly baffled by the situation. To them, the 5 black dogs appeared remarkably lifelike. However, in their minds, it was just a robotic dog at most, a bit more intelligent. In such a short time, although Su Yang had already created a miracle and even synthesized new metals. Unfortunately, the technology level of what he'd built was likely low due to the extremely short time frame. The verification process is still necessary. These 3 mechanical black dogs will not only ensure basic security for the Southern Theater Command but also provide specialized protection for specific personnel. The 3 men clearly found this hard to believe. Still, they didn't want to offend Su Yang. So they approached with smiles, placing their hands as instructed for verification: facial recognition, voice recognition, breath recognition, palm print recognition, and iris recognition. Only after the data was recorded did Su Yang place the robotic dogs into the testing zone within the combat readiness system. Within the combat readiness system, this 10 square meter testing area, originally designed to test the performance of manufactured shape-shifting metals and materials like Xuanwu Ganggang, it was intended to identify any flaws or defects. However, at this moment, Su Yang was using it to test the functions of the 3 little beasts. Senior Lu, Senior Guang, Senior Chu, give it a try. Su Yang gestured for them to step forward and operate the robotic dogs. All 3 robotic dogs were voice-controlled with strong autonomous capabilities. To facilitate their control, Su Yang had even crafted miniature sensors that adhered near the temples of the 3 elders. Every thought they had could be transmitted through these sensors into the dogs' optical brains. Meanwhile, Su Yang could monitor the 3 elders' conditions. On the main computer of the Xuanwu Ganggang, Lu Dongyuan's thoughts came through via brainwaves. Can such a small dog really protect people? Su Yang wouldn't deceive us old folks, would he? Su Yang, standing nearby, felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected Lu Dongyuan to think that way. The same unease was evident in Elder Guang's expression. It was manufactured too recently. If it fails the test later, I mustn't let it show. We must still pretend to be satisfied. We can't dampen the young man's spirit. After all, Su Gong is so young. Whether in theory or technological prowess, he's already a leader of this era. We need to help him build confidence so he can better serve the nation. Su Yang was truly holding his breath. Xu Fu Bing's thoughts were downright absurd. My vocabulary isn't extensive enough. I can't let those 2 old foxes monopolize all the praise. I need to figure out how to praise Su Gong too. Let me think. I'll need to pair it with the right expressions too. Look genuinely pleased so it doesn't raise suspicion. Su Yang was truly at a loss for words. If he hadn't spontaneously built that sensor, he'd never have known what these 3 were thinking. Absurd. Truly beyond absurd. Soon, old Guang, old Chu, and old Lu all tried it out. Guzzi, run around this 10 square meter area as fast as you can. We're testing your speed. The 3 were actually a bit hypocritical. They didn't hold much hope for Su Yang's technology, yet they were also curious about the level of his scientific research. The next second, 3 mechanical black dogs were sprinting around the 10 square meter area. In just a split second, Wang Qingxian, Xu Fubing, and Lu Dongyuan felt a dark, shadowy figure flash before their eyes before vanishing completely. What just happened? That's way too fast. Even at the very end, all they could make out was a 3-legged black dog trotting leisurely through their field of vision. This phenomenon occurred because the speed was too great for the human eye to capture the complete sequence of events. The human eye can discern images at roughly 60 frames per second. Beyond that frame rate, one sees ghosting and slow motion. Guang Qingxian, Xu Fubing, and Lu Dongyuan could only stare in disbelief. This little black dog actually reached 100 meters per second. The speedometer continued to climb. 200 meters per second? 300 meters per second? The speed keeps climbing. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as it shattered the sound barrier. A robot dog actually ran supersonic. All 3 were utterly stunned. Su Gong, how did you do that? In such a short time, you've actually made this robot dog supersonic. Su Yang made no attempt to hide it. I extracted a tiny bit of Qinglong's technology and integrated it into the robot dog. Additionally, I upgraded the weapon systems on the 3 mechanical black dogs. You can test them out. Also from the Qinglong I casually modified it. I converted the Qinglong's southern brightness fire laser cannon into an electronic eye laser that the robotic dog can fire. Fire it at the test area. This section uses shape-shifting metal whose strength far surpasses the base tier metal used in the mechanical black dogs. It won't be damaged. The 3 looked skeptical. Yet a burning desire to test them surged within them. On Su Yang's end, the sensors picked up their thoughts. 5 black dogs, fire the electronic eye laser. All 3 little black dogs simultaneously lifted their heads and fired laser beams at the wall made of deformable metal. Terrifying beams shot forth, carrying extreme heat that scorched the entire area forged from the shape-shifting metal until it glowed red hot. Fortunately, the robotic dogs used conventional power sources, and their energy output had been deliberately reduced by Su Yang. Otherwise, the shape-shifting metal might have melted partially. They're actually lasers. The trio now harbored no trace of underestimation. A flicker of shame crossed Lu Dongyuan's face. No wonder even a sharp-tongued critic like Chu Buping said you alone could hold off 5 divisions. Such an advanced technological weapon, and you just casually crafted it, Su. I'm thoroughly impressed. Crafting 3 mechanical dogs within an hour, each boasting such advanced technology, Chu Buping could never achieve that. The 3 of them had witnessed a miracle unfold before their very eyes. Only now did the Tsufu soldiers recall Chu Buping's words. Su Gong, Chief Engineer Su, you must be the lead designer of the Xuanwu Gonggang. Chapter 70, Trifles are Nothing to Mention. Bonus Update 1. Xu Bing's words served as a reminder to Guan Qinghan and Lu Dongyuan. They knew that Chu Buping, Guan Yuanze, and Li Shudong simply didn't possess the capability to create robotic dogs in such a short time. After all, they were all part of the first wave of overseas scholars. Though they'd only met occasionally over the decades, they knew each other's research capabilities inside out. Even Chu Buping couldn't teach a disciple like Su Yong. Considering that Qinglong was also born at the Sichuan Academy of Sciences, coupled with Su Yang's understanding of the principles, manufacturing, and construction of the Xuanwu Gonggang, as well as this robotic dog. So who created the Xuanwu Gonggang? The answer was obvious. It could only be Su Yang. Even a figure like Chu Buping addressed Su Yang as Chief Engineer Su. Initially, they hadn't thought much of it, but now they realized just how immense Su Yang's value truly was. Su Yang responded with an awkward yet polite smile. Old Chu, you flatter me. Chief Designer is just a title everyone threw around. The production project for the Xuanwu Gonggang hasn't even been approved by higher-ups yet. I only designed the blueprints because I saw our dragon nation was isolated and weak in the deep sea regions. The actual manufacturing involved numerous researchers and academicians from Sichuan Academy of Sciences. Su is being too modest, Lu Dongyuan remarked with a touch of awe. The true scientific giant was right before his eyes. No wonder even someone as sharp-tongued as Chu Buping spoke of Su Yang with such high praise and profound respect. After the test concluded, Su Yang opened the testing area, and the 3 robotic dogs leaped down with remarkable agility. Their dark, sleek appearance combined with their lively woof 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 vocalizations made them quite spirited. They circled around Lu Dongyuan, Chu Bing, and Guan Qinghan, darting between their feet with obvious delight. These 5 black dogs are truly endearing. They might be useful for search and rescue missions in the future. Theoretically, yes. After all, they run on solar power. They can recharge whenever sunlight hits them during regular activities. Lu Dongyuan gave Su Yang a thumbs up. This isn't just a gift, it's a major technological innovation for our Southern Theater Command. And top tier at that. You're too kind, Lu. These are just little gadgets, nothing to mention, nothing to mention. If anyone else had seen this, they'd have assumed Su Yang was just showing off. But having witnessed the Xuanwu Gonggang he designed and built, and his ability to craft such high-tech marvels in just an hour, they all knew this was nothing special for Su Yang. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Su Yang. He tapped his forehead. I haven't been sleeping well lately. My memory's gone to pot. I almost forgot to send you the research data for the Xuanwu Gonggang. His hands fluttered over the Lightbrain's keys. Since the data is quite extensive, I've temporarily uploaded it into the brains of the 3-5 black dogs. I'll leave it to the 3 elders to study. Alright, Su, rest assured. We'll do our best. After leaving the Xuanwu Gonggang facility, Guan Qinghan summoned Captain Wang Chuan from the Southern Theater Command headquarters. Captain Wang Chuan, please give Su Yang a tour to familiarize him with our Southern Theater Command. The 3 of us old-timers need to study the Xuanwu Gonggang data. Understood. Captain Wang Chuan saluted. Guan Qinghan knew Wang Chuan's temperament well. After a moment's thought, he cautioned. Don't be fooled by Su Gong's youth, he's a bona fide chief engineer. Don't try to push him through military-style training drills or anything like that. If Xiefeng finds out, you'll be looking at a demotion. Push him too hard? Su Yang was a bit confused? But Su Yang soon understood what Guan Qinghan meant. After Guan Qinghan and the others left, Wang Chuan's face broke into a smile. Come on, Su Gong, I'll show you around. Oh, sure. Though he called it a tour, this tour led them straight to the barracks. A mix of veterans and greenhorns were already training together. Under the scorching sun, everyone was struggling to meet their targets. Regardless, whichever team finished last in any event would be subjected to extra drills. This intensely motivated the troops to strive for excellence and foster a winning mentality. Upon spotting Wang Chuan, the drill sergeant in charge hurried over, saluted, and reported. General, is this today's training exercise? Please review it and let us know if there are any areas for improvement. Taking the schedule sheet, Wang Chuan gave it a cursory glance. The training volume is still insufficient. Add 1 set of 10 kilometers with a 20-kilogram load. 10 kilometers of mountainous terrain endurance cross-country. Su Yang, standing nearby, felt his mouth twitch. Wasn't this a bit too harsh? He'd been watching too. The schedule was already packed solid. Adding 2 more items meant they'd probably be training until nightfall. The sergeant felt a chill run down his spine. He regretted coming to ask in the first place. Wang Chuan rolled up his sleeves. Su, you know how to do pull-ups, right? Sure, why? How about we go practice too? Just to boost morale? Su Yang cleared his throat, his face turning beet red. Beneath Wang Chuan's sleeves, every inch was pure muscle. His biceps were nearly twice as thick as his own. This guy was crushing him. One look confirmed that Wang Chuan was undoubtedly a brute. No wonder Guangqing Qian had specifically warned him not to get carried away. Ahem, I'll pass. I've got research to do tomorrow. If I really worked out, I'd probably be so sore I couldn't even lift my arms. Su Yang conceded defeat. Who'd want to train with you anyway? With that build, you'd probably pin my little frame to the ground and grind me into dust. Wang Chuan scratched his head awkwardly, suppressing the urge to jump right into a workout. Yeah, you're right. Come on, Su, let me show you around the rest of the place. Sure. On the way, Su Yang asked curiously, Captain Wang, judging by your shoulder insignia, you're part of the naval forces, right? The Navy mainly handles advanced maritime technology. They rarely engage in actual close combat. But judging by your training regimen, it seems more extensive than ours at Sichuan Academy of Sciences? Wang Chuan explained, every year, the major regions hold joint military exercises and live fire drills. Troop quality becomes crucial. Each region competes for higher ratings. Moreover, our surrounding waters aren't exactly peaceful. Occasionally, we clash with opposing forces. In such situations, we can't fire the first shot, so we have to rely on cold weapons. That really tests individual physical fitness. Additionally, our Southern Theater Command includes submarine forces. These naval units require prolonged underwater operations, working around the clock, which also demands exceptional physical fitness. All things considered, intensifying training has become an inevitability. Su Yang nodded. It seemed the Navy wasn't as easygoing as outsiders claimed. They approached a relatively rustic 4-story building. From a second-floor window, Qinglong spotted Su Yang and thought she must be seeing things. She squinted and realized she hadn't imagined it. It really is Su Gong. Qinglong called out from the second floor, her clear voice ringing out as she waved down at Su Yang below. Su Gong, over here. Look this way. Have you come to pick us up from the Southern Theater Command? Chapter 71, The Awakening of the Giant Undersea Volcano Bonus Chapter 2. Su Yang glanced up at Qinglong. By now, Qinglong and the others had moved into the temporary lodgings arranged by the Southern Theater Command. Su Yang dismissed Qinglong's question. It's highly unlikely you'll be able to return anytime soon. Huh? Qinglong felt utterly dejected. After all, she'd made a complete fool of herself here and wanted to escape this trouble spot as soon as possible. Even this short half-day felt like an ordeal. Gather everyone who has ever controlled the Xuanwu Gonggang. I have something to discuss with them, Su Yan told Qinglong. Qinglong was reluctant, but she still went to Lin Yuan, Yan Qinxue, and the others' rooms, knocking on each door to find them. Before long, everyone had gathered. Lin Yuan, Song Bo, Yan Qinxue, Qinglong, Su Ling. Su Gong, what are your instructions? Su Ling inquired. Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at the 5 present. You all performed exceptionally well against the underwater assault by the footbasin chickens this time. You possess hands-on combat experience with the Xuanwu Gonggang. Therefore, I hope you will stay behind to assist the Southern Theater Command personnel in adapting to the Xuanwu Gonggang more swiftly and instructing them on its operation. Guide them. That way, once the subsequent Xuanwu Gonggang units are built, they can rapidly achieve combat readiness. A thought flashed through Qinglong's mind. She tentatively asked, Su Gong, you didn't know from the start that the Southern Theater Command would take us away, did you? Did you already decide to keep us here in the Southern Theater Command? Su Yang didn't deny it. Of course, I could teach the Southern Theater Command myself, but I have other responsibilities to attend to researching new technologies. So this time, I'll be counting on you all. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. Qinglong murmured softly, alright then. I'll stay. Su Ling tugged at Qinglong's hand. Wherever Yao Yao is, I'll be there too. Besides, safeguarding our nation is our duty. I'm staying as well. Su Yang nodded. Though Qinglong could be a bit crazy and obsessive at times, she remained clear-headed when it came to matters of principle. As for Su Ling, with her military background, her passion for safeguarding the nation and serving the country was beyond question. That left only Yan Qinxue, Song Bo, and Lin Yuan. Su Yang's gaze settled on Yan Qingxu, Song Bo, and Lin Yuan. You 3 belong neither to the Sichuan Academy of Sciences nor the Southern Theater Command. We've also investigated your family backgrounds. Your contact with the Xuanwu Gonggang was purely coincidental. Therefore, whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you. If you choose to stay, the Southern Theater Command will ensure you receive fair treatment in all respects. If you wish to leave, that is also acceptable, but you must erase all memories related to the Southern Theater Command and Xuanwu Gonggang from this period. Su Yang produced a glowing transparent glass sphere. Vaguely visible within were various circuit components. This is a little gadget I made in my spare time. It can erase certain memories. If you choose to leave, no significant memories will remain. You may discuss it among yourselves. The decision rests entirely with you. Su Yang had assumed a playboy like Lin Yuan wouldn't choose to stay, but he was wrong. Lin Yuan was the first to step forward, looking somewhat like a rogue. I'm staying. My family's Kunping company has always focused on technology, but that's not where my ambitions lie. If it weren't for my old man at home thinking I'm the family's only heir and constantly blocking my path, I would have joined the military long ago. This time, I'll decide for myself. Su Yang was curious. You really like being a soldier? Lin Yuan shook his head. Honestly, no. Then why did you keep wanting to join the military? Lin Yuan chuckled. I'm a disgruntled youth. I don't like being a soldier, but I love fighting the Japanese. Ha hey. Lin Yuan gestured wildly, performing a series of martial arts moves that looked surprisingly authentic. Su Yang was both amused and exasperated. Alright then. But you'll have to go explain this to your old man yourself. If he doesn't approve, the Southern Theater Command won't accept you either. He definitely will. He'll agree for sure. If he doesn't, I'll get a vasectomy unless he wants the Lin family line to die out. Su Yang. Yan Qin Xue. Xin Yao and Su Ling's pupils dilated. Wang Chuan blurted out for no reason, good for you, kid. That takes guts. Su Yang cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. He thought Xin Yao was the only one acting weird in this group of 5. Looks like there'll be one more now. Yan Qinxue, Uncle Song, what about you too? Yan Qinxue thought for a moment before replying, Su Gong, we want to stay too. I already died once down there at the bottom of the sea. Faced with the greater good of our nation, I have no reason to back down. Though I, Yan Qinxue, am but a woman, I am no coward. If the troops need me, I shall not hesitate to serve. Yan Qinxue was inherently an independent, self-reliant woman with great vision. She possessed her own sense of pride. With so many others staying behind, she certainly wouldn't leave either. If the young lady stays, I stay too. Song Bo was Yan Qingxue's loyal servant. Yan Qingxue's decision was his decision. Very well. Since that is the case, we'll proceed tomorrow. Captain Wang Chuan, select some elite personnel from your unit. They will coordinate with them to conduct training on the use of the Xuanwu Gonggung system. Rest assured, Su Gong. Leave it to me. I'll gather the Southern Theater Command's most skilled operators, the absolute best in CNC electronic components and system handling, and assign them to you. Captain Wang Chuan beamed. Suddenly, an alarm sounded throughout the Southern Theater Command. Monitoring indicates intense tectonic activity in the northern oceanic crust of Dragon Nation. A high-intensity earthquake is imminent. Magnitude 7.5. Hypocenter depth 20 kilometers. Seismic waves approaching. Undersea earthquakes occur frequently, but since the ocean typically absorbs most of the energy by the time it reaches the surface, the energy is significantly reduced, rarely causing any extraordinary phenomena. However, undersea earthquakes are usually around magnitude 5 or 6, with major quakes of magnitude 8.0 being extremely rare. A magnitude 7.5 quake would likely generate a devastating tsunami. True to form, 10 seconds later, the entire Northern Ocean was rocked by a violent tremor. The powerful energy fluctuations were felt even in the distant Southern Theater Command. Su Yang and his team had no time to seek cover. They were all knocked off balance and nearly fell to the ground. Inside the laboratory, the 3 elderly scientists conducting research also felt the tremors distinctly. They immediately took cover in corners and beneath lab tables. The 3 black dogs, their eyes bloodshot and teeth bared, stared intently toward the Northern Ocean, remaining on constant alert. Moments later, as the seismic waves subsided, the group staggered to their feet. Wang Chuan brushed the dust off his clothes. Su Gong, I need to assemble the troops to assess earthquake damage. Wang Chuan saluted Su Yang and quickly departed. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the Northern Ocean earthquake, that dormant volcano, for reasons unknown, had reignited. Even more terrifying was the fact that, beneath thousands of meters of ocean depths, the dormant volcano now erupted with countless streams of magma. The entire undersea landmass began rapidly growing upward. Gradually, it began to emerge from the sea. Finally, the sea surface itself was scorched until it boiled. Chapter 72, A Strategic Stronghold. Does the Northern Ocean also have major seismic zones? Su Yang mused. Among natural disasters beyond human control, earthquakes were undoubtedly the most terrifying. Minor tremors were manageable, causing little disruption. But major quakes could shift entire continental plates. Their power was superhuman. No matter how powerful human efforts might be, they could never control an earthquake. Yan Qinxue recalled the map from Project Gonggung, dotted with red markers indicating seismic zones. The Northern Ocean does have a major seismic belt. You mean the Pacific Ring of Fire? Su Ling asked in surprise. Yan Qingxue nodded. That's the one. Su Yang had heard of this seismic belt as well. This particular belt has been dormant for 1,000 years. Why would it suddenly reactivate? Su Yang sensed there was more to it than met the eye. Meanwhile, within the Southern Theater Command, soldiers were already being directed to gradually remove damaged items from offices and dormitories. Be careful. There might be aftershocks. If anything feels off, get out and run to open ground. If you can't make it, take cover in a triangular wall corner. I'll go check on old Guang and the others. Got it, Su Gong. The Northern Ocean earthquake was detected by Longwei in real time. At a seismic monitoring station in Central Dragon Nation. A 3-kilometer-long probe was inserted into the ground here. It could clearly detect high-frequency seismic waves emanating from beneath the Earth. Neither shear waves nor P waves could evade the probe's detection. Seismic Monitoring Station, Detection Center. A heavy-set man clad in a white shirt stared intently at the large screen connected to the detector. Have we located the epicenter yet? Lu Qinghan's face was etched with worry. This earthquake had struck too swiftly. Fortunately, its distance was sufficient, otherwise, the Dragon Nation might well have been caught in its wake. Staff fingers raced across the control center keyboard, the clatter of keys pelting down like a torrential downpour. The location was pinpointed swiftly. Found it. The epicenter is at 113.18 foot east longitude, 1719 north latitude. Deploy our underwater robots and proceed to that location immediately. Roger that. The seismic monitoring station immediately dispatched the underwater robot. Meanwhile, the international community was already in an uproar. The Dragon Nation earthquake had captured the attention of numerous countries. Within the Republic of Korea. After days and nights of firefighting, the blaze at Sanling Heavy Industries was finally extinguished. The facility lay completely destroyed by the flames. The ground was littered with the aftermath of the conflagration. Numerous foot-basin chicken citizens perished in the flames. Ueda Nobu clenched his fists, seething with hatred, wishing he could tear Longwei apart with his bare hands. Ueda Nobu, nominally a senior executive at Sanling Heavy Industries, held an actual military rank within the Ministry of Defense. As the de facto power behind the company, he could not escape accountability for such a catastrophic incident and would inevitably face punishment from above. Dragon Nation, this grudge shall not go unavenged. I, Nozomi, swear I shall not rest until it is settled. He drew his katana and roared defiantly toward the heavens. At that moment, a Korean woman approached, bowing respectfully to Ueda. Lord Nob, said Yae Yamiko, her voice devoid of emotion, her eyes gleaming with cunning, our informant has delivered favorable news. Ueda Nob's voice was deep. What good news? Yoshimiko handed him a photograph. Anyone involved would instantly recognize this as the scene of the Genbu Ganggang incident. The photograph also contained 5 individuals, Qin Yao, Su Ling, Yin Qinxue, Lin Yuan, and Song Bo. Yeah, Huimei explained, these 5 individuals are the operators who emerged from that nameless mech. Originally, under Dragon Nation's Ganggang project, filming pilots' faces was prohibited for security reasons. Even entry required special clearance. But that didn't stop our informant. The operators of the nameless mecha. Ha! Well done. Ueda Nob's excitement was palpable, but his expression quickly darkened. Send our people to attempt defection. If they can be swayed, excellent. If not, create some accidents and extract their brain data. Understood. Additionally, there's another piece of information I believe will interest you greatly. Go on. Yoshimi Himizo whispered, Dragon Nation has just suffered a major earthquake. Magnitude 7.5. It seems aftershocks are still ongoing. Their people are currently heading toward the affected area for investigation. Our team has also gathered preliminary information. Beneath the northern seas of Dragon Nation lies a convergence point of seismic zones. That area was originally home to dormant volcanoes. But for some unknown reason, those dormant volcanoes have reawakened, and all the pressure from the seismic belt has been vented through that area. Dragon Nation must have been affected as well. Ueda mobilized space-based remote sensing satellites for observation. Sure enough, a section of the Northern Ocean showed boiling seawater lava erupting from beneath, scorching the surface. That region now stood in stark contrast, a realm of ice and fire. The affected area was expanding at an alarming rate. Ueda Nob expressed mild surprise. It truly has reawakened. Could it be that Zhang Zhaogong triggered the core explosion, reactivating the dormant undersea volcano? That was indeed a possibility. When energy reaches a certain threshold and pierces the surface, it can indeed alter the flow of underground magma. Satellite imagery shows such a vast area glowing red. With this massive volume of magma, a new large island will likely form here. This would be a major natural platform at sea, a strategic location fiercely contested by military powers. The Dragon Nation is in trouble this time. Yeah, Huimei questioned, can those small nations in Northeast Asia really cause trouble for the Dragon Nation? Ueda Nob sneered coldly, no matter how many ants there are, they can't bite an elephant to death. But ants can summon elephants. At the Earthquake Monitoring Center, Lu Qinghan frowned with worry. Report, the cause has been identified. It's the eruption of a supervolcano that's been dormant for 1,000 years. Combined with recent tectonic activity in this region, these two factors have culminated in a super earthquake. What's astonishing is that vast amounts of magma are erupting above sea level at a visible pace, continuously piling up. It has already formed a small island measuring 100 square meters. The island's area continues to expand. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghan's worried expression vanished, replaced by overwhelming joy. In the past, our dragon nation was weak, and our marine technology lagged far behind other technological powers. With the backing of these superpowers, neighboring small nations brazenly seized our islands. To this day, over 100 islands remain unrecovered. This new island reef is positioned at the very center of the Northern Ocean, enabling us to easily extend our influence to every island in the region. Once military facilities are established there, our nation will no longer be constrained by geographical limitations. We can effortlessly deter neighboring countries, and reclaiming other islands and reefs will be merely a matter of time. Report this information to Higher Command and notify the Southern Theater Command. Additionally, collect a magma sample and send it to the Southern Theater Command. Understood. Chapter 73, The Philippine Monkey Causes Trouble. After Lu Qinghan collected the sample, it was immediately sent to the Southern Theater Command. Following deliberations among Longwa's High Command, it was decided to immediately dispatch forces to secure the newly emerged island. Within the Southern Theater Command, Captain Wang Chuan's command echoed through the base, summoning all personnel to assemble. Even soldiers repairing walls and transporting supplies sprinted toward him. Soldiers, the party and the nation call upon us in this hour of trial. A new island has emerged in our northern seas. We must protect them. All odd-numbered naval personnel not on leave today, board the Coast Guard vessels with me. Submarine crews, stand by for underwater support at all times. The rest of you remain at the base, maintain constant vigilance, monitor incoming signals at all times, and be ready to respond swiftly. A large group advanced toward the island formed by the undersea volcanic eruption. On Su Yang's side, Lu Qinghan handed him the collected samples, though they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary black quartzite. Since Xu Fu Bing, Guanqing Qian, and Lu Dongyuan were all occupied with researching the Xuanwu Gonggang, Su Yang took over the task of analyzing the samples. Unfamiliar with the Southern Theater Command's lab equipment, Su Yang simply entered the Xuanwu Gonggang's interior, activated its second form, and conducted his analysis within the small laboratory section of its combat readiness system. Light brain, analyze sample composition. Command received. Analyzing. A beam of blue light projected from the optical brain onto the pitch-black sample. The Xuanwu Gonggang's optical brain system was arguably one of the most advanced in the world, boasting super-fast processing speeds. Within a single second, the optical brain had scanned and analyzed the composition. Primary components, quartzite, calcium carbide. Minor components, calcified energy amethyst. Other components include molecular oxide compounds of manganese, aluminum, and magnesium, comprising 1%, 5%, and 3% respectively. What Su Yang hadn't anticipated was that this palm-sized piece of quartzite contained a full 30% energy amethyst. Detected host possessing energy amethyst. Shall it be catalogued as an irreproducible rare material? Add. You may obtain 100 insight points. Su Yang was quite surprised to receive insight points. After all, he had only obtained them before by severely injuring Eagle-san and later by severely injuring Footbasin Chicken. Otherwise, it was by incorporating the technology of this era into the system. But that method yielded far fewer insight points. Yet now, within these palm-sized quartzite fragments, just 30% energy-infused amethyst granted him a full 100 insight points. This was an immense stroke of luck for Su Yang. Still, Su Yang didn't rush to incorporate them. After all, he hadn't fully understood these things yet. He had previously attempted to synthesize energy amethyst using the light energy matter synthesizer, only to discover it was utterly impossible. A material the system itself sought to collect was clearly no ordinary substance. He soon noticed the system prompt and understood why. Energy amethyst, due to its unique properties, only originates from supernova explosions. Therefore, it cannot be synthesized under normal circumstances. Even in the future world, energy amethysts become increasingly scarce with use. Once depleted, they can only be replenished by embarking on interstellar voyages to acquire more within the cosmos. Energy amethyst can be incorporated into metal composite materials. Any object infused with it will see its properties exponentially enhanced across the board. Moreover, its most formidable capability lies in its exceptional conductivity and discharge properties, forming the cornerstone of wireless power transmission in the future. That final sentence undoubtedly caught Su Yang's attention. Wireless power transmission. If wireless power transmission were perfected, there would be no need for so many high-voltage power lines, and energy loss would be minimized. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Yang. If energy amethyst were applied to the Xuanwu Gonggang, its lightning-generating capabilities might become even more formidable. With this thought in mind, Su Yang set to work. using the available machinery to purify the energy amethyst. After some time, he finally obtained a tiny piece of energy amethyst, no larger than a fingernail. Even a mosquito is meat, Su Yang muttered to himself, resigned to making do with what he had. He then gathered some shapeshifting metal to forge 3 small axes, embedding miniature thunder god technology into each. There was no other choice, the nail-sized piece of energy crystal was only enough for 3 axes. Su Yang was purely testing whether the energy amethyst lived up to the system's exaggerated claims. Wearing specially designed gloves and wielding the morphing metal axes, Su Yang stood in a 10 square meter test area and swung the axes at a morphing metal wall. Instantly, a blinding red lightning bolt, sharp as a blade, erupted from the top of the axe. A hissing sound filled the air as smoke billowed. The shapeshifting metal was scorched black. Su Yang began analyzing the data. After miniaturizing Thunder God technology, a single axe can now discharge 220 volts of household voltage with a sustained current of 1 ampere. But with the addition of energy amethyst, both voltage stability and sustainable current output increased tenfold. That's simply unbelievable. Once sufficient energy crystals are applied to the Xuanwu Gonggang, its Thunder God coverage will also increase tenfold. This leaves the Xuanwu Gonggang with virtually no weaknesses. In the days that followed, Su Yang dismantled another axe, extracting its energy amethyst for further experiments. He also called Wang Chuan, specifically instructing him to transport more reef rock samples from the new islands whenever possible. Within days, Wang Chuan coordinated a dredger with a large transport vessel to bring back dozens of tons of reef samples containing energy crystals. After a week away, Wang Chuan looked exhausted, yawning widely with dark circles under his eyes. Su Gong, do you think this amount of ore is sufficient? If it's enough, I'll head back to the front lines. If not, I'll have them make a few more trips. Su Yang scanned the reef samples scattered on the ground. They were vibrantly colored, with some energy amethysts even exposed on the surface. Su Yang was also somewhat surprised. How could there be so many energy crystals? A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the underwater volcano's eruption had melted the energy crystal mountain, fusing it with the volcanic magma? This newly formed reef is in the sea area where the Gangdong project competition took place, right? That's the spot. Wang Chuan turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and came back. He looked at Su Yang with a worried expression and asked, Su Gong, could you help me forge some cold weapons? Su Yang was puzzled. We're in the age of hot weapons. What do you need cold weapons for? Mentioning this made Wang Chuan feel downcast. He pulled 2 cigarettes from his pack, lighting one for himself and one for Su Yang. Didn't a new reef appear in our northern seas recently? Then those Filipinos came stirring trouble, claiming the reef as theirs. Naturally, we couldn't let that slide. So clashes erupted between both sides. Dragon Nation has always cherished peace, even when friction arises with neighbors. We rarely fire the first shot unless they cross the line. The Filipino monkeys know this well. They've kept their actions within limits, advancing when we retreat, retreating when we advance. They've only been harassing us, and we haven't been able to pin anything on them yet. It eventually escalated into physical combat. But these monkeys have no honor in battle, they actually pulled out cold weapons. Our brothers didn't have proper arms, and after a dozen skirmishes these past few days, many of our brothers have been injured. That's why I thought of asking you to craft some weapons. Su Yang pondered for a moment. As a tech creator, I've never actually forged cold weapons before. Oh, right, I still have 2 axes. You can make do with those for now. If you need more, I'll craft a few extra for you later. Chapter 74, The Thunder God Axes. 2 axes? Wang Chuan felt uneasy, his heart heavy with regret. Su Gong, isn't 2 axes a bit pitiful? Su Yang stammered. Don't underestimate my axes. My axes can discharge electricity. One swing takes down a whole bunch. Wang Chuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What kind of axe could possibly shoot electricity? He was about to say he was in a hurry and leave, but Su Yang had already gone to fetch the axe. Wang Chuan had no choice but to wait. Before long, Su Yang handed him the 2 axes that hadn't been dismantled yet. Just holding it activates the circuit. This is the energy release switch. It has a switch? Su, isn't this a bit over the top? Wang Chuan clearly didn't believe these axes had anything special about them. After all, Su Yang's shapeshifting metal technology had long reached perfection. Almost everything crafted from his shapeshifting metal looked incredibly realistic, indistinguishable from real axes. In fact, the unique patterns on them gave them an even more sci-fi feel. Su Yang offered no explanation. He simply picked up the axe, pressed the energy release switch, and swung it through the air at a nearby 1-meter-tall granite block. Instantly, a terrifying crimson lightning bolt surged toward the stone, causing it to explode in an instant. Wang Chuan sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes still fixed on the lingering crimson flash. Su, is that really an axe? What kind of axe shoots electricity? Just as Su Yang was about to explain, Guanqingqian called, "Su, come over. We need your expertise for this detailed study on the Xuanwu Ganggang. There are some detailed issues that require your guidance to resolve." "Alright, I'll be right over." After hanging up, Su Yang said earnestly, "Just make do with this for now. Time is tight. And without raw materials, I can't produce many axes for you." "Oh, right, I'm calling this thing the Thunder God Axe." With that, Su Yang jogged off toward the research building. Wang Chuan stared blankly at the two axes in his hands. Damn it, with these divine weapons, what do our brothers have to fear in close combat? Overjoyed, Wang Chuan carried the two Thunder God axes back to the Beihai warship. This transport vessel was the ship he had returned on. Fu Qingshu had been waiting aboard the Beihai for 2 hours. "Old Wang, you're finally back. Just moments ago, those damn monkeys tried to stir up trouble again. Our frontline soldiers are fearless, but the enemy has too many cold weapons. Our men are starting to struggle. We desperately need a large supply of cold weapons to turn the tide." Only then did Fu Qingshu notice that Wang Chuan had only 2 axes in hand. Everything else was empty, and there were no supply transport vehicles in the rear. "Didn't you say that after delivering supplies, you'd bring in a batch of cold weapons? Where are the cold weapons? Surely it's not just these 2 axes you're holding?" Fu Qingshu, a staff officer from the Southern Theater Command, was feeling rather overwhelmed. "Don't underestimate these 2 axes. These were forged by Su Gong." Fu Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. He picked up the axes and scraped his finger along the sharpened edge. Even if they were forged by Su Gong, they're still just axes. At least they're sharp. Give them 2 sturdy iron handles. We'll probably still fight at a distance. We can take down a few monkeys even from across the warship. "What? You want to weld iron handles onto this high-tech weapon? Did I hear that right?" The thought alone made his heart ache. To prevent Fu Qingshu from ruining things, Wang Chuan quickly snatched the Thunder God Axe from his hands. What a waste of a precious tool. This thing discharges electricity. It's highly lethal. Fu Qingshu scoffed. "Electric shocks? Old Wang, did those monkey bastards knock some sense out of you the other day?" Wang Chuan's face darkened. "Forget it. You wouldn't believe me anyway." Fu Qingshu snorted. "If this thing really shoots electricity, I'll eat this axe whole." "You're the one who said it." In the Northern Ocean, the newly emerged island was named by the Southern Theater Command Dragon Island. It signified that every inch of Dragon Nation's territory was inviolable. Several days had passed since the undersea volcanic eruption, yet Dragon Nation continued to expand, though at a relatively slower pace. Like a colossal pillar rising from the ocean floor, it pierced directly through the sea surface. Certain sections had even risen entirely above the water's surface. Due to the volcanic eruption, the waters near Dragon Island were boiling. Like boiling water, the surface is littered with countless dead fish and marine animals, including even large aquatic creatures like blue whales. At this moment, several small boats and a 20-meter-long Philippine military Coast Guard vessel were patrolling Dragon Island. In the eyes of these Filipinos, while the Dragon Nation possessed vast territories, this area lay hundreds of kilometers from the mainland and simply did not belong to the Dragon Nation. The Filipinos were tough operators, clearly here to fight. The Dragon Nation, naturally, wouldn't tolerate such behavior. A large Coast Guard vessel was already sailing toward the scene. Over the past few days, they'd exchanged several rounds of water cannon fire. Neither side was willing to back down. Sure enough, barely half a day after Wang Chuan and his crew departed, the fighting erupted again. Finally, they took refuge on the cooled land of Long Island above. "Damned Filipinos! Come on! Look at this big stick in my hand. You wanna try? You're done for." The Dragon Nation side was temporarily lacking in cold weapons. After all, we usually rely on high-precision firearms and ammunition. Who could have imagined we'd ever resort to cold steel? But the soldiers of the Southern Theater Command showed no sign of backing down. They just went straight in. Truth be told, the Filipino side's equipment wasn't particularly sophisticated either. The katana swords they wielded didn't appear to be top tier either, falling into the lower grade category. But they were still far more effective than the clubs wielded by Wang Chuan's group. Sticks aren't like steel, they'd snap after just a couple of swings. This made fighting them cautious and hesitant. As more and more Fey monkeys arrived to support the attack, the Dragon Nation forces began to struggle to hold their ground. How did so many Fey monkeys show up? A soldier gritted his teeth. Hundreds of enemy reinforcements had suddenly appeared. They clearly came prepared. Most likely, they reinforced their numbers under cover of night last night. Damn it, we need reinforcements too. Damn it, retreat is out of the question. I've never backed down from a fight. Brothers, charge! A shout rang out, the battle cry shaking the heavens. Blood spattered everywhere, and the air was thick with screams. The entire Dragon Island was swarming with bodies. Wang Chuan and Fu Qingshu, who had just arrived, saw the scene and their eyes instantly reddened. Damn it, a bunch of monkeys. Think they can turn the world upside down?
The Beihai warship immediately docked at Dragon Island.
Wang Chuan handed Fu Qingshu a thunder god axe.
Take this. He charged straight into the crowd. The thunder god axe was activated at maximum power from a distance by Wang Chuan.
All of you, go to hell. The release button clicked open.
A terrifying crimson lightning bolt crackled and hissed like a massive thunder serpent, striking directly at the densest part of Fei Ho's group.
Instantly,
green smoke began rising from Fei Ho and his men,
followed by bursts of flames engulfing them. What is this?
Their screams abruptly ceased as multiple targets collapsed dead to the ground.
Chapter 75, Sugong quality guaranteed.
Fu Qingshu was stunned by the scene. That crimson bolt of lightning had electrocuted them instantly, leaving scorched marks on their bodies, some areas charred and mangled beyond recognition. Fu Qingshu sucked in a sharp breath, but immediately recalled Wang Chuan's words. This was high-tech crafted by Sugong.
Eager to try it himself, he charged forward wielding the thunder god axe.
Mimicking Captain Wang Chuan's actions, he pressed the switch,
raised the thunder god axe,
and unleashed its power at the Fey monkeys across the field. Soldiers from the Southern Theater Command watched in stunned silence.
What the hell is this?
Captain Wang and the Chief of Staff are commanding the thunder and lightning. Their own soldiers quickly stepped aside.
Shouldn't Chief of Staff Fu be directing operations from the rear? Why is he personally joining the fray? Such a scene would have been unimaginable under normal circumstances. Wang Chuan wielded the thunder god axe, charging in and out 3 times with unmatched valor, lightning clearing his path.
Fu Qingshu never imagined his 200-pound frame could one day carve a path through enemy ranks with such devastating force.
Sugong products are always top-notch, Fu Qingshu thought,
growing more exhilarated with every strike. In past clashes between Dragon Nation and Monkey Nation,
no one had ever imagined an outright gunfight. After all, no one wanted to fire the first shot, so most went unarmed.
Beyond cold weapons,
it came down to bare-knuckle combat. The key point was this: if you called it a lethal weapon, that was fine. If you called it a cold weapon, that was also acceptable. The other side couldn't pin anything on you. It was perfectly normal for me to kill a few people with cold weapons, right? That's perfectly reasonable, right? The Monkey Kingdom never imagined that Wang Chuan and Fu Qingshu would return with such devastating weapons. Having several times the manpower was useless. It was merely the difference between electrocuting one person and electrocuting a group. One by one, the Fey monkeys lost their former arrogance, replaced by endless terror. The Fey monkeys were utterly helpless. Damn it, what is this? Some kind of black tech from the Dragon Nation? You dare fire the first shot? Don't you fear we'll declare war on you? General Kun Sa,
a middle-aged man among the Philippine troops,
roared angrily. Wang Chuan snorted,
swinging his weapon as he drove the enemy back step by step.
Which eye of yours saw us using black technology? This is cold weaponry. What? Only you're allowed to use cold weapons? Does that mean we can't use axes to de-axe people? What kind of international joke is this?
Wang Chuan finished speaking,
but didn't stop unleashing his fury on the enemy. Lightning bolts erupted relentlessly from the thunder god axe,
appearing as if conjured from thin air, a terrifying sight that sent dozens crashing to the ground dead.
One strike pierced 3, one strike pierced 10, one strike, 15 down. The Feiho armies suffered a crushing defeat. Even under Wang Chuan's lock-on, a single swing of the axe sent lightning striking Kun Sa's arm, tearing one of his hands clean off. Damn it! Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Withdraw from the island immediately.
Kun Sa gritted his teeth against the agony, his face deathly pale and drained of color,
his entire being wilted and defeated. Mockery rang out across Dragon Island. A tiny country no bigger than an egg dares to encroach on Dragon Nation's territory. Consider this your lesson. Captain Wang, Staff Officer Fu. What kind of black tech is this? Where did they get this? Let us see it too. A group of soldiers crowded around Wang Chuan and Fu.
Though Wang Chuan was usually strict with them, in reality, he got along very well with these soldiers, always approachable and down-to-earth.
Look all you want, but don't break it.
This thing is rare, only 2 exist in the entire world.
After the victory, the soldiers started getting rowdy. Each of them wanted to take a closer look. Wang Chuan handed the axe to them, satisfying their curiosity. Don't hurt anyone, and don't go randomly unleashing lightning either. If Fei Ho shows up again, we won't have time to recharge before things go south.
The soldiers studied it for a while but couldn't figure out much.
Amazing. It looks just like an ordinary axe, but when it releases lightning,
it packs such incredible power.
Advisor Fu, when will you issue one to each of us personal guards? That'd give us some motivation to fight those monkeys. Someone quipped.
Fu, the military advisor, tucked the thunder god axe into his belt as if afraid someone might snatch it away.
Don't ask me, I only have one myself. If you want one, you'll have to ask Captain Wang. Wang Chuan gestured at the ground beneath their feet. This is our Dragon Nation's latest technological breakthrough, the Thunder God Axe. As long as we hold this ground beneath our feet, I guarantee that as long as you remain in this position, every man will have one. The moment these words left his mouth, the soldiers present erupted in excitement. Wang Chuan's expression suddenly turned stern. Enough. Soldiers must maintain military discipline. Effective immediately. Squadrons 12 and 14. Remain at your posts. Squadrons 16 and 19. Follow me to the transport ship. We'll take back more rock samples from Dragon Island. Fu Qingxiu, standing nearby, whispered cautiously, Old Wang, there are hundreds of people here. Are you really going to get that many Thunder God Axes? Wang Chuan recalled Su Yang's words. All they needed was to transport more ore. A few hundred axes? Shouldn't be too much trouble. Should be manageable. It'll just require a bit more effort from that person. That person only needed a few more reef samples. Within the Southern Theater Command, Su Yang had already begun purifying the energy amethysts. However, the purification process was too slow. He entered the four-dimensional workshop again and replicated the future energy amethyst purification machine. Congratulations, host, consuming 500 insight points. The purple crystal No. 1 purification machine has been successfully manufactured. Purple crystal No. 1 can purify 1 ton of energy purple crystals per hour. 500 insight points. In the past, Su Yang would have been heartbroken to part with that many. Fortunately, energy amethyst could be exchanged for insight points. Judging by the amount of energy crystals consumed by the Thunder God's axe, upgrading the Xuanwu Gonggang would require at least 10 cubic units of energy crystals. Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. That was an enormous amount. Well, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Only by fusing with energy crystals can the Xuanwu Gonggang unleash more powerful thunderstorms. Back in Feiho, after Koan Sha returned, he was reprimanded by his country's high-ranking officials. Kunsha, how on earth did you lead your troops? Over 1,000 men couldn't defeat 200 or 300 from the Dragon Nation, and we suffered 300 casualties. Kuan Sha's face flushed crimson. General, they used some kind of high-tech weapon, a special axe that discharges electricity. General Lone Dog flew into a rage and kicked Kun Sa hard. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Do axes in your family emit electricity? Chapter 76, Alliances and Schemes. Kuan Sha clutched his stomach. His face twisted in agony. Already missing one arm. This beating left him utterly miserable. General, I'm telling the truth. Doubt it? Check the footage. Our men recorded it. General Lone Dog delivered another kick, sending Kun Sa flying. If you had footage, why didn't you say so earlier? Kuan Sha felt utterly wronged. You never gave me a chance to speak. General Lone Dog snorted coldly. This matter alone makes you deserve death. You've cost us hundreds of men. Getting beaten up is the least of your worries. After being warned, Kun Sa dared not say another word. General Lone Dog activated the recorder. As the footage played, he watched in utter disbelief as the two men from Dragon Nation wielded what appeared to be an ordinary axe only to unleash bolts of lightning. So there really are glowing axes in this world? Absolutely true. Kun Sa pointed to his bound arm. By now, that arm was charred black. The only thing awaiting him now was amputation. There was no other option. Lone Dog fell silent. Though Kun Sa was incompetent, he wouldn't go so far as to maim himself for a fake. It simply wasn't worth it. Leave the video here. You and the wounded soldier should go get medical treatment. Yes. Kun Sa retreated nervously. Lone Dog then dialed a number across the ocean. Hello, Admiral Qiao Buyo? This is Lone Dog from the Philippine military. His tone turned exceedingly polite. Indeed, he was communicating with his eagle daddy. Oh, it's you, General Lone Dog. What's the matter? General Lone Dog adopted a serious tone. General Qiao Buyo, I've sent you a document for your review. It contains evidence of Dragon Nation's blatant aggression against our Philippine monkey nation. We've already suffered 300 to 400 casualties. Didn't we sign a strategic partnership agreement? Should either party come under attack, the other must send troops to provide support. I believe now is the time for you to act. Admiral Qiao Buyao's heart skipped a beat. He then opened the video. General Lone Dog, you can't be serious. You expect me to send troops based on some random video? Qiao Buyao inwardly cursed Lone Dog for trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Lone Dog began justifying himself, detailing the incident's cause, course, and outcome. But Qiao Buyue wasn't listening. Enough, General Lone Dog. Our strategic partnership agreement between the two nations only applies when the enemy uses lethal weapons and casualties occur. Your video makes it hard for me to believe it wasn't fabricated. Next time you seek assistance, I expect you to present more legitimate reasons. Before Lone Dog could protest further, Qiao Buyo hung up. Damn it! Lonely Dog flung the phone aside. Damn eagles, going back on their word like that. The recorders were all imported from your Eagle-chan country. Can't you tell if the video is real or fake?
That bastard clearly doesn't want to send troops to help us.
After his anger subsided, Gudian regained his composure. That Dragon Island holds a crucial strategic position, right at the heart of Dragon Nation's maritime territory. Once occupied by the Dragon Nation, they'll swiftly establish military facilities. Then, with their aircraft, they could reach our territory in short order without needing aerial refueling.
Even the islands we seized when their maritime control was weak could be reclaimed by them.
We absolutely cannot let their scheme succeed. Night descended.
The black night sky stretched like a vast curtain,
untainted by the murk of land. Above the sea, stars shone brilliantly,
their radiance piercing the azure heavens.
The personnel on duty at Dragon Island suddenly spotted rapid flashes of light in the distance. Heading straight for Dragon Island, the duty personnel immediately sounded the alarm, reporting an emergency. A massive vessel is rapidly bearing down on us. Should we intercept? Should we intercept? Just as Wang Chuan was about to order interception,
the radio crackled with a voice from the fishing vessel. We are fishermen from the Philippines. Our vessel has lost control.
We're making an emergency landing. Vessels ahead. Please take evasive action. Damn. What a coincidence, a runaway fishing boat. Wang Chuan frowned. Meanwhile, another island patrol team also spotted an unidentified object approaching. Report. Report. Unidentified object detected northwest of Dragon Island.
Appears to be a suspicious vessel.
Another suspicious vessel?
The radio crackled again.
Vessels ahead. Please give way. We are fishermen from Monkey Nation. Our propellers struck a reef and we require temporary shelter at the island. We have journalists John Cao and Hans Cat aboard. If possible, please ensure our safety. Soon after, fishing boats from Monkey Nation, Old Monkey Nation,
and Thai Monkey Nation arrived. Most radio messages followed the same pattern,
requesting a brief rest on Dragon Island.
Reporting, enemy vessels are approaching from 5 directions.
We cannot intercept them all.
When Dragon Nation deployed troops to guard the island this time, they hadn't anticipated needing rocket launchers or missiles.
Therefore, they hadn't brought them along. Now, with these fishing boats forcibly landing on the island from 5 directions,
they were utterly overwhelmed.
Fu Qingshu was furious. These 5 small nations are clearly in cahoots, preparing to form alliances and counter-alliances. They've gotten cleverer.
They know they can't gain an advantage by confronting us directly,
so they're disguising themselves as fishermen to storm the island. Yet they fear our retaliation, so they've brought Western journalists along. The moment any conflict erupts, they'll smear us in every possible way.
The situation had grown complicated. Wang Chuan immediately contacted the highest commander of the Southern Theater Command.
Each theater typically has a theater commander.
The commander of the Southern Theater Command of the Dragon Nation was General Sun.
General, what should we do next? Wang Chuan explained the entire situation. General Sun's voice was solemn.
A mere speck of a country dares to provoke our Dragon Nation.
In recent years, they have repeatedly encroached upon Dragon Nation's territorial islands and reefs. Do they truly believe the Dragon Nation can be manipulated at will? First diplomacy, then force. If these people forcibly land and refuse to leave, I will order the Heavenly Sword Army to prepare for a missile strike to level the area.
Understood.
Wang Chuan's blood boiled. With orders from above, he could finally act decisively. Wang Chuan broadcast over the radio, Dragon Island is a strategic Dragon Nation territory. No foreign fishing vessels or naval ships are permitted to dock here. Otherwise, we will respond with force. Please depart immediately. Life is precious. Please value it. On the Filipino fishing boat, everyone burst into laughter. Especially Kun Sa, who was also one of the many disguised fishermen. Whether they were genuine fishermen or not no longer mattered. With Western media outlets present, they could easily whitewash their identities simply portraying themselves as fishermen. Internationally, there's strong opposition to targeting civilians. With this civilian cover, they could live on the island with impunity. In their minds, they could even marry, raise families, and establish a base there. Thus, they were certain the Dragon Nation would never dare to act rashly. Unfortunately for them, this time they miscalculated. Chapter 77, The First Punch. Ha! The Dragon Nation is actually withdrawing in waves. Captain Jeman of the Yueho fishing vessel roared with laughter, swiftly relaying the good news back to his homeland. Lone Dog was in communication with the high-level officials of 5 nations, Yueho, Tai Ho, Mahu, Lao Ho, and others. Dragon Nation is withdrawing its forces. They're afraid of us now. Once those stranded warships land, whether they retreat or not is entirely up to us. I refuse to believe they dare defy the world's outrage by laying a finger on our people. General Sonero of the Monkey Kingdom spoke with unwavering confidence. The video feed showed the Dragon Nation's withdrawal proceeding at breakneck speed. Thai Monkey General Chen Dun dismissed the footage with a dismissive glance. Oof, the Dragon Nation has oppressed us for millennia. once even forcing us into vassalage.
But times have changed.
Their influence has diminished drastically compared to a millennium ago.
If they push us too far, we can always switch sides and ally with Eagle Nation. With the Eagle Nation directly involved, the Dragon Nation wouldn't stand a chance. General Zhang Tai of Old Monkey Nation declared gravely.
This newly emerged island must be divided equally among our nations.
As long as the Dragon Nation doesn't get it, the islands we've occupied in the past will truly become ours after 100 years.
According to international conventions,
the lone dog watched the generals of the four nations discuss in silence.
No matter what they said,
a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth,
as if everything were already within his grasp. On Dragon Island,
Kun Sa roared with laughter.
What Dragon Kingdom? Nothing but a stray dog.
When they saw our five nations fishermen landing in overwhelming numbers,
they retreated.
The leaders of the fishing fleet's Old Monkey,
Thai Monkey, Vietnamese Monkey, and Malaysian Monkey all chimed in agreement.
The international community has long rumored that Dragon Nation is the leader of the North Asian monster house. Even the eagle-eyed ones dare not intervene.
Nothing but an empty title. If you ask me, the bolder the people, the greater the harvest.
Our leaders are still too timid. If our leaders were more decisive,
the five nations of North Asia could team up with the Eagle Nation. Who knows? Maybe one day we could carve up their mainland.
The speaker raised his voice slightly. The sea stretched vast and empty beneath them. The Coast Guard vessel packed with Dragon Nation soldiers. Clearly, the man had spoken deliberately, aiming to provoke the military personnel aboard the Dragon Nation vessel into hearing his words. On the Dragon Nation's Coast Guard vessel, one soldier's face was darkened by prolonged exposure to the sun's harsh rays at sea. Yet, his features now bore an additional layer of anger. The other soldiers on the Coast Guard vessel shared the same look,
their anger simmering beneath the surface. Heads may be severed, blood may be spilled, but homes must not be destroyed. Not an inch of our territory should be surrendered.
Seeing the Coast Guard crew standing at attention without uttering a word, the five monkeys' men grew even more brazen. Some even picked up rocks from the reef and hurled them at the Coast Guard vessel.
Damn them! Echoed the collective sentiment among the Coast Guard crew. Wang Chuan stepped onto the deck at that moment.
One soldier's face was flushed crimson, more accurately, it was flushed with rage. A fire burned within him,
demanding release. Reporting. General, I have a question I'd like to ask.
Speak. The soldier gritted his teeth.
General, the five monkeys are practically ting on our heads. Are we really not going to fight back?
Our brothers never fear death.
Even if they strike first, though we are outnumbered,
we can still fight with the spirit we deserve.
True sons of the Dragon Kingdom fear no death.
Wang Chuan laughed and scolded him,
landing a light punch on the soldier. Damn it, why does it feel like you're beating around the bush to call me a coward?
Wang Chuan stood with his hands behind his back,
about to speak,
when Fu Qingshu inside the Coast Guard vessel's cabin gave him a nod.
Wang Chuan nodded back,
then pulled out his pager to relay instructions to the Coast Guard vessel's helmsman.
Back off 1 nautical mile, back in the Dragon Nation.
The Heavenly Sword Army stationed in the Southern Theater Command received orders. Prepare the DF-21 missiles. Prepare the DF-27 missiles.
Ready. Launch command received. Launch.
The flames of the DF-21 and DF-27 missiles blazed like terrifying white dragons soaring through the heavens.
Ignited.
They instantly hurtled toward Dragon Island.
The five monkeys' kingdom's men, seeing Wang Chuan and his men retreat, cheered wildly. They're retreating. Ha ha.
Even the Coast Guard ships are pulling out. We didn't even need Eagle Nation, we drove Dragon Nation away ourselves. On the Coast Guard vessel,
nearly every sailor wore a heavy, gloomy expression,
their eyes filled with disappointment.
Wang Chuan snorted coldly, his tone sharp. You're all too young and inexperienced.
We may lag behind the Eagle Nation and some other technologically advanced countries in the world,
but the Five Monkeys Nation is just a petty little country like Qinglong, yet they dare to bully us. Strike first to prevent 100 blows later. Do you understand this principle?
Heads turned.
Could there be a turning point?
A wave of excitement swept through the group. Amidst the terrifying rumbling that shook the heavens and earth, Wang Chuan pointed toward the sky behind him. The Coast Guard vessel had now retreated to waters a kilometer away from Dragon Island.
Look up. This is the resolve of our Dragon Nation to defend our territory. The soldiers followed Wang Chuan's pointing gesture. What is that? Endless flames rolled toward them,
stretching long shadows from the horizon. Fearful white smoke filled the sky,
the wind howling,
the humming sound exploding like a nightmare. A collective cheer erupted in every heart at that moment. These were the missiles of our Dragon Nation.
They were coming. On Dragon Island,
Wuhou Kingdom's High was delighted that the Dragon Nation's Coast Guard vessel had escaped.
Tonight I'm sleeping with 5 girls. Ha ha.
That girl tricked by her best friend from Dragon Nation seems pretty decent.
General Kun Sa.
I'll have the compound send her over tomorrow.
Ha ha. Good, good, good. I hear you Thai monkeys have castrated monkeys too. We Philippine monkeys have them as well. All that's too plain. I don't like things too simple. I prefer something more intense. The Thai monkey general chuckled. His laugh was eerie, giving off a slightly perverted vibe. He suddenly asked, "Do you have any black monkeys?" "Black monkeys would be perfect, that's exactly my style." Khunsa's mouth twitched. Damn it, do Thai monkeys play this extravagantly? He actually likes black monkeys? 666. Ha, so the general has a taste for this sort of thing. Ha, we've got them. Delivered tomorrow. Just then, a soldier disguised as a fisherman spotted smoke signals filling the sky, what appeared to be missiles. He rushed over to Khunsa. "General Khunsa, bad news. The soldier was frantic with panic, while the islanders remained immersed in their enthusiastic celebrations, their atmosphere seemingly cheerful. The contrast could not have been starker. Khunsa flew into a rage, inwardly seething. "You fool, don't you have any sense? Can't you see I'm discussing performance art with the general?" The soldier blurted out in panic. "General, quick, look up at the sky." Khunsa wanted to curse, but instinctively glanced upward. A crimson sky, white clouds, and jet-black missiles, at least a dozen of them. Khunsa's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his breathing quickening. Those are missiles. Chapter 78, The Cunning Lone Dog General. Missiles, real missiles. Khunsa stomped his feet in panic. A panicked voice rang out. Tai-ho beside him lost his composure. Damn it, the Dragon Nation has made its move. Fear burned in his eyes. We're civilians. How dare they target civilians? Hans Cat reporter Eric gritted his teeth, his earlier nonchalance completely gone. *********. I should never have gotten involved in this mess. To provoke a sleeping giant is nothing short of suicide. Bruce, the reporter from John Bull's country, was utterly dumbfounded. The overwhelming barrage of missiles seemed to shatter the very heavens, crushing them beneath its weight. Bruce collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. It's over. Everything is over. As the sound drew closer, the Dragon Island erupted in a chorus of terror. Someone shouted, "Quick, get into the water. It can reduce the damage from the explosions." Chaos had already erupted across Dragon Island. The fishermen of the Five Monkey Kingdom? In this moment, they were nothing more than a bunch of worthless rabble, shattered in an instant. As the missile descended, the entire Dragon Island was instantly engulfed in dazzling fireworks, terrifying flames sweeping across the heavens and earth. They engulfed the entire stretch of sea. Humans clearly couldn't outrun supersonic missiles. The piercing screech echoed incessantly as missiles rained down relentlessly, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The area engulfed in light grew ever larger. The Coast Guard vessel carrying Wang Chuan and his men lay across the sea from Dragon Island. Every soldier felt profound satisfaction in that moment. Those who dare to offend our Dragon Nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. The Five Monkeys commanders received Bruce and Eric's live feed immediately. The Dragon Nation actually used missiles to carpet bomb our fishing boats and soldiers on the island. General Chin Dun of the Thai Monkey Kingdom glared at General Lonely Dog, his eyes bulging with fury. "General Lonely Dog, you were the one who assured us the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't actually attack. That's why we came. Now that the Monkey Kingdom has suffered such heavy losses, you must compensate us. All this is due to your inaccurate intelligence." Upon hearing this, General Zhang Tai of Old Monkey Nation chimed in. His voice boomed like a great bell. "Indeed, this is entirely the fault of you, General Lonely Dog, and your men. Unless you pay a price today, it will be hard to quell our fury." Other you monkeys and horse monkeys joined in, demanding compensation from the lone dog. Goodog sneered, dismissively. "Pay? What exactly are we supposed to pay? Didn't you see? My Fey Monkey Kingdom has suffered immense losses too. If you truly seek compensation from me, know this, the Fey Monkey Kingdom has never been afraid. If you want war, bring it on. At worst, we'll all destroy each other, letting the Dragon Kingdom reap the benefits." The lone dog's words struck a nerve with the group. The 5 nations of North Asia held little sway to begin with. Even forming alliances to confront the Dragon Nation would be a tall order. If war truly broke out, none would gain advantage. With their national strength weakened, they would truly become at the mercy of the Dragon Nation. All 5 nations fell silent. General Amber of Yueho took a deep breath, his eyes burning with venom as he fixed them on Lone Dog. "Lone Dog, from the very beginning, you intended to bind us to this ship of confronting the Dragon Nation, didn't you?" With Amber General's reminder, the others finally grasped the intricate schemes at play. No one who rose to the rank of general was simple. A faint, insincere smile flickered across Lonely Dog's stern face. "What are you talking about, General Amber? I don't quite follow." Amber snorted coldly. Retreating would subject them to domestic backlash, and they'd already antagonized the Dragon Nation, who wouldn't treat them kindly henceforth. Moreover, this location was too strategically vital,
retreating simply wasn't in their interest. There was only one path left, to go all the way. This sinking ship, they had no choice but to board it now. Advancing meant confronting the Dragon Nation head-on, potentially sparking a brutal conflict. Yet they weren't entirely without backup. Perhaps a third option existed. But for now, he clearly wouldn't choose it. A cold, ruthless glint flashed in General Zhang Tai's eyes as he glared at the video feed of the lone dog with obvious displeasure. Finally, he exhaled deeply and said indifferently, "Lone dog, you've gotten your wish. It's time to activate the strategic partnership agreement." A smirk curved the corners of Lonely Dog's mouth as he burst into hearty laughter. "General Zhang Tai truly understands me. Ha 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 ha." The five immediately contacted Eagle Nation. The call was answered by Admiral Chao Buyue and another admiral named Nasus. Upon hearing that Monkey Nation had been attacked by Dragon Nation and that missiles had even been deployed, both Chao Buyue and Nasus were taken aback. The Dragon Nation has truly made its move. Chao Buyue mentioned the matter of the lone dog. "I suspect this entire affair is a scheme orchestrated by the lone dog, forcing us into a confrontation with the Dragon Nation." Chao Buyue's expression grew grave. "The Dragon Nation has been isolated by us for decades. Their technological level remains unknown to this day. The Azure Dragon is undoubtedly their most significant asset. Engaging with such an unpredictable nation is hardly a wise move." Having suffered 2 defeats, the Dragon Nation appeared utterly unpredictable in their eyes. Nasus remained level-headed. "That's true. But the Five Monkeys Kingdom's position determines whether we can effectively deter that vast expanse of Asian territory. If we fail to aid the Five Monkeys Kingdom this time, Dragon Nation will likely sway them to their side with little effort. After all, they'd rather scrape by than face direct annihilation by the Dragon Nation." After meeting with Chao Buyue, Nasus convened other high-ranking officials. They ultimately reached a consensus. Not only must they firmly support the Five Monkeys Kingdom, but they must also decisively crush Dragon Nation's arrogance. At the very least, Dragon Nation must be contained within Asia. Southern War Zone. General Sun held an open discussion with Su Yang in the laboratory. General Sun had returned to the Southern Theater Command just days prior and made Su Yang his first stop. The two conversed warmly, discussing everything from the old society to the new. They discussed technology, military affairs, future development, and patriotic sentiments. General Sun was thoroughly satisfied, his face beaming. "No wonder General Chen speaks so highly of you." General Sun suddenly looked out the window. "Su, you said you'd take on the Five Monkeys Kingdom. I've actually sent someone to fight them. Don't let me down." "I certainly won't." It turned out that the decision to directly confront the provocative Five Monkeys Kingdom also reflected Su Yang's intentions. While the two were conversing, Wang Chuan happened to call. After consulting Su Yang's views on the matter, General Sun issued the order. Su Yang's confidence stemmed from the power of Xuanwu Gonggang. After Su Yang departed, a voice transmitted through the miniature transmitter in General Sun's ear. "General Sun, is it truly prudent to grant the authority to wage war to a wet-behind-the-ears youth?" a senior commander inquired. This miniature transmission device served as a specially designed communication channel for their group. It maintained close contact under any circumstances, allowing them to deliberate on every decision and action, striving for the best possible choice. General Sun chuckled. "Exactly as he said. Our Dragon Nation has been quietly developing for decades, beset by external threats and internal strife. Our economy is vast yet relies on foundational industries vulnerable to exploitation. Meanwhile, our military technology faces external restrictions. We are clearly dragons, yet outsiders call us insects. If we continue like this, with the eagle growing ever stronger while we weaken or stagnate, our nation will eventually be devoured. Strike first to prevent 100 blows. World order is built within the range of cannon fire. Our Dragon Nation has lain dormant too long, so much so that the world has forgotten we are the sole ancient civilization spanning 5 millennia that still commands the winds of change. Now, the chance to break the ice has arrived. The world may redefine our Dragon Nation." Chapter 79, No Entry. A playful smile touched General Sun's lips. "Besides, a young man capable of creating mechanical Qinglong and Xuanwu Gonggang, is he truly wet behind the ears?" The crowd fell silent. Clearly, anyone possessing the ingenuity to create such technology possessed a mind far beyond ordinary humans. One couldn't judge him by the same standards. Su Yang entered the Xuanwu Gonggang. The purple crystal No. 1 energy purification machine had already refined all the energy crystals delivered by Wang Chuan and his team. A full 11 cubic meters. Previous calculations estimated the Xuanwu Gonggang's energy crystal consumption at around 10 cubic meters. We currently have 1 extra cubic meter. It was quite the ordeal, but I ended up with some unexpected rewards. System, collect the energy storing amethyst and convert it into insight points. Received. 1 cubic unit of energy amethyst received. Exchangeable for 1000 insight points. The system's mechanical voice chimed in. System,
Didn't the nail-sized ones used to exchange for 100 insight points each? Su Yang was puzzled. Why had the exchange rate suddenly dropped so much? Host, the system only collects energy crystals. Once the required quantity is reached, all energy crystals, regardless of quantity, are recycled at a rate of 1 point per cubic meter. Su Yang had a curse word on the tip of his tongue. This system was seriously shady. Fine. At least you're not human. System. Otherwise, I'd definitely beat the crap out of you. After venting his frustration, Su Yang fixed his gaze on the remaining 10 cubic meters of energy crystals. His hands raced across the transparent control panel of the Xuanwu Gonggang. Xuanwu Gonggang. Initiate fusion of the energy crystals. Inside Xuanwu Gonggang, the shapeshifting metal cracked open a large gap, gradually absorbing the 10 cubic meters of energy crystals. Instantly, a massive, terrifying fluctuation erupted from within the Xuanwu Gonggang. From the outside, the Xuanwu Gonggang's surface appeared covered by a light-like membrane, becoming even more slippery. This process lasted for an extended period. Su Yang stared at the data fluctuations on the large screen. Xuanwu Gonggang's energy crystal fusion progress, 50%, 80%, 100%. When it reached 100%, the sky above the entire Southern Theater Command base seemed to be filled with terrifying lightning. The powerful energy fluctuations made the entire base feel oppressive. Su Yang exhaled a breath of stale air. After fusing with the energy crystal, the Xuanwu Gonggang's overall data had been enhanced. It had even reached a terrifying level. Transformable metal strength plus 500. Thor technology range expanded tenfold. Nuclear fission energy storage explosion time reduced from 15 seconds to 10 seconds. Within the Southern Theater Command. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Report, a large number of unidentified warships detected in the northern seas of our Dragon Nation. Xia Fong frowned. Quickly, identify the type of their electrical signals. Locked. Analyzing data. The soldier gasped, stunned by the analysis results. Reporting, a total of 32 distinct military electronic signals detected. 32 distinct military radio signals. This means 32 nations are heading our way. What about the number of enemy vessels? 105 vessels in total. 105 vessels. Xia Fang's expression grew incredibly grave. He had only ever seen such scenes in movies. And these were only surface vessels, submarines hadn't been counted. He knew the Dragon Nation's Skyblade fleet had destroyed the Five Monkeys Nation's stranded ships and personnel. But he hadn't expected the enemy to muster such a massive fleet under the Eagle's command. Xia Fang immediately reported the situation to higher command. The response came swiftly, launch a full-scale attack. No sooner had Xia Fang and his team departed than Su Yang boarded the Xuanwu Gonggang. Activating its anti-gravity system, the vessel descended into the ocean. Since the Xuanwu Gonggang did not dive deep this time, its massive form transformed into a colossal whale. In an instant, this whale surged forward at supersonic speed. 3 aircraft carriers arrived from Eagle Nation, 1 from Gaul Nation, and even 1 from John Bull. Dozens of other nations, large and small, had also joined the expedition. All these countries belonged to the Northern Hemisphere Alliance. This was a special organization led by the Eagle Nation. On the Eagle's Nimitz-class carrier, Captain Galaga's face was dark with foreboding. Dragon Nation. This time, we'll settle both old and new accounts. What about that mechanical dragon? What do you plan to do about it? A holographic projection materialized before Captain Gulaga. The figure, clad in military uniform, was a general from Gaul. Don't tell me you haven't made preparations? Gulaga snorted coldly. It is indeed a bit troublesome, but our people have already identified its weakness. Ordinary electromagnetic signals cannot interfere with the Azure Dragon, but quantum communication can. Quantum communication? What is that? A technology you've never seen before. Gulaga spoke with great confidence. After all, this technology was invented by that genius. Without her, it would likely take Eagle Nation a very long time to crack Qinglong's technology and find a countermeasure. Upon hearing this, the generals of Gaul and John Bull felt somewhat reassured. Rest assured, this isn't the only trump card we've prepared for this operation. Among the 100-plus surface vessels, 5 ships had consistently trailed behind the Eagle squadron. These vessels belonged to the 5 monkey nations. This time, the Dragon Nation is utterly finished. So many nations' navies have mobilized together. The Dragon Nation likely won't stand a chance. General Lone Dog looked around excitedly at the surrounding warships. I've always said that aligning with the Dragon Nation might bring temporary growth. But in today's ever-shifting global landscape, only siding with Eagle Sauce guarantees lasting security. We made the right move. Lone Dog exchanged glances with the generals of Monkey Nation. Southern Monkey Nation, Horse Monkey Nation, and Old Monkey Nation. Indeed. And it seems the Eagle is serious this time. Dragging so many nations into this war, Dragon Nation is bound to bleed heavily this time. They might even have to cede territory and pay reparations.
Ha! We'll get our share of the spoils then. We've long suffered at the hands of the Dragon Nation. The group indulged in fantasies of a bright future, their imaginations running wild as they drifted deeper into their delusions. But just as the Eagle's fleet of over 30 nations arrived at the Northern Ocean's periphery, Su Yang's Xuanwu also arrived at this location. Almost simultaneously, the naval forces of over 30 nations detected the metallic signature of the Xuanwu, now standing over 100 meters tall. The Xuanwu radiated a metallic sheen. It had transformed from its whale form into its second stage, the Xuanwu. What the hell is that thing? Is it a mecha from Dragon Nation? How come it doesn't even have a fleet? Is Dragon Nation underestimating us? This was the view of many. In reality, it was simply because Xie Fong and his team were moving too slowly and hadn't arrived yet. Su Yang's voice boomed from within the Xuanwu, Dragon Nation waters. Unauthorized foreign vessels are strictly prohibited. Chapter 80, The Thunder God's Might. Su Yang's voice wasn't particularly loud, but amplified by the Xuanwu, it echoed across the entire sea. To ensure everyone understood clearly, he deliberately switched to different languages. Ha! Did I hear that correctly? General Qiao Buyao. He actually said, prohibited entry. General Daikos of Gaul clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Beside him, numerous holographic projections were displayed. To coordinate the naval forces of over 30 nations, they had gathered the commanders of each warship via holographic projections, facilitating seamless communication. The Mechs of Dragon Nation, you disregard international law and indiscriminately slaughter civilians. Today, I demand you provide an explanation. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the combined naval forces of over 30 nations. Inside the Xuanwu, Su Yan remained expressionless. The Xuanwu hovered above the sea surface. At 100 meters tall, it did appear somewhat smaller compared to the 300 to 400 meter long aircraft carriers, and behind the Eagle's wings lay an entire fleet of warships. Su Yang responded calmly. I will say this only once, either retreat, or stay here and perish. My Dragon Nation does not accept concubines. Mercy? Xiao Buyao, Nasus, Daikos, Lone Dog, and the entire High Command were seething with rage. You and that Dragon Nation mech, don't you dare think a nameless mech can defeat our entire navy. This time, the Foot Basin Chicken had also dispatched an Azumel-class cruiser. Though called a cruiser, it had reached the level of a small aircraft carrier. Their commander, Du Yebian, was aware of some parameters of the Xuanwu before him. After all, they had even engaged it directly in combat. Although Sanling Heavy Industries had been destroyed, a small portion of the data had been preserved. However, in his view, no matter how formidable the Xuanwu was, it could never be a match for such a large fleet of naval vessels. Moreover, there were still so many submarines lurking beneath the surface, not to mention the presence of numerous colossal sea beasts. Let's move. Show those puny Dragon Nation punks what we're made of. General Lonely Dog urged. Xiao Buyao had originally hoped to subdue the enemy without fighting. After all, with the combined naval forces of so many nations, there was truly no need to fear Dragon Nation. Now was the time to deliver a real show of force to Dragon Nation. All forces, heed my command, proceed directly into the Northern Ocean. A mere mech dares to obstruct us? Utterly delusional. Having come this far, they had no intention of retreating, nor did they need to. Inside the Xuanwu, Su Yang took a deep breath. My sincere apologies. My Dragon Nation has always cherished peace and dislikes taking lives, especially those of innocent children. But today, there's no other way. Su Yang's eyes lit up as he activated the Xuanwu function interface, tapping the button bearing the two characters for Thunder God. Thunder God, activate. As Su Yang's voice echoed, the Xuanwu transformed into a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. Its original 100-meter height surged to 500 meters under the stretching power of its shapeshifting metal. Future Tech Thunder God activated, detecting negatively charged particles within the cloud layer. Xuanwu commencing production of equivalent particles. Across the battlefield, the navies of over 30 nations were utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Buyao gasped in shock. Whoa! Dragon Nation's mecha is no joke, it can actually transform? Yet his next words took a sharp turn. Is it transforming into a 500-meter long club to smash our carriers? Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. General Qiao Buyao, allow me to show Dragon Nation's mecha what we're made of. The speaker was General Lonely Dog of Feiho Nation. Lone Dog was already itching for a fight. Due to its lack of industrial manufacturing capabilities, the Filman Kingdom relied entirely on outdated second-hand equipment from the Eagle Nation for all its large surface vessels. Though the gear was old and worn, peeling paint, damaged parts, none of that mattered to the Feiho. Just slap on a fresh coat of paint, give it a flashy new name, and voila, their self-proclaimed naval superweapon. Xiao Boyue nodded. Good. Take down that nameless mech. The Sea Rhino, where Lone Dog was stationed, loaded its ballistic missiles.
Slow it may be, but Lone Dog was confident. With his eagle daddy backing him up, he could fire at will. Stinger missile. Lock on. Both sides were now positioned in the Northern Ocean region, separated by a mere 300 meters. This distance was, in his estimation, more than sufficient to hit Su Yang. A deafening boom erupted as the Stinger missile detonated, engulfing the Xuanwu Gonggang, yet it only kicked up a 3 to 5 meter spray of water. The Xuanwu Gonggang, floating on the surface, remained completely unaffected. Commanders from the Eagle Nation and other technologically advanced nations sneered inwardly. The lone wolf had intended to show off in front of over 30 nations, only to end up making a complete fool of himself. He never imagined that the sea rhino, which usually looked so formidable, combined with the Stinger missile, couldn't even scratch the surface of the Xuanwu Gonggang. At that moment, he practically had the word return written across his face. Xiao Buyao cleared his throat twice. After all, this vessel was their creation. Even if it was second-hand and outdated, it still bore the name of their Eagle Nation. They couldn't let the lone dog embarrass himself too badly. Dragon Nation has developed quite a bit of high-tech these past years. One Stinger missile from the Haishi? Barely a scratch. Perfectly normal. I suggest we concentrate our fire. Destroy it completely. Agreed. Almost simultaneously, all vessels activated their fire control systems. Even submarines surfaced to launch submarine-launched missiles. In an instant, flames shot skyward, and a terrifying glow engulfed the entire sea surface. BrahMos missiles, sky missiles, death ray missiles, oceanic torpedoes, all manner of devastating weapons were unleashed simultaneously, converging on the colossal pillar that had materialized from the transformation of Xuanwu and Gonggang. A deafening explosion erupted, drowning the surrounding world in its roar. The terrifying shockwave pushed back the seawater for 500 meters, even forcing the aircraft carrier to retreat a considerable distance. Those mere Dragon Nation mechs are finished. Ha! Yet as the explosions continued, someone noticed something peculiar. Something's wrong. Look at the center of the flames. The part of the Dragon Nation mech piercing through the clouds is still intact. It seems completely unaffected by the explosion. Damn it! How is this possible? Our powerful attack didn't even scratch it? The South Korean commander's expression darkened. They knew the formidable power of the nameless mecha. Ordinary tactics simply wouldn't work. Suddenly, the sky darkened with gathering storm clouds. Within the thick clouds, flashes of light white, red, blue, purple darted about. What's happening? Why did the clear sky suddenly turn cloudy? Damn it! What's happening? Why is a storm brewing? Quickly, recall all carrier-based aircraft to the interior of the carrier. Xiao Buyue shouted. They had experienced storms before that had slammed carrier aircraft into the sea, causing them tremendous losses. Pilots from all carriers scrambled to take control of their aircraft, preparing to return to the carrier's interior. But at that moment, terrifying thunderbolts, like dragons of lightning, crashed down. It launched indiscriminate attacks against the entire fleet of the 32 nations. Thunderbolts as thick as water barrels slammed into the carrier decks, each strike leaving a massive crater, a terrifying sight. Chapter 81, Electromagnetic Railgun. Xuanwu Gonggang's transformed lightning rod drew countless terrifying bolts of thunder. These bolts darted through the void with terrifying ferocity, illuminating the entire pitch-black sky. Light and shadow intertwined as lightning danced and thunder roared. As the thunderclouds expanded relentlessly, they coalesced into a colossal storm in the blink of an eye, its edges lost to the horizon. Xiao Buyao's heart raced with dread. He had already taken cover inside the aircraft carrier at the first opportunity. The terrifying storm unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon everything within a 100-mile radius. The intense lightning blanketed the area, instantly crippling the electronic systems of the Sea Eagle and over 30 nations' vessels the moment they were struck. Nessus surveyed the surrounding vessels, each now emitting wisps of smoke from their interiors. Yet the single rod formed from the Dragon Nation's mecha remained utterly undamaged. Instead, countless bolts of lightning coiled around it like dragons winding their way up a pillar. Is this truly technology achievable by humanity? Human-made technology could actually harness lightning? Most crucially, this lightning had been summoned by the nameless Dragon Nation mech. On the ships of the Feiho Kingdom, the Sea Rhino, where General Lonely Dog stood, rocked precariously in the ocean, billowing wisps of smoke. General Lone Dog panicked. What on earth is causing this terrifying lightning? General, our energy systems are ablaze. We can't extinguish it, the flames keep burning. A soot-covered soldier, his face blackened by smoke, rushed in to report. General Lone Dog gritted his teeth. Damn it! Could it be that the Eagle brand vessels have quality issues? If the fire continued, the entire warship would be consumed sooner or later. Damn it all. On the Monkey Kingdom's warship, their general's face darkened as their vessel too erupted in flames. The Monkey Kingdom general stared fixedly at the burning warship. Quickly, immediately, now,
Extinguish the fire. But no sooner had the order been given than many who stepped onto the deck were struck by the thunderbolts that struck. Without exception, these men were instantly struck by lightning bolts from the thunderstorm. In a mere instant, they fell stiffly to the deck, as if drained of all strength. The other Thai monkeys, horse monkeys, and old monkeys were also in dire straits. Though they desperately sought help from Eagle Sauce, he himself was now overwhelmed. He simply had no time to attend to them. Moreover, the aircraft carrier stood over 70 meters tall. With electromagnetic communications down, they couldn't even establish normal contact with Eagle. Gaul and John Bull suffered the heaviest losses. The Gaul even deployed its newly developed carrier to the northern oceans. Unexpectedly, just one encounter rendered all instruments inoperable, effectively turning the carrier into an isolated island. Moreover, flames began spreading internally, and those metal walls were all electrified. Many people had already been electrocuted. Quick! Have someone take the sealed instruments underwater and contact the submarine. Order them to attack that pillar transformed by the Dragon Nation mech. Due to water's unique insulating properties, while lightning significantly disrupts electromagnetic fields and impedes wave transmission, underwater conditions were far better than on the surface. A group of frogman soldiers began diving into the water, clutching the sealed equipment. On the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, Xiao Buyao and Nethers urgently activated the quantum communication channel, sending attack commands to the submerged mechanical beasts while simultaneously using the quantum link to assault the Xuanwu. On the other side of this stretch of sea, Colonel Safong and his men were rushing over at breakneck speed. But soon, he was stunned by the scene before him. Countless bolts of lightning fell like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The sea surface was repeatedly torn apart by terrifying explosions. Had he not been at a safe distance and relying on optical remote sensing satellites for observation, he would likely have entered that zone and been caught in the blast. General, there's a thunderstorm ahead. We cannot pass through it. If we force our way through, we risk being completely crippled in that area. Xia Fong was visibly agitated. Before departure, General Sun had instructed him to maintain initial speed and let the Xuanwu, manufactured by XCMG, lead the way. The implication was clear. Suyang's Xuanwu possessed some sort of devastating weapon, but no one could have imagined it would be a weather weapon. This is a weather weapon? Xia Fong was stunned. Who would refuse to see their nation grow powerful? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He would never have believed anyone could command thunder and lightning. Calculate the storm's range. If possible, we'll bypass it and support Sugong. The soldier immediately began calculations. What he didn't know until he calculated it left him stunned. It had reached an astonishing, rare 100 kilometers. A thunderstorm with a diameter of 100 kilometers. This was no ordinary storm. Even in nature, thunderstorms of such vast scale were exceedingly rare. Xia Fong suddenly understood why General Sun had ordered them to slow down. Xia Fong felt both amused and exasperated. At first, he thought General Sun wanted him to hand over the military equipment to Su Yang, but now it was clear Sun Dajuan had sent them to provide backup. If things went south, they could always fire a couple of shots, but that probably wouldn't be necessary now. Truly, it was unfolding like a scene from the plains. Inside the Xuanwu, Su Yang detected the signal source of the Eagle, its quantum communication. Quantum communication can resist electromagnetic interference and transmit signals regardless of distance. Looks like Eagle's homeland has some talented folks too. Su Yang grinned, watching the communication signal on the control panel tremble like a tiny insect wriggling. Too bad it's only the most basic quantum communication. Quantum communication is divided into 3 tiers. Without a doubt, Xuanwu was utilizing the highest tier. Suddenly, a crimson pattern flared across the Xuanwu main display. Beneath the lightning rod form Xuanwu had transformed into hundreds upon hundreds of mechanical beasts swarmed in. Manta rays, bats, giant seagulls, lizards, and more. These mechanical behemoths move through the water with ease, as if on land, moving at incredible speeds. Most importantly, their energy sources seemed significantly more powerful, and their offensive capabilities were formidable. Each was equipped with an electromagnetic railgun. These mechanical beasts are different from the previous ones. They seem significantly more powerful. Su Yang distinctly felt the heightened sense of danger transmitted by the Xuanwu. Within moments, these mechanical beasts had arrived beneath the lightning rod. They're targeting Xuanwu lower body. If they succeed, the title of Ocean Dominator would be nothing but an empty name. Su Yang deactivated the lightning rod transformation of Xuanwu. Xuanwu utilized its own anti-gravity system to ascend directly into the air, reaching a height of approximately 200 meters above the sea surface. Simultaneously, the underwater mechanical beasts unleashed their electromagnetic railguns, firing relentlessly at Xuanwu. Chapter 82,
Great Tang nuclear fission explosion. When it comes to weapons, I have them too. Detang Mount Buzhou nuclear fission cannon. Activate. Buzhou Mountain nuclear fission cannon initiating reconfiguration. Xuanwu Gonggong transformed, separating its main body from the Xuanwu beneath its feet. Two distinct entities were formed. At this moment, the black tortoise transformed into a luminous mountainous mass. Within mere seconds, it expanded to 10 times the size of the black tortoise itself. This was because, during its journey, it had absorbed sufficient energy from the fusion of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium nuclei. Once triggered, the nuclear reaction would release energy at an incredibly rapid pace. As the reaction intensified rapidly and violently, the separated Xuanwu's radiance grew more ferocious and dazzling. It seemed as though a single glance would cause it to explode. Su Yang gave a sharp command. Go! The next instant, the Gonggong mecha slammed directly into the mountainous form. In an instant, the illusory mountain before them was sent flying. Gonggong's sights were now fixed squarely on the countless mechanical beasts below. When designing it, Su Yang had envisioned fusing ancient Chinese deities with futuristic technology. Thus emerged the Azure Dragon and later, the black tortoise Gonggong. In ancient legends, the most famous tale of Gonggong was his furious collision with Mount Buzhou. Su Yang drew inspiration from this very myth. The results proved he had succeeded. He transformed the myth of Gonggong's collision into a formidable weapon. As the mountainous mass crashed down, the Eagle Squad remained utterly baffled. What is Dragon Nation up to now? Trying to crush us with mechanical beasts using mountains? We were too merciful earlier, giving you chances. You stubborn fools refused to learn. Well then, don't blame us now. The electromagnetic railguns unleashed by those mechanical beasts shot forth like countless arrows. Only, they were launched from beneath the water, not from the sky above. Eagle and his crew wore cruel expressions. Lone Dog, in particular, was eager to witness the complete annihilation of Xuanwu Gonggong. These were electromagnetic railguns, absolutely 2 or 3 decades ahead of their counterparts anywhere in the world. They should easily crush the Xuanwu Gonggong. Yet disappointment was inevitable. Hundreds upon hundreds of electromagnetic railgun projectiles collided with Mount Buzhou, the form Xuanwu had transformed into. They were simply not flying. Not even their full explosive force was released. The scattered fragments and sparks resembled fireworks, yet they were genuine shell fragments. As expected, the Mount Buzhou formation created by Xuanwu crashed directly into the ocean teeming with countless tech-enhanced beasts. A thunderous roar echoed as terrifying shockwaves rippled outward. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. At first, Eagle and his companions thought it was just an ordinary weapon. Yet moments later, they witnessed the terrifying energy fluctuations spreading outward like an ever-expanding sphere of light emerging from the water. In an instant, it reached a diameter of 300 meters. Su Yang was shaken to his core, retreating at top speed any slower, and he too would have been caught in the blast. General Qiao Buyao, Admiral Nethers, and General Guchuan were instantly overcome with dread. For a moment, it felt as though the sky itself was collapsing. Damn it! The Dragon Nation has deployed nuclear weapons. Retreat! 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 But at this moment, nearly all the circuitry on the aircraft carriers and surface vessels had been destroyed. They were utterly unable to move. Only a handful of Eagle-class carriers and some quantum communication channels remained operational. But these were merely the circuit components for communication channels, utterly useless for the carrier's overall retreat. Everyone immediately dove for cover inside the ship's compartments. The next instant, the terrifying energy arrived: blinding light, extreme heat, and shockwaves erupted simultaneously. Almost simultaneously, vast expanses of seawater evaporated into vapor above the ocean surface. Smoke billowed everywhere. Mushroom clouds erupted. The carrier's thick armor prevented destruction from the horrific explosion, but the intense heat generated caused every compartment to absorb massive amounts of thermal energy. The extreme heat was mind-numbing. For some soldiers near the edge compartments inside the carrier, temperatures reached 500 degrees Celsius. They were instantly incinerated into charred remains. If this was the case for the carrier, the situation for smaller vessels was even more dire. Some vessels near the blast epicenter, like those of the Five Monkey Kingdom, were literally burned through by the blast, some even melting away. Consider this: the explosive force of a nuclear bomb can generate temperatures in the tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of degrees at its epicenter. Ordinary iron melts at just over 1,000 degrees Celsius, alloys around 1,500 degrees, and tungsten steel alloys can withstand over 3,000 degrees. Yet compared to the tens of millions of degrees at the blast's epicenter, these were mere trifles. The crew members aboard the Five Monkey Kingdom's vessels, including Lone Dog, were obliterated in this single blast. Dragon Nation high-level meeting. A group of people stared intently at the large screen. General Lu was utterly stunned. When had they ever felt such pride and triumph?
Smaller nations around them constantly sought to challenge the might of the great powers. The great nation had sought to reason with them, but the small nations refused to listen. It was as if they were saying, if you cannot comprehend the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, then this humble monk can offer a taste of martial arts instead. General Sun chuckled. XCMG truly hasn't let us down. This is a genuine meteorological weapon. And behind it, the Tang Dynasty nuclear fission explosion. Its terrifying power is likely comparable to nuclear weapons. General Sun added. But that's not the most mind-blowing part. The most mind-blowing part is that this thing can actually sustain continuous release. General Sun had clearly learned some details from Su Yang. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. If an enemy could continuously unleash nuclear weapons during combat, how could they possibly fight back? At least until something more powerful emerged. Nuclear weapons represented the pinnacle of this era's military technology. General Chen glanced at the Eagle's aircraft carrier, which had now been pushed back nearly 50 meters. This was an aircraft carrier. After all, a vessel weighing tens of thousands of tons had been blown dozens of meters across the water by an explosion. This alone demonstrated the sheer terror of the Great Tang's nuclear fission explosion. The Eagle's 3 carriers are essentially crippled. They'll be nursing that wound for quite some time. But this was Blue Star, not the real Earth. Here, the most formidable force on the water wasn't the carrier, though the heartache would be real. General Zhou nodded with rare intensity, his gaze piercing. When your weaponry surpasses this era in some aspect, your influence in this world gains considerable weight. Strike first to prevent 100 strikes later. That saying holds absolute truth. What follows is the era of our dragon nation. At least for the short term, the Eagle won't dare to invade again. This window of opportunity will be sufficient to fully open our national gates, connect with the outside world, revive our economy, and restore our nation to its former glory. Chapter 83, A Promising Future, Conclusion. The explosive power of the Great Tang nuclear fission blast was simply too immense. Once the dust settled, the boundless sea was left utterly devastated. Even the once dominant navies of various nations had been utterly destroyed and crippled. And soon, they witnessed an even more astonishing spectacle. Su Yang commanded Gongang's colossal hand to lunge forward. A terrifying force yanked Mount Buzhou manifested from Xuanwu back into existence. What? A nuclear blast couldn't even destroy this mountain? A voice echoed through the void. Nuclear blast charging. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Charging complete. Xiao Buyue and Nasu's gritted their teeth. The previous explosion had been far too perilous. Another blast like that, and their entire force might be wiped out. We surrender! We surrender! Both men were overcome by intense fear. Surrender or die. The enemy's power was utterly overwhelming. There was no room for hesitation. Xiao Buyao and Nasu's voices echoed through the quantum communication link. Of the entire multinational naval force led by the 3 carriers, only the Eagle could transmit messages now. Su Yang snorted coldly. With a flick of his fingers, the Gonggong Mecha once again slammed into Mount Buzhou, the form taken by Xuanwu. The mountain was easily knocked flying, its brilliant flames shooting skyward. It seemed to possess an invincible aura, charging forward relentlessly. It's over. This time, we're truly going to die here. Xiao Buyao's eyes reflected utter despair. Yet the next instant, the Great Tang nuclear fission bomb veered toward another direction, passing over 100 meters from the 3 carrier fleet. It finally landed with pinpoint accuracy in the sea, its powerful explosion triggering towering waves. The scene was truly terrifying. Su Yang had deliberately aimed it off course. It didn't land directly among the Eagle and the numerous naval vessels. Despite suffering another major setback, the Eagle's foundation remains solid. Domestic technological prowess is formidable. The current aircraft carriers and quantum communication systems are just recent achievements among many cutting-edge technologies they possess. Most crucially, they possess the world's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons, atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, 3-stage bombs, and may even be researching cobalt bombs. A single such bomb could obliterate the entire planet's ecosystem. With such formidable trump cards in hand, Su Yang would never truly risk severing ties with them. That would bring no benefit to the Dragon Nation. Moreover, while the Dragon Nation currently possesses the Azure Dragon and the Xuanwu Gonggang, the reality is that only 2 or 3 Azure Dragons exist. The Xuanwu Gonggang remains in the research and development phase, with Lu Dongyuan and his team yet to begin replicating it. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation's limited trump cards were already laid bare. A future conflict might indeed occur, but not today. Compounding this, Dragon Nation's industrial base was largely confined to contract manufacturing, requiring urgent industrial upgrading. Having endured prolonged blockades, any actual conflict would inevitably become a protracted war. Dragon Nation's high-tech sectors were severely underdeveloped, leaving it vulnerable to strategic choke points. If you agree not to invade my dragon nation, I will spare you. Otherwise, you'll be feeding the fish in the sea. My dragon nation has always adhered to this principle, wine for friends, meat for wolves. Xiao Buyao and Nasus gritted their teeth. We should have launched an attack on the dragon nation 10 years ago. Their technological prowess is now beyond imagination. If the dragon nation had only created the Azure Dragon, their strength might still be questionable. But now that they've developed devastating weapons like the Black Tortoise Gongang, it proves beyond doubt that the dragon nation possesses genuine power. Perhaps they've been biding their time all along. Damn it! Why didn't we notice this sooner? Once we return, we must arrest the CIA director for interrogation, find out why our agents failed to infiltrate and uncover this intelligence. Xiao Buyao seethed with fury. But for now, there seem to be no other options. Fine, I agree. You have 10 days to evacuate Dragon Nation. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to sink your ships. Su Yang's voice transmitted through the Xuanwu Gonggong, ensuring even Fei Ho's last remaining followers heard it. At that moment, the Philippines and the other 5 monkey nations were cursing themselves inwardly. How could they have ever thought to provoke the Dragon Kingdom? They must have been insane. Now they were begging for mercy. Su Yang looked up at the sky. As the thunderclouds dispersed, the clear, cloudless expanse seemed to foreshadow the Dragon Kingdom's bright future. Xia Feng arrived at that very moment. Seeing the utter devastation here, Xia Feng found himself both amused and dismayed. He never imagined the ships here would be destroyed so completely. Su Gong truly lived up to its name. The technology Su Gong possessed far surpassed that of this era. Given time, the Dragon Nation would surely rise and stand at the pinnacle of this world. Su Yang and Xia Feng were given some instructions, essentially to monitor the eagle-winged ships as they withdrew. This was to prevent them from causing further trouble. As for whether the Eagle Nation would retaliate against Dragon Nation upon returning, Su Yang believed they certainly would. But in the short term, they had no certainty, absolutely not. After all, as previously stated, creating a Qinglong was a stroke of luck, but to also forge the Xuanwu Gonggong? That was truly formidable. Who knows how much more hidden technology the Dragon Nation possesses? They're no pushovers either. They won't act rashly. Internationally, the situation had already erupted into chaos. Many had observed the battle here. The Eagle has actually been defeated. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Has the Dragon Nation finally revealed its true strength? Camel Nation netizen, see? That's my big brother. I believe our country will soon invite the Dragon Nation to station troops here. Russian netizen, settled in half an hour? The Dragon Nation is truly formidable. Back in the day, only our polar bear nation possessed such might before its collapse. International discourse rages on. But this has undeniably reshaped the Dragon Nation's long-standing image in the global community. On this very day, a guest from Camel Nation arrived at the Southern Theater Command. Since Xie Feng and Su Yang were both away on combat missions, Lu Dongyuan handled the reception. To everyone's surprise, the Camel Nation's envoy immediately demanded to purchase the Westwind 41 missile. Lu Dongyuan was at a loss for words. The Camel Prince must be joking. The Westwind 41 is one of our most advanced missiles. It's a national treasure, not for sale to foreign parties. Besides, the international community doesn't permit the sale of such high-level weapons of mass destruction, so perhaps we should consider something else. Something else? Then I'll take your H-200. Is that acceptable? That's not possible either. I can pay more. This isn't about the money. The Prince of Camel Country was defined by one word, wealth. Anything money could buy was no problem. Lu Dongyuan was at a loss for words. Forget it. Let's talk about something practical. Just as the two were deep in conversation, a sudden, piercing sound split the air. Sharp and piercing. It struck the Camel Kingdom Prince's ear directly. Blood immediately began to flow. Lu Dongyuan clearly hadn't expected anyone to dare infiltrate the Southern Theater Command. An assassin! An assassin! The Camel Kingdom Prince cried out in terror. But the assassin, having missed the first shot, was preparing to fire a second. This sent a chill down Lu Dongyuan's spine. If the Camel Kingdom Prince were to die here, the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly face major trouble. Who would dare visit Dragon Nation afterward? Diplomatic relations would become a major issue. In a split-second decision, Lu Dongyuan stepped in front of the Camel Kingdom Prince. The bullet once again shot out with precision from the scorching barrel. Lu Dongyuan could almost feel the bullet's velocity as it left the barrel. Horrified, he froze in terror. It had activated a glowing shield. What the hell is that? Am I seeing things? A bullet blocked by a dog? Simultaneously, the remaining 2 robotic dogs seemed summoned, bursting out of the base and charging into the forest. Using quantum communication, they located the target in mere moments. Laser weapons instantly pierced through the target's defenses. The man attempted to self-destruct by ingesting explosives, but the AI of the mechanical dog detected this and immediately electrically paralyzed the nerves in his neck. The assassin was temporarily knocked unconscious. The Prince of Camel Nation witnessed this scene and was overjoyed. Ignoring the blood streaming from his ears, he exclaimed, "Old Lu, I want this robotic dog. This machine is worth selling to me, right?"